The Original Vampire Chapter 308 to Chapter 380. After the founding emperor, Garner San Lorenzo, has there never been another legendary paladin in the Empire of Light? Colin looked up at the huge statue in the central square and asked curiously. The Seventh Order was the Sacred Realm, and the Eighth Order was the Legendary Realm. Therefore, the Eighth Order Paladins were also known as Legendary Paladins. No. Vera leaned her head on Colin's shoulder and whispered, as far as I know, the House of St. Hilda once had a very talented paladin who was very close to the Eighth Order. However, when he tried to break through to the Legendary Realm, he went crazy. Went crazy? Yes. He completely lost his mind and killed everyone he saw. Later, the Pope and two other paladins worked together to kill him. Colin's eyebrows furrowed tightly. Apparently, he had some doubts about this. Dara saw this and spoke again. The Pope at that time had an evaluation about this. The mind of a mortal cannot withstand the impact of the Legendary Realm. Only the blessings of God can keep one's mind. The blessings of God? Yes, many people guessed that the Pope meant that only the blessed could be promoted to the Legendary Realm. The founding emperor, Garner San Lorenzo, was also a blessed. Blessed. Colin rubbed his chin and suddenly remembered that when he was fooling the blood descendants, he also claimed to be a blessed. At this time, he was also interested and asked, in the history of the Empire of Light, was there only one blessed person, Garner San Lorenzo? Dara thought for a while and said, well, at least, Garner San Lorenzo was the only blessed person recognized by the church. Haha, Colin laughed in his heart. There were quite a lot of imposters like him. How did the church deal with the people who claimed to be blessed? It seems that a few of them were tried. I am not sure about the details. You will need to check the church's documents. Colin shook his head. He didn't want to take the initiative to look up this kind of thing. Wouldn't that be revealing the 300 tales hidden here? Moreover, his 3 blood descendants were very reliable and there was no risk of leakage for the time being. While thinking, Colin suddenly found that the door of the Senate slowly opened. Looks like it's over. Well, I hope that it will be a good outcome, Dara replied as she squeezed Colin's hand tightly. She was still a little nervous. Colin gently patted Vera's hand, indicating for her to be at ease. Then, he walked towards the Senate. Good morning, Senator Seabass. Good morning, Miss Vera, Viscount Angley. Excuse me, what was the result of the vote in the Council of Elders? Seabass smiled before he said, Congratulations, Miss Vera. I believe that I will soon be addressing you as one of the Dukes of the North. Really? Dara was so happy that she almost jumped up in joy. Thank you for telling me this good news. Colin was finally relieved. Although this trip to Imperial Dragon City was full of twists and turns, he had finally achieved his goal. However, he also noticed that the expression on Senator Seabass's face was a little unnatural when he told Vera the good news. Colin felt that Senator Seabass might not have approved of Vera as one of the Dukes of the North, but he was forced to vote in favor of her. In fact, this guy might have even voted against her decision. Senator Seabass did not seem to want to talk much with Vera, and after a few words of blessing, he hurriedly left. Colin and Vera were about to leave when someone suddenly called out to them. Miss Vera, Viscount Angley. Colin turned around and saw Senator Crete standing not too far away with a smile on his face. Colin had a good impression of the senator from the Western region. When Colin and Vera were campaigning for the declaration of war, Senator Crete was one of the first forces that Colin and Vera had won over to the Western region. Greetings, Governor of Crete. Is there anything I can help you with? Senator Crete asked with a smile. I'm sure you already know the result of the vote in the Senate, right? Yes, thank you for your trust in me. I will do my best to protect the northern frontier for the Empire. Crete nodded and asked with a serious expression, then do you know what the final result of the vote was? Dara shook her head. Colin's heart skipped a beat, and he asked with a smile, from what you're saying, is the result of the vote a little anxious? 62 votes were in favor and 54 votes were against, Senator Crete said directly. Colin narrowed his eyes immediately, realizing that something was wrong. Since the Emperor had already agreed to let Vera inherit the Dukes of the North, the senators from the Flaming Flame territory would definitely vote in favor of it. After all, Prince Leahy had already been expelled. As long as the senators from the Flaming Flame territory were not stupid, they would definitely not provoke Emperor Reinhard at this time. Since Senator Crete had taken the initiative to tell Vera the specific voting results, the senators from the western region must have also voted in favor of it. Among the remaining 3 senators, Colin had not had much contact with the southern region, so he was not sure about their attitude. However, the southern region did not have any conflict of interest with the northern frontier, so it was possible that some of them voted in favor of it. As for the eastern region, they would definitely hate Colin to the core because of the destruction of the Pegasus Legion. They would also hate Vera. Therefore, the senators from the eastern region should have voted against it. However, there were still less than 54 votes. Therefore, at least half of the senators from the northern frontier had voted against it. When he thought about the unnatural expression on Senator Seabass' face just now, Colin sneered in his heart. So, he asked, did most of the senators from the northern frontier vote against it? Senator Crete nodded and said, yes, and when Senator Seabass expressed his opinion, he clearly opposed Miss Vera inheriting the Dukes of the North. Haha. Mr. Seabass is really unexpected, Colin said as he gritted his teeth. He could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. Previously, he had felt that Senator Seabass was hostile to Vera. Now, it seemed that Senator Seabass did not even bother to hide his hostility. But why? Was it because Colin had killed Drindon, the brother of Seabass' butler, Drindon, or was it because Colin had beaten up Seabass' grandson, Knight Weber? No, Colin felt that with Seabass's temperament, it was impossible for him to hate Vera just because of these 2 trivial matters. There must be a deeper reason. Unless his core interests were affected, Seabass would definitely not take the risk of completely falling out with the future Dukes of the North and express his opposition in the Senate. When Senator Crete saw that Colin was deep in thought, he did not say anything else and immediately left. Colin, Seabass, why did he do this? Vera asked with a puzzled expression. I don't know either. Colin shook his head. But I know that this person has already chosen to stand against us. As long as he is in the Senate, the northern frontier will always be constrained. He helped Vera into the carriage. As soon as they sat down, he asked in a deep voice, is there really no way to replace the senator? There is no such thing. As long as Seabass does not die and does not violate the Empire's laws, then we can't do anything to him. When she saw Colin frowning, Vera said, the idea that you proposed last time to use the northern frontier's feudal lords to influence the senators so that Seabass can become a mere figurehead is not bad. Maybe we can use this method to make Seabass a senator in name only. Colin shook his head and said, that is just a temporary measure. We can't always keep an eye on the Senate and threaten the senators of the northern frontier before every vote. What I want is a way to completely eliminate Seabass's influence once and for all. Vera fell into silence. She did not have any good suggestions for the time being. Colin's eyes flashed with a fierce light. To be honest, he really wanted to send out the blood slaves to kill Seabass. But after thinking about it, he still could not make up his mind. This kind of violent method was too dangerous. Moreover, a senator had just died, and the situation in the Empire was at its most tense. If the assassination failed, or if Colin's biggest secret was exposed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even a paladin like Prince Rhy couldn't bear the crime of killing a consul. Looking at the scenery outside the carriage, Colin suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He immediately ordered the coachman. Change the route to the Prime Minister's residence. Colin, are you sure you don't need me to accompany you? The carriage stopped in front of the Prime Minister's mansion. After Colin got out of the carriage, he stopped Vera, who wanted to follow him. No, you can go back to the Phoenix Palace first. I will talk to the Prime Minister myself. Okay. Although she was full of doubts, Vera was already used to listening to Colin's orders. She tiptoed and kissed her husband gently on his lips before she waved goodbye to him. After informing the Prime Minister of his identity, a servant led Colin into the living room. Colin waited for about 5 minutes before he saw the Prime Minister of the Empire, Baron Heidegger, walking in. Good day, Viscount Angley. Baron Heidegger was a little surprised to see Colin alone. After all, Colin and Vera had been appearing in public together for the past few days. Good day, Prime Minister. I hope I am not disturbing you by coming here. Of course not. Baron Heidegger waved his hand and motioned for Colin to take a seat. He then rang the bell and several maids came in with a silver tray. They then placed red wine and small cakes in front of the two of them. Colin knew that when Scholar Dwayne visited the Empire last time, Heidegger had treated him with roasted sweet potatoes. In comparison, Heidegger's treatment this time was more formal. However, Colin also understood that Scholar Dwayne was actually the way to treat a true friend. Prime Minister, I have heard that you have a deep understanding of how to govern a country. Therefore, I have been looking for an opportunity to talk to you and learn from your experience. Sir Viscounts, you are too polite. Heidegger smiled and did not say much as he waited for Colin to continue. Colin took a sip of red wine and said in a relaxed tone, "It's like this, Prime Minister. I've never really understood the existence of the Senate. Of course, I understand that the establishment of the Senate is to limit the imperial power so that His Majesty will not make the wrong decision. However, what I want to know is, if the Senate makes the wrong decision, who can limit it?" Baron Heidegger narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly. "Your Excellency Viscounts, your doubts are indeed reasonable. However, the Council of Elders is not a monolithic block. There are 117 members. It is actually quite impossible for most of them to make mistakes. However, the 100 elders will be greatly influenced by the 5 consuls. Therefore, as long as most of the 5 consuls make mistakes, the Council of Elders will likely lead the Imperium into danger." Heidegger's interest was piqued. He smiled and asked, "So you think that the consul's influence is too great, right?" "That's right." "Then do you have any good solutions?" "I did have an immature idea." "Please go ahead." Colin swirled the wine glass in his hand, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He said leisurely, "I think the reason why the consul's influence is so great is because the position is lifelong. Therefore, if we abolish the life tenure of the consul and change it to, for example, a 3-year election, the above problem will not occur." A trace of disappointment flashed in Baron Heidegger's eyes. Clearly, Colin's suggestion did not pique his interest. He shook his head and said, "Your Excellency Viscounts, your idea is good. However, you know that to abolish the life tenure of the consul, the glorious charter will need to be amended. And to amend the charter, His Majesty must agree, and an absolute majority of votes in the Council of Elders. Your suggestion may be of interest to His Majesty, but it will definitely not pass the Council of Elders." Colin shook his head and said unhurriedly, "Prime Minister, that may not be the case." "Oh? What do you mean? Do you know how I plan to choose the consul?" "How? Isn't it a new recommendation from the 5 paladin families? And then a vote through the Council of Elders?" Baron Heidegger was puzzled. However, as soon as he said this, he seemed to have realized something, and his expression suddenly became serious. Colin smiled and continued to explain, "If it's the way you're talking about, of course it won't pass the Council of Elders. However, what if we let every member of the Council of Elders have the same qualifications to run for the position of consul? How can the consul not be a member of the paladin family? This will be even more impossible to pass the Council of Elders. Even His Majesty won't." Heidegger stopped halfway through his words. He stood up abruptly and paced back and forth in the living room. His expression became more and more excited. After a while, he stood still and laughed heartily. "Wonderful. What a wonderful idea." Heidegger finally realized the feasibility of Colin's idea. This was making use of the biggest loophole in the Council of Elders. The consul and the ordinary elders only had 1 vote each. Although the consul had great influence, they did not have any special privileges in terms of votes. In fact, the ones who truly decided whether a proposal would pass the Council of Elders were the 100 or so ordinary elders. Of course, since the consul came from the 5 paladin families and had the right to speak in meetings of the Council of Elders, their attitude could influence the ordinary elders to a large extent. However, when the interests of the consul and the ordinary elders clashed, would the elders still vote according to the consul's attitude? Obviously not. Colin's current proposal was making use of this point. The current consul would of course strongly oppose this reform, but what about the ordinary elders? If Colin's proposal was passed, then the position of consul in the Council of Elders would no longer be exclusive to the paladin family elders. The ordinary elders would also have this opportunity. Faced with such a temptation, the ordinary elders would definitely vote in favor of it. This way, no matter how much the current council opposed it, Colin's proposal would definitely pass the Council of Elders with an absolute majority of votes. As long as the council was no longer a lifelong position, they would no longer have the transcendent political status that they had today. In order to keep their position, they would become weak and start to compromise. They could be roped in, divided, and threatened. In short, the status of the council and the Council of Elders would drop by a lot. More importantly, Colin would have a way to get rid of that damned Seabass St. Hilda. Baron Heidegger looked deeply at Colin and praised, "Your Excellency Viscounts, your wisdom amazes me. I have to say that this idea is very feasible." Colin smiled reservedly and said lightly, "That's good." Baron Heidegger rolled his eyes and suddenly smiled. "However, I'm afraid that your proposal will affect the interests of some people." "Of course." Colin shrugged and didn't care too much. Every reform will affect the interests of some people, but as long as it is beneficial to the empire, then there is a meaning in implementing it. When he heard Colin's words, Baron Heidegger smiled and exposed him. "Is that so? Are you proposing this for the benefit of the empire? Why did I hear that during the meeting of the Council of Elders just now, some people clearly expressed their opposition to Vera inheriting the position of the Dukes of the North?" Colin didn't think that he could hide his thoughts from the Prime Minister of the Empire. He didn't feel embarrassed when he heard Baron Heidegger's words. "I am indeed thinking for the future of the Empire." "Prime Minister, don't you want to see a weakened Council of Elders?" Baron Heidegger's eyes flashed and he nodded. "That's right. The Council of Elders needs to be reformed." However, he immediately showed a sly smile and suddenly asked, "Viscount Angley, can you tell me why you let Miss Vera return to the Phoenix Palace alone when we were at the door?" This time, Colin's expression finally changed. Why did Colin ask Vera to return to the Phoenix Palace first? It was because he had a guilty conscience. The reform proposal that he had just proposed would indeed greatly weaken the influence of the senators. However, at the same time, it would also greatly damage the interests of the 5 major Paladin families. Just think about it. If any of the elders of the Paladin family failed to be elected as a senator after the reform was implemented, how embarrassing would that be? This would cause great damage to the prestige of the Paladin family, and the interests of the Paladin family would also not be guaranteed. Therefore, Colin was worried that this proposal would cause Vera to oppose it. After all, Vera was about to become the Dukes of the North, and it was inevitable that she would consider the issues from the perspective of the House of St. Hilda. Of course, Colin was confident that he could convince Vera. This was because, as far as the current situation was concerned, Seabass was an obstacle to the House of St. Hilda, or more accurately, to Vera and Colin. However, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Furthermore, Colin didn't want to offend the other Holy Knight families because of this. "Prime Minister, this proposal is a gift from me to you. My only request is that you do not mention my name when you bring it to the Imperial Conference." "Oh? Are you sure?" Baron Heidegger's expression became even more interesting. "I am already 90% confident that this proposal will be passed. This is a great opportunity to change the political situation of the Empire, and even change the history of the Empire. Viscount Angley, are you really willing to give such an opportunity to become famous to me?" Colin said indifferently, "It's just a title. I don't care about it. As long as the political situation of the Empire can be improved, then I will be satisfied." Baron Heidegger smiled thoughtfully as if he had seen through Colin's thoughts. However, he did not care. This reform proposal was an excellent opportunity for him to weaken the influence of the Senate. Even without mentioning the personal grudge between him and the Senate, from the political standpoint of the Prime Minister of the Imperium, Baron Heidegger also hoped that the Senate would be less restrained. As for offending the Holy Knight family, Baron Heidegger didn't care at all. His power and status came from the Emperor, so it didn't matter what the 4 dukes thought of him. Besides, Baron Heidegger was certain that His Majesty would definitely support this reform proposal. After all, the Senate was set up to limit the imperial power, and the Emperor would probably want to abolish it completely. "Your Excellency Viscounts, I admire your noble character and unquestionable integrity. Since that's the case, I won't hold back. I will send this proposal to the Imperial Conference for discussion as soon as possible. I am sure His Majesty will be very interested in it. However, I also feel a little uneasy about taking your wisdom for myself. If you have any needs, you can take this opportunity to ask, and I will do my best to help. Colin's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, Prime Minister, you must know that the northern frontier has just experienced two upheavals. The people are dying and famine is raging. If the central government of the empire can provide some food, then I will be very grateful. Hearing this, Baron Heidegger frowned. After thinking for a moment, he shook his head and sighed, Your Excellency Viscounts, I am afraid this request will be a little difficult to fulfill. It's not that I don't want to help you. There is indeed some food in the imperial treasury, but His Majesty already has a use for this batch of food, so. Colin's heart skipped a beat, and he asked, Are you going to give it to the western region? Yes. Baron Heidegger nodded. Seeing that Colin was not worried, he explained, Your Excellency Viscounts, with all due respect, the western region needs this batch of food more. The expeditionary army that crossed the Broken Sky Mountains is still fighting with the orcs. Without this batch of food support, I am afraid that there will be a big problem. Although the northern frontier also has a food crisis, after all, the rebellion has been quelled. And I also know that you seem to be prepared. Although the food of the half-elf kingdom can't fully meet the needs of the northern frontier, it can also temporarily solve the urgent needs. Colin was silent. He knew that the reason why the emperor chose to support the western region instead of the northern frontier might be because the western region was at war with the orcs, but more importantly, it was because of the paladin, Duke Xianxia. His existence made the western region more valuable to win over. Perhaps in the eyes of the emperor, supporting Vera to the position of duke and then giving Prince Harrison to Colin as a student was already the greatest degree of winning over. Well, I can understand your difficulties. Colin smiled, but you also know that it takes a lot of money to buy food from the half-elves. The House of St. Hilda is now in an extremely difficult financial situation. So, can the central government of the empire exempt some of the taxes of the northern frontier? Baron Heidegger said hesitantly, I can help you mention it at the imperial conference, but whether it will succeed or how much reduction we can get will depend on His Majesty. Thank you for your trouble. Colin could not insist any more, so he could only express his gratitude. Baron Heidegger thought for a moment and suddenly suggested, Your Excellency Viscounts, if you want to get more tax reduction, I have a way. Please say. Baron Heidegger lowered his voice and said, You can go to the eastern region. Colin's heart moved, and he immediately understood what Baron Heidegger meant. In fact, this was the real reason why Emperor Reinhardt wanted to win over the northern frontier. The eastern region had completely turned to the church and had long become a thorn in Emperor Reinhardt's side. If Colin could lead the army to cross the New Shui River and even capture the White Dew City, then the emperor would not hesitate to agree to any amount of support that the northern frontier needed. But unfortunately, Colin did not want to become the sword in the emperor's hand. What's more, with the current situation of the northern frontier, it was impossible for them to withstand another war. If they forced a war with the eastern region, then the northern frontier would really have a tragedy of starving people everywhere. I'll think about it. Colin said with an indifferent expression. Baron Heidegger seemed to have seen through Colin's perfunctory intention, so he smiled and said, In fact, you don't really need to start a war. As long as you act like you are going to enter the eastern region, then I can speak up for the northern frontier in the Imperial Council. Colin rubbed his chin, and the name of a city suddenly appeared in his mind, Alfalfa City. Perhaps he could suddenly send troops to occupy Alfalfa City when the eastern region was unprepared. Alfalfa City did not have any city guards, so he could take it by surprise without dispatching an army. But at the same time, the geographical location of the city was destined to be extremely sensitive, and it could easily lead to a confrontation between the two regions. Colin could also use this to show his loyalty to the royal family and get funding at the same time. Okay, I will think about it. Colin said the same thing, but his expression was a lot more cautious. Baron Heidegger also saw that Colin was not being perfunctory this time, so he smiled and did not say anything more. Then the two chatted for a while, and Colin got up and said goodbye. Baron Heidegger sent Colin to the door, and suddenly said with a smile, Your Excellency Viscounts, you have really helped me a lot this time. As a personal thank you, I also want to give you a gift. Colin's expression changed, and he said with a smile, May I know what the gift is? Baron Heidegger said mysteriously, When you return to the northern frontier, if you have time, you might as well take a detour and go to Winterspring Town. Maybe you will have an unexpected harvest. Colin frowned, but seeing that the Prime Minister did not intend to elaborate, he did not ask any more questions. After casually agreeing, he left. The colorful glaze was shining brightly under the illumination of the holy light, and the statues of the 7 first-generation paladins were standing on both sides of the hall, looking at the people in the hall. The 4 walls of the hall were decorated with murals full of religious meanings, and the seats on both sides were filled with the nobles who had come to watch the ceremony. The melodious hymns echoed in the hall, and a solemn atmosphere enveloped the entire hall. In the middle of the hall, Vera was wearing a simple white lace dress, and only her bare feet were exposed. A pure white iris wreath was on her head, and her long blonde hair was hanging down from her shoulders. The holy light projected from the dome of the church covered her beautiful face with a layer of dreamy color. Dong, 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 Vera walked slowly towards the holy pool in front of her, following the rhythm of the bell. The hymns were still echoing in the hall. Today, I have made up my mind, everything I have belongs to the Lord. This promise is made, and I will never go back on it, only the Lord deserves all the reverence. The blood of atonement, wash away my sins, the water of life, give me a new life. Pope Gregory was standing beside the holy pool with a kind smile on his face as he watched Vera approaching step by step. When Vera stepped into the pool, the Pope opened his mouth, and his grand and majestic voice echoed in the hall, Lost lamb, suffering sinner, Vera St. Hilda, are you willing to abandon your prejudices and illusions of the past and serve the God of light with all your heart and soul? You will never regret it, and you will not rest until you die? Vera raised her head and looked into the Pope's eyes, which seemed to be able to see through people's hearts, and said firmly, I am willing. The Pope nodded and motioned for Vera to continue moving forward. At the same time, he said, immerse yourself in this pool, and you will be separated from the filth, immerse yourself in this pool, and your sins will be washed away, immerse yourself in this pool, and you will be clean again. When Vera's whole body was immersed in the holy water, the Pope stretched out his right hand and placed it on the surface of the pool. May the glory of the Lord shine on your future path. Buzz, the holy light that descended from the sky suddenly became incomparably dazzling, and an incomparably grand aura enveloped everyone within. Colin could even feel a gaze that was looking down on him from above. It was like a brilliant heavenly might, and mortals didn't dare to look directly at it. Under this gaze, everyone in the church was like ants, trembling in fear and trepidation. After an unknown period of time, the gaze finally faded away, and the holy light that filled the entire church hall gradually dissipated. Colin could not hide the shock in his heart. He asked Baron Heidegger, who was beside him, could it be that the baptism ceremony presided over by His Holiness would attract the attention of the God of Light? No. Baron Heidegger sneered. Only when the Pope needs it. And, are you sure that's the gaze of the God of Light? Colin was slightly taken aback, and he asked doubtfully, if it's not the gaze of a god, then what is it? Baron Heidegger suddenly closed his mouth and did not say anything. Colin had no choice but to turn his gaze back to the center of the hall. At this time, Vera had already stood up straight from the holy water, and her drenched clothes outlined her exquisite curves. Fortunately, there was a circle of dense fog around the holy water, blocking the rude gazes of the surrounding people. A female priest quickly stepped forward and put a white robe on Vera's body. Vera then walked out of the holy water and thanked Pope Gregory. Pope Gregory smiled and said, Miss Vera, you are the one who has been looked at by the Lord. You will be blessed in the future. Vera seemed to be a little confused, and she quickly said, Praise the Lord. I am not worthy of such an honor. No. The Lord will not misjudge a person. Pope Gregory said with deep meaning. Miss Vera, you will definitely find your own mission. You will repay the Lord's grace. After saying this sentence, Pope Gregory turned around and left. The baptism ceremony came to an end. Colin stepped forward and helped Vera to tidy up her wet hair before he asked, Are you cold? Vera shook her head and asked in a puzzled tone, Colin, I think I heard someone say something in my ear just now. Oh? What did he say? Colin was slightly surprised and he quickly asked. I can't remember. Vera's pretty face was full of confusion, and the water droplets rolling down her hair from time to time made her look like a lotus flower. Then you don't have to think too much about it. Colin smiled and was about to leave with Vera when he saw Emperor Reinhardt and Empress Medela slowly walking towards them. "Your Majesty, Your Highness." The two of them quickly greeted. Emperor Reinhardt waved his hand, indicating that the two of them did not need to be so polite. He then smiled at Vera and said, "How was it? Did you feel the power of the Lord?" "Yes, I felt it." A complicated expression appeared on Emperor Reinhardt's face, but he quickly put on a kind smile and nodded. "Well, rest well today. Tomorrow morning at the Phoenix Palace, I will confer you the title of Dukes of the North." "Yes, Your Majesty." Empress Medela stepped forward and held Vera's hand. "Let me take you to change into a clean set of clothes." "Thank you, Aunt." After the two of them walked away, Emperor Reinhardt suddenly said to Colin, "I heard from Baron Heidegger that you want to get food support and tax relief?" "Yes, Your Majesty. The situation at the northern frontier is very difficult. If the central government of the Empire can provide some help, then the House of St. Hilda will be very grateful." Emperor Reinhardt shook his head and said, "The Empire's finances are not very good, so I can't promise you anything. However, I have a suggestion." "Please say it." "The eastern region has always been rich, and it hasn't suffered any war for so many years. Even I am jealous of the food piled up in the warehouse. So, you can consider buying some food from the eastern region, or you can buy some food on credit." Colin blinked and smiled bitterly. "Your Majesty, I am afraid that the eastern region may not be willing." Emperor Reinhardt patted Colin's shoulder with a smile and said, "That will depend on your ability." Colin looked at Emperor Reinhardt's cold eyes and felt helpless. He knew that Emperor Reinhardt was still urging him to go to the eastern region. As for whether the northern frontier could still afford the war with the eastern region, perhaps Emperor Reinhardt didn't care at all. "Yes, Your Majesty, I will try my best to persuade the eastern region." Emperor Reinhardt smiled indifferently as if he understood the meaning of Colin's words. He suddenly said, "By the way, remember to bring Harrison with you. Let him learn from you." Colin wanted to say that Emperor Reinhardt was not afraid that his son would have an accident on the battlefield. Of course, Colin was not stupid enough to say such words. At this time, Vera had also changed her clothes and walked over with Empress Medela, talking and laughing. Colin took Vera's hand and the two of them said goodbye to the Emperor and Empress. After they left, Emperor Reinhardt asked in a low voice, "How was it?" Empress Medela nodded with a dignified expression. Emperor Reinhardt's face suddenly became a little ferocious, and he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Damn Gregory! He is blasphemous." Empress Medela was silent. Emperor Reinhardt seemed to have made up his mind. "It is not too late to cancel tomorrow's coronation ceremony." "You are crazy. The Senate has already recognized Vera's right of inheritance." "So what? I already have a way to deal with the Senate." "That is not good. This will seriously damage your prestige and make the other Paladin families bitterly disappointed." Emperor Reinhardt's tone was full of anxiety as he said angrily, "What do you think we should do?" Empress Medela thought for a moment and said, "Colin Angelo, we can control the northern frontier through him." Emperor Reinhardt smiled disdainfully. "Do you think that by making Harrison and Judy worship him as their teacher, he will be loyal to us?" "No, I have a way." "What way?" Empress Medela did not answer Emperor Reinhardt's question. Instead, she said indifferently, "If you still trust me, then don't ask too much." Emperor Reinhardt narrowed his eyes and his face became gloomy. He seemed to be in a dilemma. After a long while, he finally smiled and said, "Of course I trust you, my Empress. Then wait for my good news." After saying that, Empress Medela's willowy waist swayed slightly as she gracefully walked out. Night fell. Vera, who had just finished bathing, changed into a silk nightgown. Her snow-white feet were gently tapping on the pinewood floor. Her slender body was leaning in front of the dressing table and she was facing a bronze mirror with her hair tied up in a bun. A beautiful face was reflected in the mirror. It was hazy and she looked like a rose that had just been moistened by the rain. There was a faint fragrance in the room. It was fresh and lingering. Colin was half lying on the sofa, quietly admiring the expression of Vera's little wife. Suddenly, he smiled and asked, "What is the matter with the golden mark on your chest?" Vera tilted her head and she was also puzzled. "I don't know. It seems like it just appeared today." Maybe it has something to do with the baptism ceremony. Colin gradually stopped smiling and frowned. Baptism? Yes, but I don't feel anything wrong with my body. Vera did not seem to care. Seeing that Colin was worried about her, Vera tiptoed and walked over to him. She threw herself lightly on the sofa and snuggled into her lover's arms. Then let me take a closer look. Colin hugged Vera's slender waist and reached out to take off her nightgown. Vera giggled, but she did not stop him. But at this moment, someone knocked on the door. Colin stopped what he was doing and asked in a bad mood, "What is it?" The maid's voice came from outside the door. "Viscounts, Her Royal Highness the Queen has asked you to give a lecture to Prince Harrison and Princess Judy." Colin was speechless. What kind of lecture was he going to give at this time? Vera kissed Colin gently on his cheek and said with a smile, "Hurry up and go. Don't let Aunt wait for too long." Colin was helpless and he had no choice but to get up and say, "Well, if I come back late, you can go to bed first." Vera nodded and began to help Colin change his clothes. After getting ready, Colin went out and followed the maid all the way to the main hall. The further they went, the tighter the security Colin found. About a quarter of an hour later, the maid finally stopped. She reached out and gently pushed open the magnificent golden wooden door. The maid bowed to Colin. Colin nodded and walked in. There was a dark red round table, a snow-white cashmere carpet, and an exquisite crystal chandelier. However, there was no one there. "Your Highness? Viscount Angeli, please come in." Colin tried to shout, and then he heard a gentle voice, "Viscount Angeli, please." Colin took a few steps forward. After turning a corner, he found the door that led to the inner room. Lifting the veil hanging on the door, Colin walked into the room. Pink curtains, a luxurious ivory bed, and an exquisite dressing table. Colin immediately realized that this should be the Empress' bedroom. The gentle night breeze blew in, and the curtain on the balcony moved with the wind, revealing a slender figure. Colin hurriedly bowed and greeted, "Your Highness the Empress." Empress Medela turned around and smiled sweetly at Colin. "I hope you don't mind that I called you here so late." "Of course not. May I know where Prince Harrison and Princess Judy are now, and how do you want me to start teaching them?" "There's no hurry. I have more important things to discuss with you. Please speak." Colin suddenly had an ominous feeling, but since he had already been tricked, he couldn't just turn around and run away. "Don't be nervous, sit." Colin looked around and found that he could only sit on the bed and in front of the dressing table. But he obviously wouldn't sit in either of these places, so he could only stand awkwardly and pretend not to hear. Fortunately, Empress Medela didn't have any intention of making things difficult for Colin. Seeing this, she didn't force him. She asked, "What do you think of the baptism this morning?" Colin's heart skipped a beat. He immediately thought of the gaze that seemed to fall from the sky, and the hesitant look of the Imperial Prime Minister, Baron Heidegger. "I think it's very good." Colin played dumb. "It's a great honor to have His Holiness the Pope personally baptize Vera." Empress Medela looked at Colin with a faint smile, as if she wanted to see his true thoughts. But Colin lowered his head, unmoved by the Empress's scrutinizing gaze. "Sigh." Empress Medela sighed, and there was a trace of bitterness in her voice. "It seems that you still don't trust me." "Of course I trust your Highness." Colin immediately replied, but there wasn't much sincerity in his words. The room fell silent, and only the soft sound of the night wind blowing the curtain could be heard. After waiting for a long time, Colin couldn't help but raise his head, and then he met the Empress's calm gaze. The night wind blew the light dress tightly against her body, outlining her wonderful curves. Colin immediately withdrew his gaze and returned to his original state of looking down. Empress Medela finally spoke again, but this time her voice was a little dignified. "Colin, perhaps you still don't realize the seriousness of the matter. Your Highness, please forgive my ignorance." Colin still looked the same, as if he was determined to keep a distance from the beautiful Empress. Empress Medela's face was expressionless. She left the balcony and walked slowly towards Colin. She said, "I remember the first time we met in Winter City. At that time, we were attending Vera's coming-of-age ceremony." "Yes, Your Highness." Colin was more and more confused about what the Empress wanted to do. "I remember that the coming-of-age ceremony was really wonderful. The troll prince, the half-elf prince, and you, all three of you proposed to Vera at the same time. In the end, my brother chose the half-elf prince, and the two of you almost fought because of it. Listening to Empress Medela reminiscing about the past, Colin was still silent, but he kept guessing the Empress's true purpose. Oh, by the way, something big happened at that time. Empress Medela had already walked in front of Colin. Her breath was like orchids. Marquis Adams was poisoned to death. Colin lowered his head and looked at the Empress's pink toenails shining like crystals. He couldn't help but squint slightly. Empress Medela lifted Colin's chin from behind and forced him to look at her. She smiled and asked, "Do you know who poisoned him?" Colin's heart finally began to stir. Thoughts kept appearing in his mind, but he couldn't figure out the most important one. This puzzle had troubled him for a long time. At that time, his first suspect was actually Marquis Garcia. Because at that time, the Duke of St. Hilda had just betrayed his brother and did not keep his promise to let Vera inherit the title of Marquis of the Eastern region. Instead, he chose his second son, Adams. Colin's first reaction, and perhaps the first reaction of most people at that time, was that Adams's death was Marquis Garcia's revenge on his brother, but later, Colin felt that with Marquis Garcia's character, he shouldn't be able to do such a sinister thing. When he was in Silvermoon City, when he guessed that the Duke of St. Hilda had a series of plans against the half-elves, Colin felt that the Duke of St. Hilda might have played a trick and poisoned his second son. But later, when Colin learned that the Duke of St. Hilda was a paladin, he immediately overturned his guess. After all, the Duke of St. Hilda, who had the strength of a paladin, would not use such means to achieve his own goals. Originally, Colin had already given up, thinking that the death of Marquis Adams would be an unsolved case forever, but now, Queen Medela brought it up again. This made Colin couldn't help but have a thought in his mind. Queen Medela looked at Colin, whose expression changed, and finally showed a satisfied smile, but she seemed to be not satisfied with this, and said again. Also, the will left by the Duke of St. Hilda. Guess, why did he set Vera as the first heir? Colin opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. The smile on Queen Medela's face became more and more brilliant, and she once again threw out a heavy bomb. Do you know, His Majesty wanted to deny Vera's inheritance twice, but I stopped him. Do you know why? Colin looked at the charming face in front of him, and his heart thumped so hard that it almost jumped out of his chest. Thousands of thoughts finally converged into an answer in his mind, but this answer made Colin want to run away. Queen Medela admired Colin, who was in a dilemma, and said with a smile, Colin, do you know that the person in the world who wants to see Vera become the Dukes of the North the most, besides you, is me? At this time, Colin calmed down. He knew that Queen Medela had shown her cards. This could only mean that the situation was indeed very serious, as she said. She no longer allowed Colin to be separated from her. On the surface, she said that she trusted him, but turned around and began to suspect him. Your Highness, I understand. Colin no longer avoided Queen Medela's gaze and said in a deep voice. What do you understand? Queen Medela's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. I understand why I should trust you. Why? Colin gently pushed Queen Medela's hand away, took half a step back, and said respectfully. Because you are Vera's biological mother. From the first time he met Vera, Colin began to guess her identity. He also thought about the secrets that she might have hidden under her identity. She was the Duke's adopted daughter, but she was sent to Yevil to study the arcane arts. At that time, Colin was thinking about the reason why the Duke of St. Hilda did this. It was not until Marquis Garcia revealed a corner of this secret that Colin finally understood why the Duke of St. Hilda treated Vera. But at the same time, he could not help but wonder who Vera's biological mother was. Why didn't Marquis Garcia marry her? Why did he keep her identity a secret? Now, he finally understood. That was King incest. No wonder Marquis Garcia could not marry her, and no wonder the Duke of St. Hilda helped to adopt Vera as his daughter. Moreover, when he thought about Empress Medela's age and Vera's age, Colin could not help but curse Marquis Garcia. Beast, if this was in modern society, he would definitely end up in the same situation. He also finally understood who poisoned Marquis Adams to death. In the beginning, the Duke of St. Hilda and Marquis Garcia had a secret promise that Empress Medela must have known. Therefore, when the Duke of St. Hilda broke his promise, Vera's biological mother decisively carried out her revenge. However, Colin could not help but have a little doubt. It was reasonable to say that the Duke of St. Hilda should have known something about Marquis Garcia and Empress Medela. Once the news of the incest between the two of them was leaked, they would be completely finished. Especially Medela, her position as the Empress would definitely be lost, and the angry Emperor might even kill her because of this. Why did Empress Medela still dare to be so arrogant? Not only did she poison Marquis Adams to death, but she also forced the Duke of St. Hilda to write his will and made Vera the first heir of the Dukes of the North. Unless the Duke of St. Hilda had something even more important in Queen Medela's hands. Just as Colin was imagining the grudges between the three siblings, Queen Medela spoke again. Colin, you are indeed smart. However, I hope that you can use your intelligence in the right place. Yes, Your Highness. Colin's attitude was obviously much more sincere. Although Colin still had a lot of doubts about this mysterious queen, at least he was certain that she would not harm Vera. In this regard, the two of them were indeed natural allies. Do you know why I chose this moment to be honest with you? Queen Medela took a few steps back and lay on her side on the ivory bed, revealing her alluring curves. It should be because of the baptism ceremony during the day. Colin no longer avoided the question and said seriously, I am also guessing that Pope Gregory might have done something to Vera. Yes. The vision that appeared in the last stage of the baptism ceremony was not the normal process, but the Pope's magic. What magic? I don't know. Colin couldn't help but look up, only to see Queen Medela's helpless face. She was not deliberately not saying anything. The church has many secrets, even the royal family can't completely figure it out. Queen Medela continued, there were actually two divine spells that Gregory used during the baptism ceremony. One was the gaze that you felt from him. Did you think that it was the gaze of the god of light? Seeing Colin nodding, Queen Medela smiled disdainfully. How could the god of light cast his gaze on such a trivial matter? How could Pope Gregory summon the god of light? This magic is actually just a cover. The purpose is to attract everyone's attention and conceal the second magic that he really wants to use. Colin hurriedly asked, there's another divine spell? Yes. I don't know the name of this magic, but I know its effect. What effect? Colin asked a little nervously. It will make the subject gradually become closer to the holy light, and eventually become a fanatic of the church. Colin's heart tightened, and he suppressed his worry for Vera. First, he asked doubtfully, Your Highness, if you don't know the name of this magic, how do you know its effect? Because Vera is not the first person to be affected. Oh? Who else has been affected by this magic before? Queen Medela did not answer immediately, but asked, do you know why the church and the royal family have been fighting since the founding of the kingdom until now? Colin wanted to say that it was just a fight for power and profit, did it need more than that, but in the end, he said sincerely, please help me. Because when the first pope baptized Garin, the son of the founding emperor, His Majesty Ghana, he used a similar method. Empress Medela smiled coldly and continued. At that time, His Majesty Ghana did not care, and he also thought that his son's baptism attracted the attention of the god of light. But later, as time passed, Garin became closer to the church, and even wanted to become an ascetic, and even join the Knights Templar. At that time, His Majesty Ghana realized that something was wrong. After that, he personally went to the peak of the holy mountain to question the Pope, and even fought him. In the end, the Pope finally admitted to his little tricks under the threat of this legendary holy knight, and personally removed the divine mark on Garin's body. After that, Garin gradually returned to normal, and after he was crowned as the second emperor of the kingdom, he even more severely restricted the power of the church, which completely led to a 1,000-year battle between the church and the royal family. So this magic, besides making the subject closer to the church, does it have any other side effects? Yes. However, it is not a side effect, because it can actually strengthen the subject's sensitivity and affinity to the holy light. You know about the Knights Templar, right? Most of the knights in the Knights Templar are civilians, because few of the nobles are willing to dedicate themselves to the church and become a tool for others to use. Therefore, the church chooses some of the civilians with good qualifications to baptize them. However, because of the inferior bloodline of the civilians, their affinity to the holy light is extremely poor, and even if they manage to become knights, their achievements are very limited. Therefore, this magic is needed to help strengthen their sensitivity to the holy light and help them advance. At the same time, this is also a means of brainwashing, and this is the reason why the Knights Templar are so devout to the point of madness. Of course, the knights born from this magic will not be able to advance to the holy domain, otherwise, I believe that many nobles will not hesitate to join the Knights Templar for the glory of the paladin. It is good that there are no other side effects. Colin was slightly relieved, and he let out a long sigh, and said, "So, if I want to remove the magic on Vera's body, I will have to look for Pope Gregory?" "Yes." Empress Medela nodded. "However, I advise you not to act rashly. Pope Gregory is not a simple person, and he is not as kind as he appears to be." "I understand. In addition, I advise you not to tell Vera about this. This kind of magic has an influence on one's mind, and it is not something that can be resisted by one's own will. If she learns about it, it will only increase her anxiety and guilt, and it may even be counterproductive." "Then what should I do?" Empress Medela looked at Colin seriously, and she stretched out one finger. "First of all, you must personally control the military and political power of the northern frontier. I believe that with your ability and Vera's trust in you, this should not be difficult." She then stretched out a second finger. "Secondly, you must pay careful attention to Vera's mental state, and it is best not to let her come into too much contact with the members of the church. If you can make her stay at home and concentrate on studying arcane magic, that would be the best. Of course, you must be careful when you study arcane magic, and do not let the people of the church see you. After all, after converting to the God of Light, Vera should not be able to come into contact with the heresy of arcane magic anymore." When she saw Colin nodding, Empress Medela finally said, "When the time is right, we can follow King Ghana's example and ask His Holiness the Pope to personally remove the magic from Vera." When the time was right, of course, it was when the royal family could completely suppress the church. "Okay." Colin nodded solemnly. "I will do as you say." Empress Medela nodded with satisfaction, and she smiled again, and the light in the room suddenly seemed to brighten a lot. "Colin, I have always admired you, and I think that you are the key to our fight against the church. I hope that you will not let me down." "I will do my best," Colin said in a deep voice, and then he said, "Your Highness, if you do not have any other instructions, then I will take my leave first." "Wait." Empress Medela immediately stopped Colin. "You have forgotten the most important thing." "What is it?" "Please tell me." "An alliance." Colin was stunned for a moment, and then he asked doubtfully, "Do you want an alliance ceremony?" "Ceremonies are all empty. The key is, what is the basis of our trust?" Colin seemed to understand what Empress Medela meant, and he asked tentatively, "Then do you want me to swear an oath to you?" "I do not believe in oaths." Colin was a little embarrassed, and he asked again, "Then let's write a written agreement?" Empress Medela shook her head again. "That is just a piece of scrap paper." Colin was at his wit's end and could only say, "Then do you have any good suggestions?" Empress Medela looked at Colin with deep eyes, and said, "Do you trust me now?" "Of course." "Why?" "Because you are Vera's biological mother, and I am Vera's husband." Empress Medela nodded, and then she shook her head. "Yes, but my blood relationship with Vera cannot be changed. You, on the other hand, can divorce at any time." Colin narrowed his eyes and looked at Empress Medela quietly, as if he wanted to see what kind of soul was hidden behind this beautiful face. Empress Medela saw that Colin was not speaking, and she smiled faintly. "Let me tell you why you trust me. Because you have something on me." This was indeed true. After learning that Vera was Empress Medela's biological daughter, and even the real murderer of Marquis Adam's death, Colin did indeed have something on Empress Medela. Therefore, even without Vera's relationship, Colin could ensure that Empress Medela would not dare to do anything that would harm her interests. Otherwise, as long as Colin made this secret public, Empress Medela's fate would be extremely miserable. However, this was only a one-sided trust. Colin finally understood Empress Medela's meaning, and he blurted out, "You also want to have something on me?" "Yes." Empress Medela nodded. "This way, this alliance will be truly unbreakable." When Colin heard this, he could not help but admire the Empress's strange logic. This was the first time he had seen such an alliance. But when he thought about it carefully, it did make some sense. If both sides had something on each other, it would indeed be more binding than an oath or covenant. "I'm sorry, Your Highness, I'm afraid I don't have anything on me to give you," Colin said with an innocent face, as if he was really a 20-year-old who had never done anything bad. Empress Medela stretched out a crystal-clear jade foot and slowly climbed up Colin's thigh, and at the same time, said in an extremely ambiguous tone, "It doesn't matter, we can create something on you now." Colin's body immediately stiffened, and all the blood in his body rushed to a certain place uncontrollably. For a time all kinds of strange thoughts emerged in his mind. The relationship between Vera and Empress Medela, some of the action movies with the words mother and daughter, and the scrutinizing eyes of the great god river crab. He was so scared that he hurriedly used his bloodline talent to suppress the restless blood in his body, suppressing a certain weakness in his body that was ready to be used against him. Then, he took a few steps back to distance himself from this dangerous woman and smiled bitterly. "Your Highness, please don't tease me." Empress Medela's face turned cold. "Do you think I'm joking with you?" Colin's mind raced, constantly thinking about what other weaknesses he could use to gain Empress Medela's trust. But after thinking about it, he realized that he only had one big secret, the bloodline. Of course, Colin didn't want to reveal this to Empress Medela. This woman gave him a mysterious and dangerous feeling. If possible, Colin only wanted to hide as far away as possible. He didn't know if she saw through Colin's thoughts, but the corners of Empress Medela's mouth rose slightly and she warned, "If you don't satisfy me today, you will never be able to walk out of this room." Colin certainly believed this. He didn't know how strong Empress Medela was, but he knew very well that as long as the other party shouted, a group of guardian knights would immediately rush in like wolves and tigers. Colin didn't think that with his current strength, he could come and go freely in the most heavily guarded area of the Radiant Empire. "How about it, have you thought it through?" Empress Medela urged. "You have to hurry up, my patience is very limited. Also, don't think that you are my only choice. Don't forget, Garcia has won my trust. If he wasn't old and disabled, and if his mind hadn't been worn down by the fiasco and his life as a prisoner, he would be the best guardian for Vera." Colin narrowed his eyes. He suddenly had some doubts. Was it Marquis Garcia who was worse than a beast and raped his innocent sister, or was it this sinister Medela who used her body to seduce his young brother? Thinking of this, Colin looked at Empress Medela with a dangerous gaze. Empress Medela seemed to have misunderstood the look and giggled. Her loose dress slid down to reveal her deep, snow-white cleavage. She hooked her finger at Colin and said seductively, "Come on, Colin." Colin finally made up his mind. He pounced forward, opened his mouth wide, and was about to bite Empress Medela's neck. But in the next second, he realized that Empress Medela's elbow was pressed against his throat. "Ha ha ha. Don't worry." Empress Medela whispered into Colin's ear, "Also, what's with that strange movement of yours? Don't tell me that you and Vera like to start a fight by biting people?" Her gentle breath caressed his ear, and the enchanting fragrance lingered in his nose, but Colin's body stiffened. This was because he was shocked to find that this seemingly weak empress was actually a high-ranked knight. Colin did not use his full strength, but he estimated that Empress Medela was at least a 4th-rank knight, or even a 5th-rank knight. Of course, if Colin showed his true form, he could forcibly subdue Medela, but he was not confident that he would not alert the guards outside. "Ahem. I was too excited," Colin said awkwardly. At the same time, he controlled the fangs in his mouth to retract. "Don't worry, it's more romantic to take it slow." Empress Medela wrapped her arms around Colin's waist and pressed her whole body against his. However, Colin dodged as if he had been electrocuted. "Don't run." Empress Medela coiled herself around him like a delicate snake. Colin quickly begged for mercy, "Your Highness, I have calmed down and thought about it, but I still feel that this is not appropriate. How about I give you something else to use against me?" "What else do you have that I can use against you?" Empress Medela asked with a smile. Colin gritted his teeth and confessed, "The half-elven queen is my lover, and she is pregnant with my child." "I already guessed this." Empress Medela shook her head. "Moreover, this is not a fatal weakness. At most, it will cause some chaos in the half-elven kingdom, and the child may lose his right to inherit the throne. Even if you lose control of the half-elven kingdom, what is it to you? What I want is a fatal weakness." Colin's heart skipped a beat. "Do you know about the proposal of the Prime Minister for the reform of the Senate?" Yes, I have heard of it. Actually, I was the one who proposed it. Empress Medela looked at Colin in surprise and smiled. I didn't expect you to be so good at political struggles. Colin said in a deep voice, Your Highness, what do you think of this weakness? If people know that this proposal came from me, the 5 paladin families will hate me to death. Even Vera will be estranged from me because of this. Empress Medela still shook her head, not necessarily. This proposal will make some people hate you to the bone, but there will also be people who will favor you more because of it. For example, His Majesty, if he knows about this, he may want to promote you to the political council. Seeing Colin's silence, Empress Medela's beautiful face moved closer and closer. Don't resist anymore, Colin. I know you want to. I killed Charles. Colin made up his mind and threw out another big news. As expected, Queen Medela was stunned. She asked in disbelief, Charles St. Silda? Yes. Colin saw that the Empress' expression had finally changed, and he secretly sighed in relief. But why did I hear that Charles died at the hands of the former commander of the Golden Lion Legion, Knight Nelson? Knight Nelson wouldn't have the guts to kill Charles. Colin sneered and began to make up a story. At that time, I killed Charles in order to gain control of the Golden Lion Legion and framed Knight Nelson. Empress Medela stared into Colin's eyes, as if to see if he was lying. How can you prove that you are not lying? Facing the Empress questioning, Colin smiled faintly and asked, Your Highness, how can you prove that you are Vera's biological mother? The Empress chuckled and said, You can ask Marquis Garcia about this. Colin immediately responded, When I killed Charles, Knight Campbell was also present. You can also ask him about it. The Empress seemed to understand something, and she suddenly said, No wonder you appointed Knight Campbell as the new commander of the Golden Lion Legion. That's right. Colin pretended that he had been seen through by the Empress. Anyway, the Empress would not be able to ask Knight Campbell for confirmation in a short time, so Colin was not worried that his lie would be exposed. As for the future, Colin only wanted to get through this hurdle in front of him. Once he had complete control of the northern frontier, even if the Empress found out that he was lying, so what? Your Highness, how about this? If people find out that I was the one who killed Charles, then my reputation in the northern frontier will be ruined, and Vera will also break off relations with me. She might even send the Knight of the House of St. Hilda to kill me. Empress Medela thought for a moment, and she seemed to be relieved, but her face was full of resentment. What? You've told me so many secrets, yet you still refuse to obey me. Could it be that I'm too old to enter your eyes? Of course not. Your Highness, you are the most beautiful woman I have ever seen in my life. Colin decisively flattered her, and then he said with a righteous face, But I have my own bottom line. Empress Medela looked at Colin seriously for a long time, and a trace of sadness flashed in her eyes. She sighed and said, Bottom line. That's good. I hope you remember your perseverance today. After saying that, she let go of Colin and took a few steps back. She held her head high, and once again regained her dignified image of the Empress of the Empire. Colin finally relaxed, and only then did he realize that his back was completely soaked in cold sweat. Remember this handprint? Empress Medela said, and at the same time, she raised her hands in front of her chest, palms facing inwards, and intertwined her fingers to form a lotus-like handprint. When you see this handprint in the future, you can trust it. Yes. Colin hurriedly noted it down, and then he bowed and left. The next morning, the sun was bright and gentle, and it felt very comfortable when it shone on people's bodies. Today, the Emperor of the Empire of Light, His Majesty Reinhardt San Lorenzo, would confer Vera St. Hilda as the Dukes of the North at the Phoenix Palace. In addition, the Emperor would also confer Colin Angeli with the authority of the Northern Frontier Guardian in recognition of his outstanding contributions to the war against the Trolls and the Northern Frontier Rebellion. Of course, Colin knew very well that the key reason why he was able to obtain the authority of the Northern Frontier Guardian was because he had won the trust of Empress Medela last night. In this way, Colin would become the most powerful person in the Northern Frontier. He would be able to control the lords of the Northern Frontier without relying on Vera's name. This was also a necessary measure that the Emperor had taken to prevent Vera from being influenced by the Church. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Colin and Vera rode on their horses and began patrolling the Imperial Dragon City under the protection of the Honorable Knights. Of course, although they were patrolling the whole city, they were actually just going around the Phoenix Palace. The soldiers of the city guards had already blocked the surrounding roads, preventing carriages and pedestrians from passing through. The nobles and the servants of the various families could only gather on both sides of the road and look at the soon-to-be appointed Dukes of the North with curious eyes. Today, Vera was wearing a gorgeous duke's formal attire. Her beautiful hair was coiled into the most popular upper-class bun style, and a sparkling and translucent pearl necklace hung around her neck. Light makeup was applied to her delicate and three-dimensional facial features. Her radiant beauty and graceful and noble temperament immediately attracted the attention of many noble young men. Perhaps these fellows were secretly cursing Colin in their hearts. How could this country baron's son beat them to such a beautiful woman who had both beauty and power in her whole life? This was not because Colin was being petty or deliberately making things difficult for the nobles in the capital. Those who were looking at him from both sides of the street from time to time were almost undisguised jealousy and hatred. After patrolling the city, Colin and Vera arrived at the Phoenix Palace. Four knights clad in exquisite armor and holding ceremonial spears stepped forward to escort the two of them as they walked on the golden cashmere carpet. As soon as they entered the main hall, they could see that there were 6 statues of angels holding swords on both sides of the hall. The statues were carved out of white glazed rock and their wings were retracted. Their eyebrows and eyes were lowered as they faced the entrance of the main hall. They were half kneeling on the pedestal as if they were bowing their heads in respect to Colin and Vera. Passing by the angel statue, the two sides of the hall were filled with important figures of the Radiance Empire. Everyone slowly turned their heads and saluted the group of beauties who had just walked in. Only the footsteps of the ceremonial knights and Colin and his wife could be heard in the hall. The atmosphere was heavy and solemn. Halfway through the journey, Colin suddenly stopped and allowed Vera to continue walking towards Emperor Reinhardt. The sunlight shone through the crystal skylight at the top of the hall, forming a pure beam of light that enveloped Vera and Emperor Reinhardt, who were standing in the middle of the hall. Vera's body was coated with a faint golden halo under the sunlight. She pulled out her sword from her waist and half knelt on the steps. She lowered her head and held the sword in her hand. Emperor Reinhardt took Vera's sword and placed the blade on her shoulder. He then said in a clear voice, "Don't worry. I, the Emperor of the Radiance Empire, Reinhardt San Lorenzo, hereby confer Vera St. Hilda the title of Dukes of the North of the Radiance Empire in the name of the God of Light and our holy ancestors. I hope that you will use your loyalty, courage, and wisdom to protect this honor." Immediately, Vera's clear but slightly immature voice sounded in the hall. "I, Vera St. Hilda, swear on the souls of the ancestors of the Golden Lion family that I will devote my loyalty to the God of Light and the great San Lorenzo. Your will is the direction that I will move forward in and your orders are the beliefs that I will abide by." Emperor Reinhardt nodded his head and returned the sword to Vera. He then took out the Duke's seal from the tray that the knight was holding next to him and gave it to Vera. At this point, Vera's conferring ceremony was officially over. The ownership of the Dukes of the North had finally been decided. Colin looked at the scene in front of him and finally breathed a long sigh of relief. Of course, Vera becoming a duke did not mean that everything would be fine. Colin knew that there was still a more severe test waiting for him. As Vera stepped aside, Colin strode forward and knelt down in front of Emperor Reinhardt. Emperor Reinhardt looked deeply at the young knight who was kneeling in front of him and an extremely complicated expression flashed through his eyes. It was not until Empress Medela, who was behind him, coughed a few times that he came back to his senses and said loudly again, "I, the Emperor of the Empire of Light, Reinhardt San Lorenzo, on behalf of all the lords and nobles of the Empire, hereby confer upon Colin Viscount Angley the authority of the guardian of the northern frontier in this sacred land." Emperor Reinhardt then took out the golden dagger that symbolized the status of the guardian and handed it to Colin. Colin took the dagger with both hands and said loudly, "I, Colin Angeli, in this holy land, under the watchful eyes of the God of Light, shoulder the responsibility of protecting the northern region, and take this as my honor. From today onwards, until the day my life ends." Then, Colin got up and was about to leave, but he was stopped by Emperor Reinhardt. "Viscount Angley, the sword at your waist is the blade of judgment, right?" Colin was stunned and quickly stopped. He bowed slightly and said, "Yes, Your Majesty." "Can I see it?" "Of course." Clank, Colin slowly pulled out the sword and handed it to Emperor Reinhardt. Emperor Reinhardt held the sword with one hand and slowly stroked the dark blade with the other hand. The flame-like patterns on the blade emitted bursts of golden light wherever he touched. 3 emperors have already died under this sword, right? Yes, Your Majesty. There were indeed 3 emperors, the Dark Emperor who was killed by the judge Duke Saint Theon 300 years ago, the Troll Emperor Timiv who was killed by the Duke Saint Hilda 5 years ago, and the Troll Emperor Modo II who was killed by Colin at the beginning of this year. Emperor Reinhardt stared at the knight's sword for a long time before he suddenly asked, "Do you know what the Kingslayer said before he killed the Dark Emperor 300 years ago?" Colin shook his head. He had no idea what Emperor Reinhardt was trying to do. The nobles who came to watch the ceremony were also confused. Only Queen Medella's eyes flashed as if she was thinking about something. Emperor Reinhardt suddenly made his move. The long sword drew a golden light in the air, and in the blink of an eye, it was at Colin's throat. The hall was filled with cries of surprise. Everyone was frightened by the emperor's actions. Dara was anxious and wanted to rush over, but she was stopped by Queen Medella. Colin did not move. He did not even blink. It was as if the weapon in front of him was not stained with the blood of the 3 emperors, but a harmless wooden stick. Emperor Reinhardt saw Colin's calm reaction and a hint of admiration flashed in his eyes. He said, "On behalf of my lord, I will give you the judgment you deserve." Colin blinked and waited for the emperor to continue. Sure enough, Emperor Reinhardt asked again, "Do you know how the Dark Emperor responded?" Colin shook his head again. "Your Majesty, please forgive my ignorance." Of course, Emperor Reinhardt would not blame Colin. In fact, this period of history had always been a taboo. None of the nobles present knew what happened at that time. They only knew that the Kingslayer killed the Dark Emperor. As for the specific process and the details of the cause, they had been deliberately hidden. Now, for some reason, Emperor Reinhardt wanted to reveal this dusty history. The Dark Emperor said. The corners of Emperor Reinhardt's mouth curled up slightly. "You can't represent my lord, you can only represent yourself." Colin narrowed his eyes, thinking about what the emperor wanted to say. After Emperor Reinhardt said this, he returned the blade of judgment to Colin and then left without saying a word. Dara trotted over, held Colin's arm, and asked, "Colin, are you okay?" "Of course, I'm fine." Colin patted Dara's arm gently and walked out. The nobles who were watching the ceremony came forward to congratulate the 2 rulers of the northern frontier. After dealing with this group of people, Colin held Vera's hand and walked out of the hall. However, he saw a familiar figure in front of the stairs. Colin's lips curled into an inexplicable smile as he greeted. "Good day, Governor Seabass." They went all the way back to their residence. Colin asked Vera to go wash up and get changed before he invited Governor Seabass to take a seat in the living room. "Your Excellency, is there anything I can help you with?" Seabass' attitude at this time could be said to have taken a 180-degree turn. He was no longer as arrogant as he was when they first met. Instead, he seemed to be trying to curry favor with Colin. Of course, Colin understood that the other party must have heard the news about the Prime Minister's proposal regarding the election of senators. That was why he panicked. It was impossible for him not to panic. With Seabass' many years of experience as a senator, he knew that the reform proposal would definitely be passed. The rules of the Senate would also be completely rewritten. Originally, with his superior position as a senator, Seabass did not even need to deliberately curry favor with Vera, the Dukes of the North. After all, the senator's position was for life. Even if Vera did not like Seabass, she would not be able to replace him. As for the next senator, Seabass was not in a hurry. His body was still very healthy, and it would not be a problem for him to live for another 20 to 30 years. By that time, who knew what the situation in the northern frontier would be like? Even if Vera was still the Dukes of the North, Seabass could still make some compromises and exchanges in the year or 2 before his death so that his favorite successor could become the senator candidate recommended by the House of St. Hilda. But now, it was different. The senator's election was held once every 3 years, and every senator was eligible to participate in it. In order to protect his position, Seabass had to compromise immediately. Moreover, he had already noticed that there was an undercurrent among the senators in the northern frontier. Obviously, the House of St. Hilda had already begun to take action. Seabass knew that if he did not take any measures now, it would be too late. Viscount Angley, actually, the main reason I came here today is to apologize to you. Apologize? Your Excellency, I don't remember you offending me. I want to apologize to you on behalf of Wilbur. Webb. Colin thought for a moment before realizing that Seabass was talking about his grandson. He was the knight that Colin and Vera had met when they went to visit Colin and Seabass previously. He was the knight who had provoked them but ended up getting beaten up by Colin. Yes, Lord Viscounts. Webb's actions last time were indeed inappropriate, so I would like to sincerely apologize to you on his behalf. Colin rolled his eyes and thought to himself, sincere my ass. That brat didn't even show up, so how could he be sincere? Sir Consul, you're too polite. We were just exchanging martial arts skills. There was nothing wrong with Knight Webber's behavior. You are too kind. Seabass' old face smiled like a chrysanthemum flower as he pretended to be kind and said, now that Vera has been conferred as one of the Dukes of the North, and even you have obtained the authority of the Guardian of the Northern Frontier, congratulations. I wonder when you plan to return to the Northern Frontier. We plan to leave tomorrow. So soon? Yes, after all, the Northern Frontier has just been stabilized, and there are still a lot of things that need to be dealt with urgently. We have already stayed in Imperial Dragon City for a long time, and we can't delay any longer. Seabass quickly invited them warmly, then I will host a banquet in the manor tonight to send you off. I hope that you and Lord Duke can come and attend. There is no need for a banquet. Vera and I have already made arrangements for tonight. Colin waved his hand and rejected the other party's kindness. Seabass was slightly stunned, but he immediately sent out another invitation. How about this afternoon? Lunch? Colin glanced at the other party with a smile. Do you have time to prepare it in such a short time? Seabass said solemnly, as long as you and Lord Duke are willing to come, I will ask them to arrange everything in the shortest time possible. There is no need to trouble yourself. Colin waved his hand and refused again. Seeing that Seabass was still unwilling to give up, Colin directly asked the question that the other party was really concerned about. Are you looking for me today because of the Senate election? Seabass was stunned. He did not expect Colin to be so direct, but he quickly reacted and nodded. Yes. I think you should have already heard about the Prime Minister's proposal for the reform of the Senate. Sigh, this is really nonsense. That old man Heidegger doesn't even know what he is doing. In my opinion, he is simply touching the most important pillar that maintains the political balance of the empire. If this proposal is passed, he will be completely nailed to the pillar of shame in history, and he will be spurned for all eternity. Colin smiled as he looked at the incompetent and furious Seabass who was cursing the Prime Minister. He then picked up the coffee on the table and sipped it quietly. When the other party finally calmed down a little, he spoke again. Are you worried about whether you will be able to be elected in the next Senate election? Ahem. I am a little worried. Seabass looked very embarrassed. Actually, Vera and I both want to replace you. What? Seabass was shocked by Colin's frankness. His mouth was wide open, and he looked like a fish out of water. Why are you doing this? Colin glanced at the other party faintly. He felt disdain in his heart, but he still comforted him. We are also thinking that after all, you have been the senator for so many years, and you must be very tired. Therefore, it is better to change someone to help you. I am not tired. Seabass was anxious. Lord Viscounts, after all, I have been the senator for more than 40 years, and I have a lot of experience. I know how to get the most benefits for the Northern Frontier in the Senate. You can't, is that so? Colin interrupted Seabass coldly, and his tone became impolite. Then why did you oppose the vote on Vera's inheritance? Seabass sighed and said sincerely, Lord Viscounts, I admit that I have some prejudice against the Duke and you in the past, but I promise you that from now on, I will turn over a new leaf. I will always be on the same page as His Excellency the Duke. Why are you prejudiced? Because, after all, the Duke was once a mage, Your Excellency Seabass, Colin interrupted coldly. If you are not willing to tell the truth, then there is no need for us to continue this conversation. Seabass had a struggling expression on his face, but under Colin's indifferent gaze, he still spoke the truth. Lord Viscounts, the reason why I was hostile to you before was because of the peace agreement you reached with the giant demon empire. Peace agreement? Colin was puzzled. He could not understand why this agreement would cause Seabass to be hostile to him. Seabass coughed twice and explained, I have some personal relations with the presidents of several chambers of commerce in the northern frontier, and they have some opinions about the tax exemption clause in this agreement. Colin thought for a moment, and finally understood where Seabass' hostility came from. In the peace agreement he had forced the giant demon empire to sign, there was a tax exemption clause. However, this tax exemption was not for all merchants in the northern frontier. Only the merchants in Colin's Viscount's territory could enjoy the tax exemption when entering the giant demon empire. Obviously, this point had made the other merchants in the northern frontier jealous, which was why they had approached Governor Seabass. From the extravagant scene Colin had seen in the governor's house, he was afraid that the financial support these merchants in the northern frontier had given to Seabass was not a small amount. It was no wonder that Seabass had been targeting Vera and Colin. Moreover, Colin knew that he had done something else that would definitely make the large chambers of commerce in the northern frontier hate him to the bone. In the beginning, in order to disrupt the northern frontier and cause a famine, Mr. Kong had asked the Tulip Chamber of Commerce, which was controlled by the Oman family, to take the lead in stockpiling food. This move had quickly received the response of many merchants in the northern frontier. In order to raise the price of food, these mercenary merchants had completely disregarded the lives of the people in the northern frontier. Fortunately, Colin had bought a large amount of food from the half-elf kingdom, alleviating the famine in the northern frontier. However, at the same time, it had also hindered the merchants in the northern frontier from making a fortune. Later, after Vera took control of chilly Winter City, she began to forcibly stabilize the price of food and ordered the merchants to open their warehouses to sell food. This further intensified the conflict with the merchants. Colin did not put these merchants in his eyes. After all, this era was different from the era of his predecessor. The status of merchants was not high, and it did not matter if he offended them. However, he did not expect that these merchants would find a way to exert their influence, which caused a lot of trouble for Vera. Colin rubbed his chin and began to reflect. Was he too kind to these merchants in the past? At this time, he also realized that the key to the problem was not Seabass, but the merchants in the northern frontier. He did not care about them in the past, but now it seemed that the influence of these merchants could not be completely ignored. It seemed that after returning this time, he would have to reorganize this group of merchants. Seabass looked at the silent Colin and felt nervous. After a while, he said tentatively, Lord Viscounts, please rest assured that I will draw a clear line with these merchants in the future. Colin came back to his senses and smiled at Seabass again. Your Excellency Seabass, it's great that you've changed your mind. I believe that the Duke will be willing to give you a chance to turn over a new leaf. After all, you are still an elder of the House of St. Hilda. Seabass' eyes lit up and his face turned red with excitement. He quickly expressed his loyalty. Thank you for your trust. Please rest assured, and the Duke also rest assured. From now on, I will follow the Duke's and your lead. Colin nodded and seemed to be satisfied with Seabass' attitude. He then said lightly, by the way, the Duke will return to the northern frontier tomorrow. There is no need for a farewell banquet, but I do hope that you can send more guards to escort the Duke. Of course, no problem. Seabass immediately said, my manor guards have more than 700 elite soldiers, and I will leave them all to you. Why don't you leave some behind? Aren't you afraid that a thief will sneak into the house? I have confidence in the strength of the Imperial Dragon City's guards. No thief would dare to act wildly here. That's good. Colin didn't stand on ceremony and nodded in agreement. But then, he seemed to casually say, oh right, Knight Weber, who exchanged martial arts with me last time, he should also be in the guard team, right? Seabass was stunned. He finally understood Colin's plan. This was to let his grandson go to Winter City as a hostage. After hesitating for a moment, Seabass steeled his heart and nodded, of course. Webb has always held your martial arts in high esteem. If he has the opportunity to learn from you, he will definitely not miss it. That's great. Colin stood up with a smile and shook hands with Seabass. Rest assured, I will take good care of Knight Webb. The next morning, outside the north gate of Imperial Dragon City. The number of people who came to send off the new Dukes of the North and the Guardian of the Northern Frontier was quite large, and their standards were also quite high. Even Emperor Reinhardt and Pope Gregory had come. Dara was wearing a light green traveling suit today, and the Golden Duke armband emitted a dazzling brilliance under the sun. Her tall and straight posture showed a valiant temperament, and the sweet smile on her face was as gentle as ever. Colin was wearing a set of silver armor, and the surface of the armor was suffused with a cold light, mysterious and cold, like a knight from the underworld. The surface of the armor was covered with complicated arcane patterns, and at a glance, one could tell that it was an expensive enchanted armor. In fact, this set of armor was sent by Governor Seabass last night, saying that it was a farewell gift for Colin. Colin guessed that this set of expensive armor was most likely sent by the merchants behind Seabass. They must have realized the crisis and wanted to repair their relationship with Colin as soon as possible. Colin did not refuse the goodwill of the merchants, and he deliberately wore this set of armor today to make them feel at ease. Of course, Colin would not be bought by a set of armor. He was now the guardian of the northern frontier, and he was not that cheap. This was just to numb the merchants. When they returned to the northern frontier, Colin would definitely teach these greedy bastards a good lesson. Emperor Reinhardt stood at the front of the group and looked at the beautiful couple in front of him with a smile. Dara, Colin, the northern frontier of the Empire depends on you too. I hope that you will not let me down, and do not let the House of St. Hilda's reputation be tarnished. Yes, Your Majesty. Empress Midella held the hands of Prince Harrison and Princess Judy and walked forward. And these two little guys, I hope that they will not give you too much trouble. Of course not. Dara quickly took Harrison and Judy from the Empress' hands. We will take good care of them. Empress Midella's eyes were filled with reluctance, but she did not say anything. Emperor Reinhardt, however, said expressionlessly, young eagles have to leave their nests and endure the baptism of wind and rain alone. The two of them were like a pair of loving mother and strict father, but Colin suddenly felt that something was wrong. At this moment, Pope Gregory stepped forward. He first drew a holy cross in front of Vera, then prayed warmly, I'm sorry. Your Excellency, may my Lord's light illuminate your path. Dara quickly returned the greeting. Colin, on the other hand, stared at the Pope's movements, fearing that the Pope would try something funny again. Now, he was quite wary of this bald old man. However, Colin felt that there were pros and cons to the divine power that the Pope had cast on Vera. As for the drawback, of course, Vera would be affected by this and she would become more inclined towards the Church. However, this was not without its benefits. At present, Colin could also see that the royal family had appointed him as the guardian of the northern frontier because they wanted him to be the vanguard against the Church. However, how could Colin be willing to become a chess piece of the royal family and fight for the interests of the royal family? Therefore, Vera, who had been cast on by the Pope, could be a wonderful excuse. Colin could also use this opportunity to waver between the Church and the royal family and wait for the best price instead of foolishly becoming a chess piece of the royal family. At this time, the Pope also came in front of Colin and said with a smile, Viscount Angley, I can feel the favor that the Holy Light has for you. I believe that you will achieve great success on the path of the night. Colin raised his eyebrows. He remembered that when he was in Winter City, the Archbishop of the Northern Frontier, Akani, had also said something similar to him. At that time, he thought that the Pope was just flattering him, but now it seemed that it was not the case. Could it be that the vampires were related to the God of Light, or could it be that he had drunk too much holy water to have such a reaction? Your Holiness, this is the grace of the God of Light. Colin said with a smile. Pope Gregory looked at Colin with deep meaning, and then did not say anything more. Colin and Vera said goodbye to the nobles who came to see them off one by one, and then turned back to the carriage. Before getting into the carriage, Colin glanced at the guards who were accompanying them, and as expected, he found the grandson of Consul Seabass, Knight Weber. This guy seemed to be afraid of Colin's revenge and was trying to reduce his presence. Colin smiled faintly and ignored him. He helped Vera into the carriage, and then carried Prince Harrison and Princess Judy into the carriage. Finally, he got into the carriage himself. Under the watchful eyes of the nobles in the imperial capital, the Duke of the Northern Region's fleet of carriages headed north in a grandiose manner. It was already the end of summer, and the scenery in the fields was pleasant, and the sun was shining brightly. In the carriage, Vera had already taken out a copy of the Book of Light and was reading it. When Colin saw this, he frowned secretly. For a moment, he did not know whether it was the Pope's magic or Vera who wanted to better understand the church after she converted. The two little girls of the royal family were sitting upright at first, but soon they began to get impatient. Princess Judy's big eyes were rolling around, and suddenly she said to Colin, "Teacher, can you tell me a story?" This royal princess was wearing a pink floral dress. Her delicate little face was bright and beautiful, especially her pair of sapphire-like eyes. There was actually a trace of a peerless and enchanting temperament. Perhaps she had inherited it from the peerless beauty of her mother, the Empress. Of course, in Colin's impression of her, she was just a mischievous little girl. He clearly remembered how she had tried to step on his feet at the ball back then. Feeling mischievous, Colin nodded and said, "Okay, then I will tell you a story." "Thank you, teacher." Princess Judy smiled sweetly. Prince Harrison, who was a little restrained at the side, was taken aback. He had learned a painful lesson from the last time, and he knew that the teacher's story was not so good. If he listened to it, he might have nightmares again tonight. Thinking of this, he quickly said, "Sister Vera, teacher, I want to go out and take a breath of fresh air." "Go." Colin nodded with a smile. Prince Harrison immediately ran out as if he had been granted amnesty. Princess Judy looked at her brother's embarrassed figure and whispered, "Deserter." Colin glanced at the strange princess, cleared his throat, and began to tell the story. Legend has it that in the depths of the vast sea, there is a kingdom of mermaids. The king has 6 daughters, and the youngest daughter is the most beautiful, and the one who sings the best. What are mermaids? Naga? Princess Judy could not help but interrupt. Something like that, but they are more beautiful. Colin casually explained and continued to tell the story. When the little mermaid princess was 15 years old, she floated to the surface of the sea to play. When she saw a handsome prince, she was deeply attracted to him. The storm destroyed the prince's ship. As the story developed, even Vera, who did not pay attention to the story at first, put down the book in her hand and listened attentively to Colin's story. The little mermaid princess found a witch, drank the elixir and turned into a human, but she was also cursed. The little mermaid princess became mute, and every step she took was like stepping on the tip of a knife. If the prince did not marry the little mermaid princess, she would have turned into foam in the sea. Vera and Judy were completely fascinated by Colin's story at this time, and they could not help but worry about the little mermaid princess when they heard the story. She found the prince and danced the most beautiful dance for him, but unfortunately, the prince did not know what kind of pain she was enduring, and he did not know that she was the one who saved him. The little mermaid princess's sisters could not bear to see her die, so they begged the witch. The witch gave the little mermaid princess a sharp knife, and the only way to break the curse was to use this knife to kill the prince. However, the little mermaid princess did not kill the prince. She only kissed the prince's forehead before she jumped into the sea. What happened after that? Princess Judy asked anxiously. After that, Colin said in a low voice, after that, no one could find the little mermaid princess anymore, and they only found a piece of white foam in the sea. After telling the story of the daughter of the sea, Colin picked up the water bottle to moisten his throat. However, the atmosphere in the carriage was extremely solemn at this time. The little girl was already touched by the tragedy of the little mermaid princess, and she almost cried out loud. Even Vera's eyes were red, and she looked at Colin with a somewhat unfriendly expression. She seemed to be blaming him for telling such a sad story. The little mermaid princess, is she really dead? Princess Judy could not help but ask timidly. Yes, she turned into a piece of white foam in the sea. Colin gave a cruel answer with an indifferent expression on his face. Wah! Princess Judy could no longer hold back her tears and cried out loudly. Vera glared at Colin fiercely and quickly went over to hug the little girl in her arms and comforted her gently. Colin touched the tip of his nose, and he seemed to feel that he had gone a little too far. Thus, he hurriedly took out some small cakes that Empress Medela had prepared before he left and gave them to Princess Judy, comforting her. Here, your favorite cake. Unfortunately, Princess Judy ignored him and buried her head in Vera's arms. Her shoulders were twitching, and she looked very sad. Colin suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Fortunately, the carriage suddenly stopped, and at the same time, Scholar Dwayne's voice came from outside the carriage. "Duke, we have met the president of the Sorcerer's Parliament, Ernest. He wants to meet you." Colin immediately got up and said to Vera, "You have already converted to the God of Light. If you continue to be entangled with the Sorcerer's Parliament, it will only cause gossip. Let me go and meet him." Vera nodded. Colin quickly got out of the carriage. Princess Judy raised her head from Vera's arms, but her face was full of tears, and it was very distressing to look at her. Vera handed the small cake over and said, "Do you want to eat some?" Princess Judy took the small cake and stuffed it into her mouth. Her rosy cheeks suddenly puffed up. The cake was sweet and delicious, and it was her favorite food in the past. However, at this time it was inexplicably bitter. Colin got off the carriage and saw a tall figure in a silver mage robe in front of the convoy. In fact, Colin did not want to see the chairman of the Mage Parliament if he did not have an excuse to come out. In Colin's opinion, this old mage's political sensitivity was too low and he could not see the situation clearly. He did not know if it was because he had spent too much time on arcane research that he had neglected other aspects. "Good day, Viscount Angley." "Good day, Mr. Ernest." Colin greeted him with a smile, but his eyes were looking around, as if he was admiring the scenery in the fields. Ernest didn't mind Colin's rudeness and asked, "Would it be possible for me to meet the Duke?" "I'm sorry, the Duke is not in good health. If you have anything to say, you can tell me directly. I will help you pass on the message." Ernest sighed, as if he understood Vera's attitude. After the Duke converted to the God of Light, he was afraid that he would gradually alienate the Mage Parliament, and he would not be able to use his identity as a mage to get preferential treatment in the northern frontier. However, for the future of the Mage Parliament, Ernest still wanted to give it a try. "Sir Viscounts, I took the liberty to come here this time because I hope that the Duke can relax the restrictions on mages in the past so that we can travel freely in the northern frontier like before." Colin had already heard about the restrictions on mages that Ernest mentioned. Of course, this was also the consequence of Mr. Feng's sacrifice of Fallen Eagle City. Ever since the conditions to cast the forbidden spell trials I were known, the entire Empire of Light's hostility towards mages immediately rose to another level. Every lord of the Empire began to worry about whether their territory would become the target of the mages' sacrifice. Therefore, all the lords of the Empire tacitly issued a ban on mages, prohibiting any mages from entering the cities under their rule. Of course, it was not difficult for mages to disguise themselves as ordinary people and sneak into the cities of the Empire of Light. After all, not every city's guards could accurately distinguish a mage from a crowd. However, this still brought a lot of trouble to the mages. This was the reason why the mages wanted to enter the cities of the Empire of Light. Logically speaking, the Congress of Mages did not believe in the God of Light, so they were naturally enemies of the Empire. But in reality, they could not leave the Empire. In order to become a mage, one had to have arcane talent. However, arcane talent was extremely rare. It was almost 1 in 1,000, or even 1 in 10,000. Therefore, it was very difficult to find a mage apprentice. Based on the population of Yeovil City alone, the mage apprentices would have been extinct long ago. Thus, even though the mages loathed the Empire of Light, they had no choice but to come to the Empire in search of apprentices with arcane talent. In order to find out a child's arcane talent, they had to cast a test spell. However, the arcane undulations produced by this test spell would expose the location of the mages. That was why it was impossible for mages to disguise themselves as ordinary people and sneak into the city. As long as they wanted to find talented apprentices, they would have to constantly cast testing spells, which would then attract the attention of the city guards. In the current tense situation, every lord would be especially sensitive to the arcane ripples in their city. Once they discovered them, they would immediately send out their elite troops to search and capture them. Once they caught the mages that had snuck in, they would not hesitate to hang them to death. That was why Ernest panicked. "I'm sorry, Lord Ernest. I can't agree to your request. As for the reason, I'm sure you know. Vera will not put her own people in danger." Colin rejected the other party's request without hesitation. The life and death of the mages had nothing to do with him. Ernest's tone was urgent as he said again, "Viscount Angley, the Mage Parliament has already listed the Blade of Judgment as a forbidden spell. Please believe me, we definitely have no intention of sacrificing innocent people. If you are still worried, I can restrict the mages that enter the northern frontier to be grade 3 and below. They definitely won't have the ability to cast a forbidden spell. Moreover, the moment they do anything inappropriate, the city guards will be able to capture them easily. Colin shrugged and shook his head again. I'm sorry, but this will still arouse the disgust of the lords of the northern frontier. Ernest could hear that Colin's tone was slightly relaxed. He was excited and quickly threw out a bait. Your Excellency Viscounts, do you want to know which high-level mage cast the spell to blow up the cliff in the Shadow Canyon and blocked the escape route of Black Cavalry? Colin's expression changed. Finally, his interest was piqued. To be honest, if Ernest thought that he could make the northern frontier open the door to the mages just because of Vera's old friendship with the mages, then he would be too naive. Fortunately, the other party finally came to his senses and understood that only by giving the northern frontier what they wanted, there would be room for negotiation. Tell me his name and the relevant evidence to prove that this person is involved in the conspiracy against Black Cavalry. After I confirm it, I will agree to allow mages that are grade 3 and below to enter the northern frontier freely. A smile finally appeared on Ernest's face. His furrowed brows also relaxed. He wasn't the slightest bit worried that Colin would go back on his word. Your Excellency Viscounts, this person is the Duke's teacher, Mage Xianxia. Xianxia? Colin raised his eyebrows. He was a little surprised by this answer. But then he felt that it was really possible. After all, when Mr. Chu Feng sacrificed Fallen Eagle City, he had arranged for Xianxia to guard outside the city to prevent any possible disturbances. So, these two people had colluded for a long time. When Mr. Chu Feng was scheming against Black Cavalry, it was reasonable for him to arrange for Xianxia to go to the Shadow Canyon to cooperate with the eastern frontier. Yes, it is Xianxia. Your Excellency Viscounts, if you don't believe me, you can send someone to the eastern frontier to investigate. It was the Pegasus Legion who set up the ambush in the Shadow Canyon. Although most of them have died in the hands of Black Cavalry, there are still a group of injured soldiers who have returned to White Dew City. These people have seen Xianxia, so it is not difficult for you to verify it. Xianxia. Haha. Colin sneered. He thought of this mage who had taken the initiative to come to him and wanted to become the arcane consultant of the House of St. Hilda. If he knew that Marquis Garcia was Vera's biological father, he would regret it very much. Colin did not have a good impression of this guy. Now that he had such a reason, of course, he would not be soft-hearted. Thank you for the information you have provided, Mr. Ernest. I will discuss with Vera about allowing some mages to enter the northern frontier to look for apprentices. Of course, in order to not arouse the fear of the lords of the northern frontier, the way you choose your inheritance will have to be changed. I hope you can understand this. After I discuss with Vera about a feasible plan, I will contact you again. Ernest was happy when he heard this and quickly thanked him. After the president of the Mage Council left, Colin stood in the same place and fell into deep thought. He suddenly felt that Javier might be a partner that he could cooperate with. First of all, mages were natural enemies of the church, and the enemy could also become friends. For the same reason, Javier was also a big problem for the eastern region. On this issue, their position was once again the same as the northern frontier. In addition, Colin had already grasped the weakness of the Mage Council, the search for the inheritors. Therefore, it would be a matter of time before he could draw the mages to his side. As for the issue of faith that the nobles of the empire were generally afraid of, Colin did not have much respect for the God of Light at all. He even used the God of Light's name to develop his blood descendants. Of course, he did not mind cooperating with the mages who did not believe in the God of Light. As for whether this move would arouse the opposition of the lords of the northern frontier, Colin did not care too much. On the contrary, he was very interested to see how many lords of the northern frontier would oppose if Vera proposed to remove the ban on some mages. How many of them would oppose? Colin could also take this opportunity to clean up the northern frontier. Father. We need to find a place to hide from the rain. Hanses wiped the rainwater off his face and shouted anxiously. However, the tall and thin figure in front of him did not even turn around. Father. Why don't we find a higher place and tie the two horses together? We can hide under the horses' stomachs and leave after the rain stops. Sonny finally turned around to look at his son, who was in a sorry state, and roared in exasperation, "Shut up! As a knight of the Granta family, can't you take a little rein?" Xianxia saw that his father was angry and immediately stopped shouting. However, he still looked indignant and muttered softly, "Not a knight apprentice." The two of them walked through the heavy rain for a while. Xianxia suddenly shouted excitedly, "Fire, father! There's fire in front!" Sonny looked at the direction Xianxia was pointing at and frowned slightly. He said doubtfully, "We shouldn't have reached East Spring Town yet. Could it be a traveler passing by? No matter what it is, if there's fire, it means there's a place to hide from the rain. Let's go hide." Xianxia squeezed the horse's stomach and sped up slightly. Sonny also temporarily put away his doubts and sped up. After walking for about 45 minutes, the two of them finally reached the top of a small hill. There was a large campsite here. Sonny looked at the obviously well-trained guards and tall war horses in the campsite and was shocked. He knew that this was definitely a noble's carriage, and a big one at that. The patrolling guards saw the two of them and immediately came forward to question them. "Honorable Knight, I am Sonny from the Granta family. This is my son, Xianxia's. We are passing by this place. May I borrow your campsite to hide from this damned storm?" "Grantu? The Lord's family of Winterspring Town?" "Yes. Please wait for a moment." The knight returned to the campsite, probably to ask for instructions. Not long after, he returned and nodded at the two of them, "Come in. Thank you very much for your generosity." Sonny and his son led their horses into the campsite and were led into a large tent by the knight. There were already 7 to 8 guards gathered inside. "Give these two guests from the Granta family a blanket each. Let them warm up by the fire and drink some hot soup," the knight who led them ordered. Hans hurriedly thanked him. With the help of the firelight in the tent, Sonny was able to clearly see the knight's armor and the golden lion insignia on his chest. Shocked, he blurted out, "Excuse me, is this the carriage of the Dukes of the North?" The knight nodded. "Yes, the Duke will also pass by Winterspring Town, so he can bring the two of you along." "Thank you so much." Sonny hurriedly expressed his gratitude, but a sense of doubt welled up in his heart. He knew that the Duke of St. Hilda had just been conferred a title by the Emperor, so the convoy should be returning to the northern frontier. But the problem was that the convoy wouldn't pass by Winterspring Town from Imperial Dragon City. Of course, Sonny wouldn't take the liberty to voice the doubts in his heart. He just smiled and said, "I wonder if I can have the honor to meet Her Grace and thank her personally?" "It's too late today. I'll ask around for you tomorrow." "Okay, thank you very much." After watching the knight leave with large strides, Sean fell into deep thought as he drank the hot soup his son gave him. The next morning, the storm had stopped. The soldiers in the camp started a bonfire and started preparing breakfast. Steam rose from the 3 large pots as a few fat Mongolian gazelles rolled around on the barbecue rack. Golden grease dripped into the bonfire and exploded into sparks. The alluring aroma made Granto and his son swallow their saliva uncontrollably. After the meat was cooked, the servants untied the gazelles from the grill and skillfully used a small knife to cut the tender meat into 2 exquisite silver plates. 2 young and beautiful maids carried the silver plates and walked towards the most luxurious tent in the middle of the camp. Hans stared at the maids' perky buttocks, while Sonny stared at the tent in the middle of the camp. After breakfast, Sonny and Hans changed into clean clothes. After making sure that they didn't neglect anything, they patiently waited for the Duke to summon them. Not long after, the knight who led them into the camp last night came over and led them to the tent in the middle of the camp. Under Hans' curious and eager gaze, the 2 maids opened the tent's curtain and a delicate leather boot stepped out first. Then, a graceful figure came into Hans' sight. When the snow-white hand touched the curtain, Hans finally saw the face of the owner of the hand. Then, the 16-year-old boy was stunned. Her golden hair was coiled into an elegant upper-class bun, and her blue eyes were even deeper than sapphires. Her delicate nose was like jade, and her lips were as red as fire. There was a faint smile on her fair face, and as her eyes moved, Hans' mind became blank. He had long heard that the Dukes of the North was a stunning beauty. However, even though he had imagined her face countless times, it could not be compared to seeing her in person. Hans stared blankly at Vera as she walked out of the tent. He just wanted to crawl in front of her, kiss her feet, and praise her with the most beautiful poems. Unfortunately, this beauty did not even notice the silly boy from the Granta family. Instead, her left hand was holding the hand of another handsome boy behind her. Han's heart was immediately consumed by jealousy. Of course, he knew that this handsome young man should be the husband of the Dukes of the North, Viscount Angley. However, Hans could not help but wonder why this goddess-like person was not holding his hand. Sonny looked at his son who was standing still and staring blankly at him. He knew that his son's old habit was acting up again. Therefore, he quickly stepped forward and blocked his son's rude gaze. He then bowed and greeted, "Honorable Duke of St. Hilda, Honorable Viscount Angley, thank you for lending a helping hand last night. Your kindness is as dazzling as the sun." Colin looked at the two people in front of him with great interest, especially the middle-aged man who claimed to be a scholar, Sonny Grantu. In fact, the Granta family was not a prominent family. The title of the family was only a baron, and their fief was only a small town in the Flaming Flame territory, Winterspring Town. If not for the fact that the Prime Minister, Baron Heidegger, had secretly asked Colin to go to Winterspring Town and said that there would be unexpected gains there, Colin would not have deliberately taken a detour to come to such a small town. Along the way, Colin had been guessing what was in Winterspring Town that the Prime Minister of the Empire had to pay attention to. Now that he coincidentally met Scholar Sonny, Colin suddenly had an idea. Scholar, this was a title that only graduates of the White Tower Academy could have. It might not be as noble as the title of a noble, but in Colin's heart, it was actually more important. Scholar Sonny, you don't have to be so polite. Actually, we are also on our way to Winterspring Town to visit Baron Grantu, and we hope that you can introduce us to him. Colin chuckled as he chatted with Scholar Sonny. From the corner of his eye, he saw two small figures running toward them quickly. "Good morning, Sister Vera." "Good morning, teacher." Prince Harrison and Princess Judy greeted Vera first before they looked at Sonny and his son curiously. It seemed that they felt that the guests in the campsite were somewhat familiar. To his surprise, Scholar Sonny actually took the initiative to greet the two little fellows. "Prince Harrison, Princess Judy." Colin raised his eyebrows in surprise. He did not expose Harrison and Judy's true identity, and he also believed that the guards in the campsite would not reveal such information to two strangers. Unless, this Scholar Sonny already knew Harrison and Judy. Prince Harrison nodded in return. His little face was full of doubt as he asked, "You are?" Scholar Sonny smiled slightly, and there was a hint of sadness in his eyes. "Your Highness, I am Sonny Grantu. Perhaps you don't remember, but 5 years ago, I was the Minister of Agriculture of the Empire." "Harrison, do you know why Scholar Sonny was dismissed back then?" Colin asked in the moving carriage. Prince Harrison fell into deep thought, but after a moment, he frowned and shook his head. "Sorry, teacher, I can't remember." Colin nodded and didn't make things difficult for him. After all, Harrison was only 8 years old 5 years ago, and definitely didn't understand these political storms. "I know. I know." Princess Judy shouted, looking eager as if she was afraid that others couldn't see it. "All right, go ahead," Colin said with a smile. Judy rolled her eyes and smiled slyly. "Teacher, if I tell you why Scholar Sonny was dismissed, will you tell me the story?" Ever since Colin made the little girl cry with Daughter of the Sea, he thought that she wouldn't pester him anymore. Unexpectedly, Judy became more and more clingy to Colin, insisting that he continue to tell her the story. Colin could only nod. All right. Anyway, he still remembered many of Hans Christian Andersen's fairy tales, so it wouldn't be a problem for him to deal with a little girl. Judy was delighted when she heard that, and immediately said as if she was showing off, because when Scholar Sonny was the Minister of Agriculture, he tried to push for an agricultural reform, but this reform attracted the opposition of many nobles, and it wasn't implemented in the end. Scholar Sonny was also dismissed because of this. "What kind of agricultural reform?" Colin asked. Princess Judy was stumped, and her delicate little face frowned. After thinking for a long time, she still couldn't think of anything. She pouted. "Anyway, it's just a reform." Of course, Colin didn't expect the little girl to be able to tell him the content of the reform. He just wanted to give it a try, and indeed, there were no miracles. However, he felt more and more that Prime Minister Baron Heidegger had asked him to come to Winterspring Town because of this former Minister of Agriculture, Scholar Sunny. Or to be more precise, it was because of the agricultural reform plan that had been rejected back then. Then, Colin had to first figure out what kind of agricultural reform plan Scholar Sunny had proposed back then, and why it was rejected. He even lost his position as Minister of Agriculture because of this. Thinking of this, Colin could not help but lift the curtain of the carriage. Not far away, Scholar Sunny was riding a horse and walking side by side with Scholar Dwayne, chatting happily. Colin discovered that the graduates of the White Tower Academy seemed to know each other. Moreover, they had a strong sense of identity with each other. This kind of recognition seemed to have surpassed the friendship of classmates and rose to another level. Just as Colin's imagination was running wild, Judy's clear voice pulled him back to reality. "Teacher, you said you would tell me a story." Colin could only smile and nod. All right. I'll tell you a story about Snow White." Hearing that Colin was going to tell a story, Prince Harrison did not find an excuse to run out like last time. Perhaps it was because he had heard Judy's Daughter of the Sea, but he started to feel that his teacher's story was not that scary. Even Vera shifted her gaze away from the Book of Brilliance and looked up at Colin, waiting for him to start his story. A long, long time ago, the queen of a certain country gave birth to a girl in winter. Her skin was as white as snow. Outside the carriage, Scholar Dwayne looked at the weathered face of his senior beside him and his sideburns that had been eroded by the wind and frost. Suddenly, his expression became a little sad. "Scholar Sunny, how have you been all these years?" "Not bad." Scholar Sunny smiled lightly. "Farming, grazing, even if I have to live like this for the rest of my life, I have nothing to be unwilling about." Dwayne stared at Sunny for a while and suddenly shook his head. "I don't believe it." Sunny laughed and did not explain. Instead, he changed the topic. "I'm not like you. I'm in my prime and have the king's trust. I'm sure that I'll be able to fulfill my ambitions in the northern frontier. What about you?" Dwayne stared into Sunny's eyes and asked, "Are you willing to stay in such a small place for the rest of your life and let your knowledge be buried?" Scholar Sunny did not speak. He looked like he was struggling. Scholar Dwayne spoke again. "Do you know? The Duke took a detour to Winterspring Town because of the Prime Minister's suggestion." "Prime Minister?" Scholar Sunny's expression changed. His gaze became even more complicated. After a while, he said coldly, "Back then, the Prime Minister was resolutely against my reform plan. No, the Prime Minister just felt that your plan was too radical. You need to remove some measures, or take it step by step. You need to use gentle and gradual methods to make the empire's nobles accept your reform. You don't understand." Scholar Sunny had a pained expression. "My reform plan is an entire system. Either you accept it completely or reject it completely. Compromise will only create a freak that even I can't control." Scholar Dwayne was silent. After a while, he suggested, "Have you ever thought of going to the northern frontier?" Scholar Sunny hesitated. He knew very well that the Duke of St. Hilda and his wife did not come to Winterspring Town to visit his brother, Baron Grantu. A mere baron did not have that much charisma. Their target could only be him. "Does the Duke know of my reform plan?" Scholar Sunny felt a surge of hope. Scholar Dwayne shook his head and said, "No, the Duke does not know about it yet. However, you can tell your ideas to the guardian of the northern frontier, Viscount Angley." Scholar Sunny keenly noticed that Dwayne had suggested that he go to Colin instead of Vera. Obviously, the one who was in charge of this couple was the man who had a lower status. But are you sure that my reform plan will not be met with the same situation at the northern frontier?" Scholar Sunny was still hesitating. Scholar Dwayne said in a deep voice, "You should know the current situation at the northern frontier. The war has just ended, and famine is raging. Moreover, the Duke of St. Hilda and Viscount Angley have absolute power. Believe me, there is no better place than the northern frontier. If your reform plan cannot be implemented at the northern frontier, I advise you to give up as soon as possible." These words made Scholar Sunny's eyes gradually become firm. After a moment of silence, he gritted his teeth and nodded, "Okay. I have a manor in the south of Winterspring Town. I wonder if I can invite the Duke to rest there." Scholar Dwayne smiled and nodded. I'll ask around for you. The prince ordered that the queen be forced to wear red-hot iron shoes. He made her dance continuously until she died so that the wedding could proceed smoothly. After Snow White and the prince got married, their lives were full of joy and happiness. They have been living together happily ever since. After Colin finished telling the story, he took the flower tea from Vera and drank it in one gulp. Princess Judy held her chin and her eyes sparkled. She looked forward to it and said, "Wow. I am so happy. When will my prince appear?" When Colin heard this, he was about to tease his female student when he heard Scholar Dwayne's voice coming from outside the carriage. "Duke, Viscounts, Scholar Sonny invites you to his manor for a rest." Colin's expression changed and he immediately replied, "Okay. Then I will disturb you." Sonny's manor was located in the south of Winterspring Town. A large piece of land was surrounded by a simple wooden fence, but it was basically farmland and pastures. There were no luxurious buildings in the area. As soon as they entered the manor, Harrison and Judy asked to ride a horse. Therefore, Bachelor Sonny asked his son, Hans, to take them to the racecourse. On the other hand, Colin and Vera were led by Bachelor Sonny to a field. "Bachelor Sonny, are these farmers all planting sweet potatoes?" Colin asked in surprise. Even if he was not proficient in farming, Colin knew that the staple food of this world was barley and wheat. There was also some rice. Although people knew that sweet potatoes were also edible, it was not considered a mainstream food. "Yes, Sir Viscounts. The main crop that I plant in this farm is sweet potatoes," Bachelor Sonny explained patiently. "You may not know this, but sweet potatoes have many advantages. If you plant 100 pounds of sweet potatoes in one moo of land, you can harvest 600 pounds of sweet potatoes next year. The yield of sweet potatoes is 1 to 6, and the yield of barley is 1 to 2. In addition, sweet potatoes are grown underground, and their fruits are not pecked by birds. However, in general wheat fields, even if the farmer guards them tightly, 10 to 20% of the wheat will be ruined by birds every year. Therefore, these sweet potatoes do not need to be guarded. The farmer only needs to water and fertilize them regularly. The yield of sweet potatoes is so high," Vera said in surprise with her eyes wide open. Now that she had become the Dukes of the North, Vera naturally began to worry about the northern frontier. At present, the biggest crisis in the northern frontier was the food problem. Therefore, after hearing that the yield of sweet potatoes was so high, Vera immediately paid attention to it. Although she also knew that the taste of sweet potatoes was definitely not as good as bread, for the civilians in the famine, as long as they could fill their stomachs, they would not care about the taste at all. However, Colin was not that excited. Of course, he had heard that the yield of sweet potatoes was higher than that of wheat. However, even on Earth, sweet potatoes could not replace rice and wheat as the staple food. Therefore, there must be some problems. "Bachelor Sonny, don't tell me that sweet potatoes have no shortcomings?" Colin asked calmly. "Of course." Senior Sonny nodded and frankly said, "Sweet potatoes are slightly poisonous and are not suitable for human consumption for a long period of time. They can easily cause diarrhea. Also, sweet potatoes are more destructive to the soil, so they need a lot of fertilizer." However, these shortcomings of the sweet potato were nothing compared to its high yield and labor-saving advantages. Especially with the current situation in the northern frontier, as long as we promote the planting of sweet potatoes, the famine will be controlled in the shortest time possible. Vera's pretty face was flushed with excitement. It seemed that she already felt that the promotion of sweet potatoes in the northern frontier was a very feasible measure. But when she saw Colin frowning, she gradually calmed down and realized that there might be a problem that she had not noticed. Seeing this, Scholar Sonny did not continue explaining. Instead, he said, "Lord Duke, Lord Viscounts, I'll take you to a place." Vera and Colin then followed Bachelor Xianxia and continued to move forward. It did not take them long to arrive in front of a large shed. Before they even got close, Colin could already hear the sound of a wild boar coming from the shed. "Please forgive me, my two distinguished guests. The smell is a little strong," Scholar Sonny reminded them carefully. Sure enough, an indescribable stench hit them and Vera and Colin almost fainted. Fortunately, they were not pampered people, so they endured the stench and came to the shed. Are you raising wild boars in captivity? Colin was even more surprised. The meat in this world was mainly cattle and sheep. Due to the stench of pork and the poor habits of pigs, their hygiene was completely incomparable to cattle and sheep. Therefore, only the commoners would eat pork. The nobles simply did not want to eat this kind of dirty animal. However, Colin, who came from China, had long been accustomed to eating pork. After crossing over to this world, he felt that it was a pity that he could no longer eat red braised pork and other delicacies in his previous world. Although Colin did not specifically learn about wild boars, he also knew that there were no domesticated wild boars in this world. After all, the nobles did not eat wild boars and ordinary civilians did not have any extra food to feed pigs. At most, when they wanted to eat meat, they would hunt some wild boars in the wild to improve their diet. But now, the former Minister of Agriculture of the Empire had actually begun to consciously raise wild boars in captivity. Colin could not help but think highly of him. Yes, Sir Viscounts. Scholar Sunny nodded. Wild boars are not as valuable as cattle and sheep, but they are very easy to feed and can eat almost anything. For example, the sweet potato leaves that you saw in the sweet potato field can be used to feed the wild boars. A wild boar could produce about 500 pounds of meat a year, and a sheep could produce about 100 pounds of mutton at most. As for cows, it would take 3 years to slaughter, but they could only produce about 1,000 pounds of meat. Do you think that it is cost-effective to raise wild boars? Before Colin could speak, Vera shook her head and said, however, the nobles will not eat such lowly animals. Are you planning to sell the wild boars to the civilians, Scholar Sunny? With all due respect, I am afraid that the civilians will not buy your wild boars either. After all, wild boars are everywhere. They would rather hunt for wild boars by themselves or buy them from hunters at a low price. Moreover, although cattle and sheep do not produce much meat, their skin, tendons, and wool are very valuable and have many uses. Not to mention that cattle and sheep also produce milk. As for wild boars, their only advantage seems to be that they produce a lot of meat. However, their meat is dry and smelly. Let alone the nobles, even the civilians are not willing to eat them for a long time. Who said that the nobles can't eat pork? Scholar Sunny defended himself. If you are willing, please allow me to prepare a lunch with pork as the main ingredient for you. I believe that you will be very surprised to find that you may have missed out on a delicious dish. Vera wanted to say that she had tasted wild boars before and that it did not taste good. However, Colin directly nodded and agreed to Sunny's suggestion. Okay, then I will have to trouble you. Scholar Sunny immediately invited them excitedly, please come with me, my 2 distinguished guests. It was still a little early for lunch, but Scholar Sunny personally went to the kitchen and urged the chefs to prepare a pork feast in order to recommend his farming and animal husbandry system to Vera and Colin. Not long after, the servants brought the lunch to the table. Vera's nose twitched a few times, and she found that there was no fishy smell as she had expected. Instead, there was a tempting fragrance. Duke, Lord Viscounts, please take a look. This is lemon fried pork chop, charcoal grilled pork elbow, smoked pork loin, mashed potatoes, and red wine. Please try it. Vera was still a little hesitant, but Colin had already cut a piece of pork and put it into his mouth. It was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. It was mellow and delicious, and it did not have the dry and fishy smell that she had expected. Colin's eyes lit up, and he seemed to have understood something. He asked, Scholar Sunny, have the wild boars that you have been raising been castrated? Scholar Sunny was slightly surprised, and then he smiled and said, Lord Viscounts, your knowledge is really admirable. Yes, these wild boars have indeed been castrated. Vera also tasted the pork feast in front of her at this time, and she immediately realized that the wild boar meat that she had eaten a long time ago was completely different from the wild boar meat that she had eaten a long time ago. She then asked curiously, does the wild boar meat taste better after being castrated? Yes, Duke. Scholar Sunny explained, after being castrated, not only does the pork taste better, but the wild boar's temperament also becomes gentler, which makes it easier to raise them in captivity. Colin nodded again and again. He also knew that after being castrated, the wild boar would evolve more toward the domestic pig that he remembered. He estimated that in a few more generations, he would be able to see the white and fat domestic pig that he had seen in his previous life. Scholar Sunny opened his mouth again and explained, Duke, the planting of sweet potatoes and the rearing of wild boars that I have advocated is actually a new farming and animal husbandry system that relies on each other and promotes each other. Sweet potato leaves can be used to feed the wild boars, and the feces of the wild boars can be used as a very good fertilizer to solve the problem of the sweet potatoes destroying the soil. The output of this new farming and animal husbandry system will definitely surprise you, and it will even completely change the diet of the entire empire's civilian class, and even their health. You may not be interested in these wild boars, but please don't forget, to the commoners, meat is a luxury. If you can make them eat pork as part of their daily diet, then I can guarantee that the people under your rule will be the strongest in the entire empire. Your army will also have the best soldiers. The more Scholar Sunny spoke, the more excited he became. It was a kind of glory and fanaticism that came from changing the world in one's own way. After Vera tasted Scholar Sunny's pork feast, she began to realize that with the passage of time, even the nobles would gradually accept this new type of pork. Even if it could not replace the position of cattle and sheep in the aristocratic banquets, it would still become an excellent supplementary meat. And for the civilians, this kind of pork was simply a gift from God. Due to the fact that cattle and sheep did not produce much meat, the price was extremely high. Therefore, very few civilians could eat beef and mutton in their daily diet. However, it was different for pork. If they really promoted the new farming and animal husbandry system according to Scholar Sunny's method, it would really be possible for the civilians' table to become more sumptuous. Thinking of this, Vera could not help but feel excited. She subconsciously looked at Colin, but she saw that her husband was frowning instead. Colin put down his knife and fork, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and solemnly looked at Scholar Sunny and asked in a deep voice. Scholar Sunny, you should tell us the truth now. If your new farming and animal husbandry system is really so perfect, then why did it encounter such strong resistance in Imperial Dragon City? In the face of Colin's sharp question, Bachelor Xianxia immediately calmed down. He realized that although the guardian of the northern frontier in front of him was young, he was not someone who could be easily fooled. Therefore, he slowly sat down at the opposite side of the table and nodded solemnly. Yes, this new farming and animal husbandry system that I have high hopes for does indeed have several fatal flaws. Vera was shocked and she immediately put down the knife and fork in her hand. She wiped her mouth with a napkin and was ready to listen carefully. Bachelor Xianxia seemed to be worried that the two important people in front of him would lose confidence in his agricultural reform plan, so he quickly comforted them. But please rest assured that I have already thought about these flaws for a long time and I have already come up with some solutions. Colin nodded noncommittally and said, Why don't you talk about the flaws first? Okay. Bachelor Xianxia cleared his throat and said frankly, First of all, sweet potatoes have a fatal flaw. It is difficult to store them for a long time. Barley, wheat, and rice can be stored for 3 to 5 years as long as the method is correct. But sweet potatoes, even if they are dried, they can only be stored for half a year at most. Vera tilted her head and said in a puzzled manner, This is not a big problem. After we finish eating sweet potatoes, we can just eat bread. It is not like we are not planting wheat anymore. Bachelor Xianxia shook his head and said, Duke, the problem is not this, but the tax. Tax? Vera did not understand. Colin's eyes narrowed and he immediately realized what kind of problem this would bring. The tax collection method in this world was very backward and it was generally used to offset taxes. For example, if the Lord of Winterspring Town implemented tithing in his territory, that was to say, all the output of the people here would have to be paid to the Lord. Those who planted wheat would have to hand over 1/10 of their barley, and those who raised cattle and sheep would have to hand over 1/10 of their cattle and sheep, as well as their leather, wool, and other items of recognized value. Therefore, if Scholar Sunny's new farming and animal husbandry system was promoted, the farmers in this system would have to hand over 1/10 of their sweet potatoes and pork. However, this involved a serious problem: sweet potatoes could not be stored for a long time. Of course, the Lord didn't collect these taxes for himself. No matter how many people there were in his family, they wouldn't be able to eat that much. These taxes were either used as strategic reserves, as military rations, or to exchange for goods they wanted in the market. In short, the taxes collected had to be able to be preserved for a long time. Sweet potatoes, on the other hand, had a fatal flaw in this regard. It was no wonder that Scholar Sunny's seemingly perfect agricultural reform plan was met with so much resistance in Imperial Dragon City. The nobles did not want their sweet potatoes to go bad so quickly. After listening to Bachelor Sangmi's explanation, Vera finally understood what was going on. However, she immediately asked, then, is it possible for the citizens to exchange the sweet potatoes for copper coins and then use the copper coins to pay the tax? I'm afraid that's not possible. Scholar Sunny shook his head. Why? Because we don't have enough copper coins. You don't have enough copper coins? Dara was even more puzzled. She had no choice but to look at Colin for help. Colin also nodded with a dignified expression on his face as he said, indeed, if we ask the citizens to use copper coins to pay the tax, it may seem more convenient for the Lord, but in fact, this will greatly reduce the amount of copper coins circulating in the market. On the other hand, the farmers who have adopted the new agricultural and pastoral system will not be able to store sweet potatoes for a long time. Therefore, they will inevitably sell some of the sweet potatoes that they can't finish and buy wheat that is easier to store. As a result, the demand for copper coins in the market will increase. The demand for copper coins will increase, but the supply will decrease. The more successful the new agricultural and pastoral system is, the greater the impact it will have on the existing monetary system, and it may even cause deflation. Colin was almost certain that deflation would happen. This was because the world was originally dominated by a natural economy. Therefore, the farmers almost didn't use copper coins on a daily basis. This was because they were all farming their own land. Therefore, they didn't have to pay taxes on their harvests. However, the new agricultural and pastoral system was different. The farmers had to trade their sweet potatoes. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to finish eating their sweet potatoes. This would greatly stimulate the market's activity. If the money supply couldn't keep up, the consequences would be extremely bad. However, Vera didn't understand these things at all. She blinked her cute big eyes and was even more puzzled. Scholar Sunny was also curious about Colin's new term, deflation? Sir Viscounts, what do you mean by that? Colin coughed a few times before he said lightly, it means that the currency circulating in the market is not enough. Instead, copper coins have become a rare commodity. Its value has risen sharply, and the prices have fallen. The people who have copper coins are not willing to exchange them, and finally, the entire trading market can't operate normally. Scholar Sunny looked at Colin in amazement. It seemed that he didn't expect that the young Viscounts would have such a deep understanding of the economy. Then, can't we mint more copper coins? Vera asked again. Scholar Sunny nodded and said, yes, this is indeed a way. However, the Empire of Light's minting power is in the hands of the royal family. Therefore, you must first obtain the consent of the royal family. Moreover, I must remind you that minting copper coins is actually a thankless task. This is because the cost of minting copper coins is higher than their value. The people of this world might not understand the economic operation as well as Colin, but they also understood the importance of the right to mint coins. Therefore, it was not a simple matter to obtain the right to mint coins from the royal family. When Scholar Sunny's new agricultural and pastoral system was rejected, it showed that the royal family didn't want to change the current currency system. In fact, even if Colin obtained the right to mint copper coins, he didn't want to do it. This was because, as Scholar Sunny had said, minting copper coins was a thankless task. It would only increase the burden of the House of St. Hilda. However, Colin had other ways to solve the problem of the shortage of money. This was thanks to his experience in his previous life, where he was used to the various operations of businessmen in the developed market economy. Therefore, he smiled and said, we don't have to mint copper coins. Scholar Sunny's eyes narrowed and he quickly asked, Sir Viscounts, do you have a better way? Colin smiled and nodded. Yes, we can borrow money from the merchants. Borrow money? Scholar Sunny was suddenly confused. He didn't understand what borrowing money had to do with increasing the money supply. Colin smiled confidently and explained leisurely, we can use the name of the House of St. Hilda to borrow money from the merchants in the northern frontier. And the thing we need to borrow is food. Previously, when the northern frontier was in famine, I know that many merchants had secretly stockpiled a large amount of food. They were waiting for the food prices to rise to make a big profit. Originally, I wanted to wait until I returned to the northern region to teach these fellows a lesson for trying to profit from the country's disaster. But now, it seems that we can use a gentler method and borrow a large amount of food from these merchants. Vera couldn't help but wonder, Colin, does this have anything to do with what we are talking about now? Of course, listen to me slowly. Colin smiled and comforted her. When these merchants lend us their food, the House of St. Hilda will issue a batch of bills with the family emblem. Well, let's call them bonds. Moreover, you will also announce in public as the Dukes of the North that anyone who holds these bonds can come to the Lion's Roar Fort to exchange for food of equivalent value after the debt matures. Vera was still confused. Her cute big eyes blinked as she looked at Colin. It seemed that she didn't know how to ask questions. However, Scholar Sunny seemed to have realized something, and his eyes became brighter and brighter. Colin smiled and continued to explain, in this way, these bonds will be equivalent to food. Moreover, they will be guaranteed by the credit of the House of St. Hilda. Therefore, they will have the characteristics of the general equivalent. In simple terms, they can be used as currency. After that, we will announce that from now on, the taxes of the northern frontier must be paid in currency or bonds of equivalent value. Once there is a shortage of copper coins, believe me, people will definitely use these bonds as a medium of exchange. In this way, although we will not be minting new coins, we will actually increase the supply of currency circulating in the market. Scholar Sunny stood up excitedly. His face was flushed red as he said loudly, Lord Viscounts, you are really a genius. After that, he paced back and forth in the dining hall. It seemed that he was carefully thinking about the feasibility of this method. Vera twined her hair around her fingers. She seemed to understand what Colin meant. However, after pacing back and forth for a long time, Scholar Sunny suddenly stopped and asked, Lord Viscounts, I think that there may be a problem with your method. Tell me. The loans that the House of St. Hilda borrowed from the merchants will have to be paid off. Once they are paid off, won't these bonds be withdrawn from the market? Who said that the loans must be paid off? Colin said in a faint tone, we can borrow new debts to pay off the old debts and maintain this debt forever. Scholar Sunny was stunned. Vera was also a little hesitant. This was because in this world, borrowing money was not a glorious thing, especially for the nobles. It could be said that it was a shame for them to owe money to those lowly merchants. Now that the situation in the northern frontier was special, it was reasonable to ask the House of St. Hilda to borrow some money to solve the emergency. However, if the debt continued, it would be a great blow to the prestige of the House of St. Hilda. Colin looked at the changes in the expressions of the two men and laughed in his heart. He knew that a certain number one rogue country on earth had also borrowed a lot of money, but would anyone dare to look down on it? Believe me, a reasonable debt is not a burden, but a blessing. Colin said the famous words of Hamilton, the first Secretary of the Treasury of the United States. In fact, Colin's way of issuing bonds bypassed the royal family's right to mint money. In fact, it was equivalent to privately issuing circulating currency. And if he could hold the right to issue currency in his hands, how much profit and influence would it generate? Of course, Colin was well aware of this. Why did the Federal Reserve like to buy U.S. bonds every time there was a financial crisis? Wasn't it to inject a large amount of liquid US dollars into the market in this way to increase the money supply and thus cause inflation? It was also called quantitative easing. In fact, it was just printing money like crazy. But there was no other way. After all, the Federal Reserve was indeed paying off the debt in this way. Colin's inspiration actually came from this. He borrowed food from the merchants and issued bonds of equivalent value. Then, he endorsed these bonds with the credit of the House of St. Hilda. Coupled with the fact that these bonds could be used as tax credits, these bonds had the function of currency. In this way, the House of St. Hilda could dilute and harvest the wealth of the merchants on the northern frontier and even the nobles of the entire empire through this method. However, with the nobles of this world's superficial understanding of finance, they should not be able to understand the true power of this method. Of course, this world was still dominated by the natural economy and not a market economy. Therefore, there was no way to fully exert the power of currency issuance. However, as long as this method could be implemented smoothly, Colin was confident that the northern frontier could quickly recover from famine and war. He was even confident that the gap between them and the other 3 territories could quickly be widened. Vera looked at Colin's confident face. Although she did not fully understand the true meaning of this plan, it did not prevent her from fully supporting her husband as always. As for Bachelor Xianxia, this guy could not wait to implement his new farming and animal husbandry system in the northern frontier. Even if he had some doubts about Colin's solution, he would not voice them out at this time. When Colin saw that the 2 of them no longer had any objections, he suddenly sent a formal invitation to Bachelor Xianxia. Bachelor Xianxia, I wonder if you would like to go to the northern frontier and serve as an agricultural consultant for the House of St. Hilda. Scholar Xianxia's expression turned solemn. His gaze towards Colin finally carried a trace of respect and reverence from the bottom of his heart. He said in a deep voice, I would like to. Winterspring Castle was the central castle of Baron Grantu. It stood by the Winterspring River, at the southernmost point of Winterspring town. It had a history of more than 100 years. The castle was built with limestone. The thick and sturdy walls were 25 meters tall. The walls were smooth without any gaps. The moat outside the walls was connected to the Winterspring River. The surface of the moat was sparkling, and there were fish and prawns jumping out from time to time. A large iron oak drawbridge spanned across the 10-meter wide surface of the river. A few strong soldiers stood guard by the winch. Once the guards on the watchtower sounded the alarm, they could pull the drawbridge up at any time. The Granta family was once glorious. It was said that 500 years ago, they were one of the most prominent earl families in the Flame territory. Winterspring town back then was not as desolate as it was now. It was a town with more than 300,000 people living in it. Unfortunately, when the army of the Second Orc Empire invaded the Flame territory, Winterspring town was unfortunately in their way. After that, the town became a pile of ruins. The Granta family lost their title because of that. It was not until 100 years ago that the descendants of this family finally rose up and regained their title. Although it was only a baron, it was still a start. Winterspring Town and Winterspring Castle were rebuilt, but they were no longer as prosperous as before. Therefore, when the luxurious carriages of the House of St. Hilda slowly drove into Winterspring Town, the residents here looked at them with curiosity and respect. Baron Granta had already arrived at the town and welcomed the Duke of St. Hilda and the rest into the castle. Although they were once glorious, this glory had long been worn away by the long river of time. The Granta family now was no different from the other nobles in the countryside. When Baron Granta's younger brother, Scholar Sonny, was appointed as the Minister of Agriculture, the Baron thought that the opportunity for the family to revive had finally arrived. Unfortunately, his younger brother was soon suppressed and opposed by various parties because of an agricultural reform plan. In the end, he even lost his own position. After this setback, Baron Granta became even more pragmatic and low-key. This time, the Duke of St. Hilda suddenly came to visit. Although he was full of doubts, he still held the warmest welcome ceremony. He purposely ordered his men to wash away the moss on the city walls, clean up the interior of the castle thoroughly, and lay out the newly purchased red carpet. He even summoned his personal guards to act as ceremonial guards. He had to let the Duke of St. Hilda feel the sincerity of the Grant family. Unfortunately, the Granta family was only a baron. Even though the study room in the Winterspring Castle was spacious, the low ceiling gave off an oppressive feeling. The narrow windows could only let in a little bit of sunlight, so they had to rely on candles to brighten up the room. Only the thick mahogany table exuded the smell of time, which could slightly reflect the heritage of the Granta family. Baron Granta sat on the sofa, looking a little reserved. Although Colin and Vera were elegant and modest, the noble aura that they exuded made Baron Granta feel a little ashamed. Moreover, Prince Harrison and Princess Judy were beside him. Although they did not talk much, they were still the heirs of the Empire, and they gave Baron Granta a lot of pressure. Your Excellency Duke, Your Excellency Viscounts, please try the mushroom tea. This is a specialty of our Granta territory. The silver cup on the long table was steaming, and the tea inside smelled like meat soup. However, it was not greasy when it entered the mouth. Instead, it tasted fresh and delicious. It has a very unique taste, Vera praised politely. Baron Granta was shocked, and he quickly explained, Your Excellency Duke, I'm glad that you like it. This mushroom tea is made with red mushrooms from the dark forest and the spring water from the upper reaches of the Winter Spring River. Unfortunately, it is not convenient to store it, otherwise, I would definitely give you some. Can't the red mushrooms be stored after they are dried? Colin asked with a smile. Baron Granta shook his head and said, Your Excellency Viscounts, red mushrooms alone are not enough. It must be made with the spring water from the upper reaches of the Winter Spring River in order to have such a unique taste. Colin secretly laughed at Baron Granta's lack of business sense. He was too honest. It was no wonder that he was so poor and his family could not regain the glory of the past. However, he was not interested in teaching Baron Grantu, so he changed the topic and told him the purpose of their trip. Your Excellency Baron, we are here in Winter Spring Town to visit Scholar Sunny. You must know that there is a famine in the northern frontier right now, and we would like to invite Scholar Sunny to the northern frontier to implement agricultural reforms to alleviate the food crisis. Therefore, we hope that you can understand and support us. Hearing Colin say that he came to Winter Spring Town to visit his brother, Baron Grando could not help but feel disappointed. However, he quickly adjusted his mood. He knew that he was just a small baron and he did not have the qualifications to be visited by the Dukes of the North. Baron Grantu was indeed an honest man. He was not jealous of his brother at all. Instead, he was really happy for him and felt that his brother finally had the opportunity to show off his skills. Of course. It is Sunny's honor to be chosen by the House of St. Hilda. As long as he does not have any objections, I will not stop him. Scholar Sunny looked at his brother and suddenly said, Your Excellency Duke, may I take the liberty to ask for a condition? Dara smiled and nodded, Please go ahead. The thing is, I will be bringing a group of apprentices to the northern frontier as assistants. However, these people are after all the people of Granta territory. If they leave, there will definitely be a shortage of labor here. Therefore, I hope that you can give the Granta family a batch of slaves as compensation. That's what I should do. Dara immediately nodded and looked at Colin. Colin also nodded. This request was not too much. He then asked, How many slaves do you need? Scholar Sunny thought for a while and said, I will be bringing about 100 apprentices to the northern frontier this time. Therefore, you can use the same number of slaves in exchange. Colin shook his head and said, No, I will use 3 times the number of slaves to exchange with the Granta family. Since he was going to give a gift, he might as well give it to them. Moreover, the Granta family had left a good impression on Colin and he was willing to make friends with a family like this. Thank you for your generosity. Scholar Sunny bowed respectfully. Baron Grantu was also very excited. Although 300 slaves was not a big gift for a baron, the friendly attitude that Colin had shown was what he really valued. If he could use Scholar Sunny as a bridge and establish a connection with the House of St. Hilda, Baron Granta felt that there was still hope for his family to revive. Your Excellency Baron, can I borrow your study room to write a letter to me? I will ask Ice Stone City to send the slaves to Winter Spring Town as soon as possible. Of course. Baron Granta led Colin to the writing desk and even helped him spread out a roll of parchment paper. However, Colin's gaze was fixed on a pile of strange papers at the corner of the writing desk and he did not speak for a long time. Baron Grantu also noticed this and explained with a smile, Lord Viscounts, that is a little toy that my servant made when he was bored. It is quite convenient to use for writing, but it is not very suitable for your honorable status. However, Colin did not think that it was a little toy. He knew that the nobles of this world used parchment paper to write. As for the commoners, they definitely could not afford the expensive parchment paper and instead used a type of papyrus paper. Colin had seen this type of papyrus paper before. It was coarse and inconvenient to write on, completely incomparable to the paper he used in his previous life. Unfortunately, he did not remember how to make paper, or else he could have used this skill to make a fortune. However, right now, in Baron Grantu's study room, Colin actually saw something similar to paper. Although this type of paper was still slightly yellowed and the surface was not smooth enough, it was already very close to the paper Colin used in his previous life. He immediately threw away the parchment paper in front of him and picked up a piece of yellowed paper with interest and started writing on it. Seeing this, although Baron Grantu was confused, he did not say anything. After he finished writing the letter, Colin nodded in satisfaction and said to Baron Grantu, "Can I meet the craftsman who made this paper for you?" "Claude! Claude!" Shouts came from the field. A middle-aged man dressed as a servant ran over, panting. He pulled Claude up and ran towards Winterspring Castle. "Uncle Mark, what's going on?" Claude asked in confusion as he ran. "Master wants to see you." "Oh, no, it's an honorable guest who wants to see you. Quick, run faster." "Why does an honorable guest want to see me?" "I don't know." Claude saw that he could not get anything out of him, so he could only suppress his anxiety and run back to the castle as fast as he could. Once he entered the door, the solemn butler immediately ordered, "Men, bring Claude to freshen up, and prepare a set of decent clothes for him." Before Claude could ask in detail, he was led to the washroom by two burly maids. This was the first time in Claude's life that he was served by others. Even though the two maids were old enough to be his mother, he was at a loss throughout the entire process. After a while, when Claude walked out of the washroom again, he had already become a handsome and elegant young man. "Follow me." The butler appeared again and led Claude to the dining hall. Claude looked at the completely changed dining hall in a daze. Exquisitely carved mahogany furniture replaced the old ones. Golden candlesticks sat in the corner of the hall, filled with snow-white candles. The coarse linen curtains were all replaced with brand-new cashmere curtains. It looked like an honorable guest had really arrived. Claude looked at the servants, who could not wait to gather the most luxurious decorations in the entire castle into this dining hall. He began to feel uneasy. "Why does such an honorable guest want to see me?" "Claude?" A young lady walked in from the entrance of the dining hall. She was wearing a red linen dress, and her hair was tied up in a bun that accentuated her slender neck. Her face was slightly powdered, softening her overly masculine facial features. "Miss Kelly." Claude's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly greeted her. "You should call me Madam, Claude." Kelly smiled and nodded. She then turned serious and warned, "The Duke of St. Hilda and Viscount Angley want to see you later. Answer whatever they ask you. Don't talk too much, and don't be rude." "Yes. Mrs. Kelly." Claude hurriedly lowered his head and replied. Kelly was the daughter of Baron Granto. She was already married, but unfortunately, her husband had met with misfortune during a hunting trip. She was widowed at a young age and returned to Winterspring Town sadly. Claude really wanted to ask Lady Kelly why the two distinguished guests wanted to see him, but he didn't dare to open his mouth. He just kept peeking at the young woman beside him from the corner of his eyes. The faint rose scent lingered in his nose, causing Claude's uneasy heart to suddenly heat up. Kelly noticed that Claude was peeking at her, but she didn't say anything. She just turned around and started chatting with the butler. Even if she was a widow who had been married once, she was still not someone a commoner like Claude could match. As time passed, the servants entered in a single file, bringing all sorts of delicacies into the dining room. There were roasted golden pork legs, salmon sprinkled with spices, fragrant steaks, a variety of selected fruits, and wine that had been stored for many years. At around 6 o'clock, Baron Granto led the distinguished guests into the dining room. After the guests and the host were seated, Baron Granto made a toast. He also introduced the dishes on the table to Vera and Colin enthusiastically, especially the dishes that were mainly made with pork. Colin certainly knew that Baron Granto was helping his younger brother, Scholar Sonny, to promote the new farming and animal husbandry system. As he smiled and responded, he thought that the relationship between the Granto brothers was really good. At least, it was much more sincere than the other pairs of brothers that Colin had met in the past 2 years. Scholar Sonny did not speak much. Perhaps he felt that his brother was exaggerating a little too much. He even secretly stared at Baron Granto a few times, as if he was trying to tell Baron Granto to stop promoting the new products since they had already sold them. Baron Granto seemed to have understood his brother's hint and he finally restrained himself. He then changed the topic and pointed at Claude, who was sitting at the end of the long table. "Lord Viscounts, didn't you say that you wanted to meet the papermaker of the Granto family? This is Mr. Claude." Claude seemed to be in a daze. It was only when Hans kicked him under the table that he came back to his senses. When he realized that everyone was looking at him, he was shocked. He hurriedly stood up and bowed in greeting. Colin carefully looked at the young servant and asked gently, "Mr. Claude, I heard that you were the one who invented the yellow paper in the Baron's study room." Claude quickly stuttered and said, "Yes, no. Lord Viscounts, it was actually invented by my father. I just made some changes." Lord Viscounts, Claude's grandfather, is the papermaker of Winterspring Castle. His family has been serving the Granto family for almost 100 years. They are very dedicated and very competent, Baron Granto took the opportunity to explain. At the same time, he did not forget to help his servant boast. Colin nodded. He looked at Claude and asked, "May I ask, how did you make that yellow paper?" Claude quickly replied, "Lord Viscounts, I used mulberry bark and linen cloth. I first steamed it, then cut it and pounded it into pulp. After that, I sifted the pulp and formed it into thin paper. Finally, I dried it under the sun." Colin was a little surprised that the young papermaker had explained in such detail. However, the people of this era did not have much awareness of patents. Claude probably did not know how valuable his invention was. Of course, no matter how valuable it was, it did not have much to do with Claude. He was a servant of the Granto family. Strictly speaking, this papermaking technique belonged to the Granto family. "Mr. Claude, this papermaking technique is a great invention. I admire your intelligence and ability," Colin praised. He then turned to Baron Granto and said, "Lord Baron, I would like to purchase this secret papermaking technique. I wonder if you would be willing to part with it." In fact, Colin wanted to buy the papermaking technique not only to make money, but also to issue bonds. Initially, Colin was worried. If he wanted bonds to be circulated and become a shadow currency, he would need a sufficient amount and face value. If he were to use parchment paper to write them, the cost would be too high. However, if he were to use the paper invented by Claude, then there would be no problem at all. Colin could tell from the papermaking process that the cost of the paper would not be high. Moreover, if only the House of St. Hilda mastered the papermaking technique, it could prevent others from counterfeiting the bonds. It could be said that it was killing two birds with one stone. Of course, Baron Granto did not realize the true value of this papermaking technique. "You don't have to invest in it. Just treat it as a gift from me to the House of St. Hilda." Colin was a little embarrassed by the other party's generosity. Colin felt that it was not right to take advantage of an honest person. "How about this, Lord Baron, if you transfer this papermaking technique to me, I will give you 30% of the money earned from it in the future." "You are too generous." Seeing Colin's insistence, Baron Granto did not reject him. However, he would never have imagined that he had unintentionally brought a huge amount of wealth to the Granto family. After that, Baron Granto instructed Claude, "Claude, since the Viscounts has bought this papermaking technique, then you can follow us to the northern frontier." Colin was overjoyed when he saw that the deal was done. He asked Claude, "Mr. Claude, I admire your intelligence. I wonder if you are willing to follow me to the northern frontier? I can guarantee that you will have a chance to show off your talents there." Claude didn't dare refuse and hurriedly nodded in agreement. However, he secretly glanced at Madame Kelly from the corner of his eyes. Unfortunately, Madame Kelly wasn't even looking at the little papermaker. Hence, Claude quickly lowered his head and hid the unwillingness in his heart. Colin noticed this small detail and laughed in his heart. However, he would not help to set them up. After all, with Claude's current status, it was impossible for him to get involved. However, it might not be long before Claude had the right to marry the Baron's daughter. As the sun set, more than a dozen white swans flew across the rippling surface of the Golden Lake, shattering the reflections in the lake. "Teacher, are the baby swans really ugly when they are young?" Princess Judy, who had just finished listening to The Ugly Duckling, asked in a delicate voice. Colin did not understand this, so he could only answer casually, "Some are ugly, some are beautiful, just like human babies. There is always a difference between beauty and ugliness." "Then, does it mean that those who are beautiful when they are young will be even more beautiful when they grow up?" Judy's big eyes suddenly sparkled as she asked again. Colin glanced at the little girl and seemed to have seen through her little thoughts. He smiled and nodded. "Yes." Judy immediately beamed with joy. Vera held her husband's hand and looked at the city on the other side of the lake. Suddenly, she asked, "Colin, are we really not going to Swan City?" Colin shook his head. "No, let's not go. We have to go back to Winter City as soon as possible. There are still a lot of things waiting for us there." "Okay." Vera nodded gently. She was not a very opinionated woman, especially after Colin proved his ability time and time again. Vera was even more dependent on her husband. They had now left the Flaming Flame territory and entered the northern frontier. However, along the way, other than stopping at Winterspring town of the Granta family, Colin took the wilderness path when passing by other territories. He did not enter any of the lords' castles along the way. Of course, the lords along the way would send envoys to invite the new Duke of St. Hilda out of respect. Colin and the others had just stopped by the lake and were about to set up camp when the envoy from Swan Castle arrived. Moreover, the identity of this envoy was not ordinary. It turned out to be the eldest son of Count Schultz of Swan City, Viscount Thorin. In the vassal system of the House of St. Hilda, there were three major count families: the Ullman family of Fallen Eagle City, the Morrison family of Floral City, and the Schultz family of Swan City. Of course, there was also Earl Dawson, but he was actually a vassal of Marquis Garcia. After the First Northern Frontier Rebellion, he was conferred the title of Marquis and became a vassal of the House of St. Hilda. Colin had already dealt with the Ullman family and the Morrison family. Only the Schultz family was unfamiliar to Colin. Actually, Colin had met Count Schultz once in Icestone City. At that time, during the suzerain's conference, the major families of the northern frontier joined forces to force the Duke of St. Hilda to depose Marquis Charles. Colin remembered that during that meeting, only the previous Count Morrison had refused to sign the petition and had been killed. Count Schultz and Count Oman had both signed the petition. Afterwards, the Duke of St. Hilda had rudely rejected the request of the suzerains, causing the two sides to fall out completely. Of course, the Schultz family had also participated in the attack on the Golden Lion Legion. In the end, the Schultz family's troops were scattered by the Golden Lion Legion and the Black Cavalry, suffering heavy losses. However, in the Great Purge that followed, Count Schultz didn't seem to have been punished. At least, her title didn't change. As for why the Duke of St. Hilda let Count Schultz go, there were many speculations in the northern frontier. The most convincing one was that Count Schultz had married a good husband. This Count Schultz's husband was called Lucien. Yes, he only had a given name, but no surname. He was a commoner. But at the same time, he was also a warrior of the sixth step, just like the other warrior of the sixth step who became the son-in-law of the Oman family. Lucien also successfully married a count of the northern frontier, successfully achieving a leap in rank. At that time, there were only two sixth-step professionals in the northern frontier, and they were Lucien and the Duke of St. Hilda. At that time, no one knew whether the Duke of St. Hilda had become a saint or not. But even if he had, he probably didn't want to reveal his true strength. Therefore, Duke St. Hilda spared Count Schultz, who was involved in the Lord's Rebellion, probably because he did not want to have a direct conflict with Lucien. However, the Schultz family didn't come out unscathed. After all, more than half of their most elite troops were killed outside Icestone City. It could be said that the Schultz family suffered a great loss. Therefore, in the Second Northern Frontier Rebellion caused by Mr. Xing, the Schultz family was no longer able to participate. They could only choose to be neutral and watch the whole process. It wasn't accurate to say that they were completely neutral, because Count Schultz's territory was located in the southernmost part of the northern frontier, bordering the Flaming Territory. If Marquis Menham, who was determined to build a kingdom of dwarves, wanted to send his troops to the northern frontier, he would definitely pass through Swan City. However, Count Schultz did not do anything and directly let the troops of the Menham family pass through. This was actually a betrayal of the northern frontier. Colin was planning to take his time to settle the score with the Schultz family, but he did not expect that they would have the nerve to take the initiative to send an invitation. However, Colin did not plan to enter Swan City at this time. It was not that he was afraid of the Tier 6 warrior. After all, as long as Count Schultz and Lucien were not crazy, they would never dare to do anything to Vera, who had become one of the Dukes of the North. He was just too lazy to pay attention to Count Schultz, who had once betrayed the House of St. Hilda. "Your Grace, welcome to Count Schultz's territory. Mother ordered me to come here and sincerely invite you to Swan Castle." Viscount Sorin, who looked to be about 14 or 15 years old, said in a slightly childish voice. After that, he respectfully handed an invitation letter to Vera. Vera took the invitation letter and looked at Colin hesitantly. However, Colin slowly shook his head. Therefore, she gently refused. Please apologize to Count Schultz for me. Due to the urgency of the situation, I have to rush back to Winter City as soon as possible. I'm afraid that I won't be able to visit Swan Castle. According to the usual practice, Viscount Sorin should have left at this time. However, he opened his mouth again and tried to persuade Vera. Your Grace, please forgive my rudeness, but it's already late. Isn't your convoy camping by the lake and preparing to rest here for the night? So, since you are going to stay here for the night, why don't you come to Swan Castle? The Schultz family has already prepared the most delicious food and the most luxurious room for you to rest in. Colin frowned. He felt that this Viscount Sorin was too much. Vera had already rejected him, but he still wanted to force her to stay. However, he did not know if this was Count Schultz's idea or if this young Viscount was just being immature. Vera's face also became gloomy. She firmly shook her head and said, I'm sorry. Next time. Viscount Sorin did not give up. Your Grace, I know that the Schultz family's performance during the northern frontier's turmoil did not satisfy you, but please believe that we were unable to do anything at that time. This time, my mother invited you to Swan Castle to apologize to you in person and ask for your forgiveness. Colin snorted and said coldly, if Count Schultz is really sincere, then please go to Lion's Roar Castle and ask for the Duke's forgiveness. Viscount Sorin was stunned. After a while, he finally gritted his teeth and said in a low voice. Your Grace, in fact, my mother invited you to Swan Castle because she has something important to report to you. What is it? Just say it here, Vera replied coldly. Viscount Sorin was helpless. He lowered his voice and said, Bishop John of Swan City has disappeared. Disappeared? Yes. Bishop John has disappeared for 3 days without any news. My father personally led a team to search Swan City, but they did not find anything. Vera's face changed slightly. She looked at Colin with a grave expression. Colin also frowned. The disappearance of a bishop could be a serious matter. However, Vera was one of the Dukes of the North. Since she was passing by Swan City, it would be inappropriate for her to not ask about it. However, Colin did not want Vera to have too much contact with the church. After all, it was hard to tell how much the Pope's theurgy affected Vera. Colin could not help but wonder if this was a trick directed by the church. When he thought of this, Colin stepped forward and replied, Your Grace, you need to hurry back to Winter City. You really can't stay in Swan City. How about this? I will go back with you and find out what happened. Viscount Thorin looked at the calm Colin and then at the silent Vera. He could only nod and say, yes. Okay, then I will have to trouble you, Sir Viscounts. Colin nodded. He turned around and whispered in Vera's ear, You can rest by the lake for the night. You will continue your journey tomorrow. Don't wait for me. Vera nodded obediently and said, Okay. You be careful too. Swan City stood on the shore of Swan Lake. The moat was connected to the lake. From afar, the majestic city looked like a small island in the middle of the lake. The dark green city walls were reflected in the lake. Under the light of the setting sun, reality and illusion, majesty and gentleness, formed a beautiful scene. When Colin arrived at Swan City with Viscount Sorin, he found that Countess Schultz was already waiting for them outside the city. Countess Schultz was wearing a light blue palace dress. She was tall and well-proportioned, with black hair and black eyes. Her facial features were delicate, and there was no trace of age on her. Colin dismounted from his horse and bowed. Your Excellency Countess Schultz, may your beauty last forever. Welcome to Swan City, Your Excellency Viscount Angli, the guardian of the northern frontier. Countess Schultz smiled sweetly. Her tone was kind and gentle, as if she was not unhappy about Vera's refusal to come to Swan City. The Countess had a gentle temperament and was very approachable. Even if Colin had some opinions about the Schultz family, they almost disappeared under the Countess' gentle smile. This is my husband, Lucien. Countess Schultz pointed at a middle-aged man with a rough face and introduced him to Lucien. The corner of Lucien's mouth twitched into a smile, but his attitude was not very warm. It was not clear whether it was because he had some opinions about Colin, or because he was not good at socializing. Colin did not mind. He smiled and nodded at Lucien as a greeting. As the strongest person on the northern frontier, Lucien had the right to be proud. After that, Countess Schultz introduced Colin to the important people behind her. Colin smiled and greeted them one by one, but in reality, he did not remember many of their names. After some small talk, Countess Schultz led Colin into Swan City. This time, Colin had only brought a dozen or so guards with him. Of course, this was only the strength he had on the surface. There were still more than 100 blood thralls hiding outside the city. Swan City had always had the reputation of being the most beautiful city in the northern frontier. The buildings in the city were painted a uniform white, and the roads were paved with bluestone slabs. There was even a green belt in the middle of the road, where tall sycamore trees were planted. However, in Colin's opinion, Swan City's beauty was a little artificial. It wasn't as natural as Silvermoon City. Of course, among the cities in the northern frontier, Swan City was considered outstanding. Compared to it, Winter City was more majestic but less graceful. Colin looked at Swan Castle not far away and asked with a smile, "Earl, why don't we go directly to the Radiance Church? Don't you want to have dinner first? Let's go take a look at the place where Bishop John went missing first. Otherwise, I won't be in the mood to eat with this question hanging in my mind." Count Schultz didn't try to persuade him any further. He smiled gently and praised, "All right, your dedication is admirable." Then, the convoy slowly changed direction and soon arrived in front of the Radiance Church. Four white-robed pastors welcomed Colin and the rest into the prayer hall. Count Schultz introduced the church to Colin as they walked. According to the pastors in the church, Bishop John went missing as usual on the night. After he finished the last mass, he went back to his room to rest. However, the next morning, the servants who came to help him wash up found that Bishop John was not in his room. Then, the pastors searched the church but found nothing. "They could only report this to me. I also sent the city defense army to search the entire city. I even had Lucien personally lead a team to search the vicinity of Swan City." However, there was still no trace of Bishop John. Colin nodded and said to the pastor who led the way, "Can you bring us to Bishop John's room?" "Of course, this way please." The few of them followed the pastor through the long corridor and arrived at the inner courtyard. "Lord Viscount, this is Bishop John's room. We've investigated it carefully before, and there are no traces of fighting or abnormalities." Colin walked around the room and suddenly asked with a smile, "Did Bishop John forget to tell you that he was going somewhere far away?" Count Schultz also smiled and said, "That seems to be the most reasonable explanation." Colin rubbed his nose, wondering if this was really a self-directed trick by the church. Bishop John knew that Vera was going to pass by Swan City, so he deliberately went missing to trick Vera into entering the city, but what was the use of that? Colin's eyes swept across the faces of the people in the room one by one. He asked again, "On the night the bishop went missing, did he come into contact with anyone strange?" "Strange people?" "Yes, or people you don't know." The pastors thought for a while, and then one of them suddenly said, "A strange knight came to the church and confessed to the bishop." "A strange knight?" Count Schultz was also interested. "Didn't any of you recognize which family he was from?" The pastor shook his head and said, "The knight was injured. Most of his face was covered with a white cloth, so I didn't recognize him. However, Bishop John seemed to know him and accepted his confession." Colin immediately said, "Can you take us to the confession room?" The pastor nodded and then led the group out of the bishop's room and to the confession room at the side of the prayer hall. The confession room was very small, and the decoration inside was also very simple. There were 2 chairs in the middle, separated by a wooden wind shield. For the Church of Light, this was the closest place to God. It was also the only place where they could open their hearts, confess their sins, and pray to God for repentance. Count Schultz looked at the confession room for a while, but he didn't seem to notice anything unusual. He then asked, "Did anything unusual happen after Bishop John finished confessing?" The pastor thought for a while and shook his head. "Nothing unusual." After that, he even presided over the Mass. His behavior was no different from usual. Count Schultz said to his husband, "Maybe we should ask the city defense officer to see if any injured knight has entered Swan City recently." Lucian nodded and said, "Okay, I'll ask him later." Seeing that Colin was silent, Count Schultz asked, "Sir Viscounts, did you find anything?" Colin was a bit surprised, but then he shook his head and smiled. "No." Count Schultz took a deep look at Colin and invited him, "Then let's go back to Swan Castle for dinner." "Okay." They then left the church and entered Swan Castle. At this time, it was already late. Crystal candlesticks and chandeliers were hanging in the corner of the banquet hall. The attentive servants had already prepared a table full of delicacies to entertain the distinguished guests who came from afar. After the banquet, Colin was led by a young maid to the room prepared for him by the count. After washing up, Colin did not go to bed immediately. Instead, he quietly left Swan Castle and returned to the Radiance Church. In the prayer hall of the church, the pastors were directing the choir to sing hymns. When one of them saw Colin, he immediately greeted him. "Sir Viscounts, is there anything I can do for you?" Colin pointed in the direction of the side hall and said, "I want to check the confession room again." "Is there anyone inside?" "No." "Are you going to confess?" "No, I'll take a look myself." "You don't have to worry about me." "Okay." After sending the pastors away, Colin went to the confession room alone. After closing the door, Colin sat down in his seat. The confession room was very quiet. Lucian could vaguely hear the choir singing from the prayer hall next door. Colin took a deep breath and once again smelled the faintly discernible scent of blood. The smell was very faint. Looking at the reaction of Count Schultz and the pastors, it was clear that they did not notice the smell of blood at all. If not for Colin's extreme sensitivity to the smell of blood, he might have missed this important clue. It was this smell that made him return. But just as Colin was about to take a closer look, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Whoosh, he stretched out his hand and pulled open the curtain in the middle. He was surprised to find another person sitting in the seat opposite him. Colin's heart trembled. He showed a stiff smile and greeted. "Good evening, Your Highness." In the small confessional, Colin and Prince Lacy sat opposite each other. Neither of them spoke, and the silence in the air made one's heart palpitate. Under the scrutinizing gaze of this paladin, Colin felt as if all the secrets in his heart had nowhere to hide. The faint sound of the choir outside became more and more distant, and finally disappeared completely. It was as if the confessional was sealed in another space. Prince Lacy's aura was as deep as the sea. Even if he was just sitting beside him, he had the illusion that he would be swallowed by the huge waves at any time. Cold sweat seeped out from Colin's forehead. He could not help but ask, "Your Highness, are you here to confess?" Prince Lacy looked at Colin expressionlessly. After a while, he finally said, "What did you find?" Colin sighed inwardly and had no choice but to tell the truth. "I smell blood." "Blood?" Prince Lacy's nose twitched a few times. It was unknown whether he smelled it or not. Colin quickly added, "It's very faint, but I'm sure it's the smell of blood." Prince Lacy stared into Colin's eyes and asked, "Then why do you think there's the smell of blood?" Colin thought for a while and said, "The priest said that the strange paladin was wrapped in white cloth and seemed to be seriously injured. Maybe that's why there's a faint smell of blood." "Is that so?" Prince Lacy said lightly, "If it's because of this, why did you come back alone in the middle of the night?" Colin was speechless. Looking at Prince Lacy's increasingly dangerous eyes, Colin had no choice but to be honest, "Because I smelled a similar smell of blood in another place before." "Where?" Colin licked his lips and said with a smile, "Phoenix Butterfly Castle." "Golden-tailed Phoenix Butterfly Castle, Morrison family?" "Yes." Prince Lacy narrowed his eyes, as if he was examining whether Colin was lying this time. Colin looked back at him calmly. This time, he really did not lie. "Since you smelled something similar in the Phoenix Butterfly Castle, have you investigated the source?" Colin nodded and said half-truthfully, "Yes, I did. I once sneaked into the basement of the Phoenix Butterfly Castle's clock tower and found a terrifying blood pool there." "Blood pool?" Prince Rhy finally had a surprised expression on his face. "Yes. But I was worried that I would alarm the people of the Morrison family, so I immediately came out and didn't investigate further. Perhaps, you can go and make some inquiries." Colin was prepared to encourage this paladin to probe the mysterious and strange Morrison family. It would be best if he could expose this family's history. Prince Lacy lowered his head in silence. No one knew what he was thinking. Colin saw that the other party did not speak, so he mustered up his courage and asked, "Your Highness, may I ask why you are here? Is it also because of Bishop John's disappearance?" Prince Lacy raised his head again and said indifferently, "It was my lord who guided me here." The corner of Colin's mouth twitched slightly, and he was speechless. But then, Colin realized that perhaps Prince Lacy was not being perfunctory, but had really received the guidance of God. After all, there might really be some special connection between the paladins and the God of Light. So, Colin asked again, "What else did my lord tell you? Tell me, maybe I can help you." However, this time, Prince Lacy did not answer. He just stared at Colin silently until he felt goosebumps all over his body. Just when Colin thought that he had offended Prince Lacy and was about to leave quickly, the other party suddenly spoke. "My lord's guidance told me that this Bishop John is related to the person who framed me." "Framed?" Colin asked thoughtfully. "Yes. I did not kill Consul Leadham. Someone framed me." "What? Who is so bold?" Colin tried hard to pretend to be shocked. Prince Lacy seemed to have seen through Colin's disguise. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly, and he asked, "You already knew, didn't you?" Colin coughed a few times to hide his awkwardness. He smiled and said, "Actually, it was just a guess. After all, the situation at that time, no matter how you look at it, it was a little deliberate. Moreover, I also believe that with your character, you would never do such a despicable thing." Prince Lacy's gaze softened a little. Perhaps he felt that he had finally found someone who understood him. He nodded in agreement and said, "That's right. So now I need to find the evidence that framed me and restore my reputation." "Then what does this have to do with Bishop John?" Colin asked doubtfully. Prince Lacy shook his head and did not speak. Colin was not sure if the other party did not know what it had to do with him, or if he did not want to tell him. "Then do you have a suspect for the person who framed you?" Colin asked tentatively. Prince Lacy glanced at Colin and said a name that shocked him, "Mr. Lacy." Mr. Lacy? Colin's eyes widened. "But wasn't he killed by you?" Originally, Colin thought that Prince Lacy would say the name of Emperor Reinhardt or Empress Medela. He did not expect that the other party would say the name of a dead person. "That's right. I did see him turn to dust with my own eyes. However, that does not mean that he is dead." Colin touched the tip of his nose. If it was anyone else who said this, he would definitely scold them. But facing a holy knight. Fine, if you think that someone who was blasted to dust might not be dead, then he might not be dead. In the past few years, I have not fought much. The only time I used judgment was when I faced Mr. Lacy. I suspect that he used some kind of arcane technique to store my attack and then used it to kill Consul Leadham. Colin blinked. He found that this holy knight prince's imagination was really wild. However, if there really was such a miraculous arcane technique, then it would indeed explain how Empress Medela framed Prince Lacy. Perhaps Mr. Lacy could really research such an arcane technique. After all, he was the one who researched the mysterious forbidden spell Trial's Eye. Prince Lacy looked into Colin's eyes and said seriously, "I know that you may not be on the same side as me, but Mr. Lacy's existence is a great threat to the northern frontier. So, if you have any news about him, please let me know immediately." "Okay." Colin agreed without hesitation. Prince Lacy was right. If Mr. Lacy was really alive, then Colin would definitely be one of the people who wanted to kill him the most. As long as this guy was alive, the northern frontier would never be truly peaceful. Seeing that Colin had agreed, Prince Lacy nodded, indicating that he could leave. Colin heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly stood up to bow. But just as he was about to open the door, Prince Lacy's voice sounded again. "Right, let me give you one last piece of advice." Colin turned back and smiled respectfully, "Please speak." "Be careful of the Empress. She is a dangerous woman." After saying this, Prince Lacy closed his eyes and did not explain further. He did not seem to care whether Colin took his advice or not. Colin rubbed his nose, thinking that this was not a ploy to drive a wedge between them, right? But this method was too crude. "Thank you, Your Highness. I will keep your advice in mind." It was late at night. Colin walked alone in the hallway of Swan Castle, occasionally passing by a few patrolling guards. Seeing Colin, the guards all stopped and saluted. Colin nodded absent-mindedly. After returning from the church, Colin was still thinking about the conversation he had with Prince Rhy in the confessional. Especially the news that Mr. Qi might still be alive, which made Colin feel an irresistible pressure. But then, Colin shook his head and laughed. He felt that he was worrying too much. After all, whether Mr. Qi was still alive or not was not confirmed. Even if it was true, with Prince Rhy in front of him, Colin did not have to worry about facing this terrifying opponent. Thinking of this, Colin's footsteps suddenly became a lot lighter. The air also seemed to have become sweeter. It wasn't as if, but there was really a sweet fragrance in the air. Colin curiously turned a corner and saw the open-air balcony at the end of the hallway. On the balcony, a beautiful figure was standing there alone. It was Countess Schultz. Tonight, the Countess was wearing a simple dress with a tight waist. She did not have any jewelry on her, but the dress was well tailored, vividly outlining her slender and flexible body. In Colin's opinion, Countess Schultz was a mature, graceful, and charming model of a noble lady. She was dignified but not pretentious, beautiful but not frivolous and arrogant, and always had a very friendly smile on her face. Even though he knew that the loyalty of the Schultz family was questionable, Colin found it hard to dislike such an outstanding countess. Hearing Colin's footsteps, Countess Schultz turned her head and smiled sweetly. "Your Excellency Viscounts, did you go out for a walk?" "Yes, I couldn't sleep, so I went to the church to bare my heart to the Lord. I feel much better now," Colin replied with a smile, then walked forward and stood side by side with Countess Schultz. Swan Castle was built next to the lake. Looking out from the balcony, one could see Swan Lake under the night sky. The bright silver moon was reflected in the lake, ethereal and beautiful. "Yes, it's better to talk about some things," Count Schultz said meaningfully. Colin nodded his head in response. However, his eyes were looking across the vast lake and he could see a faint fire on the other side of the lake. That should be the place where Vera and the others were camping. Count Schultz followed Colin's gaze and seemed to understand something. He asked again, "Your Grace, are you unwilling to enter Swan City to express your dissatisfaction with the Schultz family?" Colin smiled and said, "Count, do you think the Duke of St. Hilda can still trust the Schultz family?" "That's right. What the Schultz family had done was indeed chilling. However, I'm only targeting the former Duke of St. Hilda. I'm willing to offer unlimited loyalty to the current Duke of St. Hilda." Colin turned his head and looked at Count Schultz, who had a serious expression on his face. Count Schultz met Colin's gaze without flinching. The sincerity in his eyes did not seem to be fake. However, Colin would not be moved by a few words. Besides, he had seen many politicians with outstanding acting skills. Who knew if Count Schultz was one of them? "I will pass on your words to the Duke of St. Hilda," Colin said calmly. Count Schultz could see that Colin was just being perfunctory. He said again, "You don't trust me." "I just find it hard to trust someone who has betrayed His Majesty." A hint of sadness flashed in Count Schultz's eyes. He seemed to be hurt by Colin's words. After a while, he said, "Then do you know why I betrayed the former Duke of St. Hilda in Ice Stone City?" Colin was a witness to the rebellion of the Lords, so of course he knew the situation. However, looking at Count Schultz's expression, it seemed that there was more to his motive. "Is it not because of Marquis Charles's disastrous defeat at the front lines?" "Not exactly." Count Schultz shook his head slowly. "It's also because of Marquis Garcia." Colin's expression changed, but he was not too surprised. After all, Marquis Garcia had purposely expressed his dissatisfaction with his brother in order to incite the Lords to rebel. However, Count Schultz's next words gave Colin a fright. "Marquis Garcia is my lover." Colin looked at the beautiful countess beside him. The fire of gossip was ignited in his heart. "Back then, I thought that Garcia finally had the courage to rebel against his brother, so I joined the rebellion army." "Who would have thought?" "Haha, I overestimated his courage." Colin looked at Count Schultz, who was gnashing his teeth, and did not know what to say for a moment. However, in his opinion, the countess was probably overthinking things. Marquis Garcia was obviously more willing to cooperate with his brother to purge the lords of the northern frontier to consolidate the rule of the House of St. Hilda. At that time even Colin was taken by Marquis Garcia to hunt outside the city. That was how they escaped the whirlpool of rebellion. However, Marquis Garcia did not inform Count Schultz. From this, it could be seen that Count Schultz was not that important to Marquis Garcia. Count Schultz seemed to have seen through Colin's thoughts. He immediately asked, "Do you think that I overestimated my position in Marquis Garcia's heart?" Colin touched his nose and said helplessly, "That's not it. I think that the reason why the Duke of St. Hilda's purge of the rebellious lords did not affect you was probably because Marquis Garcia pleaded on your behalf." Count Schultz's lips curved into a mocking smile. "Actually, you're not wrong to think that way. I'm afraid that I really overestimated my position in Marquis Garcia's heart. 20 years ago, I even foolishly thought that he would marry me. Who would have thought that when the Duke of St. Hilda only asked him to give up his command of the Black Cavalry in order to marry me, he hesitated. He even told me that he would give up his command of the Black Cavalry to marry me after he breached the Troll City. Haha, luckily I didn't wait for him. Otherwise, who knows how many years I would have wasted." Colin was a little surprised. He did not expect that Marquis Garcia and Count Schultz had actually reached the point of discussing marriage, only to be stopped by the Duke of St. Hilda. Of course, Colin could understand the Duke of St. Hilda's condition. After all, Marquis Garcia had the strongest army in the northern frontier. If he could obtain the help of the Schultz family, his power in the northern frontier would be too great. At that time, the Duke of St. Hilda should not have been promoted to the sanctuary realm yet. It was only natural that he would be wary of this. Perhaps in the heart of Marquis Garcia, achievements will always be placed before love. Count Schultz was still lamenting. Colin remained silent. It was not his place to express his opinion. However, he suddenly felt that his father-in-law might be hiding a lot of secrets. "That is all in the past, and I have already let go of it." Count Schultz tucked a strand of hair behind his ear and changed the topic. "However, there are still some things that I have to worry about." Colin turned his head in confusion and asked, "What is it?" "The fact that I gave birth to a daughter for him." "What?" Colin thought that he had heard wrong. Count Schultz nodded and said indifferently, "Yes, Vera is the daughter of Marquis Garcia and I. Later, she was adopted by the previous Duke of St. Hilda. So now you should understand why I said that the Schultz family would not betray the current Duke of St. Hilda, right?" Colin stared at Count Schultz in shock. His heart was in turmoil. What was going on? Wasn't Vera's biological mother Empress Medela? Immediately, Colin realized that he had been fooled by the Empress. What exchange of information? What did she mean by supporting Vera? It was all the Empress' little tricks. She had used this little trick to win Colin's trust and forced him to hand over his information in the name of an exchange. Colin felt a little relieved that he had not handed over his fatal information to the Empress. Otherwise, he would have been at Empress Medela's mercy in the future. At this time, he could not help but think of Prince Leon's advice: be careful of the Empress. She is a dangerous woman. Why? You don't believe me? Count Schultz looked at the shocked expression on Colin's face and thought that he did not believe him. Colin let out a long sigh and shook his head. "It's not that I don't believe you. I just feel that this news is a little too shocking." "Why?" "Marquis Garcia gave you his two most precious things, Vera and the Black Cavalry. Has he never mentioned me to you?" Colin smiled bitterly and shook his head. "No. Marquis Garcia has never allowed me to ask more about Vera's birth mother. Is it because he feels guilty that he does not dare to mention me?" Maybe." In fact, Colin was more willing to believe Count Schultz because if Count Schultz was not Vera's biological mother, he would not have known that Marquis Garcia was Vera's biological father. After all, Marquis Garcia would not have told this secret to an unrelated person like Count Schultz. However, he might have told his own sister. Moreover, Queen Medela knew that Colin would not dare to ask Marquis Garcia directly because if Colin believed her, he would think that Vera was the product of incest. Therefore, he would not dare to ask Marquis Garcia directly. Therefore, he could only bury this secret in the bottom of his heart and believe that he had the Queen's secret. Colin was now more and more convinced that Queen Medela was lying to him in order to get hold of his secret so that she could control him. Phew, this woman was too scheming. However, if Count Schultz was Vera's biological mother, then things would be different. Although it was also a little difficult to talk about it, it was not as serious as incest. It was just an ordinary illegitimate daughter. Colin dared to ask Marquis Garcia directly. Since Count Schultz had told him this secret, he should not be afraid of confronting Marquis Garcia. Do you believe that I do not have any malicious intentions towards Vera now? Of course. Then, can I trouble you to invite Vera into the city? Count Schultz said sincerely, after so many years, I want to see my daughter. Colin hesitated for a moment before he asked, Earl Long, do you want to make your relationship with Vera public? Count Schultz asked carefully, may I? If Vera does not have any objections, then that is fine. Although this would cause Vera to be labeled as an illegitimate daughter, it would not have much of an impact on her. After all, everyone knew that Vera was an illegitimate daughter, but they did not know the identity of her biological parents. Besides, she had been adopted by the Duke of St. Hilda, so she already had the right to inherit. Even if Countess Schultz was her biological mother, it wouldn't be a big deal. That's great! Count Schultz exclaimed excitedly. A moment later, a blush appeared on her fair face and she said in a slightly shy tone, Please rest assured that I will try my best to help Vera clear her name as an illegitimate daughter. What do you mean? I am going to marry Marquis Garcia. Colin's jaw dropped again. He was once again shocked by Count Schultz's words. Earl Long. I would like to remind you that you are already married. Count Schultz nodded his head to indicate that he was not stupid. He then said in a matter-of-fact tone, I can get a divorce. When he saw that Colin was still in shock, Count Schultz continued. The reason why Marquis Garcia refused to marry me in the past was because he could not let go of the Black Cavalry. However, now that the Black Cavalry has become your blood cavalry, I would like to see if he has forgotten the promise he made back then. As for my husband, you don't have to worry about him. I have already given birth to a son for Garcia. As long as Marquis Garcia is willing to marry me, I can immediately pass the title of Count to Sorin. I believe that he will not object. The reason why he married me in the past was because of the Schultz family's property. Now that I have handed it over to his own son, he can't be more than happy. Colin blinked his eyes and looked at Count Schultz, who seemed to have turned into a young girl in love. For a moment, he did not know how to comment on her behavior. At the same time, he could not help but feel that Marquis Garcia's charm was so great that Count Schultz could not forget him even after so many years. Count Schultz was even willing to give up the title of Count in order to marry him. Do you think that Marquis Garcia will be willing to marry me? Count Schultz suddenly lost her confidence. Colin wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and smiled bitterly, I think so. After all, you have done so much for Marquis Garcia. If he doesn't marry you, it will be intolerable. Count Schultz seemed to be encouraged by Lucien's words. She suddenly smiled and looked no different from a young girl in love. Count Schultz, it's already late. I'll go back and rest now. I'll get up early tomorrow and go to the camp on the other side of the lake to bring Vera to Swan City. Thank you so much. This is what I should do. Colin bowed and then left. Count Schultz looked at the faint fire on the other side of the lake with a smile on his face, as if he was looking forward to the scene when he met his daughter tomorrow. Do you think he believes you? Suddenly, a deep male voice sounded. Count Schultz immediately turned around and bowed, I think so, Your Grace. The man was covered in a grey robe, and only his face could be seen. It was the Duke of St. Hilda, who was supposed to be dead. Will Vera enter the city tomorrow? Yes. Very good. The Duke of St. Hilda nodded with satisfaction and a faint smile appeared on his face. Tomorrow, you will publicly announce your relationship with Vera and prove that she is your daughter. Count Schultz hesitated and asked carefully, Your Grace, please forgive me for being presumptuous, but if I pretend to be Vera's mother, won't Marquis Garcia stand up and expose me? He won't dare to, the Duke of St. Hilda said with certainty. When the Duke of St. Hilda saw that the hesitation on Count Schultz's face had not completely disappeared, he added, because he won't dare to reveal the identity of Vera's real mother, you don't have to worry at all. No one will stand up and question you. From tomorrow onwards, you will be the mother of this generation of Dukes of the North. Count Schultz heaved a sigh of relief and asked, Your Grace, what should I do after that? After that, you will return to Winter City with Vera and propose to Marquis Garcia. Believe me, he won't dare to reject you. After the marriage, your most important task is to conceive a child of the House of St. Hilda. After you complete this task, I will tell you what to do next. Count Schultz frowned and hesitated. Your Grace, even if Marquis Garcia is forced to marry me, he might not even touch me. How can I conceive a child? The Duke of St. Hilda smiled faintly and said, You can rest assured that I will help you. Count Schultz raised his head and looked at the Duke of St. Hilda. A charming blush appeared on his face as he nodded and said, I understand. Do you have any other questions? Count Schultz thought for a moment and said, Your Grace, with all due respect, if you are willing to reveal the truth that you are still alive, we won't have to go through so much trouble. The Duke of St. Hilda's eyes flashed and he shook his head coldly. I am seriously injured right now. It is not suitable for me to show my face. Otherwise, I will be hunted down by my enemies. Just do as I say. As long as you do this well, I will not go back on my promise to you. Yes. Count Schultz lowered his head obediently. When he raised his head again, he discovered that the Duke of St. Hilda had already disappeared. After returning to his room, Colin washed up and prepared to go to bed. However, he couldn't fall asleep as he tossed and turned in his bed. His mind kept replaying the secret that Count Schultz had just revealed to him. Suddenly, Colin realized a problem. When Queen Medela claimed that she was Vera's mother, she had also revealed another secret. She had poisoned Marquis Adams to death. If Queen Medela wasn't Vera's biological mother, why would she poison Adams when Duke St. Hilda went back on his word and didn't give Vera the title of Marquis of the Northern Territory? Well, if this was also a lie that Queen Medela had told him, then what about the will that the Duke of St. Hilda had left behind? Before Count Almond died, he had said that someone had forced the Duke of St. Hilda to write this will. And that person was most likely Queen Medela. Moreover, when they were in Imperial Dragon City, Queen Medela had indeed been helping Vera to inherit the position of the Dukes of the North. If it wasn't because Vera was her daughter, then what was the reason? Queen Medela's words might be false, but what she had done had always been true. Based on this, Colin could not deny the special care that she had given to Vera. And Count Schultz, on the contrary, Count Schultz seemed to have only made a verbal claim, but there was no proof in his actions. However, Colin also felt that Count Schultz was unlikely to lie. After all, if she was not Vera's biological mother, then as an outsider, it was unlikely that she would know who Vera's biological father was. Moreover, her lie would be immediately exposed by Marquis Garcia. After all, she had already prepared to announce her relationship with Vera to the public. Wait a minute, Colin immediately sat up straight in bed. Count Schultz wanted to announce his relationship with Vera to the public. Colin suddenly realized that once Count Schultz acknowledged Vera in public, and confirmed their relationship as mother and daughter, then even if she was lying, Marquis Garcia would not dare to refute her publicly. This was because the relationship between Queen Medela and Vera could not be exposed to the public. The Empire of Light would never accept a queen who was incestuous with her brother. The reputation of the House of St. Hilda would also suffer a great blow because of this. Therefore, even if Count Schultz was lying, he had nothing to fear. However, there was a problem with this assumption. How did Count Schultz know that Marquis Garcia was Vera's biological father? Moreover, looking at her fearless appearance, she should also know that Vera's real birth mother was Empress Medela. Even Marquis Garcia did not tell Colin this secret. So, who was lying, Queen Medela or was it Count Schultz? This question lingered in Colin's mind, and he could no longer sleep peacefully. Since he could not sleep, Colin simply got out of bed. Colin put on a coat and walked out of the room. It was late at night, and Swan Castle was very quiet. Only the faint sound of an owl could be heard. Colin walked along the dim corridor, thinking about whether he should bring Vera to the city tomorrow. If Count Schultz was lying, then once Vera entered the city and the two of them acknowledged each other in public, then even if Count Schultz was not Vera's biological mother, he would still have to be her mother. This was because Marquis Garcia would not dare to refute in public, and as for Empress Medela, she would definitely not dare to admit it. As he thought about this, Colin suddenly felt that he should not bring Vera into the city. At the very least, he should ask Marquis Garcia first. If Count Schultz was really Vera's biological mother, then Colin could bring her to Winter City to meet Vera. There was no need to rush. After making up his mind, Colin's mood was much more relaxed. Just as he was about to return to his room to rest, he smelled the faint smell of blood again. Colin narrowed his eyes. This was because he realized that the smell of blood was exactly the same as the one he had smelled in the confessional of the Glory Church in Swan City not long ago. Following the smell, Colin quickened his pace. Not long after, he found that he had returned to the open balcony where he had talked to Count Schultz earlier. The cold moonlight shone on Colin's face, reflecting his uncertain expression. Colin looked at the dark lake outside the balcony, which looked like the mouth of an abyss, and a sneer appeared on his lips. Count Schultz, it seems that you are not a good person after all. Early the next morning, when the sky was just beginning to brighten, several maids who were fetching water from the lake saw Colin and his entourage riding back to the camp. Good morning, Lord Viscounts. Good morning, is the Duke still asleep? Not yet. Colin nodded at the maids before he entered the camp and went straight to Vera's tent. As expected, the new Duke of the Northern region was still sleeping soundly. Colin bent down and gently kissed her fair and smooth forehead. Vera's long eyelashes fluttered a few times before she opened her eyes in a daze. When she saw that it was Colin, she snorted a few times before she hugged his arm and used it as a pillow. Colin, why are you back so early? Colin stretched out his hand and ran his fingers through Vera's soft hair before he said gently, I am here to say goodbye to you. I have to return to Swan City later. Vera sat up straight and wrapped her arms around Colin's neck before she asked, have you found Bishop John yet? Not yet. I have also found some interesting things here that require further investigation. So, you should return to Winter City first. Okay. Vera was a little reluctant to part with Colin. She leaned forward and gave him a deep kiss. After a while, Colin took out a letter from his pocket and handed it to Vera. At the same time, he reminded her, when you return to Winter City, help me hand this letter to Marquis Garcia and ask him to reply to me immediately. Do you understand? When Vera saw the serious expression on Colin's face, she stopped being lazy and nodded seriously. I understand. Okay, then I will leave now. Remember to say goodbye to the two little guys for me. Okay, be careful. Outside Swan City, the honor guard of the Schultz family was once again in the most neat formation. They were ready to welcome the guests who were about to arrive. Count Schultz and Lucien stood at the front of the line hand in hand. Both of them had perfect smiles on their faces as they looked at the approaching group from the other side of the river. However, it was not long before the smile on Lucien's face froze. He squinted his eyes and said seriously, no. That's not the carriage of the Dukes of the North. There are too few people. What? Count Schultz looked at the screen and realized that something was wrong. Her heart sank. She kept thinking about what she had done wrong. Soon, Colin arrived at Swan City. He immediately dismounted from his horse and said sincerely, I am so sorry, Count Schultz. The Duke's carriage had already left. I was too late. Count Schultz took a deep breath and tried to suppress the anger and fear in his heart. He tried his best to put on a slightly disappointed look and said, it's okay. It seems that Swan City is destined to be unable to enjoy this glory. Colin carefully observed the expression on Count Schultz's face. Suddenly, he laughed and said, Count Schultz. You should go to Winter City and meet the Duke in person, Count Schultz. Of course. Count Schultz regained his composure. The elegant countess appeared again. Colin turned to look at the expressionless Lucien and smiled. Sir Lucien, why don't we search Swan City again and see if we can find the whereabouts of Bishop John? Lucien smiled faintly. My pleasure. Lucien, who was wearing a full set of silver armor, walked into Swan Castle with heavy footsteps. A squire took over Lucien's helmet and sword, and a pretty maid bowed to Lucien and presented him with a clean wet towel. Lucien wiped his face with the towel and asked, Where is the lady? The maid took over the wet towel and answered softly, The Count is changing his clothes on the second floor. Lucien nodded and walked up the spiral stairs to the second floor. He pushed open a wooden door and saw that Countess Schultz had already changed into a pure black dress. Her beautiful hair was coiled into the most popular upper-class bun style, and a string of sparkling and translucent pearl necklaces hung around her creamy neck. Her delicate and three-dimensional facial features were lightly painted, making her look graceful and luxurious, and her beauty was unparalleled. "You're back." Countess Schultz smiled at her husband and helped him take off his armor. She asked, "What did you get today?" Lucien smiled and shrugged, "What can I find? I just accompanied Viscount Angley to walk around Swan Castle. However, I found that the Viscount's was not perfunctory. He was looking for the bishop's whereabouts very seriously." Countess Schultz smiled faintly and said disapprovingly, "He's looking for a needle in a haystack. What can he find?" Lucien frowned and said, "I think he might have found something. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so focused all the time, as if he was really looking for clues." Countess Schultz's hands paused for a second, and her face became a bit serious. "Did he find something?" Lucien shook his head, "I don't know. However, since he didn't want Vera to come to Swan City to meet you, he must have some suspicions." Count Schultz frowned and said in confusion, "I can't figure out what went wrong that made him suspicious." Lucien said his guess while taking off his armor, "Maybe he already knows the identity of Vera's real mother?" "I don't think so." Count Schultz shook his head. "Since that person is so sure that Marquis Garcia would not stand up to refute me, it means that the identity of Vera's biological mother is extremely sensitive. It is unlikely that Viscount Angley would know about this secret." Lucien could not help but ask curiously, "Did that person say anything about Vera's real mother?" "No. He only said that Vera's real biological mother did not dare to acknowledge Vera at all." Lucien rubbed his chin as if he was trying to figure out who Vera's real mother was. Seeing this, Count Schultz reminded him, "All right, stop guessing. If you're worried that Viscount Angley has discovered something, you can test him during the banquet later." Lucien nodded and said, "Okay, I'll go wash up and change into clean clothes." Dong dong dong. At this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. "Come in," Count Schultz said loudly, and then the butler pushed the door open and walked in. The butler first greeted the count and his wife, and then reported, "My lord, Viscount Angley wants to visit Swan Castle." "Visit?" "I think he wants to search the castle," Lucien said with a cold face. Count Schultz's eyes also narrowed, but she soon returned to normal. She said to the butler, "Please ask Viscount Angley to wait for a while. I'll accompany him to visit Swan Castle." "Yes, my lady," the butler replied and closed the door again. Lucien's eyes flashed with a dangerous light, and he said coldly, "Did he really find something?" Count Schultz patted her husband's strong chest and comforted him, "If he really found something, he should pretend that he knows nothing, and then quietly leave Swan Castle to ask for help from Winter. He shouldn't have alerted us like this." Lucien nodded and felt that his wife was right. Then he restrained his aura. "Then what are you going to do?" "If he wants to visit, then I'll accompany him," Count Schultz said indifferently. Lucien understood his wife's meaning. He nodded and said, "Okay, you go accompany him. I'll go ask that guy to move his nest." "Okay." Count Schultz nodded, and then said in a warning tone, "You'd better be respectful in front of that guy. Do you really think he's the Duke of St. Hilda?" Lucien sneered, "Except for his appearance, his attitude, his tone, and some of his habits are completely different from the real Duke of St. Hilda, although I don't know what's going on with his appearance, he can't fool those who really know the Duke of St. Hilda." Count Schultz said with a deep meaning, "He has the face of a duke, and he has the strength of a duke. Why can't he be the Duke of St. Hilda?" "Strength?" The look on Lucien's face became even more disdainful. "With his current condition, I can chop his head off in an hourglass. Never underestimate the power of a Saint Knight, Lucien." Count Schultz's face became serious, "Even though he's still injured, if you really dare to provoke him, you won't end well." Seeing that Lucien was still not convinced, Count Schultz's eyes became serious. "You promised me, Lucien. Don't go back on your words." "Of course I remember my promise. I just hope you won't forget yours," Lucien responded coldly. Count Schultz looked into his husband's eyes seriously and nodded, "Of course I won't forget." "That's good. But I still have to remind you, don't be fooled by the title of Duchess. It's just an empty promise." Count Schultz nodded solemnly and said, "Of course, I know what I'm doing. I won't completely trust that Duke of St. Hilda, who I don't know if he's real or not." "That's good." Lucien put on his half-taken armor again and said, "You go deal with Viscount Angley first. I'll take care of the Duke of St. Hilda." Count Schultz nodded and walked out of the room. Swan Castle was a Gothic-style building with a large number of pointed roof designs. It was tall, thin, and thick. The outer walls were painted white, which complemented the green Swan Lake. It had a strong visual impact and was unforgettable. The castle was more than 30 meters high, with 7 floors and more than 200 rooms. It would take Lucien more than half a day to visit them one by one. Under the guidance of Count Schultz, Colin only skimmed through the castle. Viscount Angley, this is the main castle. There are 2 side castles behind, as well as warehouses, stables, farms, and so on. Do you want to continue? Standing in the main hall of Swan Castle, Colin glanced around, as if he was admiring the decorations around. Seeing Count Schultz pointing at the door, Lucien did not immediately go forward. Instead, he stamped his feet and asked with a smile, "My lord, is there no basement under the main castle?" "Of course there is." At this time, Lucien walked in. He must have just taken a shower and changed into a black suit. He smiled at Colin. "There's a wine cellar and a storage room. Would you like to have a look, my lord Viscounts?" Colin nodded his head and said, "Of course." Following the mottled stone steps, Colin followed Count Schultz to the basement of Swan Castle. 2 attendants led the way in front and lit up the braziers embedded in the stone wall in advance. The flames lit up the dark and gloomy corridor. Due to the lack of ventilation, the air in the basement was extremely turbid. The smell of wine, grass, and a faint smell of rot mixed together, making one feel suffocated. Soon, they reached the end of the corridor and arrived at a spacious underground space. Count Schultz pointed at the wooden doors in front of him and asked, "Viscount Angley, there are 7 rooms here. Which one do you want to see first?" Colin glanced around the wooden doors and pointed at the one in the middle casually. "Is this the wine cellar?" "Yes." Count Schultz smiled gently. "Also, it contains the most precious wine of Swan Castle." "Then I would like to see it." Count Schultz nodded at the attendant calmly and signaled for him to open the door. With a slightly ear-piercing creak, the wooden door slowly opened, and a strong smell of wine wafted out. Colin's eyes lit up. He seemed to be attracted by the smell of wine and immediately strode in. Count Schultz also followed him in. At the same time, he pointed at the rows of wine shelves in the room and introduced them. "Viscount Angley, these are the best wines from the Winst Highlands. The deeper you go, the older they are. If you like, you can pick one for the banquet later." "I don't know much about wine. Why don't you pick one for me?" As Colin walked in, he looked around casually, as if he was really attracted by the wine in the room. But in fact, he had already smelled the familiar faint smell of blood. Bishop John's disappearance was indeed related to the Schultz family. Also, the Schultz family and the Morrison family were probably related. He just didn't know why they kidnapped Bishop John. "Viscount Angley, if I were you, I would pick that row of wine." Count Schultz pointed at the wine shelf in the middle of the room and said with a smile. Colin asked curiously, "Why?" "First of all, grape wine isn't suitable for immediate consumption when it's just produced. It's best to store it for 4 to 5 years to get rid of its sourness. The wine in this row is the work of the Winst Manor from 4 years ago. Furthermore, the weather that year was warm and the precipitation was abundant. The quality of the grapes was very good, and I believe that you will be able to taste the most wonderful flavor." After listening to Count Schultz's explanation, Colin nodded, not fully understanding. He strode forward, ready to pick a random one and leave. Anyway, he had already achieved the goal of this trip. He had confirmed that the Schultz family was indeed scheming as he had guessed. However, just as he picked a bottle of wine and was about to leave, he caught sight of the other side of the wine rack from the corner of his eye. His entire body froze in that instant. "Viscount Angley, have you made your choice?" Count Schultz looked at the motionless Colin and asked in confusion. However, Colin was still staring at the wine rack in a daze, as if he did not hear Count Schultz's question. Count Schultz exchanged a glance with Lucien, who was standing next to him. Their eyes were full of confusion, but they still strode forward. Then, both of them were stunned. This was because a corpse was lying abruptly behind the row of wine racks. The dead body seemed to have been drained of blood. The face was pale and haggard, but they could still tell that it was Bishop John, who had been missing for many days, Count Schultz's eyes were wide open. He immediately looked at Lucien, as if he was questioning him. What the hell did you do? Lucien's eyebrows were tightly knitted, and his eyes were full of confusion and grievance. He really wanted to tell his wife that he had already reminded that guy to move. However, he did not know that the guy had left out the most important thing. No, it was not a mistake, he did it on purpose. Count Schultz felt a chill running down his spine. He finally understood the sinister intention of the Duke of St. Hilda. Since Vera did not enter the city, Duke of St. Hilda must have realized that his original plan had been seen through. Therefore, he immediately changed his plan and betrayed Count Schultz without any hesitation. Colin had already found the dead body. What should he do now? Count Schultz's mind was in a mess. Countless ideas popped up in his mind, but none of them were reliable. Colin was also dumbfounded at this moment. He did not expect that they would really find Bishop John's dead body in the basement of Swan Castle. When he proposed to visit Swan Castle earlier, he did not intend to find Bishop John at all. He only wanted to confirm whether the Schultz family had anything to do with the disappearance of Bishop John. The only way to confirm this was through the special smell of blood. However, he did not expect that things would turn out like this. He had given the Schultz family so much time to clean up the scene, but they were really stupid enough to leave Bishop John's dead body in the basement. Normally, Colin should be happy that the case of Bishop John's disappearance was solved. However, at this moment, he was not happy at all. Colin was completely locked down by the strong pressure coming from behind him. He knew that the young man was going to kill him. As his mind raced, Colin slowly turned around. He revealed a stiff smile and said, "I'm sorry, Count, I did not expect that the murderer of Bishop John would be so cunning and sinister." Count Schultz looked at Colin with a poker face and asked, "Oh? Why do you say that?" "Because he left Bishop John's dead body in the basement of Swan Castle. It's obvious that he wanted to frame the Schultz family. Don't you think he's sinister?" Count Schultz was a bit surprised, but he immediately understood what Colin meant. At this time, Count Schultz was also in a dilemma. He did not know how to deal with Colin. The fact that Bishop John's dead body was in the basement of Swan Castle made it very difficult for the Schultz family to explain to the church. Count Schultz did think of killing Colin, who was the witness, to cover up the case. However, she was also worried that doing so would infuriate the House of St. Hilda. The solution proposed by Colin seemed to work, but she still could not make up her mind. Count Schultz did not know whether such an excuse would work in front of the church, and whether the damned Duke of St. Hilda had any other tricks up his sleeve. Colin looked at Count Schultz, who was silent and whose facial expression was changing constantly, and reminded her carefully, "Count, don't make the wrong decision, and don't fall into the trap of the real murderer." Count Schultz bit her red lips and said in a low voice, "Viscount Angley, Bishop John's death has nothing to do with the Schultz family." "I believe you." Colin immediately said, "If you knew that Bishop John died here, you wouldn't have taken the initiative to bring me here to choose the wine." Count Schultz nodded and let out a long breath. Then she turned around and looked at Lucien, as if she was asking for his opinion. Lucien did not relax. The horrible power coming out of his body was like a big net, covering Colin in it. It seemed that if anything went wrong, a thunderous strike would fall on his head. Seeing this, Colin's heart sank. When he was about to explain again, a servant's voice came from outside the cellar. "My lord, the city defense sent a message saying that the Archbishop of the Northern Frontier, Lady Ajani, has just arrived in Swan City." "Ajani?" The atmosphere in the cellar changed again. In the dark basement, the atmosphere was heavy. Count Schultz had left in a hurry, presumably to welcome the arrival of Archbishop Ajani. So only Colin and Lucien were left here, facing each other. "Mr. Lucien, are you going to kill me?" Colin suddenly asked with a smile. Lucien did not answer. He just stared at Colin with his sharp eyes. Facing the terrifying pressure of a sixth-rank warrior, Colin was like a small boat in a stormy sea, which could capsize at any time. "You don't dare to kill me," Colin said with a smile. "I'm not a nobody. I'm the Viscounts of the Empire, the guardian of the Northern Frontier, and the husband of the Duke of St. Hilda. Hee, can your Schultz family bear the consequences of killing me?" Lucien still did not say anything, but Colin caught a trace of doubt in his eyes. Colin knew what was going on. He tried to persuade Lucien again, I believe the Schultz family has its own difficulties. Why don't you tell me the truth? You don't have to worry that I'll blame the Schultz family for this. You have to believe that I've always been very tolerant of the lords of the northern frontier. Think about the Oman family and the Dawson family. They've made huge mistakes before, but they're still fine now. Lucian was still unmoved. Colin shrugged and said helplessly, you don't dare to kill me, but you don't want to let me go either. Mr. Lucian, you're not going to watch me like this for the rest of my life, are you? Why not? Lucian finally answered. Colin smiled faintly and joked, okay, then you can accompany me in this dark basement for the rest of your life. With so much good wine here, I think the rest of my life won't be too boring. Lucian's face darkened, as if he had finally made up his mind. He said fiercely, I'm sorry, Viscount Angley. You'll have to suffer for a while. Following his words, Colin immediately felt that the atmosphere in the cellar had changed. If it was a storm before, now it was a complete mess. Wait. Lucian. Boom, before Colin could finish speaking, he saw the shadow of a fist rapidly enlarging in front of him. An irresistible force, accompanied by a violent whistling sound, fiercely attacked his chest. The surrounding air also became stagnant. Colin felt as though he was trapped in a huge net. Every movement required a great deal of effort. Unable to dodge, he could only use his hands to protect his chest. Rumble, bursting holy light and surging combat aura suddenly exploded between the two of them. Circles of ripples spread out, shaking the entire wine cellar. All of the wine exploded in an instant, and the overflowing wine aroma filled the small space. Crack, amidst the heart-palpitating sound of bones breaking, Colin only felt a sharp pain coming from his hands. He couldn't help but let out a blood-curdling scream. His entire body was violently sent flying by the shockwave, crashing into the wall on the side. Lucian immediately caught up with Colin. Gathering the horrifying power in both of his fists, he once again bombarded Colin's legs. After another series of bone-cracking sounds, Colin completely collapsed on the ground, sweating profusely and gasping for breath. However, he didn't look too panicked. Instead, he twitched the corner of his mouth, revealing a mocking smile, and said with difficulty, hee. If you really have the guts. Just kill me right now. Or I'll make you wish you were dead. Looking at Colin's broken limbs, Lucian seemed to finally be relieved. He said lightly, Lord Viscounts, please be patient and stay here for a while. When the Schultz family finds out the real culprit behind Bishop John's murder, we'll come and apologize to you. After saying this, Lucian no longer cared about Colin, turned around, and strode away. Out of the cellar, Lucian glanced at the two guards outside the door and said, guard this place well. Except for the Count and me, don't let anyone come close. Yes. The two guards hurriedly replied. They also heard the noise in the cellar just now. They were not stupid and had already guessed some things, but they didn't dare to ask more questions. After Lucian's figure disappeared at the end of the stone steps, the cellar returned to silence. But not long after, a series of cracking sounds came from the cellar, as if the wine bottles were broken, followed by a horrifying scream. Then, the cellar returned to silence. The two guards looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. What's going on? One of them couldn't help but ask in a low voice. I don't know. The other one shook his head, and a trace of worry appeared on his face. That person. Nothing happened to him, right? Of course, they knew who the person inside was, and they also knew that the person was of noble status. If anything happened, should I go in and take a look? Yes, go ahead. I'll guard the door for you. One of the guards then pushed the door open and entered the cellar. The cellar was in a mess. Collapsed wine shelves and broken wine bottles were everywhere, and the air was filled with the strong smell of wine. And at the innermost corner of the cellar, Viscount Angley was lying on the ground, motionless. Sir Viscounts? The guard called out a few times, but he didn't get any response. He carefully walked forward and called out a few more times, but there was still no response from Colin. The guard was a little flustered. He bent down and patted Colin's shoulder. Viscounts, swish, in an instant, Colin, who had been motionless, suddenly raised his head and opened his bloody mouth. His ferocious fangs shone with a cold light under the dim candlelight. Ah! The guard let out a short cry, and then he found that all his strength and blood were rapidly flowing out of his body through the arm that was bitten by Angli. He opened his mouth wide and wanted to shout for help, but he found that he could only make a low huff sound. As the blood was sucked in, Colin's body rapidly swelled. His broken bones were also healing at an unnatural speed. A pair of large bat wings extended from his back, instantly filling up the small space in the cellar. Seeing that his companion didn't respond, the guard outside carefully opened the door to the cellar. And then, he saw a scene that he would never forget. In the dining hall on the third floor of Swan Castle, a young maid walked in with light steps, serving plate after plate of delicacies on the long table. Count Schultz had an elegant smile on his face as he said politely, "Your Excellency, it must have been hard for you to come all the way to Swan City. Please have a taste of the delicacies that the Schultz family has prepared for you." Akani smiled and thanked the Count. Her beautiful eyes glanced around the hall, and she asked curiously, "Count Schultz, I met Mr. Schultz on my way back from Dragon City." "Count, I met Duke St. Hilda on the way here. She told me that Viscount Angeli stayed in Swan City to help with the investigation of Bishop John's disappearance." "Why didn't I see him?" Count Schultz's expression did not change. He smiled and said, "Your Excellency, it's a pity that the Viscount's just left this afternoon." "Really? That's a pity." Akani nodded, as if she believed the Count. "Then what about your husband? He's not in Swan Castle either?" Akani asked again. When Count Schultz was thinking about how to explain, he saw a figure walking into the dining hall from the corner of his eye. He immediately smiled and said, "Lucien, what took you so long?" "The Archbishop just asked about you." Lucien walked into the dining hall and bowed to Akani. He explained with a smile, "I'm sorry, Your Excellency. Just now, a thief sneaked into the basement and wanted to steal some wine. I went to deal with him. That's why I'm late." Akani stood up and bowed back. She smiled and said, "A thief dares to steal from Swan Castle? How bold." "I know, right? Maybe it's because the wine in Swan Castle's cellar is too famous that it attracted greedy eyes." Count Schultz smiled and said. As they talked and laughed, the atmosphere of the banquet gradually became more lively. However, not long after, the butler hurried in and whispered something in Lucien's ear. Then, Lucien's face changed. "What's wrong?" Akani asked curiously. Lucien smiled and pretended to be calm. He said, "Nothing. I just didn't expect that the thief who stole the wine had an accomplice who saved him." Then he wiped his mouth with a napkin and stood up. "I'm really sorry, Your Excellency. I have to go catch the thief who escaped. I'm afraid I won't be able to enjoy the rest of the dinner with you." Akani was confused. "Mr. Lucien, it's just a thief. Do you really need to go catch him yourself? That thief has some skills, and the family guards have disappointed me too much. So, I still have to chase after him personally. I've made a fool of myself." Akani smiled and waved her hand, indicating that Count Schultz could do as he pleased. Lucien then winked at Count Schultz and strode out of the dining hall. Count Schultz was very nervous, but on the surface, he forced himself to be calm. He tried to say in a relaxed tone, Your Excellency, don't worry about Lucien. Your Grace, you don't have to worry about Lucien. Let's enjoy the banquet." Akani took a deep look at the Countess beside her and smiled. "Okay." When Lucien returned to the basement, the first thing he saw was a pile of dead bodies. The bodies of the guards of the Schultz family. As for Colin and Bishop John, their corpses had already disappeared. Lucien tried his best to suppress his anger and asked the butler, "What happened?" The butler explained carefully, "My lord, I was not there, but the guard who came to report to me said that not long after you left, there was a scream in the basement. Then the guards in the hall went into the basement to check, and one of them was sent to report to me. I came here as soon as I received the report, but I found that the 30 guards who went into the basement were all killed, and Viscount Angli was nowhere to be found. However, I guess that they haven't escaped from Swan Castle yet." Lucien's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked, "Oh? Why?" "Because the guards did not find anyone going in or out of the castle." So, unless they can fly, they must still be in the castle. Okay. Send people to search the whole castle. Yes, my lord. When the first ray of the morning sun shone on the castle, Lucien was still standing at the entrance of the basement, in the same posture as last night. Lucien heard the familiar footsteps behind him. He turned around and saw Count Schultz walking towards him with a cup of coffee. Do you want to take a rest? Count Schultz handed the coffee to his husband and asked. No, thanks. Lucien shook his head and drank the coffee in one gulp. Although he did not sleep last night, it did not seem to affect him much. He was still in high spirits. However, the worry in his eyes did not disappear. Seeing this, Count Schultz felt even more depressed. He asked, still nothing? Lucien shook his head. When he was about to say something, the captain of the guards, Knight Brett, hurried over. Knight Brett was refreshed and asked, how is it? Did you find anything? Knight Brett saluted first and then reported, my lord, Mr. Lucien, the guards have finished searching the castle, but they still did not find Viscount Angley. However, we found some blood stains on the wall on the east side of the castle. Count Schultz asked anxiously, so, they escaped from Swan Castle from there? That should be the case. Lucien frowned and asked in an unfriendly tone, then tell me, how did they climb over the wall without alerting the patrolling guards? Furthermore, you're carrying a cripple with broken limbs? Knight Brett was stunned. He lowered his head and said, I don't know. Lucien snorted and ordered, inform the city guards immediately to close all the gates of the castle. No one is allowed in or out. You will personally lead a team of guards and follow me to search the city. Sir, my lord, said Knight Brett to be prepared. Count Schultz's brow furrowed. Who saved Viscount Angeli? Is it the Duke of St? Lucien's face was gloomy as he said coldly, no matter who it is, I will bring them back. The knight of the castle to the castle to the castle castle to the castle. The hazy moonlight shone through the window and filled the room. Countess Schultz had just finished bathing. Her hair was still slightly damp. She was wearing white silk pajamas and sitting in front of the dressing table. Looking at herself in the mirror, the countess suddenly sighed. Her beautiful face was filled with unconcealable worry. It had been 3 days since Colin escaped from the basement. Over the past 3 days, Lucien had personally led a team to turn Swan City upside down, but they still could not find Colin's whereabouts. This morning, Lucien was certain that Colin had escaped from Swan City, so he led 3,000 men to chase after him. In the evening, a messenger came back with good news. Lucien had found traces of Colin, and it would not be long before they were captured. Logically speaking, such good news should have made Count Schultz feel at ease. However, after receiving this news, the countess had an ominous premonition. After thinking in front of the mirror for a long time, Countess Schultz shouted to the door, Mary? She waited for a while, but there was no response from the maid who was supposed to be guarding the door. Countess Schultz frowned and was about to stand up to check, but at this time, a gust of wind suddenly rushed in through the open window. Whoosh, the candle was blown out, and the whole room was shrouded in darkness. Countess Schultz's heart skipped a beat. When she was about to shout, she found that the back of her neck was tightly gripped by a big hand. Don't make a sound, Countess. Hearing the familiar voice behind her, Countess Schultz's heart almost jumped out of her throat. She tried to keep calm and forced a smile. Viscount Angley, where have you been? We've been worried about you for a long time. Colin turned around and stood in front of Countess Schultz. Under the soft moonlight, he looked at the beautiful countess in front of him from head to toe. Their posture was quite ambiguous, as if they were lovers hugging each other under the moonlight. Of course, if Colin's big hand was not gripping the back of Countess Schultz's neck tightly, Countess Schultz, I can't accept your husband's hospitality, so I chose to stay away from him for now. Viscount Angley, I apologize for what Lucien did to you before. But please believe me, the Schultz family means you and the house of St. Hilda no harm. If you're still angry, I can make it up to you. Countess Schultz's tone became ambiguous, and her body slowly moved closer to Colin. Facing the seduction of this mature and beautiful countess, Colin was not moved at all. He even increased the strength of his hand, as if he was going to crush Countess Schultz's delicate and slender neck. Ah, Countess Schultz groaned in pain, and she did not dare to do it again. She only looked at Colin with her big, watery eyes as if she had been wronged. The touch of tenderness and charm in her eyes seemed to be able to melt steel. Unfortunately, it was unable to move Colin. He only heard him coldly say, instead, he said coldly, "Countess Schultz, please tell me the truth." Viscount Angley, I admit that Lucien did go too far, but he was just worried that you might misunderstand the Schultz family. Misunderstand? Colin sneered and interrupted Countess Schultz's sophistry. Don't tell me that you had nothing to do with Bishop John's death, and don't tell me that you didn't try to trick Vera into coming to the city. Also, do you really think that I don't know who Vera's real mother is? Countess Schultz's heart skipped a beat. She finally understood why she was exposed. She wanted nothing more than to tear that damned Duke St. Hilda to shreds. Not only did that impostor give her a lousy idea, he even pushed the Schultz family into a fire pit when he saw that things were going south. Perhaps, from the very beginning, this Duke of St. Hilda wanted the Schultz family to become enemies with the House of St. Hilda. Countess Schultz found herself in a dilemma. It was impossible for her to lie. After all, Colin had seen through her trick from the very beginning. However, she did not dare to tell the truth. The Schultz family could not bear the consequences of telling the truth. She had pretended to be the mother of the Dukes of the North and helped to murder Bishop John. Countess Schultz did not believe that Colin, or the House of St. Hilda, would let her go. Looking at the struggling Countess Schultz, Colin opened his mouth again. Countess Schultz, as I said before, I am a merciful person. As long as you are willing to tell the truth, I will forgive all your sins. So, I'll give you one more chance. If you dare to lie again, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Countess Schultz's expression changed rapidly. After a long time, she sighed and said, Viscount Angley, please believe me. Bishop John's death has nothing to do with the Schultz family. You must not be fooled by such a clumsy method. Also, I am really Vera's biological mother. I even dared to confront Marquis Garcia face to face. Sigh. Colin let out a long sigh. It seemed that he had completely lost his trust in the Countess. He said coldly, ask for forgiveness for the sins you have committed. After saying that, he stabbed a dagger into Countess Schultz's heart. Woo! Before Countess Schultz could cry out in pain, Colin covered her throat. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. Obviously, she did not expect that Colin would actually dare to kill her. After all, she was the Countess of the Northern Frontier. She was also the wife of a Sixth-Order warrior. Was Colin not afraid of revenge? After the intense pain, Countess Schultz felt a surge of powerlessness. She could only feel the light in front of her fading little by little. She opened her mouth as if she wanted to leave something behind for the world, but no sound came out. Before she completely lost consciousness, Countess Schultz felt as if her neck had been bitten. Countess Schultz felt like she had just had a long dream. In her dream, she saw the God of Light. The God of Light touched her forehead gently, as if he had said something. However, Countess Schultz found that she could not hear the God of Light clearly. It was as if something had cut off the connection between her and the God of Light, preventing them from communicating. Opening her eyes, Countess Schultz found that she was still in her bedroom in Swan Castle. With the help of the dim moonlight shining through the window, she could clearly see Colin sitting in a chair in front of her, calmly looking at her. Countess Schultz felt that she should have felt fear, but in fact, Colin seemed to be shrouded in a layer of holy light at this moment. In a trance, the image of the God of Light that she had seen in her dream overlapped with the face of the young viscounts in front of her. This discovery made Countess Schultz inexplicably horrified, but a deep reverence and admiration rooted in the depths of her blood uncontrollably welled up in her heart, making Countess Schultz only want to worship Colin. What happened to me? Countess Schultz's eyes were hazy, and she asked in a dreamy tone. Colin sat upright on the chair, looking down at Countess Schultz who had collapsed on the ground, and said indifferently, You just died. You've just died, but I've forgiven you, so I've granted you rebirth. Rebirth? Countess Schultz's face was filled with disbelief, but when she lowered her head, she saw the dagger that was still inserted in her heart. Pull it out yourself. Colin's indifferent voice sounded again. Countess Schultz's hands trembled as she grasped the handle of the dagger. Her heart was filled with fear, but she did not hesitate to follow Colin's orders. Whoosh! The dagger was pulled out. Countess Schultz cried out in pain, but she did not see the blood splattering everywhere as she had expected. Moreover, she even felt that this wound that should have been fatal did not exist at all. From now on, you will be bathed in the grace of the God of Light, and you will not die so easily. Colin opened his mouth again and tried to trick him. Perhaps even Pope Gregory himself might not be able to do a better job than him. The fear on Countess Schultz's face was gradually replaced by devotion. She prostrated herself on the ground and said, "Praise the Lord." Raising his head again, Count Schultz looked at Colin with eyes full of reverence. "Are you God's chosen one?" he asked. Colin nodded and said, "Yes, but you should keep my identity to yourself. You are not allowed to tell anyone else." "I understand." Count Schultz nodded. After experiencing the miracle that happened to him, Count Schultz had unreserved trust in Colin. Colin carefully observed every tiny change of Count Schultz. He wanted to see if transforming into a blood descendant could really turn an enemy into a friend. After all, the blood descendants had self-awareness. That was why Colin had been very careful to avoid converting them into enemies. He was worried that the blood descendants would show respect on the surface but betray him behind his back. Now, it seemed like Count Schultz had been brainwashed. He no longer had any hostility towards Colin. However, Colin could not make a conclusion yet. He still needed to verify it further. "Tell me, what's going on with Bishop John? Who asked you to pretend to be Vera's biological mother?" Faced with the same question again, Count Schultz decisively did not quibble anymore. Instead, he said honestly, "It all started 10 days ago. At that time, a man who looked exactly like the previous Duke of St. Hilda suddenly came to me." "The Duke of St. Hilda?" Colin's heart skipped a beat. He could not help but exclaim in surprise. Yes. Although he looked exactly like the previous Duke, there was a big difference in his tone and demeanor. Of course, I could tell. It was only because this man also had the strength of a paladin that I did not dare to resist. I could only follow his orders. This man must have been injured, so he asked us to help him catch Bishop John and heal him. Also, he knew a lot of secrets about the House of St. Hilda, including Vera's background. That was why he asked me to pretend to be Vera's biological mother. He said that there was no need to worry about me being exposed, because Vera's real mother did not even dare to acknowledge her as her daughter. Hearing Count Schultz's story, Colin frowned and asked, "What happened after that? How did Bishop John's body end up in the basement of Swan Castle?" "When we saw John's body, Lucien and I were also quite shocked. I asked Lucien to warn that man, and he also knew that you were going to search the whole castle. I thought that he would hide somewhere else for the time being, but who would have thought that he would betray you all?" Colin immediately understood. Count Schultz nodded, "Yes. I think he saw that the Duke did not enter Swan City, and he felt that the Schultz family had lost its value. So he decided to provoke the conflict between us and the House of St. Hilda." Colin thought for a while and asked again, "Do you have any contact with the Morrison family?" "The Morrison family?" Count Schultz was a bit surprised that Colin would suddenly mention this family. He paused for a second and then shook his head. "We've never been close to the Morrison family, and we haven't had any contact with them recently." Colin was very cautious about Count Schultz's frankness. He could not check the consciousness of his blood kin, so he did not know whether she was lying or not. However, judging from what Count Schultz said earlier, Colin was inclined to believe that she was telling the truth. After all, if she wanted to lie, she would not have made up a story about the Duke of St. Hilda coming back from the dead. It was too unbelievable. If she was telling the truth, then what was going on with this Duke of St. Hilda? Could it be that the Morrison family had really resurrected the Duke of St. Hilda? Colin could not help but think of the strange blood pool under the clock tower of Phoenix Butterfly Castle. But then, he remembered that Count Schultz had said that this Duke of St. Hilda's demeanor, tone, habits, and so on were different from the real Duke. So, perhaps he had not come back from the dead, but came back from the dead in someone else's body. At this moment, Colin suddenly remembered Prince Lexi's reminder that Mr. Chi was not dead. Thinking of this, those isolated doubts seemed to be strung together by a string. Although this conjecture was too unbelievable, it seemed to be the most reasonable explanation. Mr. Chi had used the corpse of the Duke of St. Hilda to come back to life. Colin suddenly felt a bone-piercing chill. That terrifying person who had plunged the northern frontier into misery and suffering was actually still hiding in some corner, and could come out at any time to stir up another bloody storm. Perhaps, the Schultz family was the result of the other party's small experiment. Colin narrowed his eyes and forced himself to calm down. He knew that Mr. Qi was not invulnerable. At least, the other party only dared to hide in the shadows now, even if he had already taken over the body of a holy knight. That's right, although he had successfully come back from the dead in someone else's body, the Duke of St. Hilda had suffered heavy injuries before his death. No wonder he wanted to kidnap Bishop John, he probably wanted Bishop John to treat his injuries. Colin immediately became alert. He had to inform the church of this matter. If Mr. Qi wanted to recover from his injuries, he would definitely kidnap more high-ranking priests of the church. In addition, he also thought of Prince Lexi. Wasn't this person tracking Mr. Qi all over the world? If he revealed this information to him, presumably this holy knight of the San Lorenzo family would be willing to help the northern frontier get rid of this evil. Thinking of this, Colin finally let out a sigh of relief. His gaze once again returned to Count Schultz. The Countess, who had been preparing to sleep, was now wearing a simple corset dress. She did not have any jewelry on her, but the dress was well tailored, vividly outlining her exquisite curves. The semicircular neckline revealed her delicate collarbone and snow-white skin. Coupled with her current submissive posture, it accentuated her mature, beautiful, and seductive charm. Colin forcibly retracted his gaze, suppressing the restlessness in his heart. Colin still needed to give this blood descendant, who had been transformed from an enemy, a final test. He really wanted to know if this blood descendant would betray him. Count Schultz, next, I need you to do this. The sun was setting in the west, and the sky was getting dark. The guards of the Schultz family had set up a temporary camp on a small hill. They had left Swan City for 4 days, and in these 4 days, the area within a radius of a few hundred miles around Swan City had been thoroughly searched, but there was still nothing to be found. Lucien's patience seemed to be running out, and his temper was getting worse. Seeing this, the guards all avoided this lord, and even their footsteps were much lighter, afraid that they would get into trouble and become the target of his anger. Bonfires rose in the camp, and the orange tongues of the flames licked at the mutton on the iron rack, but they only tasted the hot oil dripping down. Lucien sat in front of the bonfire expressionlessly, and took a golden roasted leg of mutton. Ignoring the heat, he began to bite into it. The retainer hurriedly and carefully handed over the wine flask and then retreated. After a few steps, the faint sound of horse hooves could be heard from the entrance of the camp, and then a messenger hurried over. Lucien frowned at the man's attire, and asked, "You're from Swan City?" The messenger hurriedly stepped forward and bowed, saying, "Yes, my lord. The Count has sent me to deliver a letter to you." As he spoke, he passed the letter to Lucien. Lucien opened it and saw that it was indeed a letter from Count Schultz himself. After quickly skimming through it, he stood up in surprise, his face filled with undisguised ecstasy. Seeing this, the retainer tactfully asked, "My lord, is there any good news?" "We found him, and he's actually hiding in Swan Castle." "Haha, my initial guess was right, I was almost fooled," Lucien said excitedly. "Congratulations, my lord. Pass down my orders, rest for the night, and return to Swan City tomorrow." "Yes, my lord." Swan Castle. Archbishop Ajani was led into a guest hall by a maid. However, she did not see Count Schultz, who had invited her here. Instead, she saw someone else. This Count Angley? Ajani looked at Colin in surprise. "You. Didn't you already leave Swan City?" Colin smiled bitterly and said, "Sigh, someone doesn't want me to leave just like that." Akani pointed at the wheelchair under Colin and asked, "Are you injured?" Colin pretended to sigh and nodded his head. Then, he pointed at a corner of the living room with his chin and said, "I'm quite lucky." What happened to Cardinal John was truly regrettable. Only then did Ajani notice that there was a coffin in the living room. She seemed to have realized something and walked over with a grave expression. Then, she saw Bishop John lying inside the coffin. Who did this? Ajani's tone turned cold. "Lucien." "Lucien?" Ashani cried out in surprise. In addition to anger, there was also a trace of fear that could not be concealed. "That's right." Colin nodded and said solemnly, "Lucien colluded with outsiders and killed Cardinal John." After I discovered the clues, I was wounded and imprisoned in the basement. Fortunately, Count Schultz found out in time and rescued me. Ajani's eyes flashed. She asked doubtfully, so, Count Schultz betrayed her husband and saved you? As a devout believer of light, an upright knight of the northern region, and an honorable count of the empire, she has chosen to abandon the darkness and embrace the light. Is there a problem with that? Colin asked with a straight face. Of course not. Ajani suppressed her doubts and asked, then, what about Count Schultz? Can I see her? She's right next door, waiting for Lucien's return. Ajani's expression changed. She asked somewhat nervously, what does she want? Of course, she wants to question her husband why he betrayed his faith and glory. Ajani looked at Colin's righteous face and her heart was filled with doubt. After a while, she said in a low voice, Lucien is a rank 6 warrior. If he's angered, Colin snorted and interrupted her, Your Excellency, are you afraid of the tyrannical power of a rank 6 warrior? Ajani took a deep breath and regained her composure. She said, Of course not. Under the glory of our Lord, no evil can escape from the judgment. That's good. Colin looked at the Archbishop in front of him with a smile. Count Schultz will expose Lucien's crime later and draw a clear line between them. The reason why I invited you here is that I hope you can be a witness. Okay. Seeing Colin's calm face, Ajani seemed to have realized something, so she stopped worrying. After thinking for a while, Ajani asked again, You said that Lucien colluded with outsiders to murder Cardinal John. Who is this outsider? And why did he murder Cardinal John? It's the former Duke of St. Hilda. Who? Ajani thought Colin was joking. But Colin said seriously, That's right. The Duke of St. Hilda, who was supposed to be dead, has come back to life. However, I suspect that the one who came back to life is not the Duke himself, but Mr. Xue, who used some unknown forbidden spell to take over the Duke's body and come back to life. Ajani's eyes widened as she stared blankly at Colin. She obviously felt that everything he said was too unbelievable. Seeing this, Colin added calmly, This is just my guess. It's up to you to believe it or not. However, I'm sure you know that Prince Lacy is currently at the northern frontier, and the reason he is here is because of Mr. Xue. Ajani fell into deep thought. She knew that the Duke of St. Hilda's body was stolen. After all, she was the one who personally presided over his funeral. Moreover, she had also heard about Prince Lacy. Therefore, even though Colin's guess was somewhat shocking, Ajani felt that it was very likely to be the truth of the matter. Thinking of this, her expression became extremely serious. She said in a low voice, If Mr. Xue has really taken over the body of a holy knight, then this matter is far more terrifying than you can imagine. I have to report this to His Holiness the Pope immediately. That's right. In order to treat the injuries on the Duke of St. Hilda's body, Mr. Xue will definitely continue to kidnap high-ranking priests of the church. You have to be prepared. Not only that. If Mr. Xue really has a perfect body of a holy knight, then no one will be able to control him. Colin's expression changed. He asked, Why? Ajani hesitated for a moment, then said vaguely, The mages of mages are too powerful. The power of a mage's forbidden spell is too terrifying. The only thing that can restrict them now is that their bodies can't withstand the backlash of the forbidden spell. However, if Mr. Xue has a perfect body of a holy knight, then he may not have to worry about the backlash of the forbidden spell. Colin's heart skipped a beat. He said in shock, Could it be that the body of a holy knight can withstand the backlash of the forbidden spell? At least it won't be as weak as a mortal's body. Even if there is some damage, it can be repaired. If Mr. Xue used the sacrificial method in Fallen Eagle City to share some of the backlash, I'm afraid that he will no longer be able to be restricted. A holy mage who could cast forbidden spells without any fear, just the thought of it was terrifying. The atmosphere became extremely heavy for a moment. Just as the two of them were deep in thought, footsteps came from the room next door. Colin and Ajani immediately looked at each other, silently exchanging their thoughts. Lucien is back. Where is he? Where did you find him? Who's the one who rescued him? Lucien asked Count Schultz as soon as he entered the room. Instead of answering her husband's question, Count Schultz handed over a roll of parchment to Lucien. Lucien took over the parchment in confusion. After a quick glance, his face changed greatly. What's the meaning of this? Count Schultz slowly turned around and took a sip of the coffee on the table. He said coldly, it means what it says on the paper. I want to divorce you. Lucien clenched the divorce paper tightly in his hand. His eyes were filled with the light of brutality. Why? Count Schultz avoided Lucien's fierce gaze and said calmly, because I can't tolerate you going on like this. The glory of the Schultz family can't be tarnished because of you. Lucien sneered and said mockingly, is this my fault? Back then, it was clearly the two of us who made the decision together. Now that you want to withdraw from it, isn't it too whimsical? Count Schultz shook his head slowly, no, Lucien. It was you who forced me to make the decision. It was you who allowed Bishop John to be kidnapped and murdered. It was you who broke Viscount Angley's limbs and tried to imprison him in the basement. You should be the one to bear all these crimes. Lucien suddenly burst out laughing, as if he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. After a while, he slowly approached Count Schultz and said, you want to put all these crimes on me? Hee hee, do you really think I'll let you do whatever you want? Grabbing Countess Schultz's smooth chin, Lucien stared into her eyes and asked, what happened in the past few days when I was away? Tell me. Count Schultz looked at Lucien, who was on the verge of exploding, fearlessly. Her tone was still indifferent, Lucien, since we were once husband and wife, I'll let you live. Sign this divorce paper and run for your life. Run for my life? Lucien sneered again. If I just walk away like this, wouldn't I be confirming the accusation that you've framed me? At that time, I'll really be the one who murdered Bishop John and imprisoned Viscount Angley. Seeing that the other party had seen through his scheme, Count Schultz's eyes flashed with a hint of panic, but he quickly calmed down. What else can you do? Kill me? That will only make you fall into the abyss of eternal damnation. Lucien slowly squeezed Count Schultz's chin harder. The killing intent in Lucien's eyes was not hidden at all, and he threatened Count Schultz. You want to destroy me? Do you think I'll just surrender? Even though you're a level 6 warrior, you're still just a commoner. Who's going to believe you even if you try to defend yourself? Count Schultz sneered, even though you're a level 6 warrior, you're still just a commoner. I'm a Count of the Empire, and Viscount Angley and the Archbishop of the Northern Frontier are my witnesses. Who do you think will be convicted of those crimes? So, the only way out for you now is to get out of Swan City and never come back to the Northern Frontier again. Lucien looked at the woman in front of him, who had been with him for more than 20 years, and found it hard to accept that she would betray him so easily. The look in Lucien's eyes was getting more and more dangerous, and his breathing was getting heavier and heavier. It seemed that he was going to crush Count Schultz's skull in the next second. However, facing such a real death threat, Count Schultz did not flinch at all. Instead, she stared straight at her husband, as if he was already a dead man. The two confronted each other for a long time. Finally, Lucien flinched. Tell me, what on earth happened? Lucien asked. Count Schultz's eyes were blurred, and he said sincerely, I met the Lord of Light and was inspired by him. That's why I made up my mind to cut off all the sins of the past. *T. Lucien was furious. Obviously, he did not believe this kind of *T. You have to think clearly. I'm your biggest support. If you kick me out, you'll be at the mercy of Colin. No matter what he promised you before, how can you guarantee that he won't go back on his words? Think about the Oman family and the Dawson family. Yes, although these two families seem to have not been punished, and their titles and territories are still there, what about the previous Earl Oman and Marquis Dawson? Don't you know what happened to them? Don't be fooled by that brat Colin. He's not a kind and benevolent savior, but a vicious and merciless ambitious schemer. However, his words did not wake Countess Schultz up. She continued to stare at her husband with cold eyes and said indifferently, You're right. Sign the divorce papers, and I'll let you go. You can also take Soren with you. Hearing his son's name, Lucien could not suppress the anger in his heart again. He said fiercely, Where's Colin? Does he not dare to come out to see me? Who says I don't dare to see you? As soon as Lucien finished his words, he saw Colin in a wheelchair being pushed into the room by Archbishop Ajani. Lucien's eyes instantly turned bloodshot when he saw his enemy. Facing this ferocious tiger that seemed to want to devour him, Colin didn't seem to feel threatened at all. He even added fuel to the fire by saying, "Mr. Lucien, I advise you to surrender. Don't make any unnecessary resistance." Lucien let go of Count Schultz and turned to Colin with a bloodthirsty smile. "You really think I don't dare to kill you? Then what are you waiting for?" Colin still had a fearless look on his face. "I already warned you in the basement that you'd better kill me. Otherwise, I'll make you suffer a fate worse than death." Hearing Colin's words, Archbishop Ajani frowned, as if she was afraid that Lucien would really lose his mind. "Mr. Lucien, violence can't solve anything. If you kill Viscount Angley, you'll only make yourself the public enemy of the northern frontier and the nobles. Even if you successfully escape with your strength, you'll only be able to survive in a dark corner. Your best choice now is to give up resistance and admit your sins. Our Lord is merciful. He's willing to give everyone who sincerely confesses a chance to redeem themselves." Lucien's lips curled into a mocking smile. Just as he was about to speak again, his expression suddenly changed. Because he heard hurried footsteps outside the door. Obviously, a large number of Schultz family guards had gathered here. Seeing this, Colin said again, "Give up resistance, Lucien. You're just a grade 6 warrior. Do you really think you own Swan City just because you married an earl? See, you're now the enemy of this city. Aren't you proud of your superior strength? Kill everyone here if you have the ability. I only need one person to kill you." Lucien growled, his entire body turning into a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Colin. He grabbed Colin by the collar and lifted him up from the wheelchair. He was about to mock him when he suddenly felt a sense of danger. A silver light flashed from Colin's hand, and like a venomous snake, it pierced towards Lucien's heart. Unfortunately, Lucien realized that something was wrong at the last moment. He twisted his body forcefully, avoiding his vital organs. Chi. The dagger sank into his heart. But it did not pierce his heart. Lucien looked at Colin in shock. He had never imagined that Colin, whose limbs he had crushed 3 days ago, could recover in such a short time. Even the healing arts of the Northern Frontier's Archbishop could not have such an effect. "You've been tricked, haven't you?" Colin smiled smugly. Lucien's eyes flashed fiercely. With a roar, he punched out with his right hand. Bang! Colin flew out like a rag doll, blood spurting out of his mouth uncontrollably. At this time, the guards also rushed in, their swords pointed at the former owner of the castle. Lucien did not have time to check whether Colin was dead or not. He immediately ran to the window and jumped out. "Quick! Don't let him get away," Count Schultz ordered loudly. "He can't get away." Colin stood up shakily. His chest was obviously dented, but such a terrible injury did not seem to have any effect on him. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Colin also jumped out of the window. The guards also rushed out of the room. Akane didn't chase after him. Instead, she looked at Count Schultz with an inquisitive gaze. After a while, she smiled. And said, "Your Excellency, your performance today really amazed me." Count Schultz smiled faintly and said, "What? Archbishop, do you think I don't have the courage to face Lucien?" "No, I just think that not all women are like you, who can decisively cut off the relationship with her husband for the sake of justice. Under the guidance of my lord, I have nothing to fear." Akane looked at Count Schultz's pious face and could not help but wonder what kind of promise Colin had made to Countess Schultz that made her betray Lucien. Even in the face of death, the Countess still dared to cut off the relationship with Lucien. What kind of secret was hidden in this? In this season, the weather in the northern frontier was changeable. During the day, the sun was scorching hot, but at night, it was drizzling. Lightning flashed in the sky, and thunder rolled between the clouds. It seemed that the real storm was yet to come. A bolt of lightning flashed across the sky, illuminating the wilderness and Lucien, who was running for his life. This peak warrior was in a sorry state. His hair was disheveled, his clothes were disheveled, and there was a dagger in his chest. Fresh blood stained his body, but he did not know how much of it was his own, and how much belonged to someone else. Although he had escaped Swan City, Lucien knew that he was not out of danger yet. He could vaguely feel that someone was staring at him. However, when he looked around, he couldn't find the source of this gaze. The rain was getting heavier, and Lucien could feel his strength draining away along with the wound on his chest. He was like a wounded beast, running for his life under the watchful eyes of a hunter. Hunters were very patient. They hid in the dark, waiting for the beast to weaken before striking the fatal blow. I can't just sit here and wait for my death, Lucien made up his mind. He dismounted from his horse and stabbed the horses but with his sword. Under the pain, the warhorse galloped even faster. Lucien hid in the bushes beside the road, holding his breath and waiting for the pursuers behind him. He was ready to fight back. Time passed little by little, but the expected pursuers still did not appear. Silver snakes danced in the sky, and a downpour followed. Even with Lucien's temperament as a peak warrior, he could not help but doubt his judgment. Could it be that there were no pursuers? Colin and Count Schultz let him go just like that, if that was the case. Lucien's eyes flashed with anger. He would not rest until he had his revenge. Just as Lucien was about to give up on the ambush and turn to leave, a ray of light seemed to appear in the darkness. "Who's there?" Lucien stopped and asked in a low voice. Darkness shrouded the land. Apart from the wind and rain, there was only silence. But not long after, the mud on the ground suddenly trembled slightly, and even the pebbles in the mud jumped up. A thunderous sound rang out in the distance, and in the blink of an eye, it became deafening, as if thousands of soldiers and horses had come out of the storm. This kind of aura seemed to have overshadowed the divine might of lightning. Lucien narrowed his eyes and looked at the group of cavalrymen who suddenly appeared not far away like a demon god. The 200 or so cavalrymen created a long tunnel in the dense rainwater. With the momentum of tearing the rain apart, the cavalry rushed toward Lucien. Lucien stood still, facing the cavalry squad that was charging at him as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. His face was still calm. Instead, he gripped the broadsword in his hand with both hands and waited for the incoming attack. Clang, however, when the cavalry was 500 steps away from Lucien, they suddenly dispersed. Just as Lucien was puzzled, hundreds of arrows twisted in the rain like poisonous snakes, broke through the rain, and flew directly toward him. Facing the threat of the arrow rain, Lucien's eyes focused. The broadsword in his hand flashed, and the shadow of the sword opened up in front of him like a shield. After a series of clanging sounds, this round of arrow rain was all blocked. Before Lucien could catch his breath, 3 armored cavalrymen rushed toward him like tanks. Poochie, with a slash of the sword, the fierce sword light suddenly exploded. Broken limbs, blood, and internal organs flew everywhere in the rain. This slash seemed to have changed the color of heaven and earth. Lucien was like a demon god who had come to destroy the world, destroying everything. However, his arrogant attitude did not last long, and he felt pain in his ankle. Looking down, Lucien realized that one of the 3 cavalrymen was still alive. But this person's body had been cut in two, and he was still able to swing the sword in his hand and stab Lucien's ankle. Bam! Lucien kicked out and the man's head exploded. Buzz buzz buzz. At this moment, another rain of arrows swept toward him. Lucien swung his sword again to block. After the rain of arrows, another 3 armored cavalrymen charged at him. Lucien realized that the enemy wanted to use this method to exhaust his strength. However, he did not have a good way to break it, because he had found that although the number of cavalrymen besieging him was not large, they were all professionals. Lucien guessed that these people should be the Angeli family's men of sacrifice, but he did not expect that such a family that had just risen for less than 2 years would have so many professionals. Moreover, he also found that these cavalrymen were really fearless of death. Some of them were seriously injured, and even cut in two, but they still wanted to finish off Lucien. This kind of desperation made even Lucien feel a chill down his spine. After several rounds of arrows and the desperate charge of the cavalrymen, Lucien's strength was falling short of his desire, and several wounds had appeared on his body. A grade 6 warrior was not a god. First, he was ambushed by Colin, his chest was heavily injured, and then he fought his way out of Swan City. Now, under the repeated attacks of this group of fearless cavalrymen, he was at the end of his rope. Viscount Angli. Lucien finally could not help but shout, "There is no unresolvable hatred between us, why do you have to threaten me with death?" Unfortunately, the only response he received was another round of arrows. Then, a huge armored man holding a huge shield and a spear charged at Lucien like a violent bear. His heavy footsteps caused the earth to tremble. Lucien's eyes narrowed. Although there was only one person charging this time, and he did not have a horse, Lucien was facing a great enemy, and his expression became more serious than ever. Boom, the two collided head-on, and for a moment, the wind blew and the sound was ear-piercing. The rain that filled the sky suddenly exploded, and circles of water ripples suddenly bloomed like flowers in full bloom. A grade 5 troll warrior. The moment they clashed, Lucien discovered the identity of his opponent. Before he could figure out how Colin had sent a high-level troll warrior to kill him, there was a sudden commotion in the bushes. Lucien sensed danger and roared, the combat energy all over his body surging like flames. The air made a crisp sound like glass being broken, and the rain that filled the sky turned into countless fine lines, exploding in all directions. At this moment, a short armored man hiding in the bushes burst out, and the rain that filled the sky was like fine needles, instantly piercing his armor into a sieve. However, the armored man did not seem to feel anything, and continued to swing the huge hammer in his hand, smashing it at Lucien. Boom! Under the hammer, the ground splashed like water. Lucien spat out blood, and his sword-wielding hands could not help but tremble. A grade 5 dwarf warrior, Lucien was convinced that this was not a power that the Angeli family could have. Only the House of St. Hilda, the master of the northern frontier, could have such strength. So, Lucien shouted again, "I surrender. Honorable master of the northern frontier, as long as you are willing to give me a way out, I am willing to swear allegiance to you." Swish! Swish! A dense rain of arrows interrupted Lucien's pleas for mercy. What chilled him even more was that the rain of arrows also covered the two armored men, one big and one small, as if these enemies did not care about the lives of their companions at all. And the two armored men did not seem to care about their own lives either. They ignored the rain of arrows and rushed at Lucien again. "Are you crazy?" Lucien's face turned green. In his life, he had experienced countless battles, big and small, and faced countless cruel and cunning enemies, but he had never seen such a strange way of fighting. The enemies in front of him seemed to be emotionless, painless, and unconscious killing machines. They were not afraid of death at all, and they only wanted to achieve one goal at all costs. Kill Lucien. Boom, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, tearing a gap in the darkness that shrouded the earth. Under the lightning, Lucien's veins bulged all over his body. He held his broadsword firmly in front of him and arched his body to withstand the tremendous strength of the two armored men. The three of them were full of arrows, like 3 hedgehogs. Lucien's face was frighteningly pale. However, what made him even more desperate was that the two armored men opposite him were not weakened at all. It was as if the arrows in their bodies did not exist at all. The surging power kept hitting Lucien like a waterfall, pushing him back constantly. 2 deep gullies were plowed in the ground under his feet. Seeing that the cavalry patrolling around had drawn their bows again, ready for the next round of shooting, Lucien let out a roar like a trapped beast. With him as the center, a round of purple-black oval air waves suddenly bloomed. Boom, the two armored men were instantly sent flying. However, Lucien was not in a good state either. Streams of blood slowly flowed out of his eyes, mouth, nose, and ears. Ha ha ha. Laughter came out of Lucien's mouth. This peak warrior seemed to have foreseen his fate. But just like all dying beasts would fight back desperately, Lucien was also prepared for the worst. The warrior, who was covered in blood, let out a desperate and crazy roar. "In that case, let's die together." Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh. A new round of arrow rain came as expected, but this time, Lucien did not dodge at all. Countless shock waves exploded in the air in an instant, squeezing and shaking each other and spreading out in all directions. The rain of arrows hit the circle of waves that seemed to be solid and suddenly exploded into powder. Lucien had already rushed to the two armored men, laughing wildly. The broadsword in his hand was wrapped in purple-black flames as he slashed forward. The low roar instantly scattered the thick curtain of rain, as if the space in front of him was also torn open. The two armored men opposite him were not afraid. One of them held a spear, and the other held a hammer. They met the attack head-on. Boom, in an instant, countless shockwaves exploded in the wilderness. It was as if a boulder had been thrown into a pool of water. The ripples in the air had turned into waves. In an instant, more than half of the cavalry who were patrolling around the area were knocked off their horses. Ha ha ha. While laughing wildly, Lucien suddenly let go of the broadsword in his hand. Taking advantage of the fact that the two armored men had not yet recovered from the stiff state caused by the previous blow, Lucien's body moved like a nimble fish to their side. Clang! Clang! Lucien's fingers were like hooks, grabbing one of the arms of the two armored men tightly. He used so much strength that the armor was deformed. Taking advantage of the forward momentum, the madness on Lucien's face became more and more intense as he roared. Crack! Both arms were cut off by Lucien. Blood sprayed all over Lucien's body. At this time, he seemed to have completely fallen into madness. His whole body was bathed in blood, and he roared at the sky like a demon crawling out of hell. Lucien immediately turned back and roared, "Die, all of you!" Who, at this moment, a whistling sound suddenly came from the sky. A silver light with the power of wind and thunder descended from the sky. However, Lucien seemed to have expected the enemy above him. He stopped abruptly, turned around, and laughed wildly at Colin, who was descending from the sky. "You're finally here." Before his voice died away, one of his arms grabbed Colin's long sword like a dragon coming out of the sea. Chi! Blood splattered everywhere. The fingers of Lucien's right hand were almost cut off, but he did not even blink. His other hand reached out again and grabbed Colin's ankle. Colin was shocked. His huge bat wings rolled up turbulent air waves, and he tried to rise into the sky again. However, Lucien's feet seemed to be rooted to the ground. No matter how hard Colin struggled, he still did not move. "You, who are you?" A trace of doubt flashed in Lucien's eyes. Then he remembered a rumor he had heard. "Are you the Winged Knight?" Colin did not respond. Seeing that his opponent's face was shrouded in a cloud of blood, Lucien's curiosity grew. He laughed and roared, "Let me see your true face." Before he could finish his sentence, a wave of air suddenly erupted from beneath his feet, and the ground caved in from the pressure. Borrowing the force of the recoil, he leaped into the air and wrapped himself around Colin, who was in midair. Colin flapped his bat wings and made a sharp turn in the air. Unfortunately, he could not get rid of Lucien. He only made him lose his balance temporarily. Taking advantage of this rare opportunity, Colin let go of the long sword in his hand and took out the golden dagger that symbolized the authority of the guardian of the northern frontier. He stabbed at Lucien's chest. Chi! The dagger pierced into Lucien's chest, but he did not make any movement to block it. However, there was still a maniacal smile on his face. He roared, "Let's die together." Bang! One of Lucien's hands also pierced into Colin's chest as fast as lightning, grabbing the heart that was still beating. Colin cried out in pain. It was as if he had been infected by the other party's madness. His entire aura became extremely tragic. "As I said, if you can't kill me." Colin laughed wildly, "I'll make you wish you were dead." Before his voice died away, Colin opened his bloody mouth. His two fangs were shining coldly and pierced into Lucien's neck. The enormous bat wings quickly closed and embraced the two of them. "It's really you." Lucien judged Colin's identity from his words. Before he could figure out how Colin grew a pair of wings, he found that all the blood in his body was crazily flowing into Colin's mouth. It was not only his blood that was flowing away rapidly, but also his strength, temperature, and even consciousness. "Let's die together." Before the darkness enveloped him, Lucien's hands tightened. Bang! Colin's heart was crushed instantly. Boom! Thunder rolled across the sky, but the wilderness suddenly quieted down. The group of blood thralls formed a large circle. In the center of the circle was Colin and Lucien, who were in strange positions. The torrential rain poured down, but it could not wash away the smell of blood that permeated the air. After a long time, Colin stood up from Lucien's body. Then, Lucien also got up from the ground and half-knelt in front of Colin. The hatred and madness on his face had completely disappeared, replaced by mechanical obedience and deference. "Master." Colin looked at Lucien kneeling in front of him and couldn't help but smile proudly. Colin's blood shadow guards had suffered heavy losses in this hunt for Lucien. Looking around, almost everyone was injured. A rough count showed that in order to ambush Lucien, a total of 28 blood thralls had died. Even the two rank 5 blood thralls were heavily injured. Even Colin's own heart had been crushed. Fortunately, this didn't affect him much. Colin looked at the hole in his chest and touched the edge of the wound as if nothing had happened. However, although the losses were heavy, the gains were also huge. A rank 6 blood thrall. In this way, the peak strength of the blood shadow guards would be improved qualitatively. With Lucian around, Colin would no longer have to worry about his own safety in this world as long as he did not provoke the other sanctuary powerhouses. Even that resurrected Mr. Feng, as long as he hadn't completely healed the injuries of the Holy Knight's body, Colin wouldn't be unable to retaliate with the current blood shadow guards. It was a pity that the blood of a high-level warrior couldn't help Colin advance. It had to be a high-level knight. However, with a rank 6 warrior, Colin was confident that he could capture a rank 6 knight. Once he successfully entered rank 6, in addition to his blood kindred's true form, Colin felt that he could do whatever he wanted under the sanctuary. However, a rank 6 knight was much more difficult to capture than a rank 6 warrior. Moreover, such a high-level knight had to be a noble with a high status. The difficulty of capturing one was on a completely different level compared to Lucian's. Currently, Colin only knew of 2 rank 6 knights, Emperor Reinhardt and the Duke of St. Prospero of the Eastern region. Which one should he capture? Colin rubbed his chin and fell into deep thought. But soon, he couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. He felt that he was biting off more than he could chew. Obviously, these 2 people were not people that he could deal with now. It was better to solve the problem at hand first. Thinking of this, Colin flapped his bat wings and soared into the sky, flying towards Swan City. Swan City, Radiance Church. In the spacious prayer hall, Archbishop Ajani was leading the believers in prayer according to the requirements of the ceremony. Today was Sunday, and according to the customs of the church, all believers were required to perform morning prayers on this day. Of course, no matter how big the prayer hall was, it could not accommodate all the residents of Swan City. Those who could stand in the hall were basically the nobles of Swan City. As for the commoners, they could only squeeze in the square outside the church, on the streets, and even in front of their houses. As the prayer deepened, the white crystal scepter in Ajani's hand gradually glowed with platinum holy light, reflecting the radiance of the morning sun. It filled the entire prayer hall and continued to spread, coating the entire Swan City with a layer of holy light. At this moment, Swan City showed its most sacred side. Under the illumination of such a divine miracle, hundreds of thousands of believers knelt on one knee, their hands clasped together as they praised the Almighty Lord of Radiance in unison. Praise the Lord! May your light last forever and illuminate the way forward for us. After the ceremony, everyone stood up under Archbishop Ajani's lead. They collected their emotions and began a new day. The nobles in the prayer hall left one after another. Only Count Schultz was left behind by Archbishop Ajani. Count, is Viscount Angley not back yet? Count Schultz shook his head. Not yet. I've already sent someone to look for him. I believe he'll be back soon, no need to look for him. I'm already back. As soon as he finished speaking, Colin strode into the prayer hall and said with a smile, I'm sorry, Your Excellency. I came back late and didn't make it in time for Sunday morning prayers. Ajani smiled, indicating that he did not need to worry. She then asked curiously, Did you catch him? Colin shrugged and said helplessly, Sigh, we still let him escape. Ajani nodded doubtfully. If a grade 6 warrior wants to escape, it's hard to stop him. But you don't need to worry. I've already reported this to Imperial Dragon City. His Holiness the Pope will send holy knights to capture him. Colin nodded. He did not want to talk too much about this and prepared to leave. Seeing this, Akani tried to persuade him to stay. Viscount Angley, can you stay for a while? Hearing this, Colin suppressed the doubts in his heart and nodded. Okay. Seeing this, Count Schultz bowed and said, Lord Guardian, Your Excellency, I'll take my leave first. All right. Looking at Count Schultz's departing figure, Akani suddenly smiled and said, Sir Viscounts, Count Schultz's attitude towards you is really respectful. Colin said calmly, I'm now the guardian of the northern frontier personally conferred by His Majesty. Isn't her attitude natural? Akani looked at Colin with a meaningful gaze. So that's how it is. I thought it was because of the bloody cavalry 50 kilometers north of Swan City. Colin's pupil shrank slightly, and he asked in surprise, You even know this? Akani blinked her eyes and said in a playful tone, Yes, a pious bird told me. that was right. When Colin realized that Count Schultz might be up to no good, he had already informed the bloody cavalry to come to Swan City. According to Colin's plan, if Count Schultz, who had been turned into a blood descendant, could not stand his ground under the pressure of Lucien and chose to betray him, then Colin would activate Plan B and ask the bloody cavalry to take care of everything. Fortunately, Count Schultz did not let Colin down. In this case, Colin did not have to be so cruel as to wipe out Swan Castle. However, he did not expect that Akani would know about the bloody cavalry hiding outside the city. Of course, Colin did not believe that a pious bird had revealed the traces of the bloody cavalry. It must have been the believers who reported to the church. To be honest, Colin had always admired and envied the church's intelligence ability. Of course, he was also afraid of it. However, this also made Colin realize a problem. Did Count Schultz also know the whereabouts of the bloody cavalry in advance? If she also knew, the reason why she did not betray Colin was because she was a blood descendant, or because she knew that the bloody cavalry was nearby. Once she betrayed Colin, what awaited the Schultz family would only be destruction. When Colin was lost in his thoughts, Akani's voice sounded again, "Your Excellency, what are you thinking about?" "Nothing." Colin answered casually, and then asked, "You asked me to stay just now. Is there anything I can help you with? Please follow me." Akani smiled mysteriously and walked past Colin, heading straight outside. Colin was curious and followed her step by step. The two walked out of the prayer hall and went down the spiral stairs. Finally, they came to a dim corridor. On both sides of the corridor, there were fully armored guards every few steps. When they saw Akani, they all bowed their heads to greet her. After walking for about half an hour, a steel gate appeared in front of them. The guard in front of the gate saluted to Akani, and then pushed the gate open. "Viscount Angley, please." Akani made a gesture to let Colin go first. Colin smiled and strode forward. The space inside the gate was more spacious than Colin had imagined, but it was a bit too empty. Except for the statue of the God of Light in the center and a small pool in front of the statue, there was nothing else. He could not help but wonder why such a large space was dug out just to put these two things. Looking around, Colin did not see any light source, but the whole space was full of holy light, and there was no place for darkness to hide. Bang! After Akani came in, the iron gate was closed again. Colin turned around and asked, "Where is this place?" Akani did not answer. Her eyes were a bit blurred, as if she did not hear Colin's question. She just walked slowly toward the statue. Colin furrowed his brows and followed him. Before the statue of the God of Light, Akani devoutly prostrated herself on the ground and silently prayed. Colin had no choice but to kneel on one knee before the statue, but he could not help but look at the pool in front of the statue from the corner of his eye. The pool was not big, about 3 meters in diameter, and the water inside was very shallow. But he was surprised to find that the water in the pool was not ordinary water, but more like holy water. Gulp! Colin could not help but swallow his saliva. After a while, Akani ended her prayer and stood up again. Colin immediately asked, "Is this holy water?" Akani stared at the faceless statue of the God of Light, and without turning her head, she said, "No." Colin was a little disappointed, and asked again, "Then what is this?" Ajani finally turned around. Her gaze was filled with an indescribable meaning as she said softly, "This is the accumulated power of faith." Power of faith? This was the first time Colin had learned that faith could be materialized. Yes. The gods use their mighty powers to protect humans, and humans use their faith to serve the gods. When everyone prays to the god, they will produce the power of faith, and this power of faith will be collected by the radiant churches of the various dioceses, gathering in a space similar to the one we are in. Colin rubbed his chin, staring at the swaying surface of the pool, and asked, "Then what is the use of this power of faith?" Akani shook her head and said, "The cultivation of priests requires the power of faith, but we only need a very small portion of it. Most of the power of faith is needed by the god." Colin nodded thoughtfully, and asked again, "This should be a secret of the church, why are you telling me this?" Akani did not answer this question, but said to herself, "Do you know? The power of faith gathers in this space, liquefies in the holy pool, and is then absorbed by the god through the statue." So? Colin was a little confused. Akani pointed to the pool in front of her, and asked in a low voice, "Look, the water in this pool, has it been absorbed?" Colin narrowed his eyes and looked for a long time, and found that the water in the pool did not decrease, but instead kept increasing. Because it was Sunday, and Archbishop Akani had just personally led the morning prayers, the power of faith surged in and quickly filled the pool, and then, it overflowed. What will happen if it overflows? The liquefied power of faith will disappear after leaving the holy pool. Sure enough, Colin saw that the water disappeared after overflowing. This time, he also realized that something was wrong. Since the God of Light needed the power of faith, why would he let it overflow without collecting it? Is there a problem with this statue? Colin guessed. Akani shook her head, and said in a low voice, "The holy pools under all the Radiance churches in the northern frontier are like this, even the holy pool under the Holy Light Church in Imperial Dragon City, is the same. The power of faith is not collected, but overflows the holy pool, and is wasted." Colin narrowed his eyes, and asked with a serious expression, "I still want to know, why are you showing me this?" If the things that Akani had exposed to Colin were to be leaked, it would definitely cause a crisis of faith. The God of Light had stopped receiving offerings from humans. What did this mean? Akani still did not answer this question, but asked in return, "Do you know why the Dark Emperor was killed 300 years ago?" Colin's heart skipped a beat, and he said, "Could it be that he discovered this secret?" "Yes." Ajani nodded. However, what truly sounded the Dark Emperor's death knell was something he once said. What did he say? He said, the expression on Akani's face suddenly became extremely complicated. "The god is dead." The god is dead. Colin's eyes widened, and his heart was in turmoil. He knew what this meant in this extraordinary world, and finally understood why the Dark Emperor had to die. Even after his death, all records of him were deliberately destroyed. It was as if someone was desperately trying to completely erase his existence from history. It turned out that it was because of such a rebellious statement. If the Church allowed the Dark Emperor's words to spread widely in the Empire of Light, it would be a huge blow to the belief system of humans. So, the judge, Duke St. Theon, appeared. Colin's right hand could not help but touch the blade of judgment at his waist, and his heart was filled with mixed feelings. The history that had puzzled him back then had finally been unveiled. Then, is the God of Light really dead? Colin could not help but ask. Ajani shook her head and said, "I don't know. No one knows." What she said was true. How could mortals guess the life and death of a god? It was just that the God of Light did not collect the power of faith. This did not mean that the God of Light was really dead. Maybe he did not need the power of faith anymore. Of course, this guess was more likely to cause panic. The God of Light's protection of humans was actually exchanged by humans using the power of faith to serve him. If he did not need the power of faith, did that mean that he did not need humans anymore, and did not protect them anymore, no matter what? Once the believers knew the secret below the church, the foundation of the Church of Light's existence would be shaky. There should be many people who know the secret, right? Colin asked again. Yes. High-ranking priests who are bishops and above all know this secret. In addition, the core members of the 5 Paladin families also know. The Paladin families know this secret because of the Dark Emperor, right? Yes. Ajani nodded. And the reason why he was killed was because he gathered the 5 dukes to make the secret public. Colin sighed, and felt that the Dark Emperor's death was not unjust. This kind of action was not only destroying the foundation of the church, but also harming the fundamental interests of the nobles. It must be known that the Radiant Church and the nobles of the Empire were interdependent. Although they were currently fighting fiercely for power, both sides had a tacit understanding to control the intensity of the struggle within a certain range. They wouldn't really go to the point of no return. After all, if the church really collapsed, who would baptize the nobles? Without receiving baptism, how could a knight be born? Without knights, what right did the nobles have to rule the empire? How could they fight against the alien races that were eyeing them covetously from all directions? Therefore, even if the nobles knew about this secret, they would never reveal it to the public. Therefore, even if the royal family had already fallen out with the church, they would never use such a method that would hurt both sides. Other than the Dark Emperor, who had no idea what he was thinking. "So, you're telling me this secret now because I become a core member of the House of St. Hilda in your eyes?" Ajani nodded, confirming Colin's judgment. The core members of the 5 great Paladin clans all know of this secret. I will also inform Lord Dukes of the North. However, she immediately changed the topic and said, however, there's another reason why I'm telling you this secret. Colin's eyes narrowed. He knew that this should be the true reason why Ajani had asked him to come here. What's the reason? Ajani's eyes wandered, her whole body exuding a holy radiance. However, the words she said were blasphemous. I want to reveal this secret to the public. What? Colin thought that he had heard wrongly and looked at Ajani in astonishment. Ajani's eyes were firm as she repeated her words. Are you crazy? Colin could not help but exclaim. Of course, Colin's shock was not due to his devout faith and reverence towards the God of Light, but because he could not understand Ajani's motive. As the Archbishop of the Northern Frontier, the Church of Light was Ajani's foundation. Revealing this secret to the public would lead to a crisis of faith. What good would it do her, not to mention that doing so would definitely lead to a fatal disaster? The last person who wanted to do this was the Emperor of the Empire, but he still ended up in a miserable state. Did Ajani think that she would be spared? If she dared to do so, she would definitely become the enemy of the entire Empire of Light. Whether it was the church or the nobles, they would all want to kill her at all costs. Why do you want to do this? Colin asked in a low voice. Because the believers of our Lord have the right to know this truth, Ajani said calmly, giving a reason that Colin did not know how to evaluate. Seeing Colin's doubtful face, Ajani's expression did not change as she explained. No matter the reason why our Lord no longer collects the power of faith, the church and the nobles have no right to hide this truth. However, faith should not be built on deception. I understand that they are all worried that this truth will cause panic and even a crisis of faith. However, if some people's faith is shaken because of this, then they are not worthy of being believers of our Lord. Moreover, isn't this a test that our Lord has for us? If this is really the case, then our current response will most likely disappoint him greatly. Hearing Ajani's righteous explanation, Colin did not know what to say for a moment. He did not know if this Archbishop of the Northern Frontier was truly so devout that she could not tolerate her faith being blasphemed, or if she was just looking for a high-sounding excuse to conceal her true ulterior motives. Colin narrowed his eyes, and his tone became somewhat cold. Then, Your Eminence, why do you think that I will support your idea? As a believer of our Lord, a knight of the Northern Frontier, and of Viscounts of the Empire, I should stop you from doing such a foolish thing, right? Because I believe in the guidance of the Holy Light. Ajani stared into Colin's eyes and gave him an answer that left him speechless. The guidance of the Holy Light? Yes, your affinity with the Holy Light is something I have never seen before. I believe that this is the guidance of our Lord. A devout knight like you will definitely not tolerate the Church continuing to deceive our Lord's believers. Colin fell silent. He remembered that Ajani had indeed said such words back in Cold Winter City. Furthermore, Pope Gregory had also said similar words to Colin back in Imperial Dragon City. Could it be that he was really the chosen one? Of course, such an illusory thing was obviously unable to convince Colin. Sometimes, a white lie is more precious than the cruel truth. Colin said expressionlessly. He did not want to become an ally of this crazy Archbishop of the Northern Frontier. In Colin's opinion, what she wanted to do was practically courting death. Good intentions? A cold smile appeared on Ajani's pretty face. So, tampering with the Duke's baptism ceremony was also out of good intentions? Colin's pupils shrank, but he was not too surprised. Ajani had said that she had met Vera on the way to Swan City. With her insight as an archbishop, it was not surprising that she could see that the Pope had tampered with Vera's baptism. Ajani saw the change in Colin's expression and was delighted. She hurriedly continued to agitate him. Actually, the upper echelons of the Church have long been corrupted. They have long forgotten their original intentions and mission. Although many people are desperately trying to slander the Dark Emperor and find ways to erase his traces, in reality, they have already been influenced by his arrogant words. They vaguely feel that the God of Light is really no longer around, or at least has cut off all contact with this world. When there are no longer any scrutinizing eyes above their heads, they have also begun to become unscrupulous. The original pure faith has long been corrupted and tarnished. Fighting for power and profit has become their only goal and pursuit. They keep saying that it is for the god of light, but in reality, it is only for their own interests and status. Discount angrily, do you think that such a church is really suitable to continue to dominate the spiritual world of mankind? Colin stared into Ajani's eyes. For some reason, he suddenly thought of another woman, Queen Medela. Colin Lynn suddenly thought of something. Could this Archbishop Ajani be related to the royal family? Thus, he seemingly inadvertently raised his hands to his chest, palms facing inwards, his fingers intertwined, forming a lotus-like handprint. Then, he carefully observed Ajani's reaction. However, Colin was disappointed. After seeing this handprint, Ajani only looked puzzled and did not show any other expression. This handprint was shown to Colin by Queen Medela after her alliance with him. She even said that anyone who saw this handprint could be trusted. But obviously, Ajani was not an ally of the royal family. Colin immediately withdrew his handprint and crossed his arms in front of his chest. He smiled and said, I think you should go to the royal family. They are more interested in the Pope's dark secrets. Ajani shook her head and said, Sir Viscounts, you are wrong. The royal family is well aware of the church's depravity, and is also willing to fight against the church. However, they will never agree to this truth being made public. If I go to them, I will only end up like the Dark Emperor. Sorry, Archbishop, I do not want to end up like the Dark Emperor. Colin shrugged and rejected, with just the two of us, even if this truth is made public, we will not be able to escape the pursuit of the church and the Holy Knight family. We will also be slandered as lunatics and blasphemers. No one will believe our words. Sir Viscounts, I am not a stupid person. Before I have enough power, of course I will not make this truth public. The reason why I chose you as my partner is because you are not a member of the Holy Knight family, but you have the potential to dominate a territory. Sir Archbishop, you think too highly of me. Colin's expression was still indifferent. No. Ajani's eyes flashed with an inexplicable brilliance, and her tone carried a hint of bewitchment. You are now the guardian of the northern frontier, and I know that the half-elven kingdom is also under your control. In the future, even if you lead your troops to the east and defeat the Pegasus army, it is not impossible for you to enter the White Dew City. However, have you thought of a problem? Even if one day you really conquer the eastern region, can the Angeli family become a duke? Colin's heart skipped a beat. He seemed to understand what Akani wanted to say. Your Excellency Viscounts, the position of duke has never been granted to anyone who isn't a holy knight. No matter what kind of dazzling achievements he had made in the past. I know your talent is amazing, and you're already a 5th grade knight at such a young age, but do you think you can become a holy knight? Colin did not answer. However, he felt that if he could drink the blood of a holy knight, he might be able to step into the sanctuary realm. It's not that I want to put you down, but in the Empire's 1,000+ years of history, there has never been anyone who isn't from a holy knight family who has stepped foot into the Saint Domain. I don't know what kind of secrets there are. However, I feel that no matter how talented you are, I'm afraid you won't be able to break through this shackle. So, even if you become a 6th grade knight, what's the difference between you and the 6th grade warrior Lucien? He's attached to Count Schultz, and you can't leave the house of St. Hilda either. Even if you conquer the eastern region one day, the Angeli family will never become the lord of the eastern region. Colin narrowed his eyes and asked in a deep voice, what are you trying to say? Akani walked a few steps closer and stared into Colin's eyes. She said seriously, you've been asking me why I chose you as my partner, haven't you? This is the real reason. Because you're not from a holy knight family, the only people who don't want to see this belief system, which is based on deception, collapse is actually the church and the holy knight family. That's why they work together to hide the truth, to prevent a crisis of faith from happening. However, as a descendant of a holy knight family, Viscount Angley, even if a crisis of faith happens, and the belief system of the Church of Light collapses, is it really a bad thing for you? Without the power of faith, there would be no priests. Without priests, there would be no new knights, and naturally, there would be no more holy knights. Without holy knights, how can the royal family and the 4 great families stand at the top of the empire? Why can't the Angeli family become a duke? Even. Akani suddenly stopped talking, but Colin completely understood what she meant. At the same time, he saw the true face hidden under Akani's pious appearance. That face was filled with something called ambition. Moreover, he was also frightened by Akani's madness. This woman looked holy, quiet, and compassionate, but in reality, she was a crazy ambitious woman who wanted nothing more than to throw the world into chaos. Seeing Colin's silence, Akani thought he was moved, but still couldn't make up his mind. She opened her mouth again to tempt him. Your Excellency Viscounts, now that the royal family and the church are at war, it's our best chance. During this trip to Imperial Dragon City, I'm sure Emperor Reinhardt must have encouraged you to march into the eastern region. To tell you the truth, His Holiness the Pope has told me many times to stop the army of the North from successfully taking down White Dew City. However, if you cooperate with me, I can help you block all the pressure from the church, and promise you a stable rear. This way, you can also march into the eastern region without any distractions. As long as we conquer the eastern region, we will have 2 territories in our hands, and have the capital to not fear the church and the royal family. Colin sneered and said, Your Excellency Archbishop, have you forgotten that the Empire still has 2 holy knights? Will they sit and watch us shake the foundation of the entire knight system? Akani said confidently, Your Excellency Viscounts, have you forgotten that the eastern region also has a force that can resist the holy knights? Yevel? Colin's face changed, and he suddenly realized something, and immediately said, So you are with Mr. Yevel. Akani suddenly smiled, her beautiful face was like a peach blossom in full bloom. Your Excellency Viscounts, do you have confidence in our plan now? Obviously, Akani had tacitly agreed with Colin's guess. Colin lowered his head, various thoughts running through his mind. He did not expect that the haunting Mr. Yevel had already quietly extended his hand into the church, and had even bribed a high-ranking person like the Archbishop of the Northern Frontier. No wonder he dared to kidnap the Archbishop of Swan City, and even brazenly kill him, and was not afraid of the church's revenge. Akani would definitely cover for him, and help him get through the weakest period. And now, they had actually set their sights on Colin, and wanted to rope in the actual controller of the Northern Frontier. It had to be said that Colin was somewhat moved. He suddenly realized that this was indeed a good opportunity. Originally, Colin was caught between the royal family and the church. Both sides were trying to rope him in, but both wanted him to be a sharp sword in their hands. Now that a third party was added to the mix, Colin's options were greater. The space for him to maneuver was also wider. At the very least, if Akani and Colin reached a secret agreement, he would not have to worry about the church causing trouble on the northern frontier when he was advancing into the eastern region, and dragging him down. Of course, Colin was still very wary of Mr. G and Ajani. The 2 of them were not good people. They had taken a fancy to Colin only because they wanted him to be their tool. May I ask if I can meet Mr. Yevel? Colin probed. Akani was somewhat hesitant, but still nodded. I will convey your intentions to Mr. Yevel, but you must know that Prince Lacey is currently at the northern frontier, and is pursuing him relentlessly. It is not convenient for Mr. Yevel to show himself, so I may not be able to arrange a meeting with you in the near future. I understand. Colin smiled faintly, but did not say much. He knew that he had not really gained the other party's trust. By the way, can you help to remove the divine spell that Vera is under? Akani shook her head. I am sorry, Your Excellency Viscounts, that is a divine spell cast by the Pope himself, and only he can remove it. But you don't have to worry. With me at the northern frontier, the church will not be a hindrance to you. I will also not use the dupe to cause trouble for you. That's good. Colin nodded. In fact, this was the biggest reason why he was willing to cooperate with Akani. As for how their relationship would develop in the future, and whether or not they would fall out, that would have to wait until the future. Colin was confident that by that time, he would have the confidence to confront the other party directly. I look forward to working with you. Akani stretched out her small white hand and smiled. Colin also shook the other party's hand and smiled brightly. I look forward to working with you. Leaving the Radiant Church, Colin strolled back to Swan Castle alone. He learned from the butler that Count Schultz had just gone out to inspect the territory. Colin did not mind. The Countess had just experienced Lucien's rebellion, and she needed to quickly pacify the people and deal with the remnants of Lucien's forces. After losing Lucien, the Schultz family could only rely on Colin if they wanted to maintain their status in the northern frontier. He believed that the rest of the Schultz family would also understand this and make the right choice. When night fell, Colin finished his dinner and was about to take a bath with the help of the maids. The butler came to report that Count Schultz had returned to Swan Castle. Got it. I'll go see the Count after my bath. Colin submerged his body in the hot water of a suitable temperature, admiring the various exquisite decorations in the bathroom as he recalled what Archbishop Ajani had told him during the day. He had to admit that Colin really admired Mr. Mao from the House of St. Thean. It seemed that Mr. Mao could surprise him every time. Of course, it could also be a shock. Colin was very curious about how Mr. Mao had persuaded Ajani to rebel. As the youngest Archbishop of the Radiance Empire and highly regarded by the Pope, Ajani could be said to have a bright future. It was almost certain that she would become a cardinal in the future. She could even become the first female pope in the history of the Radiance Empire. So, how did Mr. Mao persuade Ajani to give up such a bright future and choose an extremely dangerous path of rebellion? Colin could not figure it out. However, Colin did not have a bad impression of Mr. Mao. Although they had always been on opposite sides, Mr. Mao had not caused any substantial damage to Colin. Of course, this was also because Colin had never been Mr. Mao's main target. After all, Colin was just a small figure before, and was not worthy of Mr. Mao's special attention. Now that he had become the guardian of the northern frontier, Colin was qualified to be targeted. However, he did not expect Mr. Chung to choose to rope him in. Colin could also guess that the reason the other party deliberately left Bishop John's body in the basement of Swan Castle was to use the Schultz family to get rid of Colin. However, he did not expect that Colin would expel Lucien from Swan City and successfully control Count Schultz. In addition, Mr. Chang should be at his weakest right now. Seeing that Colin was not a simple character that was easy to deal with, he had no choice but to change his strategy and rope him in. Of course, Colin was also extremely wary of Mr. Feng. He knew that if Mr. Feng successfully survived this period of weakness, there would be a question mark as to whether he could continue to tolerate the northern frontier being controlled by Colin. Therefore, Colin knew that he had to seize the time when Mr. Chung was recovering and work hard to strengthen his own power and influence. In this way, no matter how the future of the Empire of Light changed, Colin would have the ability to protect himself. While thinking, Colin heard light footsteps approaching. He did not pay much attention, thinking that it was a maid who came to add water. But then, a snow-white and delicate foot reached into the water, followed by a white and slender leg. Under Colin's surprised gaze, the naked Count Schultz had already sat down beside him. The Countess's body was impeccable. Her soft skin had a pearl-like luster, and above her plump buttocks was a slender waist. Further up, there were two bright red dots that made Colin's blood boil. "Master, let me serve you in the bath," Count Schultz whispered in Colin's ear, with a seductive smile on his face. Colin was intoxicated by the fragrant scent, and his slightly stiff body gradually relaxed. Waves suddenly appeared on the originally calm water surface. The first rays of the morning sun shone on the mirror-like surface of Swan Lake. Thousands of rays of light that looked like fragmented rainbows were projected on the mirror-like surface of the lake. Colin stood on the balcony of the highest floor of Swan Castle, looking at the beautiful scenery in front of him that was somewhat unreal. He felt unprecedentedly satisfied. He took a deep breath, and his nose was filled with dew and the fragrance of flowers and plants. Suddenly, a series of familiar footsteps came from behind him. Colin turned around and saw Count Schultz walking over with enchanting steps. After a night, the Countess, who was already beautiful, looked even more gorgeous. She was only wearing a thin silk dress with a low-cut, corset, and backless design that vividly showed off her beautiful body curves and lustrous and smooth skin. As she walked, two snow-white and slender legs were faintly discernible under the open-necked dress, like a blooming iris flower. "Good morning, Master." Count Schultz's charming smile made Colin's heart skip a beat. He touched the tip of his nose and smiled. "You can still call me by my old name." "Yes, Sir Viscounts." Count Schultz changed the way he addressed Lucien, but his attitude did not change at all. After a night of deep communication, Colin also knew that Countess Schultz was actually a woman who did not have many opinions of her own. Her weak personality was actually not suitable to be a lord. That was why she chose to marry Lucien, and now she did not hesitate to rely on Colin. However, such a personality was indeed more convenient for Colin to control. "The ambiguous past between you and Marquis Garcia was also made up to pretend to be Vera's birth mother, right?" "Yes." Countess Schultz's white cheeks blushed. However, the Duke of St. Hilda did want to set me up with Marquis Garcia, but Marquis Garcia did not want to give up the command of the Black Cavalry, and Marquis Garcia's importance in the northern frontier, so the Duke of St. Hilda gave up. Then why did you betray the Duke of St. Hilda in Icestone City? Actually, I had no choice at that time. Among the 200,000 soldiers that Marquis Charles sacrificed, there was one of the most elite soldiers of the Schultz family. After learning about this, the family complained about it. I was also very dissatisfied with the Duke of St. Hilda, so I followed the lords of the northern frontier to force the Duke to give us an explanation. Colin nodded and asked, how many soldiers does the Schultz family have now? Countess Schultz tucked her hair behind her ear and said, we should be able to gather 60 to 70,000 soldiers. Good. Reorganize this army. I may need to conscript them at any time. Yes. I will return to Cold Winter City tomorrow. If you need any help, let me know as soon as possible. You are leaving so soon? Countess Schultz asked in surprise. Her beautiful face was full of reluctance. Yes. Colin reached out and pulled the Countess into his arms. He wrapped his arms around her supple waist and said gently, I can't relax now. I have to race against time. Why are you in such a hurry? Colin smelled the fragrance of Countess Schultz's hair and said vaguely, I have a feeling that there will be a great change in the Empire. Therefore, I have to prepare in advance. Great change? Countess Schultz's voice tightened. You don't have to panic. Just do as I say. Yes. Also, you have to be careful of Archbishop Ajani. Don't believe her words so easily. Also, if that Duke of St. Hilda appears in Swan City again, send me a message immediately. Okay. After giving these instructions, Colin reached out and grabbed Countess Schultz's smooth chin. He lowered his head and kissed her. Since they were about to leave, they had to bid farewell properly. It was dawn. The rising sun shone gently through the dense clouds, and the mist surging like waves shrouded the mountains and the wilderness. A caravan of merchants was treading on the morning dew, traveling along a small path in the forest. At the front of the caravan, a flag embroidered with tulips fluttered in the wind. After passing through a bumpy path, the axles of the carriage creaked under the jolts. The curtains of the carriage were suddenly lifted, revealing a round, chubby face. Lord Oliver, what are your orders? A mercenary standing guard beside the carriage asked with a smile. Oliver looked carefully at the winding path in front of him and asked with a frown, why did you choose this path? My lord, although this path is slightly more difficult to traverse, it's shorter. We'll reach Swan City in about 3 days. Oliver did not seem to be worried. He asked, where's your captain? He's right in front. The mercenary was just speaking when he saw a figure walking quickly towards him. He immediately said, my lord, the captain is just coming over. Oliver turned his head and saw that the bearded Captain Jack had already arrived at the side of the carriage. The captain's brows were tightly knitted together, and he looked very worried. Lord Oliver, I've just received news that something has happened in Swan City. What? Oliver's heart skipped a beat, and his expression changed instantly. He hurriedly asked, what happened? I heard that Count Schultz's husband, Lord Lucian, murdered Bishop John, and is now being pursued by the army. How could this be? Why would Lucian murder Bishop John? I don't know. Then can we still enter Swan City? We should be able to. Swan City is not locked down. However, I advise you to reconsider. After all, Swan City is not peaceful now. Oliver's brows were tightly knitted together, and his chubby face was scrunched up in worry. He was in a dilemma. Seeing this, Captain Jack added, I also heard that Viscount Angley is currently in Swan City. He was the one who exposed Lucian's crime. Viscount Angley is also in the city? Oliver suddenly became excited, as if the name had a strange magic power. Yes. Colonel Jack nodded, then probed, I heard that you've dealt with the Viscounts before. Is that true? Oliver immediately puffed out his chest. His face glowed with boundless glory as he boasted loudly. Of course it's true. Back then, before the Viscounts inherited the title, we already knew each other. We even slept in the same tent and went to the battlefield together. Just as Oliver was about to brag about his time with Viscount Angley to the mercenary leader in front of him, the ground suddenly began to tremble slightly. "Earthquake?" Oliver asked stupidly. However, it didn't take long for the ground to shake more and more violently. Even the grass and leaves were shaking violently. Walala, it was as if spring thunder had exploded the earth, or as if a surging flood had swept over. The shattered sand and stones on the ground danced as if they had been picked up and put down by an invisible hand. Looking from the sky, it looked like boiling water. "It's the cavalry." Colonel Jack pointed to the front with a trembling finger and his voice changed. Countless black shadows instantly appeared on the horizon in front of him, filling up the space between heaven and earth. The densely packed cavalry surged forward like a tornado, crushing the rocks and withered grass on the ground into smithereens. Oliver and his party seemed to be dumbfounded. They were stunned and shivering in place. They were completely at a loss. It was impossible to run away. They could only silently pray in their hearts that this terrifying cavalry was not the enemy. "It's the blood cavalry." Not knowing who saw the blood-colored flag fluttering in the wind, someone immediately shouted. Oliver's eyes lit up when he heard that. He scrambled out of the carriage and looked at the cavalry squad galloping towards them. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "We are the Tulip Chamber of Commerce, the Tulip Chamber of Commerce. I know Sir Viscount Angley." Not long after, a blood cavalry squad came to the front of Oliver. The leading officer was sitting high on the warhorse. His sharp eyes coldly looked at Oliver through the small holes in the armor. His imposing manner made the whole caravan silent. "What's your name?" My name is Oliver, the president of the Tulip Chamber of Commerce." "Is Viscount Angley in front?" The blood cavalry officer nodded and said, "Come with me, the Viscount wants to see you." Oliver's spirit was refreshed. He quickly ordered his men to bring a horse to pull the carriage. He moved his fat body and clumsily climbed up. The officer looked at his difficult appearance and became impatient. He stepped forward and grabbed Oliver's collar. In his exclamation, he lifted him on the back of his horse and then urged the warhorse to go in the direction of the blood cavalry. By the time Oliver arrived in front of Colin, he was almost out of breath from the jolting. "Viscount Angley." Ugh! After this fellow dismounted, he vomited all over the ground, and then weakly greeted Colin. Colin looked at the familiar fat face and asked the attendant to pass him a pot of water. He smiled and asked, "Oliver, I heard that you are now the president of the Tulip Chamber of Commerce?" Oliver drank the water and finally recovered. He quickly replied, "Yes, Sir Viscounts. After the death of Lady Penny, I was chosen by Count Oman to take over the Tulip Chamber of Commerce." The Count Oman that Oliver mentioned was Vala. Of course, this appointment was actually approved by Colin. He had a good impression of the fat merchant. After taking control of the Oman family through Vala, he signaled the other party to push Oliver to the position of president of the Tulip Chamber of Commerce. Later, the obedient and sensible Oliver began to clean up the remaining forces of the Tulip Chamber of Commerce under Vala's instructions. So far, the progress was said to be smooth. "You are going to Swan City?" "Yes, sir." Oliver's small eyes turned and took the opportunity to ask, "I heard that the situation in Swan City is a bit chaotic now. I wonder if our trip will..." "Don't worry." Colin waved his hand and comforted, "The Schultz family has stabilized the situation. You will not have any problems going." "That's good." Oliver was relieved. He had an inexplicable trust in Colin. Colin looked at the old acquaintance and suddenly asked, "I heard that the merchants of the Northern Frontier are preparing to unite and establish a Northern Frontier Merchants Association?" "Yes, sir." Oliver glanced at Colin's expression and answered carefully, "The Tulip Chamber of Commerce is also preparing to join the Northern Frontier Merchants Association. Count Oman knows about this and has agreed." Colin nodded and asked, "Who is the president of the Merchants Association?" "Sir, the president's candidate has not been decided yet. However, we plan to hold a meeting in chilly winter at the end of this month to decide the president's candidate." Colin stroked his chin, not knowing what to think. After a while, he spoke again, "Oliver, do you want to be the president of the Northern Frontier Merchants Association?" Oliver's fat body trembled, not knowing if it was due to nervousness or excitement. After hesitating for a while, he gave a slippery answer, "I will obey your orders." Colin smiled faintly and didn't comment on Oliver's answer. Instead, he changed the topic. Instead, he said, help me spread the news. Tell the merchants and chambers of commerce in the northern frontier that the House of St. Hilda is preparing to borrow money to tide over the current difficulties. The loan amount is huge. Tell the interested merchants to come to Chilly Winter before the end of the month. Yes. Oliver quickly agreed. However, Colin did not mention the matter of him being the president of the Merchants' Association. Oliver was itching but did not dare to take the initiative to ask. Well, go to Swan City by yourself. Remember to meet me at Chilly Winter at the end of the month. Yes, sir. Later, Colin gently squeezed the horse's belly and joined the main troop of the bloody cavalry in Oliver's worried eyes. They went all the way to the north. At this time it was already the end of summer, the weather was gradually cooling down, and the sun was no longer scorching. Colin led the bloody cavalry all the way north, and it only took him 6 days to arrive at Cold Winter City. It was evening, and the majestic Cold Winter City looked more solemn in the sunset. When Colin arrived at the bottom of the city wall, he found that Vera was already standing in front of the suspension bridge, welcoming the man who had returned from afar. She was wearing a purple lady's dress, which set off the beautiful curves of her body, but did not lose her dignity and elegance. The light makeup just right made the original beautiful face more bright and moving. She looked at Colin with her beautiful eyes full of tenderness and sweetness. Colin felt warm in his heart, and he immediately turned over and strode up. Although he wanted to hold the lovely person in front of him in his arms, Colin suppressed this impulse, and according to the proper aristocratic etiquette, he knelt down on one knee to greet his lord. But he did not expect that Vera had already pulled Colin before he knelt down, and said intimately, Colin, welcome home. Colin then no longer cared about the red tape, leaned over and kissed Vera's smooth forehead, and said with a smile, my wife, you are so beautiful today. Vera smiled sweetly, and then took Colin's arm, and walked into the city together. Teacher. Inside the city gate, Prince Harrison and Princess Judy greeted him in a crisp voice. Colin nodded to the two little guys, and then helped Vera into the carriage. Surrounded by a team of guards, the carriage passed through half of the city, and came to the Lion's Roar Castle on the top of the mountain. The servants had already prepared a sumptuous dinner to welcome Colin's return. Walking into the Knight's Hall with Vera, the air was filled with a faint rose fragrance. Marquis Garcia stood in the middle of the hall, wearing a neat noble attire. He nodded at Colin. Compared to a month ago, Marquis Garcia seemed to be in much better spirits, and there was some color on his face. However, his posture was still stooped, and he held a cane in his hand. His eyes were no longer sharp, and it seemed that the all-powerful army god of the northern frontier had completely disappeared. Colin also hurriedly bowed in return, and exchanged a look with the other party, but did not say anything. At this time, Scholar Dwayne, Knight Campbell, and the Bishop Emeritus also saluted Colin. Young Master Joyce was also in the hall, but this young man was not good at hiding his emotions. He nodded at Colin perfunctorily, then looked at the ground with puffed cheeks, as if he was very reluctant to appear here. Of course, Colin would not pay attention to a child who was throwing a tantrum, and he invited everyone to take a seat. For such a formal banquet, everyone's seating was particular. Colin and Vera sat side by side at the head of the table. On the right were Marquis Garcia and the Bishop Emeritus. On the left were Prince Harrison and Princess Judy. Below them were Joyce, Scholar Dwayne, and the Knights of the House of St. Hilda. As Archbishop Agatha was still in Swan City dealing with Bishop John's funeral, the Bishop Emeritus of Cold Winter City represented the church at the banquet. Colin looked around and did not see the former Imperial Minister of Agriculture, whom he had abducted from Winterspring Town. He asked, "Why don't I see Scholar Sonny?" Scholar Dwayne smiled and said, "Scholar Sonny said that he was researching the northern frontier to prepare for the agricultural reform. Therefore, he is not in Cold Winter City now." Colin nodded and thought that Scholar Sonny was really dedicated to his work. He had just arrived and he had already started his research. He ignored him and smiled as he asked Vera to announce the start of the banquet. Vera immediately raised her golden wine glass and said, "Everyone, please drink this glass. May the glory of the God of Light bless us, and may the house of St. Hilda prosper forever." Everyone raised their wine glasses one after another and responded loudly. Colin drank the champagne in his glass and said with a smile, "Everyone, please enjoy the delicious food tonight." Everyone cheered and began to focus on the food on the table. In this world, it was a very serious matter for the feudal lord to host a banquet. There was a set of very standard etiquette. During the meal, no one was allowed to speak until the main course was served. They had to knock their cutlery on the table to indicate that they were full. Only then could they chat with other people who were full. The whole process was rather boring, and the only fun was to see who ate more. In fact, this was also part of the etiquette. The more one ate, the more satisfied they were with the food prepared by the feudal lord. At the same time, they could also show their strength and bravery. The cooking skills of the House of St. Hilda were of course top-notch. There were grilled crocodile tail, oysters with white mushrooms, steamed salmon, roasted goose liver, cream salad, all kinds of delicious dishes were placed on the huge long table. Amidst the clanging sounds of the expanding knives and forks, everyone tried their best to stuff the food into their stomachs while maintaining their etiquette. The maids were like butterflies flying through flowers. With light footsteps, they kept changing the plates and refilling the wine for everyone. Although Colin did not need these ordinary foods to replenish his energy, he also began to eat when he saw that everyone had a high appetite. The maids behind him had already changed his plate 4 times. Seeing that the maids were about to change his plate for the 5th time, Colin finally knocked on his plate to indicate that he was full. Vera, who was sitting at the side, had already finished eating. She smiled and said, "Colin, you have a good appetite today." "Yes, after leaving the northern frontier for so long, I still miss the food at home." The Bishop Emeritus also knocked on his plate and put down his knife and fork. He asked, "Your Excellency, I heard that Bishop John of Swan City was killed by Lucien?" To be precise, Lucien colluded with outsiders to murder him. Next, Colin selectively recounted what had happened in Swan City to everyone. Of course, he did not mention the Duke of St. Hilda who had come back from the dead. He just used the word mysterious instead. Mr. Chang's reincarnation was too strange and difficult to explain clearly. Moreover, Colin and Mr. Chang had reached a secret agreement, so he didn't want to create unnecessary trouble and cause unnecessary trouble. Even though Colin had already hidden the most strange part, everyone was still shocked. Obviously, they did not expect that the Peak Warrior, the husband of Count Schultz, would do such a thing. May the light of the Lord shine on Bishop John and let his soul rest in peace. After listening to the story, the Bishop Emeritus lowered his head and prayed with a complicated expression. Looking at this scene, everyone also lowered their heads and prayed to express their condolences. Colin looked at the people who were praying with a complicated expression. If they knew that the Lord of Light could no longer hear their prayers and receive their power of faith, would they still be pious? After praying, everyone began to chat. Seeing that everyone had finished their main meal, the butler ordered the maids to serve dessert. Colin and Vera shared all kinds of things they had seen and heard during their trip to Imperial Dragon City, and the atmosphere gradually became relaxed and harmonious. However, Colin noticed that Joyce had been whispering in Princess Judy's ear, making Princess Judy giggle from time to time. This made Colin's expression change slightly. He was very curious. Did Joyce really hit it off with Princess Judy, or was he deliberately trying to get close to the princess under the guidance of someone else? If it was the latter, the candles on the long table gradually burned out, and the banquet came to an end. Vera stood up and announced the end of the banquet. She then held Colin's hand and walked out of the hall. However, Colin stopped at the entrance of the Knights' Hall. After waiting for Marquis Garcia to catch up with him, he smiled at Vera and said, "You can go back first. I want to talk to the Marquis for a while." "Okay." Vera smiled gently and then left. Marquis Garcia nodded at Colin and said, "Follow me to the study." "Okay." When Colin walked into the study, he noticed that the layout of the room had completely changed. The tables, chairs, cabinets, floors, and windows were all remade with brand new mahogany, and the entire room was filled with a faint smell of wood. A row of white crystals was inlaid on the white walls. These crystals were a special arcane material that could magnify light. Even without too many candles, the entire room was as bright as day. A huge specimen of a tiger's head was originally hanging above the fireplace. It was said that the previous Duke of St. Hilda had hunted it himself, but now it had disappeared and was replaced by a gorgeous blood rose wreath. The changes in the study seemed to imply that the owner of the castle had changed. Count Schultz is not Vera's biological mother. Fortunately, you did not fall into his trap, Marquis Garcia said. Colin nodded, and then carefully asked, then, Vera's biological mother is. Marquis Garcia looked at Colin with a warning look, hesitated for a moment, and said, you don't need to know who she is. You just need to know that she is no longer alive. So, no matter who comes forward and claims to be Vera's biological mother, it is all a lie. Colin sighed secretly, and he thought that Queen Midella had indeed lied. My goodness, they are all a bunch of actors. Fortunately, I am also one of them. Then, who knows the true identity of Vera's biological mother? Colin asked again. This was because he realized that Mr. Xing dared to let Count Schultz pretend to be Vera's biological mother, and he was confident that Marquis Garcia would not dare to expose them in public. Obviously, he knew the true identity of Vera's biological mother, and he knew that this identity should not be exposed. The question was, how did Mr. Xing find out? Colin could understand that Queen Midella knew about this matter. After all, they were brother and sister, and it was not surprising that she knew some of her brother's secrets. But Mr. Xing? Could it be that when he took over the body of the Duke of St. Hilda, he also obtained his memories? Why do you ask? Marquis Garcia looked at Colin with vigilant eyes. Colin had no choice but to tell him about how Mr. Feng might have possessed the body of the Duke of St. Hilda and how he had bewitched Count Schultz to impersonate Vera's biological mother. Of course, he did not tell her about the secret agreement he had made with Ajani in the basement of the church. Marquis Garcia was silent for a long time, his expression constantly changing. In fact, Marquis Garcia knew that the body buried in the family tomb was not the real body of his brother. When Colin had brought him back from the eastern region, he had confessed to him. He could also understand the necessity of using a fake corpse to fool them under the circumstances at that time, so he didn't blame Colin too harshly. He only said that after Vera successfully inherited the dukedom, he would come back to the Morrison family to ask for the corpse of the previous duke. However, he did not expect that the body had already been taken over by Mr. Feng. Moreover, this kind of reincarnation was too incredible. Marquis Garcia found it difficult to accept for a while. After pondering for a long time, Marquis Garcia suddenly said, you don't have to worry about this matter. I will personally negotiate with the Morrison family. Colin's heart skipped a beat. He immediately realized that the House of St. Hilda and the Morrison family might have some connections that he did not know about. Even the blood pool under the Morrison family's bell tower, could the House of St. Hilda be aware of it? Thinking about it carefully, the House of St. Hilda married so many noble ladies to the Morrison family. Could it be that they had other motives, thinking that so many innocent young ladies were unknowingly used as some kind of bloody research tool by the two families? Colin could not help but feel a chill in his heart. However, he also knew that this should involve some unspeakable secrets of the House of St. Hilda. Marquis Garcia obviously did not want him to have too much contact with them. In desperation, Colin nodded and then changed the topic. He told Marquis Vera that Pope Gregory had used magic on her when she was baptized. Marquis Garcia listened quietly and fell into silence again. After a long time, he asked, do you know what was the biggest disagreement between Ceres and me? Colin was stunned. He then realized that the Ceres that Marquis Garcia mentioned was the name of the previous Duke of St. Hilda. It should be the direction of the development of the northern frontier, right? Colin recalled the various conflicts between the two brothers. The Duke wanted to capture the rich but weak eastern region, while you wanted to destroy the Troll Empire. Yes. Marquis Garcia nodded and his face was full of emotion. At this time last year, when we annihilated the 300,000 Troll army in the Sky Ice Field, Ceres could no longer hold back his determination to go to the east. For this reason, he did not hesitate to marry Vera to the half-elf kingdom. He wanted to take control of the key to enter the eastern region, and at the same time, he also wanted to force me to lead the Black Cavalry to the east. Unfortunately, Mr. Syringe's conspiracy completely disrupted Ceres's plan. Colin was silent. He had personally experienced the matter of Vera marrying into the half-elf kingdom. At that time, he was complacent and thought that he had gained a great advantage. In fact, now that he thought about it, he was just an ignorant chess piece that went with the flow on the chessboard. Ceres wanted to enter the eastern region. In addition to coveting the richness of the eastern region, it was also instigated by the royal family. Marquis Garcia glanced at Colin and asked, "This time, when you went to Imperial Dragon City, Emperor Reinhardt and Empress Medela should have also tried to win you over, right?" Colin nodded and said, "Yes, they really want me to enter the eastern region and cut off the church's biggest support in the secular world." Marquis Garcia stared at Colin's eyes and asked, "What do you think?" "I." Colin looked at Marquis Garcia's serious expression and changed his words. "I think that humans should not kill each other. This will give the other races an opportunity to take advantage of." Marquis Garcia's face showed a gratified smile as he nodded and said, "It's good that you understand. As a knight, the most important character is loyalty. I remember that when we were in Ice Stone City, I once asked you, what is loyalty?" Colin nodded and couldn't help but touch the blade of judgment at his waist. Scenes of the past gradually floated into his mind. Marquis Garcia continued, "Loyalty doesn't mean being loyal to a person, because people's hearts are unpredictable and easy to change. The only thing that is truly worthy of your unlimited loyalty is a certain belief." "Belief?" Colin mulled over Marquis Garcia's words and seemed to understand something in his heart. "A knight's belief is to protect." Marquis Garcia's expression became incomparably sincere. "What I have done in my life is to protect the human race. This is my belief. No matter what happens, no matter where I am, I will always be loyal to it." At this point, Marquis Garcia heavily patted Colin's shoulder and said seriously, "I hope that you can also find a belief that is worthy of your unlimited loyalty. Only in this way will you not be trapped in the endless struggle for power and profit, and lose yourself in the endless struggle for power and profit." Colin looked at Marquis Garcia's pure and fearless eyes and felt the weight on his shoulder. He suddenly understood why this Marquis had spent the first half of his life in the most difficult front lines of the northern frontier and saw the trolls as his lifelong enemy. So the enmity between him and his brother was because of this. Perhaps, this was a true knight, this was the guardian of the human race. For a moment, Marquis Garcia's stooped figure became tall and big in Colin's eyes. "I understand," Colin said seriously. Marquis Garcia smiled faintly and said, "I have always thought highly of you. Don't disappoint me." After saying this, he turned and walked out of the door. Colin suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Marquis, I am going to implement Scholar Sonny's agricultural reform plan in the northern frontier. In addition, I am also going to borrow." Marquis Garcia waved his hand without looking back and interrupted, "You don't need to tell me about these government affairs. You can do it as you see fit. After all, you are now the guardian of the northern frontier and Vera's husband. You are qualified and obligated to help her manage the northern frontier." "Okay." Colin was secretly relieved. In fact, he did not want to be restrained by Marquis Garcia. Fortunately, the other party did not have such an intention. Then, Colin said, "In addition, I will go to the half-elf kingdom to purchase food next month. I hope that you can help me in the northern frontier." Marquis Garcia turned his head with a mischievous smile on his face. "Queen Aisha is about to give birth, right?" After his real purpose was seen through, Colin smiled awkwardly and nodded. Marquis Garcia did not say anything. After all, he had an illegitimate daughter. Therefore, he did not blame Colin on this issue. "Be careful on the road." Marquis Garcia nodded casually and walked out of the study. "Yes." Colin pushed open the mahogany door that separated the bedroom from the living room and saw a beautiful figure sitting in front of the dressing table. Her blonde hair was tied up in a loose and casual style, and the silver mirror on the dressing table reflected her delicate face. Coupled with the purple silk nightgown, it highlighted a hazy and lazy charm, making people yearn for the moment when she turned around. "Are you done chatting?" Dara turned around with a charming and sweet smile on her face, and her blue crystal eyes were full of tenderness. For a moment, the whole bedroom seemed to be lit up. "Yes." Colin walked in while unbuttoning the collar of his suit. "Every time I chat with the Marquis, I benefit a lot." "What were you talking about?" "About loyalty and belief." Dara tilted her head and the smile on her face disappeared. When Colin saw this, he thought that she had misunderstood. "So," he explained, "it's not what you think. The Marquis is just sharing his own beliefs and his understanding of loyalty with me. He hopes that I can be inspired and find my own beliefs." Dara's expression eased a little, but she still looked at Colin seriously and said, "In fact, I have always felt that my father's life is too tiring." Colin took off his coat and sat on the edge of the bed. He looked at his wife's shining eyes and said with a smile, "So, you don't agree with Marquis Garcia's lifelong beliefs?" Vera shook her head and frowned slightly before she said, "My father carries too much on his shoulders, and so does my adoptive father. I know that they are very good people, and in a sense, they can even be called great people, but I don't want you to become like them." Looking at Vera's gentle eyes, Colin's heart was filled with warmth, and he smiled from the bottom of his heart. "Don't worry, I will not become like them. I have my own principles, and I also have my own cherished things, and these are everything that is worth protecting." To be honest, although Colin admired Marquis Garcia's dedication, he did not think that he could be as noble as him. Moreover, he also felt that both Marquis Garcia and the former Duke of St. Hilda were too extreme. He hoped that he would be able to live freely in this life and not be influenced by any power or noble goals. Of course, it might seem easy to achieve this, but it was actually extremely difficult. Without sufficient strength, with Colin's current status and power, it would be impossible for him to live a peaceful life. Therefore, in order to achieve this goal, Colin had to control more forces and obtain more power. Vera smiled sweetly, got up gracefully, and walked towards Colin with graceful steps. The slit on both sides of her nightgown revealed a pair of flawless legs, slender and straight, white and tender. She walked in front of Colin and held his shoulder. She bent her right leg and knelt on the edge of the bed. She bent her beautiful neck and bent her beautiful face. There was a faint smile at the corner of her mouth and her eyes were shining with passion. "Then, am I also someone who is worthy of your protection?" "As my wife, of course you are." Colin said affirmatively as he held Vera's slender waist and felt the warmth and softness in his hands. Vera's eyes became misty and she licked her delicate red lips gently. Her charming appearance made Colin's heart burn with passion. He exerted a little force and pulled the girl onto the big bed. The soft morning sun shone through the crystal skylight at the top of the knight's hall and formed a pure beam of light. The colorful glass reflected the mottled light and shadows. The statues of the 14 paladins of the House of St. Hilda stood on both sides of the hall, as if they were looking at the figures in the hall through the barrier of time. Colin was wearing the Viscount's suit as he walked into the beam of light. He knelt down on one knee in front of the steps and at the same time, raised the blade of judgment high above his head. In front of him, Vera, who was also dressed up, took the blade of judgment with a solemn expression on her face. She then placed the blade of judgment on Colin's shoulder and said in a clear voice, "I, Vera St. Hilda, in the name of the Dukes of the North, confer on Colin Angelo the title of Count of the Empire of Light. From today onwards, the Angeli family will be the hereditary Count of the Empire of Light." Colin clasped his left hand in front of his chest as he raised his head and looked into his wife's bright eyes. "I, Colin Angelo, am willing to devote my loyalty to the respected Dukes of the North. I will protect my people with my life and repay the House of St. Hilda with my glory. I will not let you down." Vera then handed the sword back to Colin before she took out the Count's seal and suit from the servant beside her and gave them to Colin. At this point, the Angeli family's Count conferring ceremony was officially over. The hall was immediately filled with enthusiastic cheers and applause. Although the nobles who came to watch the ceremony were inevitably jealous of this young Count of the Empire, no one dared to be unconvinced. Not to mention that Colin was the husband of the Dukes of the North and the guardian of the northern frontier. Just based on his outstanding military achievements in the Northern Frontier Rebellion, he was worthy of the title of Count. No one could deny that in the short span of 2 years, this once obscure baron's son had leaped to become one of the most important figures in the northern region, and even in the empire. Archbishop Akani, who was wearing a white priest's robe, came in front of Colin and drew a holy emblem on her chest. She then revealed a pure and kind smile and said, "May the supreme God of light guide you on your path." Praise the God of light. The two of them looked at each other and perhaps only the two of them could understand the deep meaning in their eyes. After that, the nobles who came to watch the ceremony came forward to congratulate the new count. When it was Knight Cambanin's turn, Colin suddenly asked in a low voice, "Knight Cambanin, the Duke has appointed Knight Fermi as the new commander of the Golden Lion Legion. You should know about this, right?" Cambanin lowered his head and said in a muffled voice, "Yes, the Duke has mentioned this to me before." Then you should also understand that this is not the Duke's intention. I understand. This is the will of the royal family. The Duke does not need to feel embarrassed. I can understand. No. Colin reached out and pressed on Knight Cambonen's shoulder as he said in a deep voice, "You are the one that the Duke and I truly trust." Although Knight Fermi is going to be the commander of the Golden Lion Legion, it does not mean that the Duke is relieved to hand over this important army to him. Cambonen's eyes suddenly lit up. He looked up at Colin and asked respectfully, "My lord, what would you like me to do?" Colin smiled faintly, taking advantage of this opportunity to appoint a new legion commander. His lordship is preparing to make a big adjustment to the officers of the Golden Lion Legion. As for how to make this adjustment, I hope you can give his lordship some suggestions. Cambonen's heart skipped a beat as he immediately understood Colin's meaning. This was clearly an opportunity for him to place his own trusted aides in the Golden Lion Legion. This way, even if Knight Fermi became the commander of the Golden Lion Legion, he would only be a commander without an army. As long as all the middle and lower ranking officers were Knight Cambonen's men, he would be the true commander of the Golden Lion Legion. After understanding this, the haze on Cambonen's face immediately disappeared. He excitedly lowered his voice and said, "Thank you, my lord, for your trust. I will draft a list for you." Colin smiled in relief and patted Knight Cambonen's shoulder again. Knight Cambonen bowed respectfully and retreated. Winter City. As the most famous tavern in the east of the city, the Butter Tavern declined a large number of patrons today. Eh? Why can't we let him in when he can? At the entrance of the tavern, a young drunkard who was stopped by the waiter pointed at the guest who had just been ushered in and questioned. The waiter politely explained, "I'm really sorry, but that gentleman has an invitation." "So, your tavern is booked today?" "Yes." The drunkards immediately clamored to vent their dissatisfaction, but no one dared to rush in. As regular customers of the Butter Tavern, they all knew that the tavern had a deep background. It was said that the owner of the tavern had a close relationship with the noble in the castle at the top of the mountain. In this way, who would dare to cause trouble here? Did they not want to survive in the northern frontier? When the drunkards dispersed, the tavern welcomed two dark-skinned guests. The two of them looked similar and were obviously brothers. Moreover, this kind of dark skin showed that the two of them had been running around for a long time. Coupled with the unconcealable rich but vulgar temperament, the waiter basically judged that the two of them should be traveling merchants all year round and were most likely tonight's guests. Sure enough, one of them took out an invitation and handed it to the waiter. The waiter glanced at it and immediately respectfully opened the door. "Welcome, Mr. Oliver, Mr. Ulma." The Oliver brothers immediately walked into the tavern. There were already hundreds of guests gathered inside. Looking around, Oliver found that they were all familiar faces. "Mr. Oliver." Before the two of them could familiarize themselves with the environment, a bunch of people rushed up to greet them. Oliver seemed to have expected such a scene. He immediately put on airs and put on a reserved smile to deal with the people who came forward. Oliver was actually not the organizer of this northern frontier merchant gathering, and the Tulip Chamber of Commerce was not the most powerful force in the northern frontier. Especially after the Oman family suffered a great change, the merchants who knew the ins and outs of the Tulip Chamber of Commerce were no longer optimistic about it. However, this situation suddenly took a 180-degree turn recently. The reason was simple. The merchants discovered that the unknown new president of the Tulip Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Oliver, was actually familiar with Count Angeli. In fact, there were rumors that Oliver and Count Angeli were close for a long time. But recently, Count Angeli deliberately sent a message to the merchants in the northern frontier through Oliver. Only then did everyone finally believe the rumors were true. As a result, Oliver and the Tulip Chamber of Commerce rose overnight. "Mr. Oliver, is the House of St. Hilda really planning to borrow money? How much are you going to borrow? Mr. Oliver, will Count Angeli go to Silver Moon City this year to purchase food?" Oliver asked. "Mr. Oliver, can we ask Count Angeli to increase the tax exemption for the giant demon empire?" Mr. Oliver, all sorts of questions came at him, and Oliver didn't know how to answer for a moment. He could only put on a polite smile on his chubby face and pretend that he didn't hear the crowd's questions clearly. He just kept shaking hands with the merchants around him and greeting them. Ding ding, in front of the bar, a middle-aged man with a big belly knocked on the goblet in his hand. He waited for everyone to focus on him before he said in a clear voice, "Everyone, your enthusiasm is scaring Mr. Oliver, so please restrain yourself." Only then did the crowd around Oliver disperse with a smile. To be able to make so many merchants so obedient, this middle-aged man obviously had an extraordinary identity. "Mr. Arnold." Oliver took a few quick steps to the front of the bar and shook hands with the man. "Thank you for inviting us to this event." This Mr. Arnold was the organizer of this merchant gathering and the owner of this butter bar. Of course, his more prominent identity was the president of the Northern Wind Chamber of Commerce. This Northern Wind Chamber of Commerce had always had a close relationship with the House of St. Hilda. There were even rumors that this Chamber of Commerce was actually funded and established by the House of St. Hilda. Arnold was just a white glove that was pushed to the front of the stage. Over the years, Arnold had used the name of the House of St. Hilda to call the wind and summon the rain in the Northern Frontier's business world. Now that he was establishing the Northern Frontier Merchant Union, Arnold naturally had hundreds of people responding to his call. Almost all the merchants in the Northern Frontier were present. "Mr. Oliver, Mr. Olma, it is my honor to be able to attend this event. Please take a seat and have a taste of the champagne that I have treasured for many years. Our meeting will begin soon." The Oliver brothers smiled and agreed. They were then led to a round table near the front and sat down. After Arnold's interruption, the merchants came to their senses. This meeting was mainly to discuss the establishment of the Northern Frontier Merchant Union and not the lone gathering of the House of St. Hilda. Thus, they could only suppress the passion in their hearts and stop pestering Oliver. They were prepared to ask him in detail later. After waiting for a while, the door to the bar opened again. A young knight wearing armor and a long sword at his waist walked in. This time, the bar, which had finally quieted down, was once again bustling with noise. The merchants whispered to each other, wondering why a knight would participate in this merchant gathering. However, there were some who recognized the identity of this knight and could not help but turn their gazes to Arnold. At this moment, Arnold quickly stepped forward and personally welcomed the young knight to the stage. At the same time, he spoke to the merchants in a clear voice. "Everyone, please allow me to introduce you. This is the eldest grandson of Senator Seabass of the Senate, Knight Weber St. Hilda." Asterisk clap clap clap. Asterisk warm applause sounded from below the stage. The merchants were excited. The appearance of Knight Weber had confirmed a fact for them: Arnold was indeed closely related to the House of St. Hilda. It seemed that the establishment of the Northern Frontier Merchant Union was the will of the House of St. Hilda. Only the Oliver brothers had strange expressions. They whispered to each other below the stage, occasionally looking in the direction of the bar's entrance. Knight Weber had a reserved smile on his face as he nodded to the merchants below the stage. Actually, he was not willing to come here. This was because when he left Imperial Dragon City, his grandfather Seabass had warned him that he had to keep a low profile in the Northern Frontier and not do anything that could anger Colin. He also did not want to be too close with the Northern Wind Merchant Union. However, the young and hot-blooded Wilbur had never been so submissive before. In addition, the Northern Wind Chamber of Commerce was giving him money and women. Wilbur, who had been sullen for a long time, once again experienced the joy of being a playboy. Thus, he agreed to Arnold's invitation while drunk. In his opinion, participating in a merchants' meeting was just a small matter. It should not attract Colin's attention. Arnold looked at the expressions of the merchants below the stage and felt proud. This time, he had done everything possible to invite Knight Weber to the meeting. He wanted to create an impression in the minds of the merchants of the Northern Frontier that the House of St. Hilda was behind the Northern Wind Merchant Union. It was because of the banner of the House of St. Hilda that Arnold was able to make a name for himself in the Northern Frontier. However, the recent changes in the Northern Frontier were too much for him to take in. Furthermore, the newly risen Count Angeli did not seem to be friendly to the merchants. This was why Arnold had the idea of establishing the Northern Frontier Merchant Union. He wanted to use this opportunity to integrate the merchants of the Northern Frontier to deal with the changes in the situation. Just as Arnold was in high spirits and was about to give a speech, the door of the tavern opened again. Arnold frowned. He thought that it was that ignorant merchant who was late. He was about to scold him, but when he saw the handsome face of the person who walked in, he was stunned. Knight Weber, who was already seated, immediately stood up. He wiped the beer foam from the corner of his mouth and clasped his left hand on his chest. He stuttered as he saluted the person who came in. Count Angeli. Colin walked into the meeting hall with large strides. He laughed as he walked. Why didn't anyone inform me of such a lively meeting? Earl. Arnold carefully bowed and greeted him. He suddenly had a bad premonition. Colin came in front of Knight Weber and patted him on the shoulder with a smile, saying, Knight Weber, I didn't expect you to have so many merchant friends in the northern frontier. Actually, I was only invited by Mr. Arnold to attend the gathering. I don't know anyone else. Knight Weber replied with a stiff expression. He suddenly realized that he had been used by Arnold. Moreover, he had underestimated the importance Colin placed on this gathering of merchants in the northern frontier. After coming to the northern frontier, Knight Weber increasingly felt the power of Colin's influence. This place was not like Imperial Dragon City. It was completely Colin's home ground. Governor Seabass's warning appeared once again. Knight Weber finally made up his mind to withdraw from this quagmire. Earl, I just remembered that there is an urgent matter that needs to be dealt with. So, please allow me to take my leave. Colin looked at Knight Weber with a smile. Seeing that the other party was afraid, he could not help but feel a little regretful. However, he did not make things difficult for the other party. Instead, he nodded. Knight Weber felt as if he had been pardoned. He did not look at Arnold, who wanted to say something but was hesitating. He hurriedly left. The atmosphere in the tavern suddenly changed. The merchants saw some clues from Knight Weber's miserable escape. They immediately realized that Arnold did not really obtain the support of the House of St. Hilda. At least, the true ruler of the House of St. Hilda, Earl Angeli, was not on Arnold's side. Arnold's heart was in a mess. He did not know what to do. In fact, it was not that he did not consider Colin's attitude. As a merchant who had been in the northern frontier business for decades, Arnold naturally knew the changes in the northern frontier like the back of his hand. Colin's rapid rise caught many people off guard, but Arnold had long noticed this new noble of the northern frontier who was highly appreciated by the Duke of St. Hilda and Marquis Garcia. It was just that Colin had unwittingly stood on the opposite side of the northern frontier merchants due to the Troll Empire's terms of trade and the suppression of food prices. Arnold had also gritted his teeth at Colin for a while, hating him for cutting off his source of income. However, after Varys succeeded in inheriting the Dukes of the North, especially after Governor Seabass bowed his head and admitted defeat, Arnold had no choice but to accept reality and take the initiative to get closer to Colin. First, he sent an expensive enchanted armor to Colin through Senator Seabass as a way to test him. The results were pretty good. Colin received the armor and wore it many times in public. As a result, Arnold let down his guard and thought that Colin had no ill intentions towards the Northern Wind Chamber of Commerce. Who would have thought that the other party would suddenly turn up today without an invitation, and with a menacing look on his face? This time Arnold was caught off guard. Mr. Arnold. At this time, Colin turned around and smiled at Arnold, who was standing stiffly at the side. I hope you don't mind that I came uninvited this time. Of course not. It is my honor to have you at the Butter Bar. Arnold felt bitter in his heart, but he could only pretend to be flattered on the surface. Colin smiled faintly and said, Actually, I'm only here to say a few things. I'll leave after I'm done. I won't disturb your gathering. Okay, please speak. Arnold had no choice but to sit down obediently and pass the podium to Colin. Of course, Colin would not be courteous and said loudly, Everyone, I believe that you have already heard the news from Oliver. The House of St. Hilda is prepared to collect food from all of you by means of loans. I know that you have hoarded a large amount of food and are prepared to take advantage of the rising food prices during this famine to make a fortune. To be honest, I was prepared to collect these food for free. As soon as he said this, the whole place was in an uproar. But immediately, the merchants shut their mouths under Colin's cold gaze. They knew that if they really angered this person in front of them, collecting food for free would really happen. After all, the entire northern frontier was in the hands of Colin and his wife. Even the various lords did not dare to make a sound. What could these merchants without an army dare to do, Colin took in the reactions of the crowd and did not pay much attention to these merchants who were angry but did not dare to speak up. He said this because he wanted to lower the expectations of the merchants so that the following measures would not cause too much of a backlash. However, the benevolent Duke is compassionate and is not willing to take such extreme measures. Colin pushed Vera to be the good guy while he played the role of the bad guy. Sure enough, the merchants immediately praised the Dukes of the North. Colin stretched out his hand and gestured for the crowd to quiet down. He then continued, however, don't think that you can use this method to make money. I can tell you frankly that in a few days' time, I will personally go to Silvermoon City to purchase food. At that time, a large amount of food will enter the northern frontier market just like last year. Even if the price of food wants to rise, it will not be able to. Also, don't think about going to the half-elf kingdom to purchase food and hoarding it because I have already reached an agreement with Queen Xianxia. The half-elf kingdom will only sell food to the house of St. Hilda. The merchants looked at each other and their hearts were beating fast. However, they still believed in Colin's words. After all, the half-elf kingdom's food last year was all bought by Colin alone, and Queen Xianxia had even sent the Silvermoon Guard to help Colin guard Ice Stone City. Therefore, there was no need to doubt Colin's control over the half-elf kingdom. Colin looked at the anxious merchants and his tone softened a little. Therefore, if you don't want the food in your hands to rot in the warehouse, then you should take this opportunity. This time, the House of St. Hilda will be publicly collecting food. Everyone who is willing to lend their food to the House of St. Hilda will receive a bond of equivalent value. Colin clapped his hands as he spoke. Then, a group of attendants filed in and distributed the bond samples that they had prepared. Arnold also received one and discovered that this so-called bond was made of an unknown material. It was a bit like papyrus, but thinner, whiter, and smoother. The value of the bond was written on the paper. It ranged from £1, £5, £10 to £1,000. Moreover, it also stated that the maturity of the bond was 3 years later and that there would be an interest of 8% per year. Actually, this was a bond that Colin had designed based on the paper money on Earth to be used as a shadow currency. Colin waited for everyone to receive the bond samples before emphasizing, anyone, take note, anyone who comes to Lion's Roar Fort with these bonds on the due date can exchange them for food of the same value. Of course, there will also be interest during this period. The merchants held these bonds and began to whisper to each other and discuss. Paper money had yet to appear in this world, so when the merchants looked at these bonds of various denominations, they did not think of the real use of these things. Right now, they were only attracted by the interest of the 8% per year and felt that this was indeed a good deal. If the price of food in the northern frontier continued to rise, the merchants would naturally not be willing to lend their food to the House of St. Hilda. However, Colin had clearly expressed his determination to stabilize the price of food, so the merchants naturally began to calculate the gains and losses. Rather than betting that the House of St. Hilda would not be able to control the price of food, it was better to use the food to exchange for these bonds. At least this was a business that was guaranteed to be profitable. If they continued to hold on to their food and go against the House of St. Hilda, they would definitely offend this murderous Count Angeli in front of them. They were also clear that this young count did not rely on marrying the Dukes of the North to obtain his title. He had truly killed his way through the ranks. It could be said that his road to becoming a count was paved with blood and corpses. Count Angeli, please rest assured. Our Northern Wind Merchant Association will definitely take out all of our food and exchange it for these bonds. Arnold was the first to express his stance. This fellow was now only thinking of how to curry favor with Colin, not to mention that this business would not cause him to suffer a loss. With Arnold taking the lead, the rest of the merchants also began to shout out, expressing their willingness to lend their food to the House of St. Hilda. Colin nodded with satisfaction. In fact, he was also clear that although there was profit to be made, it was impossible for these merchants to really take out all of their food. It was estimated that many of them wanted to take out a portion of their food and wait for the situation to develop before considering whether they should continue to use their food to exchange for bonds. However, Colin was not in a hurry. The establishment of a bond's credibility also required a process. He believed that after the first batch of bonds matured and was successfully exchanged, the merchants would believe and recognize the value of these bonds. Finally, they would equate the bonds with food. At that time, Scholar Sunny's new farming and animal husbandry system would gradually be rolled out. The market's demand for currency would also increase, and Colin could also take the opportunity to announce that bonds could be used to pay taxes. This way, the bonds would truly have the function of currency. Moreover, the merchants would gradually discover that these paper bonds were actually more convenient to carry around and trade. Thus, they would be more willing to accept bonds as a substitute currency. In this way, the House of St. Hilda would have the actual right to mint money. Perhaps the imperial family would gradually react, but by that time, the northern frontier would have been completely developed. Colin would not have to worry about the imperial family's questioning. Thinking of this, Colin's mood became more and more carefree. He spoke again, "Thank you for everyone's support. Now, I'll talk about the second matter." He looked around and finally stopped his gaze on Arnold's face. He said with a smile, "Don't worry." He smiled and said, "I'm preparing to establish a Northern Frontier Foreign Trade Company. If everyone is willing, they can invest in it." The Northern Frontier Foreign Trade Company? Hearing such a new term coming out of Colin's mouth, the merchants were confused and looked at each other in dismay. Arnold, who was being stared at by Colin, suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of panic. "Weren't you complaining that the preferential tax policy I agreed on with the Troll Empire wasn't extended to the entire northern frontier?" Faced with Colin's questioning, the group of merchants immediately shook their heads like a rattledrum, expressing that they had absolutely no complaints. Colin smiled faintly, not intending to pursue the matter. He continued, "Thus, I intend to establish a foreign trade company that will be in charge of the northern frontier's foreign trade. From now on, apart from this company, no individual or merchant group on the northern frontier will be allowed to engage in foreign trade." Colin's words were like poking a hornet's nest, causing the entire venue to become restless. "Count, are you joking? Count, you can't do this. Count, you'll ruin the business world of the northern frontier." At this moment, the merchants no longer cared about the difference in status and all expressed their opposition to this proposal. After all, the profits from foreign trade were plentiful, so how could the merchants give it up? For these benefits, they would be willing to go to the gallows, let alone resist Colin. Colin calmly extended his hands and gestured for the merchants to calm down. After the crowd calmed down, Colin continued, "Don't get agitated. I'm not trying to cut off everyone's source of income, but I want to unify everyone's strength and develop the northern frontier's foreign trade better. I don't want to monopolize this trading company, but everyone can invest in it. At the end of each year, the company will distribute the profits according to everyone's investment." This was actually a joint stock company, but it was still something new in this world. When the merchants heard that they could at least get a share of the profits from foreign trade, they no longer objected and began to ask Colin a few details. Colin patiently gave answers. "Count, may I ask who will be in charge of this company?" "The company will belong to the House of St. Hilda, of course. His Lordship will appoint a management team to manage the company. In addition, every investor would become a director of the company, and all the directors would form a board of directors. You can think of this board of directors as an institution similar to the Senate. According to the proportion of investment, each director has different speaking rights. The board of directors can't interfere with the company's daily operations, but some of the company's major decisions, such as the changes to the core members of the company's management team, the implementation of large-scale transactions, accounting audits, and so on, have to go through the board of directors." Colin was prepared to firmly control the company's personnel and management rights, but some other rights, such as supervision and suggestion rights, could be distributed to the businessmen who invested. This was necessary. Otherwise, no businessman would be willing to hand over their money to an organization that was completely out of their control. This otherworld East India Company that Colin had high hopes for would never be able to grow. That's right. In fact, the Northern Frontier Foreign Trade Company that Colin set up was based on the East India Company on Earth. The wonderful use of this company would gradually manifest itself in the future. In the future, all of your goods will be sold to the Northern Frontier Foreign Trade Company, and the company will sell them overseas. If you want to buy goods overseas, you can also place an order with the company, and the company will purchase them overseas. This way, the Northern Frontier business will be a whole when it comes to external trade. We will advance and retreat together, and have a greater bargaining power when it comes to external trade. don't you think so? After hearing this, the businessmen's faces were filled with yearning. They also began to realize that this novel company would become a giant in the business world of the northern frontier, and every businessman would be under the protection of this giant's wings. This would definitely be much better than fighting alone. Colin looked at the change in the expressions of the people and felt proud. In fact, the main reason he set up this company was to control this company and complete the integration and control of the business world of the northern frontier. For the Northern Frontier Businessmen's Association that Arnold wanted to set up, this was actually a plan to remove the firewood from under the cauldron. Arnold seemed to have understood this point, and at this moment, his face became abnormally pale. He knew that there was no need to set up the Northern Frontier Businessmen's Association that he had been planning for a long time. Even if it was set up, it would only be an empty shell. In the foreseeable future, the one that would truly control the Northern Frontier business world would definitely be this Northern Frontier Foreign Trade Company. Arnold suddenly felt disheartened. He did not understand how such a young noble like Colin could have such plans and methods. In front of him, he was just a clown jumping around randomly. Mr. Arnold. Colin suddenly called out Arnold's name. Yes, Count Arnold. Arnold quivered and quickly stood up. What do you think of this foreign trade company? What can I do? Can I say no? Arnold roared in his heart, but on the surface, he had a shocked expression and praised exaggeratedly, Count Arnold, I think this is really a genius creation. As long as you don't object, our Northern Wind Chamber of Commerce is willing to invest 1.8 million gold coins to join the Northern Frontier Foreign Trade Company. Colin raised his eyebrows and praised Arnold's decisiveness. This was a smart person who understood the situation. Knowing that he could not resist, he decisively joined. And once he made up his mind, it was a huge investment. The merchants attending the meeting were also shocked by Arnold's straightforwardness. The merchants who were still doubtful immediately expressed their willingness to invest in the meeting, as if they were afraid that they would lose this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity if they were a step too slow. Actually, it was obvious that this new company was about to monopolize all foreign trade in the northern frontier. If any merchant did not join, they would gradually be marginalized by the northern frontier business world. Very good. Everyone's enthusiasm has amazed me. I believe that this Northern Frontier Foreign Trade Company that is about to be established will definitely be a great success. Colin clapped his hands and smiled at Arnold. Okay, that's all I wanted to say. Sorry for disturbing your gathering. I'll take my leave now. You can continue. After saying that, Colin strode out without the slightest hesitation. But on the way, he gave the Oliver brothers a look. The Oliver brothers immediately understood and stood up to bid farewell to the crowd. They chased after Colin's back and ran out of the tavern, leaving behind the envious merchants. They were all very clear that the Oliver brothers would definitely hold an important position in the Northern Frontier Foreign Trade Company. Many people had already begun to secretly plan to build a good relationship with the Oliver brothers. Perhaps in the future, they would also be able to obtain a position in the company. Arnold looked at the absent-minded merchants and suddenly felt dispirited. He stood foolishly in front of the stage, but no one looked at him. No one even asked if the Northern Frontier Merchants Association was still going to be established. Arnold drank all the red wine in his cup and sighed. He lowered his head and no one knew what he was thinking. Under the bright moonlight, Colin left the Butter Tavern and returned to the Lion's Roar Castle. Oliver and his brother followed closely behind and entered the castle's study. The three of them took their seats, and the maid quietly served them drinks and desserts before leaving quietly. Colin took a sip of his coffee and smiled at the two slightly reserved men. Now do you know why I'm looking for you? Oliver quickly straightened his back, suppressed the excitement in his heart, and nodded. Yes, Sir Count, I can roughly guess. Colin looked into Oliver's eyes and said in a deep voice, Originally, I wanted to force you to be the president of the Northern Frontier Merchants Association, but later on, I came up with a better plan. Therefore, I'll leave that association to Oliver. As for you, after the Northern Frontier Foreign Trade Company is officially established, His Lordship will appoint you as the company's general manager and be in charge of the company's daily operations. Although he had already guessed it in his heart, Oliver was so excited that he almost could not control himself after hearing Colin's confirmation. He patted his chest loudly and expressed his determination to Colin. "Thank you, Sir Count, for your trust. I will definitely do my best to manage this company for you and the House of St. Hilda." Colin nodded with satisfaction and continued, "I have already discussed with Count Oman. The Tulip Chamber of Commerce will be incorporated into the new company, and all the assets of the Chamber of Commerce will be converted into company shares. This way, you will also have a seat on the board of directors." "Yes." Oliver nodded. He naturally had no objections to such an arrangement. Although he was the president of the Tulip Chamber of Commerce, the Chamber of Commerce was actually an asset of the Oman family. Oliver was just a manager pushed to the front. The Tulip Chamber of Commerce was about to become history, but the Northern Frontier Foreign Trade Company represented a glorious future waiting for him. Oliver naturally had no complaints. "Sir Count, there is a question I don't know if I should ask." After the initial excitement, Oliver carefully asked. Colin seemed to see through Oliver's doubts and asked, "Are you worried about the board of directors?" "Yes." Oliver nodded. "Sir, Arnold has a lot of assets and a high reputation in the northern frontier. If he robs a large number of businessmen to invest in our new company, will the board of directors fall under his control?" Colin glanced at Oliver and asked in a questioning tone, "If Arnold can rope in other merchants, can't you do the same? Don't tell me that your prestige isn't as high as Arnold's. With my support, your influence in the Northern Frontier's business world is definitely not lower than Arnold's. What's more, you also have the right to make suggestions for the management team of the new company. If you make good use of this, you will definitely be able to attract a large number of Northern Frontier businessmen. If you can let Arnold control the board of directors like this, then you deserve to be held back by him in the future." When Oliver heard this, he hurriedly declared loudly, "Lord Count, please rest assured. I will definitely make good use of the new company's management team and rope in a group of powerful Northern Frontier businessmen. I will definitely not let the board of directors fall into Arnold's hands." Colin's expression softened slightly as he encouraged, "Don't worry and do it boldly. Don't let me down." In fact, even if Oliver's funds were not as good as Arnold's, Colin still had a way to back him up. The House of St. Hilda, the Angeli family, the Schultz family, and the half-elven Royal Miller family could all provide financial support when Colin needed it. Moreover, Colin still had 2 war reparations in his hands. One came from the Troll Empire, and the other came from the Menham family. This was a huge sum of more than 10 million gold coins. No other company could take out so much liquid capital at once. Right now, the Northern Frontier Foreign Trade Company was only in its embryonic form. Although many far-sighted businessmen could see its potential, they were definitely not as confident as Colin. Therefore, the businessmen would definitely not invest too much. Colin was confident enough to control the board of directors. He controlled the company's management team and the board of directors. This way, the Northern Frontier Foreign Trade Company would not be able to escape from Colin's hands. With this as a starting point, Colin would be able to integrate and control the Northern Frontier business community. He could even use it as a special weapon for external expansion. That's right, Colin was prepared to teach the people of this world a lesson. He wanted them to know that war was not only a form of military invasion, but also an economic invasion. It was harder to detect, but its destructive power was definitely not inferior to a military invasion. After explaining to Oliver, Colin turned to look at Olma, who was sitting at the side. Olma saw Colin's gaze and hurriedly revealed a flattering smile. Colin also had arrangements for Oliver's brother. He smiled and said, "Mr. Olma, I'm going to set up a charity foundation. I wonder if you're willing to help me manage it." Olma originally thought that he could take advantage of his younger brother and become an executive of the Northern Frontier Foreign Trade Company. However, he did not expect Colin to have other arrangements for him. However, Olma was confused as to what this charity foundation was. Although he did not understand, Olma definitely would not reject Colin's request. He immediately replied loudly, "Of course. Your Excellency, I'm willing to serve you with any requests." Colin nodded in satisfaction. He seemed to have thought of something, and his gaze became extremely deep. "Very good. This charity foundation is not a profit-driven organization, but its importance is no less than that of the Northern Frontier Foreign Trade Company." Olma perked up and immediately asked, "Your Excellency, what is the main purpose of this charity foundation?" There have been many wars in the northern frontier in the past 2 years, creating a large number of people who need help. For example, farmers who have lost their fields, disabled veterans, elderly people who have no one to take care of them, homeless children, and so on. The Church of Glory's help alone is not enough for these people. That's why I want to set up this charity foundation to help these poor civilians. Your Excellency, your benevolence is more dazzling than the sun. Olma praised loudly before carefully asking, however, how should we settle the source of funds for the charity foundation? The foundation accepts donations from anyone. Nobles, merchants, and even rich farmers can contribute to this. However, these donations alone are not enough. Therefore, the foundation needs to issue a welfare lottery. Welfare lottery? Olma repeated this new term and waited for Colin's explanation. That's right. Colin picked up a piece of paper from the desk and handed it to Olma. At the same time, he explained, this is the template for the welfare lottery. It's made of special paper and cannot be counterfeited. There's a string of numbers written on it, and the price is 10 copper coins. Colin gave a general explanation of the distribution method of the lottery. The two brothers, who had been in the business world for many years, immediately realized the business opportunity. Olma's eyes lit up as he praised, Your Excellency. This is really a genius idea. I'm sure that the welfare lottery will definitely be popular in the northern frontier and raise a lot of money for the charity foundation. Colin smiled faintly and accepted Olma's flattery. However, he believed that the two brothers in front of him would not understand the true meaning behind his charity foundation. His move was actually targeted at the Church of Glory. Why did the church have such great appeal among the people? The quota to be baptized as a knight was too precious and had nothing to do with the civilians. On the other hand, the promise of entering the kingdom of heaven after death was too illusory and intangible. As for the protection of God, there had not been any miracles in this world for thousands of years. The reason why the Church of Glory could have such great influence among the people, other than providing spiritual sustenance for the civilians, there was another very important reason, charity. The tithes collected by the church, other than to maintain the normal operations of the organization, were mostly used to relieve the civilians at the bottom. To the civilians, this was a real benefit and the most important reason why they believed in the God of Glory. In Colin's view, this was actually a welfare system. However, this welfare system was actually controlled by the church. It was no wonder that the Lord's prestige among the people at the bottom could not compete with the church. In order to support this welfare system, a large amount of money would definitely be needed. With the current situation in the northern frontier, if he rashly increased taxes, the people would definitely be angry. Of course, Colin would not be so unwise. Therefore, he thought of using the lottery to accumulate wealth. Of course, the lottery was also a kind of tax, an IQ tax. This time, when he set up the charity foundation, Colin started from the foundation of the church and snatched the support of the people at the bottom. If the royal family wanted to limit the power of the church when it came to fighting against the church, then Ajani and Mr. Kong were bent on destroying the source of the church's faith from top to bottom by starting with God is dead. Then, Colin was prepared to start with charity and gradually corrode the foundation of the church. In fact, Colin did not dislike the existence of the church. He recognized the God of Glory's protection of the human race and felt that the people did indeed need a spiritual sustenance. However, he could not tolerate the clergy using the name of the God of Glory for personal gain, and he could not tolerate the Pope's idea of using Vera. Since he would have to face the church sooner or later, Colin wanted to prepare early. Moreover, building a welfare system that he could control was actually part of Colin's plan to centralize power. Yes, centralize power. In Colin's opinion, the current feudal system in the Empire of Light was actually very inefficient and had a great risk of internal friction. It was far more convenient to rule than a centralized system. Of course, there were still many things that needed to be done in order to establish a centralized ruling system. Colin was currently laying some foundation. Colin would certainly not talk about these things with the two businessmen. Even Vera would not know that Colin had such a crazy idea in his mind. Well, you can go and prepare yourselves. Let me know if you need anything. Yes, Earl. At the Butter Tavern. The merchants had left, leaving Arnold alone in his seat as he downed cup after cup of wine. This gathering, which Arnold had high hopes for, could be said to be a complete failure. Although he had successfully established the Northern Region Merchants Union after Colin's departure and even became its president, Arnold knew very well that his Northern Region Merchants Union was nothing but a joke, judging from the absent-minded and perfunctory attitude of the merchants. Fear, confusion, anger, and unwillingness, various emotions flashed across his face. This merchant who had once commanded the winds and rains of the northern frontier was now exuding an indescribable desolation. With a creak, the tavern door opened. Arnold squinted his eyes and looked back, only to see Knight Webb walk in. "Since you left, why did you come back?" Arnold's tone was full of unconcealable mockery. However, just as he finished speaking, Arnold noticed that there was someone following behind Knight Webb. After seeing the person's face, Arnold sobered up and stood up from his seat. He bowed and said, "Earl of Avon, I didn't expect to see you in chilly Winter Castle." The Earl of Avon laughed as he walked in and said, "Why? Am I not welcomed at the northern frontier?" "Of course not. I'm just surprised." Arnold poured a cup of wine for the Earl of Avon and asked, "Are you going to the northern frontier?" The Earl of Avon was attracted by the wine on the table. He didn't answer Arnold's question. Instead, he lifted the wine cup and sniffed it before taking a sip. He closed his eyes and savored the taste for a long time. Finally, he exhaled deeply and praised, "Not bad. The wine of the Winst Manor won't disappoint." Arnold hurriedly flattered, "Lord Earl, you really are someone who understands wine. I still have a lot of treasures in my wine cellar. If you are willing, I would like you to appraise them for me." The Earl of Avon raised his eyebrows, looking very tempted. However, he suppressed the desire in his heart and sat down at the bar counter. "I came to the northern frontier as a private individual, so I hope you won't reveal my whereabouts." Of course, I won't speak carelessly." Arnold's heart stirred as he tried to guess the reason why the Earl of Avon came to Winter Castle. It was no secret in the Radiance Empire that the eastern and northern frontier did not get along. Therefore, Arnold immediately realized that the second son of the Duke of the Eastern region had suddenly met him secretly under the leadership of Knight Wilbur. He was afraid that Wilbur had other motives. However, this was also an opportunity for him. What happened tonight made Arnold understand that Count Angeli was determined to take over the business world of the northern frontier. Unfortunately, the representative of the business world that Count Angeli wanted was not him. This disappointed Arnold and angered him. However, the appearance of the Earl of Avon gave him a glimmer of hope. While he was thinking, the Earl of Avon had already finished the wine in his glass. Arnold hurriedly continued it himself. At the same time, he heard the Earl of Avon say, "I heard that Count Angeli wants to set up a foreign trade company in the northern frontier?" "Yes, Lord Earl." "Then, Mr. Arnold, do you intend to invest in this company?" "Of course. Lord Earl, I have to join. Otherwise, it won't be long before my name is no longer heard in the business world of the northern frontier." The Earl of Avon nodded and expressed his understanding, but at the same time, he suggested, "Mr. Arnold, I don't know much about the specific operation of this new company. However, I think you can start from the board of directors that is similar to the Senate." Arnold rolled his eyes and said, "You mean, I can try to control the board of directors?" "Yes. You can give it a try. With your prestige in the business world of the northern frontier, it won't be difficult to win over a group of businessmen and get a certain amount of say in the board of directors." "Thank you for your suggestion. I will try to do it." Arnold thanked him, but he didn't think so in his heart. In his view, this northern frontier foreign trade company was so important. How could Count Angeli let the control of the board of directors fall into someone else's hands? The House of St. Hilda didn't mind if the major businessmen invested in this new company to have a certain amount of shares and share a part of the profits. However, if someone really didn't know what was good for them and tried to snatch the control of the company from the House of St. Hilda, did they really think that those nobles wouldn't kill them? The Earl of Avon seemed to see through Arnold's doubts. He smiled and asked, "Mr. Arnold, are you worried that this will lead to the retaliation of the House of St. Hilda?" Arnold looked at the young face of the Earl of the Eastern region and thought about his current awkward situation and gloomy future. He couldn't help but nodded and said frankly, "Yes." The Earl of Avon laughed and comforted him, "You don't have to worry about this. The northern frontier doesn't belong to Vera and Colin alone. When he heard the Earl of Avon's words, Arnold's heart moved. He eagerly asked, "Earl, please forgive me for being stupid. I can't understand what you mean." However, the Earl of Avon was only focused on drinking and didn't answer Arnold's question. Just as Arnold was getting anxious, Knight Wilbur, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly said, "Mr. Arnold, haven't you heard that young Master Joyce and Princess Judy have been getting along well recently?" Young Master Joyce. Arnold wanted to say that the position of the Dukes of the North had already been decided. Could young Master Joyce still cause any trouble? However, Arnold immediately realized that if young Master Joyce could really marry Princess Judy and get the support of the royal family, then he might really be able to get out of the current awkward situation. Arnold's eyes swept across the faces of Knight Wilbur and the Earl of Avon, and his heart suddenly became excited. If the royal family, Governor Seabass, and the eastern region all supported Joyce, then even if he couldn't become the Dukes of the North, he would definitely be able to form a force in Coldwinter City that could compete with the Dukes of the North. In that case, wouldn't he be able to seek refuge? Seeing Arnold's eyes gradually brightening, the Earl of Avon smiled faintly and said, "Mr. Arnold, are you confident now?" Arnold suppressed the excitement in his heart and said in a deep voice, "I wonder if you can arrange for me to meet young Master Joyce?" Knight Wilbur nodded reservedly and said, "If the time is right, I will arrange it." The Earl of Avon encouraged again, "Mr. Arnold, if you need financial support, the House of St. Prospero may be able to provide some help." "Thank you very much." Arnold hurriedly thanked him. "But don't be too happy." The Earl of Avon reminded him, "The House of St. Prospero's financial help is definitely limited. After all, it is difficult for me to convince my father to invest a large sum of money in a company in the northern frontier. Moreover, if you suddenly take out a large sum of money of unknown origin, I'm afraid it will arouse Count Angeli's vigilance." "I understand." At this time, Arnold had regained his fighting spirit and said confidently, "Please believe in my appeal in the business circle of the northern region for so many years. How can Oliver, that little brat, beat me?" The Earl of Avon also laughed and said, "Haha. I think so too. Count Angeli has indeed misjudged him." After finishing the main topic, Arnold immediately sent out an invitation, "Count Angeli, do you have time to taste my collection of good wine?" The Earl of Avon's eyes lit up and he nodded repeatedly, "Good. I believe you won't let me down." At the beginning of September, the weather in Winter Castle was already a little cold. The early autumn breeze swept across the lush green plains, bringing with it a hint of bleakness. Winter Castle was actually a place with mountains and water, but this water area was not in the city, but outside the city. Therefore, it could barely be described as a crouching tiger and coiling dragon. Colin left Winter Dungeon and traveled south for about 10 kilometers before he saw Agate Lake. A gentle breeze passed over the Agate Lake, stirring up layers of ripples. Carps of various colors were swimming freely in the lake, but they were immediately frightened by the sound of horse hooves by the lakeside. They scattered and disappeared into the bottom of the lake. After walking along the lake for a while, the outline of a manor appeared in front of them. Colin did not speed up. Instead, he leisurely admired the scenery by the lake. Not long after, the group entered the manor of the House of St. Hilda by Agate Lake. Colin asked the servant who was leading the horse, "Where are the two princes?" "Earl, the two princes are learning horsemanship at the racecourse." Colin nodded, turned the horse around, and rode towards the racecourse. Actually, as the teacher of Prince Harrison and Princess Judy, Colin should be the one teaching them horsemanship. However, Colin was too busy to have the time. Therefore, he let the instructor of the House of St. Hilda do it for him. At least in Colin's opinion, the instructor of the House of St. Hilda was actually more suitable than him to teach the two princes. When he arrived at the racecourse, Colin saw a few thin but vigorous figures galloping on the grass from afar. Colin sat down in the pavilion, and the young maidservant hurriedly served him freshly squeezed orange juice and a small plate of ice. It was the end of summer. Although it was already cold, outdoor sports were still hot and stuffy. Colin poured the ice into the cup and sipped it. "Teacher." The two princes also noticed Colin's arrival and waved at him from afar. Colin smiled and waved back at them. However, he noticed that other than the instructor, Prince Harrison, and Princess Judy, there was another one in the racecourse, Joyce. He immediately narrowed his eyes. Seeing that Colin had arrived, the instructor tactfully ended today's lesson as soon as possible. The three princes jogged to the pavilion and bowed to Colin. Joyce was the last to arrive. He looked at Colin somewhat evasively. Colin looked down on his guilty conscience. To be honest, among the three sons of the previous Duke of St. Hilda, Colin had the deepest impression of Charles. Originally, he also appreciated the eldest son of the Duke the most. Unfortunately, because of his resentment towards his father, he actually wanted to collude with the trolls and betray the northern frontier. In the end, he was seen through by Colin and turned into a blood slave. Colin had only met the second son, Adams, once. However, at that time Adams had directly received a boxed lunch. Therefore, Colin did not have much of an impression of him. As for the youngest son, Joyce, Colin now felt that it was more and more difficult for this kid to become a great person. This was not because Joyce had tried to compete with Vera for the position of the Dukes of the North. Colin was afraid of him and deliberately looked down on him. It was because this kid's performance was really not smart enough in Colin's opinion. What was Joyce trying to do by pursuing Princess Judy so eagerly? Did he really think that if he married Princess Judy, he would be able to change his life? Moreover, he did it so obviously and without any concealment. Did he really think that Colin was blind? In fact, if Joyce could honestly stay in the Lion's Roar castle and eat and play, Colin was willing to give him a plain and stable life for Vera's sake. However, if he was not willing to be stable and wanted to jump around randomly, then he could not blame Colin for being ruthless. "Teacher, you are really incompetent." Judy's clear and slightly spoiled voice pulled Colin back to reality. The Empire's princess was wearing a tight suit that was convenient for riding a horse today. Her soft hair was tied into a ponytail, and when she trotted over, it was very cute. "How am I incompetent?" Colin lazily leaned on the recliner and asked with a smile. "You don't teach us equestrian skills personally. Didn't I find a more suitable instructor for you guys? Everyone has their own strengths, and I can't teach you everything." "Then what are you really good at?" I'm good at beating bad guys." "Beating bad guys?" Princess Judy took the towel handed by the maid and was stunned for a moment. Then she smiled and shouted, "Then I also want to learn how to beat bad guys from you." Colin glanced at Judy, who had thin arms and legs, and deliberately made a disdainful look, and said, "You'd better take a bath first and change your clothes." The little girl snorted, but still ran to take a bath obediently. "Earl, then I will also take my leave first." Joyce immediately opened his mouth and said. Colin glanced at him lightly and nodded, "Okay." When only Prince Harrison was left in the pavilion, Colin asked with a smile, "Why don't you take a bath?" After this period of contact, Prince Harrison could see that Colin was actually not difficult to get along with, so he was not as restrained as he was at the beginning. "Teacher, I recently saw that the Bloody Cavalry is reorganizing their armaments. Are you going to battle again?" Colin drank the cold and refreshing orange juice, shook his head, and said, "Not really. I'm going to the Half-Elf Kingdom, and the Bloody Cavalry will be the escort mission." "So, teacher, are you here to say goodbye to us this time?" "Yes." Harrison was shocked, and then he plucked up his courage and asked, "Teacher, can you take me with you?" Colin wanted to refuse, but looking at Harrison's eager eyes, he smiled and said, "If you can guess what I'm going to do, I'll take you with me." Prince Harrison scratched his head and pondered for a moment. Suddenly he had an idea, and said, "You are going to beat bad guys." Colin laughed and said, "Do you know what a bad guy is?" "Of course I know. As long as they are a threat to us, they are all bad guys." Prince Harrison clenched his fists and responded rather domineeringly. Colin looked at this prince with a smile, and asked, "Then do you think there are bad guys in this agate manor?" Prince Harrison seemed to be a little hesitant, but he still nodded and said, "Yes." "Who?" "Joyce." Colin narrowed his eyes and looked at Harrison carefully. Unconsciously, Colin's mouth slightly curved, and he asked again, "Why is he a bad guy?" "Because he wants to get something that doesn't belong to him." Colin put down the mug in his hand and sat up straight. This prince of the Empire finally aroused his interest. So, he reached out to hold Harrison's shoulder, stared into his eyes with bright eyes, and asked in a deep voice, "Well, since you think Joyce is a bad guy, then tell me, what should I do?" Prince Harrison trembled slightly under Colin's deep eyes, but deep in his heart, there was a strong impulse trying to break out of the shell. He knew that this was his teacher's test for him. Therefore, the young imperial prince growled in a childish voice, "Don't worry. Bad guys deserve to be punished." The smile on Colin's face became even brighter. He reached out to pinch Prince Harrison's shoulder and said in a bewitching tone, "Very well. Then let me see what you are capable of." Prince Harrison pursed his lips and nodded vigorously. "Teacher, I won't let you down." After saying that, Prince Harrison bowed and ran off. Colin looked at the other's departing figure, his eyes shining. He really wanted to see what this prince was capable of. If he was to his liking, perhaps Colin would be willing to sincerely accept this student. The tranquil night shrouded the earth, and the chirping of insects embellished this quiet little garden with exuberant vitality. Colin looked at the bright moon in the sky and tasted the flower tea in his hand as he waited quietly. He was waiting for the surprise that Prince Harrison would bring him. He had come to Agate Manor this time for Joyce. Although he had never treated this child as a real threat, Colin was about to leave the northern frontier for a period of time, and he felt uncomfortable leaving such a hidden danger in chilly Winter Castle. Moreover, Colin had received reports from his subordinates that the Earl of Avon of the Eastern region was in chilly Winter Castle. However, he did not reveal his identity and did not visit Lion's Roar Fort. Colin knew that he had come to the northern frontier to look for Prince Rhy. After all, the Earl of Avon was accompanied by the prince's daughter, Xianxia. However, since they had come to chilly Winter Castle, it would be rude if they did not visit the Dukes of the North at Lion's Roar Fort. This made Colin feel that the scheming Earl of Avon was plotting something, so he did not dare to visit Lion's Roar Fort. Therefore, Colin had to nip this hidden danger in the bud before he left. As the night deepened, Colin was wondering why Prince Harrison had not made a move. Was he afraid at the last moment? At this moment, a servant rushed into the garden and reported anxiously, "Lord Earl, something has happened." "It's finally here." Colin's heart skipped a beat, and he asked calmly, "What's wrong?" "Young Master Joyce, you should make a trip there yourself." Looking at the servant's hesitant expression, Colin rolled his eyes and quickly got up. "Let's go." "Yes." The two of them walked through the dark corridor and arrived at the backyard of the manor. The place was already surrounded by guards and servants, but they stood outside and did not dare to enter. When he saw Colin striding over, the manor's butler hurriedly went up to him and said respectfully, "My lord, Prince Harrison, Princess Judy, and young Master Joyce are all inside. There seems to be some conflict. Please go in and take a look." "Conflict?" Colin's expression changed slightly as he asked doubtfully. The butler didn't elaborate any further. He just used his eyes to signal to Colin that it wasn't convenient for this matter to be made public. Colin didn't ask any more questions and strode into the room. There were only 3 little ones in the room, and no one else. Princess Judy sat at the table, rubbing her sleepy eyes. She was not in good spirits. On either side of her, Prince Harrison and Joyce stood facing each other. Their faces were flushed red as if they had just quarreled. There was a flip chess set on the table, which the 3 of them had probably been playing earlier. However, the atmosphere in the room was very solemn. Seeing Colin walk in, Prince Harrison's eyes lit up. He hurriedly yelled, "Count Angeli, this Joyce actually dared to molest Sister Judy. Quickly send someone to—" "Nonsense." Joyce retorted with a sharp voice, "You're slandering me. I clearly didn't do anything." "What slandering?" "When I came in just now, I clearly saw that you were plotting against Judy." "You saw wrong. I was just checking on the princess." "Why did she suddenly lie on the table?" "Enough." Colin raised his hand to interrupt the 2 boys' argument. He then looked at Princess Judy and asked with concern, "Judy? Are you all right?" Princess Judy rubbed her eyes and yawned. "I'm fine. I'm just a bit sleepy." Colin frowned. He walked up and picked up the cup in front of Princess Judy. He brought it to his nose and sniffed. Prince Harrison immediately yelled, "Count Angeli, I suspect that Joyce put a drug in the water. Quickly get a potion master to examine it." Joyce was shocked. He yelled, "Nonsense. How could I put drugs in the princess water?" Colin was a bit speechless. He had already smelled that there was something wrong with Princess Judy's water. He immediately guessed that it was Harrison who had drugged it and wanted to frame Joyce. However, this method was too crude. Well, he was still a child after all. It was difficult for him to come up with such a perfect plan. Colin was just thinking about how to help Prince Harrison smooth over this plan when he heard Prince Harrison yell again. "You still want to deny it?" Count Angeli, quickly look at Judy's neck. There are traces left by this Joyce. Joyce was obviously surprised. Colin also blinked. Clearly, he didn't expect this kid to have such a trick up his sleeve. He immediately walked up to Judy and asked, "Judy, is there something wrong with your neck?" Princess Judy seemed to have realized that something was wrong. She rubbed her neck and said in a daze, "It seems a bit itchy." Colin pulled open Judy's collar and saw that there was indeed a red patch on her neck. Prince Harrison immediately yelled proudly, "Joyce, are you still going to deny it?" I didn't do anything." Joyce's face turned red. He yelled in a wrong tone, "Count Angeli, this is all Harrison's doing. You mustn't believe him." Prince Harrison was not going to let him go. He said step by step, "Joyce, it's obvious now. There's no point in denying it. You used the excuse of playing chess to trick Judy into coming here. Then, you put drugs in her cup. You wanted to take advantage of the situation to do something bad." "Nonsense. I didn't. I didn't." Joyce just kept shaking his head in denial. He couldn't produce any concrete evidence to prove his innocence. Prince Harrison, on the other hand, had a smug look on his face. He seemed to think that he had obtained irrefutable evidence. Looking at this familiar scene, Colin suddenly thought of the similar framing incident that happened in the Holy Light Church in Imperial Dragon City. Perhaps this was what they meant by like father, mother, like son. Of course, compared to the framing methods of Emperor Reinhardt and Empress Medela, Harrison's method was too naive and could be easily seen through. For example, the marks on Judy's neck. Colin had already seen some undetectable catkins on her collar. However, this method was enough to deal with a brat like Joyce. Looking at him now, it was obvious that he was panicking. "Count Angeli, quickly get someone to arrest this Joyce. How can he profane the princess of the royal family?" I didn't. Joyce gave a feeble retort. Tears were welling up in his eyes. He was actually about to cry. Colin was secretly disdainful. He didn't do as Prince Harrison said and arrest Joyce. Instead, he said vaguely, "This matter needs to be investigated further. However, young Master Joyce, you should return to the Lion's Roar Castle first. Agate Manor is no longer suitable for you." Joyce obviously didn't expect Colin to let him go just like that. He nodded repeatedly and thanked him, "Count Angeli, you must investigate carefully. This matter really wasn't done by me." After saying that, he glared at Prince Harrison and ran out as if he was escaping. Prince Harrison stomped his feet anxiously and complained, "Teacher, why did you let him go just like that?" Colin ignored Harrison and asked Judy, "Judy, how are you now? Do you need me to get a priest to take a look at you?" Before Judy could say anything, Prince Harrison muttered softly, "I'm fine. I'll be fine after a nap." Colin glared fiercely at Harrison, then picked up the groggy Judy and placed her on the bed in the inner room. After giving a few more instructions to the maidservant outside, he turned to Prince Harrison and said, "Don't worry. Come with me." The night was getting darker. The hazy moonlight shone on the quiet forest path. Prince Harrison followed behind Colin with his head lowered. However, his cheeks were puffed up, and he looked a little indignant. "Do you feel that I ruined your plan?" Colin did not even turn his head, but it was as if he could already see Harrison's expression. Prince Harrison did not say anything in a fit of pique. He only nodded. Colin's lips curled up slightly, and he calmly said, "Do you know that sometimes, it's best to carry out the plan halfway?" Prince Harrison raised his head in surprise, a look of confusion on his face. Colin suddenly stopped in his tracks. He stared at Harrison's pupils with a piercing gaze, and suddenly asked, "Princess Judy is allergic to catkins, right?" What?" Harrison was shocked. He was caught off guard, and his eyes darted around. His words also became stammering. Colin chuckled, and said, "You still want to frame Joyce like this?" If you really make a big deal out of it, are you sure you won't reveal anything when you're questioned? Harrison lowered his head, and he was also a little discouraged. He was probably dealt a blow. Colin did not say anything to comfort this overly immature prince of the empire. He only calmly continued, "Your framing method is too shallow, and there are too many loopholes. So, I'm actually letting Joyce go for your own good." "Are we going to let Joyce go just like that? But he's really annoying." Harrison mumbled softly. There was still a hint of indignation in his tone. Colin reached out to hold Harrison's shoulder. He stared into his eyes, and said, "Harrison, remember, don't let your emotions cloud your mind at any time. That will only make you become extreme, and you might even forget your original goal." Harrison looked up at Colin, and nodded as if he understood. Colin continued to ask, "Do you remember what our original goal was?" "Original goal?" Harrison thought for a while, and said, "It was to punish Joyce and make him stop trying to get close to Judy." "In that case, is there a need for us to convict Joyce?" "Huh?" Harrison looked at Colin in confusion, clearly not understanding what he meant. Colin explained with a smile, "Your story is full of loopholes. Although you can't fool me or most smart people, do you think Judy will believe you?" Harrison's eyes lit up as he finally understood. He said excitedly, "Of course. I understand, teacher. When Judy wakes up, I'll tell her everything that happened tonight. This way, she'll definitely hate Joyce and won't bother with him anymore." Colin nodded approvingly. "That's right. To us, Joyce is just a kid that we can easily manipulate. There's no need to ruin our reputation in order to frame him." Harrison finally understood what Colin meant, and immediately thanked him sincerely. "Fortunately, teacher, you stopped me. Otherwise, if this matter really blew up, the royal family and the House of St. Hilda would send people to investigate. I'm afraid that would be really troublesome." Colin smiled faintly and leaned closer to Prince Harrison. His eyes flickered with a cold light as he said, "Don't worry. Furthermore, although we can't convict Joyce, we can still destroy him." Prince Harrison's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked, "Really? Teacher, what should we do?" "To destroy a person, you don't have to convict him or destroy him physically. You can also start with his reputation." "Reputation?" "Yes. Tonight's matter will definitely spread among the servants. They don't know what happened, but they must have guessed something. If you pretend to be indignant at this time and deliberately reveal some things. Plus, Joyce left Agate Manor overnight and fled back to Lion's Roar Castle. What do you think those servants will think of Joyce?" Prince Harrison's face flushed with excitement, and he immediately said, "They will definitely think that you deliberately didn't pursue the matter in order to protect the House of St. Hilda's reputation. This way, Joyce won't be convicted, but he will also lose the chance to clear his name. Because you have already let him go, no one will investigate this matter thoroughly, and they won't be able to find the loopholes in the story. Even if Joyce wants to clear his name, he won't be able to do it." Colin nodded with satisfaction. He felt that Harrison's comprehension was not bad. Although he was still a little immature, he already had some qualities that an old silver should have. Perhaps this was hereditary? "You should know what to do next, right?" "I know, teacher." Prince Harrison nodded confidently. "Please don't worry, I won't let you down this time. It won't be long before Joyce's reputation becomes unbearably bad. He won't be able to get close to Judy anymore." Colin nodded with satisfaction and said, "All right, it's very late now. Go back and rest." Prince Harrison didn't leave. Instead, he nervously asked, "Teacher, then, can I go to the half-elven kingdom with you?" Colin smiled and nodded. "All right, I'll bring you along when I go to Silvermoon City." "Thank you, teacher," Harrison shouted excitedly. Then, he bowed and left happily. Looking at Harrison's bouncing back, Colin shook his head with a smile. He was still too immature. All his emotions were written all over his face. Colin didn't have much of a psychological burden to teach his students such dark things. Although Harrison was indeed young, he was destined not to be seen as an innocent child with his status. If Colin only told him Grimm's fairy tales all day long and imparted some righteous, honest, and fair values, that would really be harming him. After all, Harrison was destined not to be able to escape from the politics of deceit. Compared to a simple and happy childhood, he needed these schemes more. Furthermore, looking at his proficiency in framing Joyce, the Emperor and Empress probably didn't teach him that simple. As for Joyce, who was framed, Colin only felt a little guilty. However, if he really wanted to do it, he wouldn't be soft-hearted. After Harrison finished making up the story tomorrow, Colin would secretly add fuel to the fire and spread the news throughout the northern frontier, completely making Joyce die in society. Since this kid wasn't willing to be honest, he was no longer an underage child in Colin's eyes, let alone a brother-in-law. He was a political enemy that needed to be treated seriously. Furthermore, Colin was very clear that this political enemy had gathered a considerable force around him. Now, he had only gotten rid of the core of this force. There were still some branches and leaves that needed to be dealt with. Only then could he leave the northern frontier with peace of mind. At that thought, Colin looked in the direction of Winter City with a cold gaze. Winter City. When the Earl of Avon walked into the dining hall in the morning light, he saw that Xianxia had finished her breakfast and was wiping the corners of her mouth. "Good morning, Xianxia. Why are you dressed so formally today?" Xianxia was wearing a red off-the-shoulder dress today. Her hair was tied up high, and a sapphire necklace hung around her slender and fair neck. She looked elegant and beautiful. She smiled at the Earl of Avon and said, "Good morning, Evan. I'm going to visit the Duke of St. Hilda at the Lion's Roar Castle today." The Earl of Avon frowned slightly. Xianxia saw this and immediately said, "I know you don't want to alarm the House of St. Hilda, but I don't want to continue searching without a clue. After all, this is the northern frontier. Without the help of the House of St. Hilda, we won't be able to find Father's whereabouts." The Earl of Avon sat down at the long table. There was already a sumptuous breakfast on the table. He wrapped the napkin in front of his chest and said with a smile, "All right. Since you've already made up your mind, I'll accompany you later." Xianxia was stunned. She thought that the Earl of Avon would refute her, but she didn't expect him to agree without saying anything. The Earl of Avon saw his fiancée's stunned expression and said with a smile, "But I still have to remind you that the House of St. Hilda might not be willing to help us. Besides, even if they are willing, they might not be able to track the whereabouts of a paladin." "I understand, but we have to try." Xianxia pursed her lips with a determined gaze. The Earl of Avon stopped persuading her and began to enjoy the breakfast in front of him. Xianxia didn't say anything else. She lowered her head and looked at the hollow patterns on the tablecloth, deep in thought. The dining hall regained its silence. Only the sound of knives and forks touching the plates could be heard. But not long after, this silence was interrupted by a series of footsteps. "My lord, there's a Knight Wilbur outside asking for an audience." The Earl of Avon frowned slightly. He hesitated for a moment, but still nodded to the attendant. "Invite him in and bring him to the living room." "I'll be there in a moment." "Yes." Following that, Earl of Avon sped up and quickly finished the beef patty. After drinking a few mouthfuls of milk, he put down his knife and fork, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and said to Xianxia, "I'm sorry. I'll go see Knight Webb first, then I'll accompany you to the Lion's Roar Castle." Xianxia smiled gently and nodded. "Okay." Earl of Avon got up and left the dining room. He quickly walked to the living room, but as soon as he entered, he was stunned. "Your Excellency." Knight Webb immediately stood up and saluted. At the same time, a short figure beside him also stood up and saluted. But the Earl of Avon stared at the short figure and frowned. "Young Master Joyce, you shouldn't have come to my place." The Earl of Avon's cold gaze and words made Joyce feel a little helpless. He opened his mouth and said with grievance, "Your Excellency, if I had other ways, I wouldn't have come to you." Knight Webb also hurriedly said, "Your Excellency, don't worry. We were very careful when we came out and didn't alert anyone. Also, they probably don't know that you live here, right?" The Earl of Avon sneered and sighed. "This is chilly Winter City. Do you really think that our every move can be hidden from Count Angeli?" But then he waved his hand and said helplessly, "Forget it. Since you're already here, tell me what happened." Joyce breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly recounted what had happened in the agate manor in full detail. He kept emphasizing that he was innocent and that everything was set up by Prince Harrison. The Earl of Avon listened quietly and sighed again. "Joyce, if you didn't run back to chilly Winter City overnight, you might have a chance to refute. But now, your behavior of running away will only confirm your guilty conscience, and then, wait for your reputation to be ruined. What? But I didn't do anything at all? If that's the case, then why did you run? The Earl of Avon asked coldly. But. Joyce opened his mouth wide and stuttered for a long time, but he couldn't say anything. The Earl of Avon could no longer hide the disappointment in his eyes. He knew that Joyce was now completely useless. Thus, he completely lost the desire to talk to Joyce and turned to leave. Joyce saw this and hurriedly walked a few steps to the Earl of Avon. He pulled his sleeve and begged, "Earl of Avon, you must help me think of a way. Don't worry, as long as I can marry Princess Judy, I will definitely repay your kindness." The Earl of Avon sneered and ignored Joyce, who was still daydreaming. He waved his sleeve and walked away in large strides. Joyce turned his head and looked at Knight Wilbur as if he had lost a loved one. However, Knight Wilbur was helpless at this time. The Earl of Avon's attitude was too firm, and Wilbur knew that no matter how he persuaded, it would be useless. At this time, he couldn't help but be disappointed in the third son of the Duke. "Young Master Joyce, let's go back." Knight Wilbur could only lead the despondent Joyce back to the Lion's Roar Castle. After sending Joyce back to his room, Knight Webb was wondering if he should go find Arnold to discuss a plan. However, he saw a group of guards blocking his way. "Knight Wilbur, Earl Angeli invites you in." "Earl Angeli?" Knight Wilbur's heart skipped a beat. "He's back?" "Yes, Earl Angeli is waiting for you in the study. Please come in." Knight Wilbur suppressed the anxiety in his heart and entered the study surrounded by the guards. "Please take a seat, Knight Wilbur." Colin seemed to be writing something. When he saw Wilbur enter, he looked up and casually ordered him. Colin's attitude was very friendly, which made Knight Wilbur feel relieved. He sat down on the sofa. After waiting for about 5 minutes, Colin finally finished writing and stood up slowly to Wilbur. Wilbur quickly stood up and asked respectfully, "Earl Angeli, what can I do for you?" Colin laughed and said, "I've been busy recently, so I haven't asked you. Are you used to living in chilly Winter City?" "Of course, I was born here. I only moved to Imperial Dragon City when I was 8 years old. But from the bottom of my heart, I've always regarded myself as a Northern Frontier Knight." "Well, that's good." Colin seemed to be relieved. Then, he took out a golden dagger from his waist and handed it to Wilbur. Knight Wilbur took the dagger and asked curiously, "Earl Angeli, what do you mean? Do you recognize this dagger?" "Yes." Wilbur nodded. "This is the symbol of the Northern Frontier Guardian's authority." Colin smiled and said, "As the Northern Frontier Guardian, do I have the right to order you, a Northern Frontier Knight?" "Of course." "That's good." The smile on Colin's face became brighter. "I'll order you to cut off your left pinky." What? Knight Wilbur froze on the spot and looked at Colin in disbelief. However, Colin laughed and asked, "Didn't you hear me clearly? Do you need me to repeat it?" Knight Wilbur's entire body turned cold as he realized that Colin wasn't joking. "Why?" Wilbur asked with difficulty. The smile on Colin's face did not change as he asked indifferently, "Don't you know the reason yourself?" Wilbur opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything to refute. He had never thought that Colin's revenge would come so quickly and without any concealment. However, Wilbur realized that he couldn't resist at all. In terms of authority, as the guardian of the Northern Frontier, Colin did have the right to restrain Knight Wilbur. In terms of strength, Knight Wilbur clearly remembered that Colin had defeated him in one move back in Imperial Dragon City. Only then did he realize that he had no room to resist in front of this young count. With the golden dagger in his hand, it seemed that he could stab into the seemingly defenseless count's chest with a light stab. However, Knight Wilbur didn't dare. "Knight Wilbur, do you have any doubts about my orders?" The smile on Colin's face disappeared, and his tone became cold. Wilbur felt that he was immediately stared at by a terrifying gaze. He trembled from the bottom of his heart and didn't dare to delay any longer. He gritted his teeth and pulled out the golden dagger. Amidst a suppressed groan of pain, a severed finger landed on the white wool carpet. Dark red blood floated down like petals. Colin nodded in satisfaction. He personally picked up the severed finger and handed it to Wilbur. Send this severed finger to Consul Seabass and write down the reason for this matter yourself. Knight Wilbur covered the wound on his left hand tightly. His entire body trembled in pain, but he still replied respectfully. Yes. After that, Colin ignored him and sat back behind the desk. Knight Wilbur placed the blood-stained golden dagger on the corner of the table and bowed respectfully. Then, he left the study as if he was fleeing. Shortly after Weber left, the door of the study opened again. Colin looked up and saw Vera, who was wearing a beige dress, walking into the study quietly. Colin, are you busy? No, what's the matter? Colin put down his quill and got up to walk around the desk. He then hugged his wife's waist and kissed her gently on her red lips. Vera hugged her husband's arm and her delicate nose twitched a few times before she asked in confusion, "Why is there a smell of blood in the room?" "I just taught a guy a lesson and forgot to ask the maid to clean him up." "Oh." Vera nodded and did not mind. She then asked softly, "Is Prince Harrison and Princess Judy doing well in the agate manor?" "They are doing very well. The scenery there is beautiful and you can even ride a horse. The two little guys are not willing to come to Winter City." "That's good." Colin saw that Vera was hesitant to speak, so he asked with a smile, "Have you heard anything?" Vera nodded and said, "I have heard some rumors and Joyce came to me crying just now." Colin chuckled and tightened his arms around Vera's waist before he asked, "Do you think that Joyce is plotting something against Princess Judy?" Vera bit her pink lips and hesitated for a moment before she shook her head and said, "I was not there, so I can't make a judgment." But what?" Vera raised her head and looked at her husband seriously before she said, "But after all, he is my younger brother. I still hope that he can live a peaceful life." Colin blinked and smiled, "Of course, I also hope that he can live a peaceful life like any other ordinary aristocrat." Colin could understand Vera's concerns. After all, Joyce was her younger brother. Even if he had competed with her for the position of the Dukes of the North and was now plotting something against her in private, he knew that Vera would not be willing to do anything. Therefore, Colin gave his promise that he would not harm Joyce's life. Of course, he would not be able to count on any power in this life. Vera understood the meaning of Colin's words and she smiled before she kissed him again. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Colin was enjoying Vera's tenderness, there was a sudden knock on the door. Colin asked impatiently, "What is it?" The butler's voice sounded outside the door, "Master, Madam, the Earl of Avon from the East and his fiancée, Miss Xianxia, is here to see you." Colin sighed and could only reply, "Please ask them to wait in the living room." "Yes." Vera broke free from Colin's arms and her face was still red. She helped Colin to tidy up his collar and asked, "Why are the two of them in Winter City?" "Xianxia is here to see her father, Prince Lacy. As for the Earl of Avon, he. Before Vera could ask Colin why he sneered just now, she heard him say, "Let's go. Let's go entertain these two distinguished guests. Earl of Avon, Miss Xianxia, welcome to the Lion's Roar Castle. Honorable Duke of St. Hilda, Earl Angeli, thank you for your warm hospitality. I hope that our presumptuous visit did not cause you too much trouble." "Of course not. The Lion's Roar Castle is always open to friendly friends." After some small talk, the four of them sat down and the maid quickly served coffee and desserts. Colin looked back and forth between the Earl of Avon and Xianxia. He then asked with a smile, "The two of you came to the northern frontier this time because of Prince Lacy, right?" Vera looked at her husband and was surprised that he was so direct. Xianxia did not seem to care about Colin's slightly rude question. She nodded honestly and said, "Yes, Earl. I did follow my father's footsteps to the northern frontier. At that time, there were still many doubts about Consul Leadham's death. I know it's hard to convince you that my father is innocent based on his one-sided story, but he did come to the northern region because he found some clues. So, if the House of St. Hilda can help me to determine my father's whereabouts, let me get in touch with him, and even help to clear my father's name, then I will be grateful for your kindness for the rest of my life." Vera frowned slightly and said hesitantly, "Miss Xianxia, I am also very sorry about what happened to your father. However, before there is conclusive evidence, I cannot use the power of the House of St. Hilda to help you or your father." After all, I cannot let my family's reputation be tarnished. I hope you can understand this. Xianxia's eyes dimmed. Although she had already guessed the result, she could not help but feel disappointed. However, she did not hold a grudge against Vera. After all, Prince Lacy was now carrying the crime of killing a governor. No family would be willing to help him publicly. The Earl of Avon gently patted the back of his fiancée's hand under the table to comfort her. Just as he was about to speak, Colin suddenly said, "Miss Xianxia, I just met Prince Lacy half a month ago." "Really? Where is it?" Xianxia looked up in surprise and asked anxiously. "In Swan City." "Swan City?" The Earl of Avon's heart skipped a beat. He immediately thought of the recent upheaval in Swan City. "Is my father still in Swan City?" Xianxia asked hurriedly. Judging from her impatient look, she would probably rush to Swan City as soon as she got a positive answer from Colin. However, under Xianxia's disappointed gaze, Colin slowly shook his head and said, "I don't think so. He shouldn't be here." "Then do you know where my father might have gone?" Xianxia asked tentatively. She did not have much hope in the first place. Based on her understanding of her father, it was impossible for him to reveal his whereabouts to someone he did not know well. However, to her surprise, Colin nodded and said, "Prince Lacy should have gone to Floral City." Xianxia's face lit up and she hurriedly asked, "Really?" "It's not that I don't believe you, Earl Angeli, but why would my father go to Floral City?" Colin said half-truthfully, "You should have heard about what happened in Swan City, right?" "That's right. Prince Lacy actually appeared in Swan City to investigate the death of Bishop John." Hearing this, the Earl of Avon asked doubtfully, "Isn't Bishop John's death because of Lucien? Why would His Highness go to Floral City?" "Lucien is indeed one of the accomplices, but the real mastermind is someone else." "Who is it?" Colin took a sip of his coffee, seemingly hesitant about this question. After hesitating for a moment, he said slowly, "I'm sorry, even I can't confirm the identity of the mastermind, so I can't tell you now." The Earl of Avon rolled his eyes and said, "Could this have something to do with the Morrison family?" "Prince Lacy did have such a guess," Colin said decisively. The Earl of Avon stared at Colin for a while, but he could not find any clues, so he asked tentatively, "Earl Angeli, why is His Highness so interested in the death of Bishop John?" Colin shrugged and said, "I'm not sure about this. Maybe he thinks it has something to do with the death of Consul Leadham." The Earl of Avon fell into deep thought. He did not fully believe Colin's words, but he could not figure out the other party's intentions. Xianxia, who was at the side, could not hold back and quickly thanked him, "Earl Angeli, thank you for the information you provided. If you need any help in the future, please don't hesitate to ask." After saying this, Miss Xianxia, who was quite energetic, immediately got up and said goodbye to Vera and Colin. Vera tried to persuade her to stay, but how could Xianxia, who was worried about her father, stay for long? She immediately said goodbye and left the Lion's Roar castle. Colin watched the two leave until they disappeared into the distance. Only then did he arrange for two blood slaves to secretly follow them. In fact, the reason he encouraged Xianxia to go to Floral City was to confirm Prince Lacy's whereabouts through them. That prince should have arrived in Floral City a long time ago, but Colin's spies there didn't find any movement. He didn't know if Prince Lacy hadn't found the mysterious basement, or if the Morrison family had moved the blood pool in advance. In short, Colin did not know what the prince was doing or where he was. This made him feel somewhat uneasy. But he could not send a blood slave to follow a paladin, so he could only try to find out Prince Lacy's whereabouts by following Xianxia. Moreover, he deliberately mentioned the death of Bishop John because he wanted the Earl of Avon to take Xianxia to investigate this matter. It would be best if he could catch Mr. Lacy's tail. If he could make Prince Lacy and Mr. Lacy fight again, then Colin could not be happier. These two people were invisible bombs to the northern frontier. Colin could not wait for them to fight and die together. After leaving the Lion's Roar fort and returning to his residence, the Earl of Avon immediately packed his things and prepared to head to Floral Whisper City. Now that he thought about it, he felt that Colin had deliberately chased him away from chilly Winter Castle. The Earl of Avon wasn't too surprised. Previously, when Joyce followed Nightweb to visit Colin, he realized that he would definitely be feared by Colin. Of course, he couldn't do anything about it. Xianxia wanted to find Prince Rhy, and even though the Earl of Avon was her fiancé, he couldn't stop her. Moreover, this was something that the Earl of Avon had to do. Prince Rhy had given him a choice after the incident at Imperial Dragon City. Since he had chosen to believe that Prince Rhy was innocent, the Earl of Avon could only follow this path. Only by finding Prince Rhy and clearing his name could the Earl of Avon obtain the support and status that he wanted. To the Earl of Avon, this was his top priority. As for creating chaos at the northern frontier and planting a few spies, that was something that he could do along the way. After packing his luggage as quickly as possible, the Earl of Avon found Xianxia, who was still packing, and said, "Continue packing. I'm going out for a while. I'll be back soon." Okay. After bidding farewell to Xianxia, the Earl of Avon changed into a low-profile outfit and walked out of his residence. After wandering aimlessly on the streets of chilly Winter Castle, he casually walked into a tavern. In the tavern, the Earl of Avon went to the second floor and sat in a lavishly decorated private room. He drank the wine that was served by the waiter alone. The strange thing was that although the Earl of Avon was alone, there were 2 wine glasses on the table. Before long, the chairman of the Northern Wind Chamber of Commerce, Arnold, walked into the room quietly and bowed to the Earl of Avon. "Please take a seat." The Earl of Avon poured a glass of wine for Arnold. Arnold sat down and thanked him. He drank the wine in the glass in one gulp and asked, "Earl of Avon, do you have any orders for me?" The Earl of Avon sipped the wine in his hand and said calmly, "I'm leaving chilly Winter Castle." Arnold's eyes flashed, and he hurriedly asked, "So soon? Are you going back to the eastern region?" "No. I'm going to Floral Whisper City. If you need anything, you can find me there." "Of course." Arnold nodded. The Earl of Avon glanced at the merchant in front of him and asked, "I asked you to contact the merchants of the northern frontier. How's it going?" Arnold frowned and said with some difficulty, "Earl of Avon, you know the current situation of the northern frontier. Although I've tried my best to rope them in, that Oliver has the support of Earl Angeli and used the position of the Northern Frontier Foreign Trade Company as bait to rope in a large number of powerful merchants of the northern frontier. So." Seeing that the Earl of Avon was not worried, Arnold hurriedly said, "Earl of Avon, in fact, I think it's too difficult to compete with the House of St. Hilda for the Northern Frontier Foreign Trade Company. Also, the goal is too obvious. It's too easy to expose ourselves. I'm sure you know that Earl Angeli is not a soft-hearted person. Especially now that young Master Joyce's situation is not good, I'm worried that if we anger him." The Earl of Avon lightly tapped the wine glass and fell into deep thought. He knew that the recent events had made this merchant shrink back. But at the moment, the Earl of Avon could not find a good reason to let Arnold continue working for him. Arnold saw that the Earl of Avon did not speak, so he suggested again, "Earl of Avon, I think we can find another way. We can use a more subtle but fatal strategy to cut off the House of St. Hilda's hand in controlling the business of the northern frontier." The Earl of Avon's expression changed and immediately said, "Tell me about it." "My lord, the Northern Frontier Foreign Trade Company is too big of a target, and Earl Angeli values it too much. It's not wise for us to go head-to-head with them. I've thought about it for a long time, and I think it's better to start with bonds. It might be more appropriate." "Bonds?" "Yes, this is also a policy that Earl Angeli is preparing to implement in the northern frontier. Haven't you heard about it?" "I know what bonds are about. Just tell me your idea." "Yes." Arnold cleared his throat and explained with a little excitement, "My lord, did you notice that the bonds that Earl Angeli is going to issue are not limited to the qualifications of the purchasers? That is to say, even the merchants in the eastern region can use food to exchange for bonds with the House of St. Hilda. If you are careful, you don't even need to alert the House of St. Hilda. You can use a trustworthy middleman to exchange food for bonds." The Earl of Avon's eyes lit up. It was obvious that he realized something. Arnold saw this and seemed to be encouraged. He immediately said with more enthusiasm, "In this way, you can use the funds of the eastern region to intervene in the business of the northern frontier. Once we have a large amount of bonds in our hands, we will have an important handle on the House of St. Hilda. When the bond matures, you can buy a large amount of food and push up the price of food. At that time, these bonds will become a huge crisis for the House of St. Hilda. if they are willing to pay the bonds, they will have to buy food at a high price. In this way, you can make a lot of money anyway. But if they go back on their word, or if they are unable to buy enough food to pay the bonds in your hands, it will seriously damage the reputation of the House of St. Hilda. It may even lead to a new round of turmoil in the northern frontier. Of course, the eastern region will also lose some money. After all, the bonds you have hoarded will become waste paper. But the eastern region is rich. My lord, if you can spend a sum of money to mess up the northern frontier, is it worth it? Of course it is worth it. The Earl of Avon immediately answered. He then raised his glass and clinked it with Arnold. His face was full of praise. In the eyes of the Earl of Avon, this plan was indeed very good. It was hidden enough, but it was also very insidious. Whether or not the House of St. Hilda was willing to pay the bonds in the future, the eastern region would make a profit. To be honest, in terms of military strength, the eastern region was indeed very close to the northern frontier. The years of stability without the threat of foreign enemies had eroded the will of the eastern region knights. Unless it was absolutely necessary, the Earl of Avon did not want to fight to the death with the people of the northern frontier on the battlefield. But in terms of economic strength, the wealth of the eastern region was far beyond the reach of the northern frontier. Therefore, even if the northern frontier chose to renege on the bonds because of the high price of food, the Earl of Avon would not feel distressed. Spending a little money to destroy the reputation of a paladin family that had been accumulated for thousands of years was really worth it. The more the Earl of Avon thought about it, the more excited he became. He exchanged glasses with Arnold and soon finished a bottle of red wine. Arnold was about to ask the waiter to send some good wine, but fortunately, the Earl of Avon remembered that his fiancée was still waiting for him, so he quickly stopped him. No, I can't drink any more today. I have to go to Floral City later. Arnold looked regretful, but he did not try to persuade him. The Earl of Avon kindly patted Arnold's shoulder and asked him to come to Floral City to find him at any time. When the time came, he would drink with him to his heart's content. Arnold was naturally flattered. He nodded repeatedly and sent the Earl of Avon out. When he returned to the room, Arnold found that there was another person sitting in the Earl of Avon's seat. However, he was not surprised at all. He stepped forward and bowed to Angeli. Count Angeli, I did what you asked me to do. Colin played with the wine glass that the Earl of Avon just drank from and said with a smile, Mr. Arnold, you made the right choice. Mr. Arnold, you've made the right choice. I'm very pleased. In the tavern's private room, Arnold, who had just been discussing with the Earl of Avon how to dig a hole for the House of St. Hilda, was now respectfully pouring wine for Colin and smiling flatteringly. My lord, I'm a citizen of the northern frontier after all. Of course, I'm loyal to the northern frontier. That Saint Prospero Evan actually overestimated himself and tried to encourage me to betray the northern frontier. What a joke. Colin looked at the righteous northern frontier merchant in front of him with a faint smile, as if he had forgotten that Arnold had secretly contacted the Earl of Avon in the Butter Tavern. Obviously, if Colin did not have something on him, how could Arnold suddenly become a loyal and unyielding citizen of the northern frontier? Colin would never forget that these merchants were willing to sell anything for the sake of profit. But fortunately, he could give them greater benefits as long as they were obedient. Similarly, if they were not obedient, he could take everything away from them. Mr. Arnold, you're really a model for the merchants of the northern frontier. My lord, you flatter me. In my heart, you're the model for the knights of the northern frontier, the best among the nobles. The two of them flattered each other sincerely for a while, then raised their wine glasses and toasted their friendship. After downing the wine in his cup, Arnold put down the cup and quietly sized up Colin's expression. He then probed, Sir, I'm not sure if you'll be able to do anything. He then asked tentatively, My lord, there's something I don't know if I should ask. Colin casually glanced at him and said indifferently, Don't worry, I won't go back on my word. Don't you believe in my credibility? No, no, no. Arnold waved his hand and said, My lord, you misunderstood. Of course, I believe that you won't mistreat your loyal subordinates. I just don't understand why you would give the eastern frontier such an opportunity to make a fortune. Get rich? Colin sneered. You also think that it's a good opportunity to get rich? Arnold was worried, but he still mustered up his courage and said, Sir, are you really going to renege on those bonds? With all due respect, I'm afraid this will severely damage the reputation of the House of St. Hilda. Colin laughed and teased, "You're not bad. You're starting to think for the House of St. Hilda." Of course, the great House of St. Hilda holds a high place in the hearts of every citizen of the northern frontier, Arnold said with a pious expression, as if he was worshipping his own religion. Colin ignored Arnold's display of loyalty and lightly said, "Don't worry, the House of St. Hilda will not destroy its own reputation. No matter who comes to the Lion's Roar fort with matured bonds, we will honor them, even if they are from the Eastern Territory. However, if you say that the Eastern frontier can make a fortune by hoarding bonds and manipulating food prices, then you're taking it for granted." Arnold looked puzzled and asked, "Sir Count, please forgive my stupidity, but I don't quite understand what you mean." In fact, the trap that Colin dug for the Earl of Avon was, to put it bluntly, a simple operation similar to futures. At this time, the Earl of Avon was buying food at a low price in the eastern frontier and bringing it to the northern frontier to exchange for bonds. These bonds could be regarded as futures contracts. On the day of the future delivery, when the bonds matured, as long as the price of food in the northern frontier was higher than the current price in the eastern frontier, the Earl of Avon could rely on this difference to make a fortune. He could even make the House of St. Hilda unable to come up with enough money to buy the corresponding food, thus resulting in a credit default. But there was a key problem here: the price of food at the time of delivery must be higher than the current price. Otherwise, the eastern frontier would suffer a loss. The reason why Arnold and the Earl of Avon were fooled was because their thinking was limited by this era. In this era of insufficient productivity, food had always been in a state of insufficient food. Therefore, it was very easy to raise the price of food. If there was a war, or even if several large chambers of commerce joined forces to hoard food, the price of food would soar to the sky. This was also the source of the Earl of Avon's confidence. In his view, it would not be difficult to manipulate the price of food all the way up in the future, and he would certainly be able to make the House of St. Hilda swallow the bitter fruit. But he did not know that Colin was determined to let Scholar Sonny implement the new farming and animal husbandry system in the northern frontier. Moreover, Colin was also confident that with the popularization of this new farming and animal husbandry system, the northern frontier would become more and more abundant in the future, and the price of food would certainly fall all the way. This was the general trend determined by the relationship between supply and demand. If the eastern frontier wanted to reverse this trend, they would have to be prepared to be crushed and swept away by this flood. Of course, Colin didn't intend to explain this to Arnold. After all, he still couldn't completely trust this merchant. Thus, he only said indifferently, he just said lightly, "Then you should pay attention to the future trend of food prices and see if the eastern frontier can really make a fortune, or even use this to threaten the House of St. Hilda." Arnold nodded his head in confusion, but he did not dare to ask more. Colin gave Arnold a few more words to let him feel at ease in this promising undercover job, and then he left. 3 days later, the Northern Frontier Foreign Trade Company, which Colin had high hopes for, was finally officially established. More than 500 large and small northern frontier merchants gathered in the banquet hall of the Lion's Roar Castle to witness this historic moment. Since the Earl of Avon's attention was diverted by Colin to the bonds, without the eastern frontier secretly intervening, it did not take much effort for Colin to successfully occupy nearly 60% of the shares of the new company. Of course, such a large sum of money was certainly not enough for the shallow Angeli family. Even if they invested all the war reparations of the Great Demon Empire, it would still not be enough. Fortunately, with the help of the House of St. Hilda, the Oman family, the Schultz family, and the Half-Elf Kingdom's Miller family, Colin was able to successfully control the board of directors and become the first chairman of the Northern Frontier Foreign Trade Company. Oliver was also appointed as the company's first general manager by Vera as he wished. Moreover, the management team of the company, especially the two most important departments, were the backbone of the original Tulip Chamber of Commerce. At this point, a Northern Frontier Foreign Trade Company under Colin's complete control was finally established. In Colin's vision, it would become a weapon for him to integrate and control the Northern Frontier's business community, as well as to carry out economic invasion. At the same time, the Northern Frontier Charity Foundation was also announced. Compared to the Northern Frontier Foreign Trade Company, the foundation's establishment was very low-key. Moreover, besides Colin, no one else was aware of its huge potential and real role. After dealing with the business community's problems, Colin began to prepare for his trip to the half-elf kingdom. In fact, the current hidden dangers in the northern frontier had not been completely eliminated, such as Mr. Kong, Prince Rhy, and the Morrison family. However, Colin felt that these problems were quite troublesome and could not be dealt with for the time being. Fortunately, he had already reached an agreement with Mr. Kong. Although Colin had doubts about the reliability of this agreement, he believed that Mr. Kong would not cause too much trouble in the northern frontier in the short term. After all, he and Colin did have a basis for cooperation in some aspects. What's more, Prince Rhy was watching this terrible mage. Colin could only temporarily put these hidden dangers aside to deal with a more important and urgent problem: food. Queen Xianxia had sent a letter. Compared to the last time when they were unprepared, this time the half-elf grain merchants had united. They did not want to be forced by Colin to buy a large amount of food at a low price like last year. Moreover, behind them, there seemed to be the support of the eastern region. Therefore, Colin was ready to take the Blood Cavalry to Silvermoon City this time to teach the half-elf merchants a lesson. After half a year of development, the Blood Cavalry had now expanded to a scale of nearly 20,000 people. Although there was still a big gap between them and the Black Cavalry at its peak, it could already be considered a terrifying military force. At least in the half-elf kingdom, there was no force that could threaten it. Unless the eastern region sent a large number of troops to the half-elf kingdom. In that case, it might be a good thing for Colin. Because this meant that the eastern region gave up their biggest geographical advantage, the new Shui River. Colin was very willing to form the Northern Frontier Coalition Army and compete with the Eastern Region Army in the half-elf kingdom. However, this was just Colin's own thought. As long as the Duke of St. Prospero was not stupid, he would not do this. In late September, after bidding farewell to Vera, Colin personally led the Blood Cavalry to leave Winter City and set off for Silvermoon City. Half-elf Kingdom, Shadow Canyon. This canyon was a shame that could never be washed away for the Black Cavalry. The ambush a year ago had caused most of the essence of the Black Cavalry to be buried here forever. Today, as the successor of the Black Cavalry, the Blood Cavalry passed by this place again. This time, even without Colin's special instructions, Knight Roger personally led the vanguard and prepared to check every nook and cranny of the canyon to ensure that the tragedy from the last time would not happen again. The towering cliffs blocked the sunlight and shrouded the whole canyon in darkness. Unknown weeds and fungi still thrived in such an environment. Perhaps this was thanks to the tragic battle last year. Countless corpses and large amounts of blood became the best nourishment for these wild plants. In a sense, life was indeed a kind of reincarnation. The human graveyard was a paradise for plants. Walking in the canyon, Knight Roger's heart was heavy. The air was still filled with the smell of blood, and his ears seemed to recall the tragic battle that day. Although Colin had led them to annihilate the Skyhorse Legion in Silvermoon City, which could be regarded as revenge for the dead soldiers of the Black Cavalry, the shame of the Shadow Canyon still lingered in the hearts of every Blood Cavalry soldier. Knight Roger thought that perhaps one day, the Blood Cavalry would be able to break into the White Dew City and hang the corpse of the Duke of St. Prospero on the city wall. Only then would the hatred and shame of the past be completely washed away. Knight Roger was very confident about the arrival of this day. As Colin's confidant and the commander of the Blood Cavalry, Knight Roger certainly knew some of Colin's plans and ambitions. He also knew about the conflicts between the northern frontier and the eastern region. In Knight Roger's view, Colin would sooner or later march into the eastern region. Everything he was doing now was to prepare for this. Who is it? Just when Knight Roger was looking forward to the future, the sound of the Sentinel Cavalry suddenly came from the front. Knight Roger's heart tightened. He quickly urged his warhorse to go in the direction of the sound. Don't be impulsive. Sirs, I have no ill intentions. I'm the son of Knight Ron, the mayor of Alfalfa City. My name is Jason Lute, and I'm waiting for Count Angeli. In the face of the ferocious bloody cavalry, Jason was so scared that he could not speak fluently. However, even after he announced his identity, the spear tip that was flickering with cold light still did not retract. Just as Jason was about to speak, he saw a knight in bright armor, who was obviously a high-ranking officer, come over. How did you know that the bloody cavalry would pass by here at this time? Knight Roger asked coldly. Due to the recent experience, Knight Roger was now very sensitive to any accidents. Hearing this, Jason immediately understood the other party's concerns, and quickly explained with a bitter face, "Sir Knight, how can I know the exact whereabouts of the bloody cavalry? My father, Knight Ron, told me that Count Angeli would come to Silver Moon City soon, so he asked me to wait here. To tell you the truth, I've been waiting here for more than a month, and now you've finally arrived." Only then did Knight Roger feel relieved. "You come with me." Knight Roger waved to Jason, and then ordered his subordinates, "You guys continue to search the canyon, don't miss any suspicious places." "Yes." Jason took a deep breath, quickly jumped on his horse, and followed Knight Roger to the other side of the canyon. The two passed through the canyon, walked for about 10 miles, and arrived at the camp of the bloody cavalry. Due to Knight Roger's personal guidance, Jason quickly arrived at the main camp and met Count Angeli, whom he had met once before. "Count Angeli, I'm sorry. I'm Jason, the son of Knight Ron Lute, the mayor of Alfalfa City. On behalf of my father, I would like to express the most sincere welcome to you." "Lute?" Colin repeated this family name and finally remembered that it was a prominent family in the half-elf kingdom. He also remembered that when Alfalfa City was exchanging prisoners with the eastern region, he had asked Queen Xianxia to appoint a mayor of Alfalfa City to resist the eastern region's infiltration of Alfalfa City. At that time, the mayor chosen by Queen Xianxia was the nephew of the former commander of the Silver Moon Guard, the Duke of Lute, Knight Ron. "You've been waiting for me here, what's the matter?" Jason smiled flatteringly and invited, "Lord Count, my father knows that you're about to pass by Alfalfa City, so he specially sent me to welcome you. He's waiting for your arrival in Alfalfa City." Colin rolled his eyes, speechless at the shamelessness of the mayor of Alfalfa City. Shadow Canyon was more than 100 kilometers away from Alfalfa City, and from here to Silver Moon City, it was obviously to the south, and it wasn't the same road. How could this be called passing by? "Hee, it seems that your Lute family isn't doing well in Alfalfa City." Colin mercilessly exposed Jason. Jason smiled awkwardly. He also knew that his father's purpose was easy to guess, but at this time, the Lute family really needed foreign aid. The situation in Alfalfa City was very bad, so he could only smile and say, "Lord Count, you can rest assured that as long as you lead the blood cavalry to Alfalfa City, those rats who only dare to hide in the sewers will definitely run away." Colin chuckled. Of course, he wouldn't have any doubts about this. The so-called Alfalfa Brotherhood supported by the Eastern region was nothing more than an organization composed of bandits and criminals. Let alone the blood cavalry, in front of any regular army, they would flee at the sight of the wind. But what was the use of that? Alfalfa City's geographical location was too special. It happened to be at the junction of the Crystal River and the New Shui River. Even if the blood cavalry could easily occupy the northwest city, without the support of the navy, they wouldn't dare to rashly cross the river and occupy the other two cities. Unless the northern frontier could control the New Shui River and the Crystal River, otherwise, it would be meaningless to march into Alfalfa City. Moreover, in Colin's view, Alfalfa City was a poisonous fruit thrown out by the eastern region. They wanted to tempt the northern frontier to swallow it. But how could Colin be fooled? Before he formed a strong navy, Colin would never choose Alfalfa City as the battlefield for the decisive battle with the eastern region. Therefore, when faced with Jason's expectant eyes, Colin still coldly refused. "Jason, say sorry to Knight Ron for me. This time, I have an important matter to attend to and need to rush to Silvermoon City as soon as possible. I really can't go to Alfalfa City. If there is a chance next time, I will pay a visit. Lord Count." When he heard that Colin refused his invitation, Jason immediately became anxious. "You can't just ignore Alfalfa City. Capone, that damned bandit, has already gathered most of the underground forces of Alfalfa City. Our Lute family is alone and without the support of the army, how can we fight against them? To tell you the truth, in the past 3 months, 3 knights and 2 rangers of the family have died for unknown reasons. If you don't care, I'm afraid that even father will be killed by those lunatics." Faced with Jason's sincere complaints, Colin's expression didn't change at all. He still said coldly, "I'm sorry, but Alfalfa City is a territory of the half-elf kingdom. As the Count of the Northern Frontier, I have no authority to govern it. If your Lute family really has difficulties that you can't solve, you can go to Queen Xianxia." Lord Count, Her Majesty the Queen is also unwilling to send troops to support Alfalfa City. Then I can't do anything. Colin spread out his hands and said to Knight Roger, send Knight Jason away. Lord Count, Jason still wanted to persuade him, but Knight Roger had already forcefully dragged him out. Colin watched as Jason struggled to be driven out. He rubbed his chin and pondered for a moment. Then, he quickly wrote a letter, summoned an attendant, and ordered, My lord, I've been waiting for a long time. He ordered, immediately send this letter to Winter City and hand it over to Arnold of the Northern Wind Merchant Association. Yes. Although Colin couldn't march into Alfalfa City now, he wasn't willing to do nothing and let the forces of the eastern region wreak havoc there. After passing through the Shadow Canyon, the Blood Cavalry went all the way to the north. After traveling for another 2 days, the Sentinel Cavalry actually brought another roadblock to Colin. However, Colin didn't refuse the invitation this time. Because it was Queen Aisha's handwriting on the invitation. Knight Roger, speed up. We'll rest in Red Maple Manor tonight. Yes, sir. With this order, the Blood Cavalry began to speed up and finally arrived at Red Maple Manor in the southern suburbs of Silvermoon City before sunset. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on the flame-like maple leaves, making the scene unreal. Colin had a deep impression of this manor because he had escorted Vera to pass by here a year ago. Moreover, the two of them had left behind a beautiful memory here. Unexpectedly, when Colin passed by Red Maple Manor for the second time, he found Queen Aisha waiting for him here. The beautiful scenery of the sunset and maple leaves was not as attractive to Colin as the beautiful figure at the entrance of the manor. After a long time, Queen Aisha's belly had swelled up, but her face was still as delicate as before. As a female knight, of course, Aisha wouldn't have any pregnancy reactions like normal pregnant women. She wouldn't feel nauseous or vomit, and her body wouldn't become bloated or out of shape either. Only the unconcealable radiance of motherhood made the elegant and beautiful half-elf queen seem more gentle and approachable. Why don't you stay in Silvermoon City? Why are you running around with such a big belly? Colin got off the horse, stepped forward and said in a slightly reproachful tone. Queen Aisha smiled and said in a sweet voice, I'm just here to relax. The red maple forest in this season is a rare beautiful scenery in the world. Colin didn't want to be too harsh on the woman who was about to give birth to his child. He walked side by side with her into the manor and said, Then I'll accompany you to see the maple leaves? Okay, the banquet will take a while. Hearing this, the crowd around immediately dispersed quietly, giving enough privacy to the two people who had not seen each other for a long time. Feeling neglected, Princess Judy also wanted to follow, but she was stopped by Prince Harrison. Initially, Colin had only planned to bring Prince Harrison along, but he didn't expect Princess Judy to shamelessly insist on tagging along. Colin was worried that the incident with Joyce would traumatize the little girl, so he brought her along as a way to let her relax. However, Judy's lively and carefree attitude made Colin feel that he was worried for nothing. Why are you stopping me? Judy glared at her brother, baring her fangs and brandishing her claws. Teacher has something important to discuss with Queen Aisha. Why are you following them? Something important? Who would talk about important matters as soon as they met? Moreover, he didn't even greet us. How rude! Judy shouted, unconvinced. Maybe Queen Aisha didn't see us. Furthermore, we're here as students and teachers. Her Majesty doesn't have to welcome us like royalty. Anyway, it's too much. Judy still looked angry. Then, she looked at Colin and Aisha's departing figures, and seemed to realize something. She whispered mysteriously, Hey, brother, do you know something? Teacher and Queen Aisha don't seem to have a normal relationship? No. No. Don't make wild guesses. Harrison shook his head guiltily. Actually, he wasn't sure himself. When Queen Medela brought him to the half-elf queen's coronation, he had indeed guessed that Aisha's child might be Colin's. However, after the incident with Joyce, Harrison already had respect for Colin. Naturally, he didn't dare to make wild guesses about his teacher's secret. Only Judy rolled her big bright eyes, as if she was scheming something. When is the due date? About half a month. Queen Aisha was wearing a loose white silk dress. She had one hand on her bulging belly and the other holding Colin's arm as they strolled through the fiery red maple forest. Her beautiful and charming face shone with the radiance of happiness. Her green eyes were filled with tenderness as she looked at her lover. Have the necessary preparations been made? Don't worry, they're all done. Colin's worry was actually a little unnecessary. As the half-elf queen, how could Xianxia not have anyone to help her with something as important as giving birth? Moreover, as a blood descendant, Xianxia's life wouldn't be in danger even if her heart was pierced. Thus, giving birth was nothing to worry about. Even if she encountered a difficult birth, Colin was confident that he could command the doctors to successfully perform a C-section for Xianxia in this era where medical technology was lacking. Of course, Colin definitely didn't want Xianxia to suffer like this. It was best if everything went smoothly. Did you meet the people of the Lute family when you came? Yes. Colin nodded. Did they also look for you? Queen Xianxia nodded. That's right. However, I remember you saying that now is not the best time for the military to intervene in Alfalfa City, so I refused them. You did the right thing. However, the Lute family's current situation is really not good. Without outside support, I estimate that it won't be long before they are driven out of Alfalfa City. Queen Xianxia frowned slightly. It seems that I have to continue looking for the next city lord. Colin squeezed Queen Xianxia's soft little hand and comforted her. Don't worry, I already have a plan. Oh? Looking at Xianxia's curious face, Colin shook his head and deliberately kept her in suspense. You'll understand after a while. Xianxia nodded and didn't ask any more questions. She was still very confident in Colin. The two chatted as they walked. They passed by a well made of white glazed rock with a sapling planted in it. Colin curiously asked, why is this maple tree surrounded? I planted it myself 2 days ago. Xianxia softly said, her face full of motherly radiance, to commemorate our child that is about to be born. Colin looked at the young sapling and his heart trembled. An inexplicable feeling welled up in his heart as he said, can I touch it? Xianxia knew that Colin was talking about the child in her belly. She smiled and nodded, of course. Colin looked at Xianxia's bright and beautiful face and slowly hugged her from behind. Xianxia leaned on Colin's body and held his hands, gently pressing them against her abdomen. Colin could feel Xianxia's soft and delicate skin through the soft and smooth silk fabric. Her weak but firm heartbeat clearly fell into his palm. This kind of heartbeat caused Colin to be momentarily dazed. This little life was connected to his bloodline and was an extension of his life. It proved that his existence in this world was real and not fabricated. As a visitor from another world, Colin had always felt a vague sense of estrangement from this world. It was as if he didn't truly belong here. Only now did Colin finally feel a sense of belonging as he listened to the heartbeat of the little life in Xianxia's belly. For a moment, his heart was calm and filled with strength. Suddenly, Colin thought of a question. As the child of him and his bloodline, would this child also be a member of the blood race? At the thought of this, Colin felt an inexplicable sense of anticipation. Early morning, Red Maple Manor. Queen Xianxia opened her eyes and found that her lover was no longer by her side, leaving only a breath that she was infatuated with. After lying on the comfortable bed for a while, Xianxia gently stroked her bulging belly, a happy and sweet smile appearing on her beautiful face. Good morning, baby. After gently greeting the little life in her belly, Xianxia left the bed and walked out of the bedroom barefooted. She saw Colin sitting at the desk in the front hall, holding a roll of parchment and looking at it in a daze. Colin heard the movement behind him and turned his head to see Xianxia in a loose nightgown. He smiled and said, Dear, did I wake you up? You should sleep more. Also, pregnant women need to keep warm. You can't run around the house barefooted. Queen Xianxia rolled her beautiful eyes and walked forward to sit on Colin's lap. She used her delicate red lips to stop her lover's nagging. After a moment of tenderness, Xianxia curiously looked at the parchment on the table and asked, What are you looking at? I'm looking at the report that Duke Modwin wrote for you. Xianxia did not mind that Colin was flipping through the letter that her vassal wrote for her. Instead, she giggled and said, Duke Modwin is anxious. Hee, isn't it all because you refused to go back to Red Maple Manor? Colin raised his eyebrows and patted Xianxia's smooth and delicate thigh lightly. After patting it, he also laughed. Perhaps he was thinking of Duke Modwin, who was simple and honest but had no ability. Queen Xianxia leaned softly on Colin's chest and felt his vigorous heartbeat. She smiled and asked, then do you think I should return to Silvermoon City immediately? Colin glanced at the beautiful smile of the woman in his arms and shook his head. No, let Duke Modwin continue to be anxious for a while. What reason should I use this time? Queen Xianxia asked with a smile. Previously, I could say that I did not see you. But now that you have arrived at Red Maple Manor, how should I reply to Duke Modwin? Colin pondered for a moment and said, just say that the carriage is broken and is being repaired. How could there be such a coincidence? Queen Xianxia pouted, a little dissatisfied with this idea. Colin had no choice but to change his excuse. Then you can say that I don't want you to suffer from the bumpy ride, so I'm preparing to design a new shock absorber for your carriage. You really know how to design a carriage's shock absorber? Queen Xianxia's eyes lit up as she smiled at her lover. Of course it's true. I already have a wonderful idea. Colin pretended to be confident. In fact, he was thinking of a spring, but he didn't know if the craftsmen of this era could make a spring, so he felt a little guilty. However, he decided to give it a try later. After all, he had nothing else to do. He also knew that Queen Xianxia specially came to Red Maple Manor this time. Firstly, she wanted to see her lover earlier. Secondly, she wanted to give the half-elves in Silverymoon City a chance so that they could plan their own schemes without worry when the queen was not around. In the past 2 years, Queen Xianxia had inevitably offended a group of half-elven nobles in order to control the half-elven kingdom. Moreover, she had angered almost all the half-elven merchants because of the low price she had given to the northern frontier. Although these half-elven nobles and merchants seemed to be obedient to Queen Xianxia on the surface, they had secretly colluded and plotted to overthrow Queen Xianxia's rule. That was why Colin had brought the Blood Cavalry to the half-elven kingdom this time. It was to completely wipe out the rebel forces in the half-elven kingdom. Do you think that Duke Modwin has joined the rebel forces? Colin suddenly asked playfully. To be honest, I can't guess either. Queen Xianxia picked up the sheepskin parchment on the table and flipped through the information that Duke Modwin had reported to her recently. The sincerity and loyalty in it did not seem fake at all. The House of Medea was once the half-elven royal family. Logically speaking, they have enough motive to rebel against my rule. However, William, this person. Perhaps it is as you said before. An honest person's lies are harder to detect. The face of the honest Prince William appeared in Colin's mind. He said, so you let Duke Modwin take charge of the situation in Silverymoon City? That's right. Since I can't figure out his loyalty, I might as well place him in the most crucial position. If Duke Modwin can still withstand the test under such circumstances, then I can completely trust him in the future. Aren't you afraid that you will go overboard and let the rebel forces completely control Silverymoon City? With you around, how can I go overboard? Queen Xianxia stretched out her pink arms and hooked Colin's neck as she smiled seductively. Colin laughed. His confidence was greatly satisfied. He immediately used his mouth to capture Queen Xianxia's red lips. The faint fragrance and slight sweetness were unforgettable as always. After a long while, their lips parted. Colin patted Xianxia's smooth arm and said, Are you hungry? Let's go have breakfast. Xianxia immediately stood up from Colin's arms and tidied her messy hair. Then, she held her lover's arm and walked out openly. Huh. I knew it. Your relationship is indeed not ordinary. As soon as they walked out, a petite figure suddenly jumped out from the corner of the wall and shouted while pointing at Colin and Xianxia. Colin, who had been caught red-handed, chuckled as he looked at the smug Princess Judy and Prince Harrison, who was hiding behind the pillar in the corridor. He calmly greeted, Good morning, Princess Judy. Judy saw that Colin and Xianxia weren't as panicked as she had expected, and her interest was instantly dampened. She put her hands on her hips and questioned, Teacher, I didn't expect Queen Xianxia to be your lover. So? Colin had a fearless look on his face. Judy puffed up her cheeks. She hesitated for a moment but didn't say anything. However, her eyes kept glancing at Xianxia's bulging belly. Her meaning was obvious. However, Colin didn't seem to understand the little girl's hint. He smiled and said, Let's go and have breakfast. After saying that, he put his arm around Queen Xianxia's waist and walked towards the dining hall. Teacher, you. Judy panicked. She felt that her teacher was too careless. Although it wasn't a big deal for nobles to have lovers, Queen Aisha's identity was special. Furthermore, she was pregnant now. If people suspected that the child in her belly was Colin's illegitimate child, it would definitely severely weaken the legitimacy of her inheritance. It was a pity that the little girl was still too young. She couldn't understand Colin and Aisha's plan. If it had been a year ago, Colin definitely wouldn't have been so intimate with Queen Aisha in public. But now, as the Earl of the Empire and the guardian of the northern frontier, he didn't have to hide it anymore. He even hoped that some rumors would spread to Silvermoon City. It would give those conspirators more excuses and courage. This way, he could get rid of the rebellious forces in the half-elven kingdom once and for all. As for the issue of the inheritance of the child in Queen Aisha's belly, in the face of absolute power, it wasn't a problem at all. As long as Colin and Aisha insisted that the child was the old king's posthumous child, who would dare to refute them? Teacher. You have to be careful. Judy hurriedly chased after him and advised anxiously. Unfortunately, Colin didn't care about his student's good intentions. He still had his arm around Queen Aisha as he strode forward. Early morning, Alfalfa City's city lord's mansion. Ron pushed away the strange woman wrapped in a sheet beside him. His eyes swept past her exposed white skin, but he didn't stop. However, the woman seemed to be unsatisfied and continued to pester him coquettishly. Ding. It wasn't until Ron threw a few silver coins that the woman stopped pestering him. She put on her clothes with a smile and left the room. Ron rubbed his slightly swollen head and put on his nightgown. He went to the bedroom's floor-to-ceiling window and pulled open the huge curtains. The sun was shining brightly outside the window. It was another beautiful morning. Unfortunately, Ron's mood couldn't be good. It had been almost half a year since Queen Aisha appointed him as the city lord of Alfalfa City. Ron's hot blood had been extinguished by the cold reality. He originally thought that this was an opportunity to revitalize the Loot family, but now it seemed that this was simply a bottomless pit. This pit had swallowed almost all of Ron's enthusiasm and hope. Perhaps it would continue to swallow the Loot family's glory and even their inheritance. In the past, even if the Loot family had been stripped of their title by Queen Aisha because of their participation in the Savoy family's rebellion, Ron wouldn't touch those dirty and lowly commoner women. But now, Ron had given up on himself. Even if the noble bloodline of the Loot family flowed out to those lowly commoners, it was still better than being cut off. Dong dong. The door was gently knocked twice, and Ron responded softly. Immediately, an old maid came in with a noble's robe and began to dress Ron. The maid's actions were a little rough. Ron frowned, but he didn't say anything. With the Loot family's current situation, they could no longer afford young, beautiful, and clever maids. Ron was worried that if he scolded the maid in front of him and made her run away, no one would help him dress in the future. This was actually a very serious problem for nobles because nobles' robes were very troublesome. Without the help of a servant, there was no way to wear them. Many commoners liked to tease that stupid nobles don't even know how to wear their own clothes. But in fact, if they really tried on a noble's robe, they would be completely dumbfounded. Just as Ron was enduring the maid's rough hands and feet, the door was knocked again. Soon after, his son, Jason, strode in and reported, "I'm sorry. Father, a caravan from the northern frontier entered Alfalfa City last night." Caravan? From the northern frontier? Yes. Ron's brows furrowed tightly as if he couldn't believe that a caravan would dare to come to Alfalfa City. Alfalfa City was a city of chaos sandwiched between the northern frontier, the eastern region, and the half-elf kingdom. It had always been a haven for criminals. Therefore, although its geographical location was very good and suitable as a transit point for cross-border trade, as long as a businessman was sane, he would not choose to pass through here. Could it be that it was some hothead who didn't know the situation in Alfalfa City and had recklessly barged in? Which chamber of commerce are they from? How many are there? This caravan doesn't have a banner, so I don't know which chamber of commerce they belong to. However, there aren't many people in their caravan. There are only about 10 of them, and there's also an unknown mercenary team escorting them. There are less than 100 people in total. They really do seem like hotheads, Ron thought. They actually dared to do cross-border trade with so few people. Even if they didn't go through Alfalfa City, they would probably be targeted by bandit groups at the chaotic border. Forget it, don't worry about them. Ron waved his hand casually. In his heart, he had already regarded this caravan as dead people. Jason hesitated for a moment, but still reminded him, Father, do you still remember the information we just received about the Northern Frontier? What information? It's the Northern Frontier Foreign Trade Company established by Count Angeli. According to the orders issued by the Duke of St. Hilda, only this company can carry out foreign trade in the Northern Frontier. Ron only reacted when he heard this. So this was a smuggling caravan, no wonder they didn't have a banner, and no wonder they had to go through Alfalfa City. Only in this chaos city could they avoid being searched by the Northern Frontier Border Patrol and carry out foreign trade privately. Seeing that his father's expression changed, Jason suggested, Father, we should send people to control this caravan and find out who's behind them. Then, we can escort them to Silvermoon City. This way, Queen Xianxia and Count Angeli will definitely be very satisfied. The support you've always wanted may be available. Ron listened to his son's suggestion. Not only was he not moved, but he also frowned. After thinking for a while, he slowly opened his mouth and asked, Do you think a small smuggling caravan can exchange for Queen Xianxia or Count Angeli's support for Alfalfa City? Jason was suddenly speechless. In fact, he also understood the awkward situation Alfalfa City was in. He knew that no matter if it was Count Angeli or Queen Xianxia, under the current circumstances, they wouldn't really send troops into the city to help the Loot family. A small smuggling caravan obviously couldn't change the overall situation. There's nothing wrong with trying, right? Jason said unwillingly. Ron shook his head. A trace of craftiness flashed through his eyes as he said, No, we shouldn't capture this caravan. Instead, we should allow them to pass through Alfalfa City. We should even secretly provide them with a little convenience. Why? Jason obviously didn't follow his father's train of thought. He was suddenly a little dumbfounded. It's useless even if you capture a small smuggling caravan. Queen Xianxia and Count Angeli may casually reward you with some insignificant things, but they definitely won't send an army to Alfalfa City. However, what if Alfalfa City becomes a holy land of smuggling between the Northern Frontier and the outside world? Jason's eyes lit up. He finally came back to his senses and immediately said, Then Count Angeli definitely won't sit idly by. That's right. Ron smiled and nodded. He said complacently, The Northern Frontier Foreign Trade Company is involved with such a huge interest. If we allow these smuggling caravans to converge in Alfalfa City and continuously poach the company's business, it will damage the prestige of the House of St. Hilda. At that time, will Count Angeli still be able to hold back and not care about Alfalfa City? Jason also became excited. He seemed to be able to see the prosperous scene of Alfalfa City becoming a holy land of smuggling. However, he immediately asked with slight worry, But Father, if we sit idly by and watch the smuggling caravans pass through Alfalfa City unimpeded, will Count Angeli blame the Loot family for this? What can we do? Ron spread out his hands and said with a smile, Although I am the city lord of Alfalfa City in name, everyone knows that the real master of this city is someone else. Even if Count Angeli blames us, we have a reason to shirk responsibility. Jason nodded and said in agreement, Okay, Father. I will send people to keep an eye on that caravan to prevent some blind fellows from making a move on them. Ron stopped his son and asked with a sneer, If the Alfalfa Brotherhood really wants to make a move on that caravan, will you be able to protect them? Jason suddenly froze on the spot. Although he didn't want to admit it, the current order of Alfalfa City was indeed in the hands of the Alfalfa Brotherhood. Their Loot family, as an official force, couldn't protect them. Then, what should we do? Jason asked somewhat gloomily. We don't have to do anything, Ron said faintly. Seeing his son's puzzled face, he asked in reply, Where do you think this caravan's destination is? To come to Alfalfa City from the Northern Frontier, they could only go to the Half-Elf Kingdom or the Eastern region. However, Jason rolled his eyes and instantly understood his father's meaning. He immediately said, They should be going to the Eastern region. That's right. Ron nodded and said with a smile, So, as long as this caravan isn't stupid, they must have already informed the Eastern region. Since they dared to go through Alfalfa City, it means that the Alfalfa Brotherhood should have received the information in advance. At most, they will collect some toll from them and won't really make a move on them. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, someone knocked on the door again. Ron responded. Then, he saw his sheriff walk in and report, "Sir, I'm sorry. Sir, a merchant just came to report a case." Ron's heart skipped a beat and he hurriedly asked, "Is it the people of the caravan that entered the city last night?" "Yes." "What case did they report?" "They said that something important was stolen from the caravan last night." "Did you hear about it?" "What did you hear?" In a dark alley in Alfalfa City, unclean sewage flowed along the terrain, forming puddles that emitted a foul stench. Rats slowly walked through the garbage pile in the corner, and a rotten smell permeated the air. In such an unbearably bad environment, several young men in tattered shirts gathered together and excitedly shared the new happenings in the city. "The caravan that entered the city last night, sure enough, it was stolen." "Of course. I really can't figure it out. Why would a caravan dare to come to Alfalfa City? Are they looking down on the city of chaos? Do you know who did it? It should be Orlando's men. How many thieves in this city aren't his men? What did they steal?" "I don't know, but it's just petty theft." "How much can they steal?" "If you ask me, we should do something big. Let's loot that caravan together." "Agreed. Agreed. I agree too. What's the use of your agreement?" "We have to get Boss Capone's approval first," a short and fat young man with meticulously combed hair said disdainfully. Hearing this, everyone was somewhat silent. Recently, as the Alfalfa Brotherhood's president, Capone, after gradually taking control of the situation in Alfalfa City, began to restrain his subordinates. He didn't let them burn, kill, loot, and commit all kinds of crimes like before. According to Capone, we are about to become the masters of this city. How can a master wantonly ruin his own home? From this sentence, one could see Capone's ambition. But this wasn't surprising. Every dark force would want to wash their hands when they reached a certain stage of development. It was just that such restrictions made the various forces in the Alfalfa Brotherhood somewhat conflicted. If it weren't for Capone's tyrannical strength and high prestige in Alfalfa City, the Alfalfa Brotherhood might have fought among themselves. Seeing that everyone had fallen silent, the man asked in a joking tone, "Did you know that the manager of the caravan actually went to the city lord's mansion to report the case?" "I'm dying of laughter, ha ha ha, report the case?" The others were suddenly amused, as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world. "Instead of looking for that cowardly city lord, you might as well look for our boss Capone." Boss Capone wouldn't care about such trivial matters. As soon as he said this, a man hurried over and said breathlessly, "Have you seen Harry?" "Harry? I didn't see him." "What's wrong?" "This kid stole something from the caravan entering the city. Boss Capone is looking for him." Hearing this, the few of them looked at each other in disbelief. They had just said that Capone wouldn't care about such a small matter, but they were immediately slapped in the face. It wasn't until the person who asked the question ran away in a hurry that they recovered from the shock and confusion. "Why do you think? Why would boss ask about this?" "I'm afraid Harry stole a lot of valuable things." This seemed to be the only possible answer. Realizing this, their breathing became heavy, and their eyes flashed with unconcealable greed. "Since boss is looking for Harry, how can we not help?" Yes, let's look for it together." Alfalfa City wasn't a city full of warmth. On the contrary, indifference was the normal atmosphere here. But today, the enthusiasm of the entire city had been aroused. Almost everyone knew that the caravan entering the city last night had been stolen, and that Boss Capone was looking for the thief who had done it. Although Capone didn't say why he was looking for a thief, this didn't prevent everyone from cleverly thinking that this thief must have stolen a huge sum of money. Otherwise, how could it have attracted Boss Capone's attention? Similarly, this had attracted the attention of the entire city. In this depraved city full of scum and villains, there was no one who didn't love money. Even if they knew that this wealth shouldn't be something they could touch, if it really appeared in front of them and was at their fingertips, perhaps not many people would be able to resist such a temptation. For a moment, Alfalfa City was surging like a storm. In a dimly lit room, a middle-aged man with a dark complexion was sitting with a cold expression. He wasn't tall, only a little over 1.6 meters. After sitting down, he seemed even shorter, but the whole room was shrouded in this person's aura. Capone, a fifth-rank warrior and the president of the Alfalfa Brotherhood. It was said that behind him stood a big shot from the eastern region. Now, Alfalfa City was under the control of this person. On the right side of Capone stood a tall and skinny half-elf with a serious expression. His name was Orlando. This half-elf was quite famous in Alfalfa City, and could be called the ancestor of all thieves in the city. Only, this ancestor of thieves was currently in a very bad mood. "These are the things you stole?" Capone coldly stared at the young thief kneeling in front of him and questioned. "Yes, sir. Apart from the gold coin I used to drink yesterday, the rest are all here." The young thief's complexion was pale, and his body couldn't help but shiver. His teeth chattered as they chattered. But Capone obviously didn't believe the words of the thief. He sneered and said, "I'll give you one more chance. Apart from the gold coin, what else did you take? As long as you give it to me, I can guarantee your safety in Alfalfa City. Otherwise, hee." Large beads of sweat appeared on the forehead of the young thief. He couldn't wipe it clean no matter how hard he tried. He raised his left hand and made a nondescript oath, saying, "Sir, I can swear to the God of Radiance that the things I stole last night are all here. Apart from the gold coins, I didn't take anything else." Capone laughed and was about to open his mouth when Orlando finally couldn't help but say, "Sir Capone, if you want to punish my people, you should at least give a proper reason, right? What did he take that he shouldn't have taken, and even alarmed you?" Capone shot a glance at Orlando. He knew that his behavior had already aroused the dissatisfaction of this ancestor of thieves. Although Orlando's forces were also affiliated with the Alfalfa Brotherhood, and it was reasonable to say that Capone was certainly qualified to interrogate the thief in front of him. But as Orlando said, if Capone made a big fuss just because the other party stole some gold coins from a passing caravan, then it would definitely be a provocation to Orlando's authority. Capone was nominally the president of the Alfalfa Brotherhood, but this organization was formed by the union of various underground forces in Alfalfa City. There were many factions among them, and Capone couldn't really ignore the thoughts of those small leaders. So, he hesitated for a moment and said to Orlando, "Do you know about the bonds recently issued by the House of St. Hilda?" "Bonds? I've heard a little about it. It's said that these things are now causing quite a stir in the northern frontier." Orlando nodded, and then realized something. His face suddenly changed and he asked, "Could it be that the things the caravan lost, in addition to the gold coins, were also these bonds?" "That's right," Capone said with a dignified expression, "and it's not a small amount." "How much?" Orlando asked bitterly. "Let's put it this way, these bonds are worth more than the entire Alfalfa City." Orlando opened his mouth wide, and his face was full of disbelief. You're not joking, right? Do I look like I'm joking?" Capone sneered and revealed, "These bonds are something that a certain big shot in the eastern region wants." Orlando, are you sure you can bear the consequences?" Orlando's face instantly turned deathly pale. The young thief kneeling in front of the two was about to faint from the shock of this news. A majestic urge to pee continuously attacked his fragile nerves, and he screamed, "Sir Capone, Sir Orlando, you must believe me. I really didn't take any bonds, I don't even know these damn bonds." Capone snorted and urged, "Orlando, what are you waiting for?" Orlando's face changed for a while, and finally he sighed and said coldly, "Let's begin the punishment." In the end, what kind of person could withstand the torture of a confession? Had he undergone special training? Did he not feel pain? Or did he have some kind of undying belief? In any case, this young thief did not belong to any of the above categories. Therefore, Harry could not bear it any longer. He confessed all the filthy things he had done since he was young. Unfortunately, this was not what Capone wanted to hear. Thus, the torture continued. The Alfalfa Brotherhood had no bottom line at all. In order to make Harry speak, they used all kinds of methods. Not long after, this poor thief was tortured to the point that he did not look human anymore. 2 hooks used to hang pork were passed under his collarbone, hanging him up. His whole body was covered with bloody whip marks. One of his eyeballs had been dug out, and the place where his nose used to be had become a bloody hole. A long wooden stick with thorns was stuffed into his buttocks. Harry fainted several times, but was immediately awakened by the burning of the soldering iron. It was only when the executioner held a knife with a cold glint and was about to cut off a certain male feature between Harry's legs that he finally collapsed. "Sir Capone, I'll speak, I'll speak." Capone expressionlessly signaled to the executioner, then said to Harry, "Speak, my patience is limited." At this time, Harry could no longer care about anything. In order to get out of this hell, he could only make the wisest choice, to shift the blame. "My lord, Brew was with me last night. I didn't see any bonds at all. It must be this kid who stole it, it must be him." "Blue?" Capone frowned, but this time, he did not question the words of the thief in front of him. If it was really the other party who stole the bonds, he would have admitted it long ago. He would not have waited until he was almost half a cripple before he was willing to speak. Thus, Capone looked at Orlando. Orlando nodded and said, "I'll go find Blue." Blue tried hard to open his sleepy eyes, but found that there was only a blurry shadow in front of his eyes. After getting drunk last night, he went to find a certain skilled woman to fight a few hundred rounds. Now, his whole body was light as a feather, and his consciousness was not sober at all. But soon, he was forced to sober up. Crash, Brew felt as if a basin of cold water had been poured over his head. He shuddered, and the shadow in front of him finally took shape. Then, he recognized Orlando. "Father!" Brew shouted as if he had found someone to rely on. Orlando was actually not Brew's father. To be precise, he was not his biological father. There were many orphans in Alfalfa City who had no parents. Their best fate was to be adopted by a big shot of a region as an adopted son. Of course, this so-called adopted son could not be compared to the adopted sons of nobles who had the right of inheritance. Orlando didn't have anything for his adopted son to inherit. He adopted orphans, of course, not out of kindness. He just wanted some younger brothers who would work for him. Therefore, there were more than 300 adopted children like Blue in Orlando. Therefore, Brew's shout didn't cause any ripples in Orlando's heart. He looked at his adopted son expressionlessly and said coldly, "Don't worry." "Blue, were you with Harry last night?" "Yes, father. Last night, I was outside helping Harry keep a lookout. He went in to steal something and then gave me a gold coin." "Keep a lookout?" Orlando frowned. "You didn't go in to take something yourself?" Brew hurriedly shook his head like a rattledrum. "No." Capone was sitting at the side. When he heard this, he snorted impatiently to urge Brew. Orlando squatted in front of Brew, took out a bond, and asked in what he thought was a gentle and cordial tone, "Brew, tell father, did you take this thing?" "Father, I didn't enter the residence of the caravan at all." Brew shook his head repeatedly, then glanced at the bond in Orlando's hand and denied it more firmly. "Really, father, I've never seen the thing in your hand." Orlando's eyes finally turned cold, and his patience was gradually exhausted. He asked for the last time, "My child, you don't know the true value of this thing at all. This is not something you can covet. Even I don't dare to touch it. Hand it over, and Capone and I can guarantee your safety. We can even give you a sum of money enough for you to squander for a lifetime. But if you continue to be stubborn, then don't blame me for not respecting the relationship between father and son." "Father, I'm really telling the truth. You must believe me." Brew hugged Orlando's thigh and wailed. "It must be Harry who stole it. He framed me. It must be so. You can interrogate Harry." Orlando's face gradually stiffened, and a burst of anger ignited in his chest. He kicked Bruce to the ground and growled, "Don't worry, Bruce. We've already interrogated Harry. Now, it's your turn." After that, he nodded to the eager executioner, then turned his head, as if he couldn't bear to watch. "Father. Father. You must believe me. Ah. Save me. Ah. Ah." Mournful screams echoed in the room. The smell of blood mixed with the smell of feces and urine gradually diffused. Alfalfa City Lord's Mansion. "Father, I've inquired clearly. The caravan that entered the city belongs to the Northern Wind Chamber of Commerce." Northern Wind Chamber of Commerce? Ron had naturally heard of this Chamber of Commerce. After all, the Northern Wind Chamber of Commerce was the largest chamber of commerce in the northern frontier. Moreover, he had also heard that the president of the Northern Wind Chamber of Commerce, Arnold, had some disagreements with Count Angeli because of the establishment of the Northern Frontier Foreign Trade Company. What was stolen from the caravan? Have you investigated clearly? Ron asked again. I've investigated clearly. It's said to be a huge amount of bonds. Is it the kind of bonds that the House of St. Hilda recently issued? That's right. Hee. Ron smiled faintly. It seems that when they came to report the case, they didn't tell the truth. When the people of the caravan came to the public security office to report this morning, they only said that they had lost some gold coins and important documents. The caravan probably didn't dare to tell the truth. After all, the value of the bonds is huge. Even Capone has been alarmed and is personally investigating. Jason said with certainty. The Alfalfa Brotherhood was a loose organization that didn't have any confidentiality to speak of. The moment Capone told Orlando about this matter, the news immediately leaked out. Ron didn't speak anymore and just paced back and forth in the room. He suddenly felt that this matter wasn't as simple as it seemed on the surface. How could the Northern Wind Chamber of Commerce come to Alfalfa City with such a huge amount of bonds? Who was the person they were trading with? The reason why Capone was so nervous, was it because of the huge value of the bonds that moved him? Or was it because of the big shot behind him in the eastern region? Of course, the most important thing was, what kind of impact would this matter bring to Alfalfa City? Jason saw that Ron hadn't spoken, so he couldn't help but feel anxious. He took the initiative to ask, Father, what should we do? Ron pondered for a long time and then said, immediately go to the Red Maple Manor and inform Count Angeli about this matter. Jason scratched the back of his head and said with some hesitation, Father, didn't you say that we should condone these merchants from the northern frontier coming to Alfalfa City to smuggle? Why did you take the initiative to alarm Count Angeli now? Because, there's a problem with this Northern Wind Chamber of Commerce. Ron said in a deep voice, don't ask any more questions. Leave immediately. Yes. Jason had no choice but to suppress the doubts in his heart and turned around to leave. In the dark room, screams that made one's heart palpitate kept coming. As time went by, the screams gradually became weak, as if they were going to be cut off completely in the next second. At first, Capone was watching the execution with interest, but gradually, he began to become impatient. He thought it was a very simple matter, but he didn't expect that the two thieves he had never taken seriously would give him a big surprise. Orlando, are all of your subordinates so courageous? Capone asked the thief ancestor beside him in annoyance. Orlando lowered his head at this time. No one knew what he was thinking, and he didn't respond to Capone's ridicule. Brew, who had been brutally tortured, was on the verge of death. This hellish experience had transformed his initial feelings of grievance and confusion into his current feelings of anger and despair. It also made him understand a lot of things. He knew that no matter how he defended himself or told the truth, no one would be willing to believe him. Compared to the priceless bonds, the life of a thief like him was not worth mentioning at all. But Brew was unwilling, Harry's framing, Capone's indifference, Orlando's indifference. Finally, Brew's mentality completely darkened. Feeling his vitality fading away bit by bit, Brew's eyes flashed with the brutality of a dying lone wolf. At this moment, he only wanted to destroy everything in front of him and let the city of sin be buried with him. Water. Water. Hearing Brew's weak voice, Capone, who was about to give up, suddenly had his eyes lit up. You finally figured it out? Brew nodded slowly, trying to hide the resentment in his eyes. Capone was delighted and said, put him down and give him water. Orlando finally recovered from his silence. He turned around and looked at Brew, who was no longer in a human shape. There was more or less a trace of guilt in his heart, but it was soon replaced by an inexplicable anger. You were the one who took it, so why did you wait until now to confess? Not only did you harm yourself, but you also made me lose face in front of Capone. However, Orlando also knew that he had to show enough warmth at this time. He hurriedly stepped forward to help Brew sit up, and personally fed him water. After drinking some water, Brew was finally able to catch his breath. However, he knew that he didn't have much longer to live. The hypocrisy of this adoptive father in front of him only made him feel more disgusted than ever. Father, I'm sorry. I've let you down. However, Brew expressed a strong sense of admiration. This made Orlando feel guilty again, and he said sincerely, Brew, don't worry. As long as you tell me where the bonds are hidden, I'll immediately get a priest to heal you. Capone looked at the scene of a filial son and father and felt disdain in his heart. However, he did not step forward to disturb them. Right now, he only wanted to find the bonds and end this matter. Blue nodded as if he was finally willing to confess. He leaned close to Orlando's ear and whispered in a soft voice, "Father, those bonds are hidden in." His lips moved, and his voice became extremely low and indistinct. Capone couldn't help but take a few steps closer, wanting to listen carefully. However, Brew suddenly raised his head, grinned at Capone, and said hatefully, "You'll never get those bonds. That's the last gift I left for father." After saying this, a trace of relief and pleasure flashed across Brew's face. Then, under the shocked gazes of Capone and Orlando, he crashed into the execution rack behind him, the sharp blade on the shelf easily pierced through Brew's neck. His eyes rolled back, and he stopped breathing. Capone was stunned for a moment, then he immediately growled at Orlando, who was squatting foolishly, "Damn it. What did that kid say to you? Where are the bonds hidden?" Orlando didn't seem to have recovered from the series of changes in front of him. When he heard this, he only replied subconsciously, "But I didn't hear anything clearly just now." "You didn't hear clearly?" Capone's face suddenly turned ferocious. He grabbed Orlando's collar, pulled him up from the ground, and roared, "Orlando, do you really think I'm a fool? Or do you also want to have a taste of these punishments?" Orlando was also angry, but he also knew that he wasn't Capone's opponent. He felt wronged, like a girl who had just been raped, and loudly defended himself. "I'm telling the truth. Brew didn't say anything just now. Can't you see through such a simple scam?" "Scam? Hee, Orlando, how do I know that you don't want to take the wealth for yourself? However, I have to warn you that these bonds are of great importance. It's not something a thief like you can covet. If you don't hand them over, don't even think about leaving Alfalfa City alive." In the face of Capone's threat, a long-suppressed anger rose in Orlando's heart. He immediately straightened his neck and roared, "Capone, do you really think you can run amok in Alfalfa City? Don't forget, you're just a newcomer who came here 3 years ago. If it weren't for someone supporting you from behind, do you really think we'd be willing to submit to you? I'm also warning you, don't go too far. Otherwise, the waters of Alfalfa City are definitely deeper than you can imagine." Capone was so angry that he laughed and kicked Orlando in the stomach. Orlando's subordinates, who were surrounding him, pulled out their long swords and glared at Capone. However, Capone didn't pay any attention to these people in the slightest. More than 10 years of carnage had long since forged his steel-like willpower. Moreover, as a rank 5 warrior, he also had extraordinary self-confidence and conceit. No one here could threaten him. Capone gloomily stared at Orlando, who had fallen to the ground, and said in a deep voice, "I don't care whether that kid lied or who stole the bonds. But as the person in charge of this city's thief organization, you must find these bonds. I'll give you 3 days. If I don't see these bonds within 3 days, you can just wait to collect your corpse." After saying that, Capone heavily snorted and squeezed his way out of the middle of Orlando's subordinates who were eyeing him covetously. After Capone left, Orlando was helped up. However, he immediately snatched the longsword from the hand of a person beside him and hacked at Blue's corpse as if venting his anger. It wasn't until Blue's corpse was cut into pieces and badly mutilated that Orlando stopped, gasping for breath. At this time, Orlando's heart was full of resentment and grievance. He was carrying this pot on his back for no reason at all. Moreover, he also realized that Blue, this kid, actually didn't forget to play a trick on him before he died. He really was his good son. After what he did, perhaps the whole city would soon know that the priceless bonds were in Orlando's hands. The key point was that he didn't know anything at all. More importantly, Orlando realized that if he couldn't take out anything to give to Capone, then what would he do after 3 days? The subordinates beside him seemed to have thought of this as well. They all focused their gazes on Orlando, waiting for his orders. Orlando muttered to himself for a long time before he finally gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "Does Capone really think that he can cover the sky with one hand in Alfalfa City? Come with me." After saying that, he took the lead and walked out. The subordinates looked at each other in dismay and hurriedly followed. Red Maple Manor. The warm afternoon sun shone on the back garden, and the autumn rain that had just fallen added some fragrance to the air. Jason, who had hurried over from Alfalfa City, was led by the butler to see Colin and Aisha walking in the garden. However, the intimate posture of the two made Jason involuntarily lower his head, not daring to look. The ambiguous relationship between Count Angeli and Queen Aisha was no longer a secret in the half-elf kingdom. There were even some speculations about the father of the fetus in the queen's belly that had been spread by people with ulterior motives. Jason followed behind the butler and couldn't help but criticize in his mind. "Can't you two be more restrained in public? Your Majesty the Queen, Count Angeli, please allow me to represent all the members of the Lute family and all the people of Alfalfa City to express the highest respect to you." Queen Aisha glanced at Jason with a languid expression and said indifferently, "Can the Lute family now represent the people of Alfalfa City?" Faced with the sharp questioning of the Queen, Jason suddenly froze on the spot, not knowing how to answer. Fortunately, Colin chuckled and said, "Knight Jason, it seems that your Lute family's current actions in Alfalfa City have not satisfied Her Majesty the Queen." "Yes. We have failed to live up to Her Majesty's expectations," Jason replied bitterly. Colin patted Aisha's arm and gave her a look. Aisha understood and then ignored Jason and continued to walk forward slowly. Colin stayed where he was and looked at the Knight of the Lute family with a smile. He asked, "Knight Jason, what are you here for this time? Are you here to ask for support like last time?" "No, Count Angeli, this time I have an important matter to report." "Tell me." Jason recounted the matter of the Northern Wind Chamber of Commerce entering Alfalfa City with a large amount of bonds, but it was stolen by a local thief. However, to his disappointment, Colin listened quietly without any expression on his face. It was as if such a thing could not attract his attention at all. Jason was anxious and hurriedly reminded, "Your Lordship, the North Wind Chamber of Commerce dares to send a caravan through Alfalfa City to engage in foreign trade. This is simply a provocation to the policies you've previously formulated. If you don't crack down on this kind of smuggling, there will definitely be other imitators in the future." Colin smiled. He looked at Jason with a playful expression and asked, "Then, as the city lord of Alfalfa City, does your father have the ability to help me crack down on these smuggled northern frontier merchants?" "For now, I can't." Jason was a little discouraged, but he immediately said, "Your Lordship, as long as you are willing to support us. Of course, I also know that you are worried about the natural moat that is the New Shui River. However, as long as you send troops to help us occupy one of the 3 districts of Alfalfa City, then our Lute family will definitely be able to block off this smuggling route for you." However, Colin still firmly shook his head and said, "As I said, now is not the time to send troops to Alfalfa City." Jason was still unwilling to give up and continued to persuade, "Your Lordship, this time, the North Wind Chamber of Commerce is still trying to transport a large amount of bonds out of the northern frontier. Aren't you worried about who the buyers of these bonds are?" "Of course not." Colin said calmly, "When these bonds were first issued, His Lordship clearly declared that no matter who it was, they could exchange food for the bonds. Moreover, when the bonds matured, they could also exchange them for food from the House of St. Hilda. The North Wind Chamber of Commerce used food to exchange for a large amount of bonds from the House of St. Hilda. Now, what they are going to do with these bonds and who they are going to sell them to has nothing to do with the House of St. Hilda or me. However, this time, the North Wind Chamber of Commerce is obviously preparing to trade such a large amount of bonds to the Eastern region. Your Lordship, aren't you worried about the Eastern region's conspiracy?" "What conspiracy?" Colin asked with great interest. Jason opened his mouth, but he didn't know how to answer this question. Colin seemed a little disappointed and said lightly, "Well, Knight Jason, your Lute family should be more concerned about how to gain a foothold in Alfalfa City. This unforeseen event is actually a rare opportunity for you. Don't tell me you still don't understand?" "Opportunity?" Jason was stunned. Obviously, he didn't understand Colin's meaning. Colin also didn't explain in detail. He just said in a commanding tone, "Since you don't understand, then go back and take a good look. Don't run around all day thinking of unrealistic assistance. Alfalfa City is about to undergo a drastic change. I hope you can properly grasp this opportunity." Jason seemed to realize something and wanted to ask more, but Colin waved his hand and motioned him to leave. Although his heart was full of doubts, Jason didn't dare to go against Colin's will. He had no choice but to bow and take his leave. After Jason left, Colin quickened his pace and caught up with Queen Aisha, who was strolling in front of him. He hugged her waist again. Aisha smiled gently at Colin and asked, "Are you the one who stirred up the storm in Alfalfa City?" Colin also smiled and didn't deny it. "I can't hide anything from you. However, there is one thing I'm curious about." "What is it?" "Do those priceless bonds really exist?" Colin laughed and nodded affirmatively. "Of course they do exist. Moreover, the Earl of Avon of the Eastern region personally instructed the Northern Wind Chamber of Commerce to bring them to Alfalfa City. They were prepared to exchange food with him." Aisha blinked her eyes. "In that case, the Northern Wind Chamber of Commerce is actually under your control?" "That's right. But there's a problem." Colin nodded as if he already knew what Queen Aisha wanted to say. "Do you want to remind me that this will make the Eastern region realize that the Northern Wind Chamber of Commerce is a spy under my control?" "You already thought of it." "Yes, and the solution is very simple." "What solution?" "Find a scapegoat." "Scapegoat?" Queen Aisha repeated the new words that came out of Colin's mouth twice. She seemed to understand the meaning behind it. "Is it the Lute family?" "Smart." Colin gently pecked the Queen's delicate red lips. "However, you don't have to worry about the Lute family. I have already arranged for people in Alfalfa City. At least, Ron won't die in revenge. As for whether he has the ability to clean up the mess in Alfalfa City, it will depend on his own ability. As the city lord of Alfalfa City, it is reasonable for Ron to take the blame." Queen Aisha said sternly, "You have already helped him a lot. If he holds a grudge against you because of this, then he doesn't know what's good for him." "Hold a grudge?" "No, he will only hug my thigh even tighter. After this, the Lute family will become a thorn in the side of the Eastern region. If Ron wants to live, he can only desperately defend Alfalfa City for us." Queen Aisha nodded. Then, she said with some worry, "However, I am a little worried. With Ron's ability, he may not be able to control the chaos in Alfalfa City." "Actually, it doesn't matter," Colin shrugged and said casually, "at least it won't be worse than it is now, right?" "That's true. As long as it is not controlled by the forces supported by the Eastern region, it doesn't matter even if Alfalfa City becomes a mess." At this time, the confident Colin still didn't know that the development of Alfalfa City's situation had deviated from the track he had expected. The affairs of the world were unpredictable. Many times, plans could not keep up with changes. While the two were chatting, the butler came over again and handed a letter to Queen Aisha. The Queen hurriedly skimmed through it and handed it to Colin. At the same time, she smiled and said, "It's almost time for us to return to Silvermoon City." Colin read the letter and smiled. He reached out and gently stroked Aisha's bulging belly and said, "All right. All right, then let us welcome the birth of this new life together. Yes, the bonds are in my hands." In a dark hut, Orlando faced a group of big shots from Alfalfa City's underground forces and said in a deep voice. At this point, he already knew that no one would believe him no matter how he tried to explain that he had never seen those bonds. Since that was the case, Orlando simply admitted it and was ready to take advantage of it to make a big move. His opening statement immediately made the group of big shots in front of him breathe rapidly. No one could remain calm in the face of such a huge fortune. Orlando's gaze slowly swept across the faces of the crowd. He had a plan in his mind and continued, "So, do you want me to give all the bonds to Capone?" After a moment of silence, one person stood up and asked, "Orlando, what do you want?" Orlando smiled indifferently. A trace of madness flashed in his eyes as he encouraged loudly, "Everyone, why should we work for that kid Capone? How many years has he been in Alfalfa City? And you all know that he's just a dog in the hands of the Eastern region. Since these bonds have fallen into Alfalfa City, they are everyone's wealth. But Capone, that old dog, actually wants to take away this wealth to please his master. Can you really bear such a shame?" It was unknown whether Orlando was really not good at inciting or if he was facing some old foxes. In short, there was a bit of an awkward silence after his impassioned words. After a moment of awkwardness, someone finally broke the silence. "Orlando, don't talk nonsense. As long as you take out those bonds and distribute them to everyone, we will naturally help you deal with Capone." Of course, Orlando couldn't take out the bonds, but at this time, he had no other way out. Therefore, his attitude became particularly tough. He immediately snorted coldly and said, "In your dreams. If I take out the bonds and distribute them now, will you still help me? I'm afraid that you'll run away after leaving this door." "Then at least give us half first?" "Don't even think about half," Orlando retorted without hesitation. "You want to get benefits without doing anything? Hee hee, do you really think I'm a fool?" Orlando's toughness was instead mistaken for sufficient confidence. However, Orlando was also worried that he would go too far and anger these people in front of him. After all, none of them were kind people. Thus, he immediately added, "You don't have to worry that I'll go back on my word. Otherwise, you can also join forces and deal with me like you dealt with Capone." "You're much easier to deal with than Capone," a big shot teased. There was a hint of threat and warning in his tone. Of course, Orlando understood what he meant. Although he was worried, he didn't show it on his face. Instead, he deliberately acted impatient and urged, "So, everyone, have you made up your minds? Should he continue to be Capone's dog? Or do you want to come with me and chase this outsider out of Alfalfa City?" The big shots of Alfalfa City's underground forces looked at each other and finally reached a consensus. "Good. Orlando, let's find a new master for Alfalfa City." City Lord's Mansion. Ron quietly listened to the report of his son who had rushed back from the Red Maple Manor, and his heart sank. Sure enough, a smuggled caravan and a batch of priceless bonds couldn't change Count Angeli's mind. Ron restlessly paced back and forth in the room. He had nowhere to vent his anger, and resentment accumulated in his chest, making him seem like a beast facing a desperate situation. Jason looked at his father, who had lost his composure, and hurriedly said, "Father, I thought about it on the way back and suddenly realized that Count Angeli seemed to have known that Alfalfa City would be in chaos." "What?" Ron stopped and looked at his son with bright eyes. Jason reorganized his words and said, "When I reported to Count Angeli what happened in Alfalfa City at the Red Maple Manor, he didn't have any surprise on his face, as if he already knew. So, I'm guessing that the Northern Wind Chamber of Commerce and those priceless bonds were bait thrown out by Count Angeli. He wanted the people of the Alfalfa Brotherhood to fight over them and even kill each other." Ron's eyes lit up. He immediately realized that his son's guess was very likely. In his excitement, he paced back and forth in the room again while muttering, "It's possible. It's really possible. Count Angeli is really good at scheming. As long as the Alfalfa Brotherhood kills each other over those bonds, we'll have a chance to catch our breath and even advance further." Asterisk knock 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 asterisk At this moment, someone suddenly knocked on the door. "What's the matter?" "Master, there's a mister from the Northern Wind Chamber of Commerce outside. He wants to see you." Ron frowned. Then he thought of something and his expression brightened. He hurriedly said, "Let him in." Jason also understood and said, "Father, if our guess is correct, then this Northern Wind Chamber of Commerce is also Count Angeli's chess piece." Ron nodded, but still warned, "Don't say anything later. I'll deal with this person from the Northern Wind Chamber of Commerce. After all, we're just guessing. Maybe the other party just came to urge us to find the missing bonds." "Yes, Father." Not long after, a well-dressed middle-aged man led by the steward came to Ron. Looking at this person's face, Ron felt that it was somewhat familiar. However, this person wasn't the steward of the Northern Wind Chamber of Commerce who came to report the case a few days ago. After the merchant respectfully saluted, Ron asked, "What's your name?" "Honorable City Lord, my name is Orlando." "Orlando?" Ron frowned. Just as he was about to ask why this name was the same as the famous thief leader in Alfalfa City, he found that the merchant in front of him had already taken off his hat. Then, he took off his beard and the two moles on the left side of his face. "Orlando." Ron put one hand on the sword at his waist and cried out in surprise. Standing in front of him wasn't a merchant from the Northern Wind Chamber of Commerce, but the thief leader of Alfalfa City, Orlando. "I'm sorry, City Lord. In order to be able to see you smoothly, I had to put on some disguises," Orlando said courteously. Jason had already drawn his long sword and was pressing it against Orlando's throat. However, Orlando turned a blind eye to it. Ron narrowed his eyes and looked at the other party for a long time before saying to his son, "Jason, don't be rude. This isn't how the Loot family treats guests." Jason withdrew his long sword, but he still looked at Orlando in front of him with vigilance. "Mr. Orlando, how did you deceive my steward?" Ron suddenly asked curiously. Orlando smiled faintly and took out a metal badge from his bosom, saying, "With my ability, stealing an identity card of the Northern Wind Chamber of Commerce isn't a difficult thing." "Indeed." Ron nodded in agreement. "After all, the most important thing of that caravan has been stolen by you." However, Orlando slowly shook his head this time and said in a sincere tone, "City Lord, you've wronged me. Stealing an identity card is easy, but stealing the most valuable bond of the caravan, even I can't do it." "Oh? Is that so?" Ron raised his eyebrows, seemingly not believing Orlando's words. "Yes, City Lord. If that bond was really in my hands, do you think I would need to take the risk to see you now?" Ron didn't say anything, obviously thinking about the truth of Orlando's words. After a long while, he smiled noncommittally and asked, "Then, Mr. Orlando, why have you come to see me this time?" "City Lord, I'm here to remind you of something." "What is it?" Orlando took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "The Loot family is in imminent danger." Ha ha ha. After listening to Orlando's warning, Ron laughed until he was out of breath. However, Orlando didn't feel that what he had just said was ridiculous, and he didn't care about Ron's ridicule. He quietly waited for Ron to finish laughing, and then continued without changing his expression, "My lord, if I really wanted to fool you, I wouldn't have chosen such a clumsy reason." Ron restrained his smile and said indifferently, "So, Orlando, why don't you tell me why the Loot family is in danger?" "My lord, have you ever thought about how such a valuable bond could be stolen so easily by my two subordinates?" Ron showed a thoughtful expression. In fact, he had previously guessed that all of this was Count Angeli's scheme based on similar reasons. However, facing Orlando, Ron didn't want to reveal too much of his thoughts, and he just quietly listened to the other side's narration. "My two subordinates didn't reveal the whereabouts of the stolen bonds even though they were tortured beyond recognition." "Haha, I know them. If they really stole those bonds, they would have confessed long ago." "Haha, I know them well. If they really stole those bonds, they would have confessed long ago. Now everyone thinks that the bonds are in my hands, but I can honestly tell you that this is a lie, so, this matter was a trap from beginning to end." "Orlando, you should say these words to Capone." "It's useless to say them to me." Ron said indifferently, "And, what does this have to do with the Loot family? What do you mean when you said that the Loot family is in danger?" "My lord, I admit that at this point, it's impossible to wash off the suspicion with just my one-sided words. Everyone believes that the bonds are in my hands. However, have you ever thought about a question? When the caravan first reported the case, they didn't mention the bonds at all. Then why did Capone firmly believe that my subordinate stole the bonds when he found me?" Ron thought for a moment and explained, "Perhaps the people of the caravan didn't want to attract too much attention at first. If everyone knew that the stolen things were so valuable, they would be even less likely to recover the stolen goods." "No, my lord. You must also know that the caravan belongs to the North Wind Chamber of Commerce. This time, they came to Alfalfa City to hand over the bonds to the East in exchange for an equal amount of food. In that case, the Eastern region would definitely send someone to do the handover. Therefore, the reason why Capone was able to determine the existence of the bonds was because the people in the Eastern region told him so. At this point, Capone trusted the Eastern region, and the Eastern region also trusted the Northern Wind Chamber of Commerce. But the problem is, I didn't steal the bonds at all. So, there can only be one truth: Northern Wind Chamber of Commerce lied." Orlando's eyes were burning as he continued, "Then, why would the North Wind Chamber of Commerce, which is obviously colluding with the Eastern region, deliberately lie and let Alfalfa City fall into turmoil?" Apparently, the North Wind Chamber of Commerce seems to be in cahoots with the Eastern region, but in fact, they are controlled by Count Angeli. Ron's heart skipped a beat as he secretly approved of Orlando's deduction. Because he himself had just come to a similar conclusion. It was just that he had deduced from the results and motives, while Orlando had deduced from the most important piece of evidence, the bonds. Combining the two, Ron had basically determined that the turmoil in Alfalfa City this time was controlled by Count Angeli behind the scenes. However, in front of Orlando, Ron certainly wouldn't reveal his true feelings, so he just said indifferently, "Mr. Orlando, you've said so much just to prove that those bonds are not in your hands. However, other than yourself, no one will easily believe you. I understand. Orlando nodded and continued, but, Sir City Lord, I said so much just to give you a warning. Warning? Hee, Mr. Orlando, until now, I still don't understand. How did the turmoil in Alfalfa City affect the Loot family? Is that so? Orlando had a playful look in his eyes. Have you ever thought about what will happen if things continue to develop? Ron frowned and fell into deep thought. Orlando continued, there will be a battle between Capone and me, but no matter who wins in the end, this matter needs to end. There will eventually be a conclusion about the existence of the bonds. At that time, the people of the Eastern region will realize that they have been played, the details of the North Wind Chamber of Commerce will be thoroughly seen. So? What does this have to do with the Loot family? Ron still couldn't keep up with Orlando's train of thought. Sir City Lord, the North Wind Chamber of Commerce was willing to do this for Count Angeli. Didn't they think about their own fate? When the people of the Eastern region and the various forces of Alfalfa City realize that they have been played, do you think that Caravan will be able to leave Alfalfa City safely? What are you trying to say? Ron narrowed his eyes and asked in a deep voice. I want to say that the people of the Eastern region and the various forces of Alfalfa City will eventually realize that they have been played, and they will need a target to vent their anger. Since the North Wind Chamber of Commerce dared to do this for Count Angeli, they must know that they have a way to get out, or they know that there will be a scapegoat. So, Sir City Lord, who do you think the scapegoat will be? Ron's face finally changed. Orlando saw this and smiled proudly, saying again, Sir City Lord, you should have thought of it. In fact, I am not surprised that Count Angeli has made such an arrangement. The North Wind Chamber of Commerce is the #1 chamber of commerce in the northern frontier, and they are also an important spy who has successfully gained the trust of the Eastern region. Compared to the Loot family who is struggling in Alfalfa City, their value is much higher. So, when I said that the Loot family is in danger, I was not talking nonsense, right? Impossible. Sir Count Angeli would not do this. Jason shouted with a flustered expression. But Ron's face was gloomy, and he didn't say anything. Why is it impossible? Orlando said lightly, we are small characters, and it is difficult for us to escape the fate of being chess pieces. As chess pieces, we must be aware that we will be sacrificed. The only problem is that we do not have a bargaining chip that the chess player will value. Sir City Lord, forgive me for being blunt, but the bargaining chip in the hands of the North Wind Chamber of Commerce is obviously more important than the Loot family. Nonsense. Jason was still trying to refute Orlando. This matter has nothing to do with our Loot family from beginning to end, so how can it involve us? How can it have nothing to do with you? You are the nominal masters of this city, so you have the motive and the ability to do such a thing. Orlando sneered, as for how to make you scapegoats, there are too many ways. I don't know what Count Angeli's specific plan is, but it is not easy. For example, he can make the priceless bonds coincidentally appear in the City Lord's mansion. No. Jason kept shaking his head, as if what Orlando said would not become reality. But Ron had already agreed with Orlando's judgment in his heart. Their Loot family was indeed very likely to be thrown out as scapegoats. In any case, it was not difficult for Queen Aisha to appoint a new City Lord. Moreover, during this period of time, the Loot family's actions were indeed disappointing. Orlando knew that Ron had been persuaded by him, so he quickly opened his mouth again, but, Sir City Lord, chess pieces have their own consciousness, they can struggle, they can resist, this was taught to me by my adopted son, Blue. You may not know, but the reason why I am in such a situation is all thanks to this good son. Of course, I can also understand his actions, because I chose to be a bystander when he needed help the most. His anger, his disappointment, I can completely understand it now. Sir City Lord, Blue is a chess piece against his will, and in the end, he chose to use his own way to take revenge on me. What about you? Are you willing to be pushed out as a scapegoat by Count Angeli? Ron pondered for a long time, and finally raised his head again, his eyes flashing with a dangerous light. He stared at Orlando's eyes and asked in a deep voice, then what do you think I should do? Orlando raised his eyebrows, and a relieved expression appeared on his face, then he said confidently, Sir City Lord, I have a plan. As the deadline given by Capone got closer and closer, the atmosphere in Alfalfa City became more and more solemn. What made the people in the city even more frightened was that Orlando did not yield in the face of Capone's ultimatum. Instead, he chose to resist. Perhaps in the eyes of outsiders, Alfalfa City was always in chaos and danger. But in fact, in the eyes of the locals, the chaos here was also orderly. Capone and the Brotherhood of Alfalfa City under his control were leading this kind of order. But now, this order was about to be broken. The various forces in the city began to become restless, both for the priceless bonds and for the authority of the city. Capone's deadline finally arrived under the expectant gazes of many people. On this day, the sun rose as usual. However, there wasn't much human activity in this notorious chaos city. On the empty streets, gusts of wind were sweeping up gusts of wind. In the houses on both sides of the street, pairs of eyes that were mixed with fear and excitement were observing everything outside through the gaps in the windows. Near noon, on several dilapidated main roads of Alfalfa City, in front of the Radiant Church, and in the central plazas of the three districts, groups of figures holding swords and clubs appeared almost simultaneously. As time passed, more and more people gathered. In the afternoon, there were a total of tens of thousands of people gathered at the major traffic points of Alfalfa City. They were divided into two distinct groups, facing each other in silence. No one knew who was the first to make a move, but the two torrents suddenly collided with each other. The members of the Brotherhood of Alfalfa laughed sinisterly as they stabbed the swords in their hands into the chests of their brothers. Between the flashes of the swords, fresh blood slowly spread along the carvings on the bluestone road. It was like a huge and mysterious magic formation, full of a mysterious and tragic aura. At this moment, life was fragile and worthless. Alfalfa City was like a huge mill of flesh and blood, constantly devouring one fresh life after another. The eyes of the two groups of people were bloodshot. They did not have fancy martial arts techniques or high-level fighting auras. They only had the most ferocious momentum and the most primitive brutality. This brutality was completely rooted in the bloodline of the living creatures, the killing instinct and bloodthirsty nature of the inheritors from ancient times. One by one, they were cut down, pierced through, and fell to the ground, twitching and howling. Then, they were trampled under the feet of those who came later. All of their dignity, face, and identity seemed so pale and powerless in the face of slaughter. It didn't matter if they were the leaders of Alfalfa City's reputable gangs, the awe-inspiring gold medal fighters, or even the underlings at the bottom of the chain of contempt. At this moment, everyone had obtained absolute fairness, everyone only had one life. At this time, the fighting taking place in the streets and alleys of Alfalfa City was far from a real confrontation between two armies. There was no neat military formation, no uniform, and no iron-blooded discipline. However, the danger and desperation involved were not inferior in the slightest. These people did not have the organization and cooperation of a regular army, but they were just as ruthless and had the same disregard for life. In terms of tenacity, they were even better. When a small team was scattered by their opponents, they immediately fled in all directions, hiding in the corners of the streets and alleys. When the time was right, they would regroup and attack again. The smell of blood became the strongest smell in the city, and the sound of fighting became the only main sound in this part of the world. The whole city seemed to have become a huge coliseum, crowded with wild beasts killing each other for glory, benefits, and survival. It wasn't until nightfall that the fierce fighting came to an end. The miserable howls and roars gradually subsided. Some people were lying on the ground, and of course, there were also people who stood upright while stepping on the corpses. However, the war had just begun, and it was only the intermission now. Victory and defeat were still far from being decided. Standing on the roof of a dilapidated building, Orlando looked at Alfalfa City that was gradually being swallowed by darkness with a calm expression. The underling standing behind him was constantly looking up and sizing up his boss's back. He wanted to say something several times, but he hesitated. After a long while, Orlando's cold voice finally came. "Tell them that there is no pension." But, boss, they said that if there is no pension, they will." I said, "There is no pension." Orlando suddenly turned around, his eyes wide open as if he wanted to eat his underling. "Since they have chosen to fight with me against Capone, then don't think about backing down halfway. You go and tell them that when we achieve the final victory, I will give them what they deserve, not a single copper coin less." But now that victory and defeat have not been decided, they can forget about taking anything from me. Yes. The underling didn't dare to say anything more, and hurriedly retreated. Orlando stared at the dark night sky alone for a while, then turned around and walked downstairs. But just as he turned a corner, he stopped. Because in front of him stood the person he didn't want to see the most, Capone. Orlando only felt his whole body stiffen. He wanted to run away, but he didn't dare to make any movements. Capone stood quietly in the same place, and didn't make any further movements. The ridicule in his eyes was like a fierce tiger observing the struggle before its prey died. Orlando opened his mouth and said bitterly, "There are only 3 people who know that I am here. Which one betrayed me?" Capone smiled proudly and said, "Guess." At this moment, Orlando still maintained the most basic calmness. After thinking for a moment, he said, "It should be Rice. In today's battle, his subordinates suffered the most casualties, and he is also the one who wants me to take out a portion of the bonds to pay the compensation." Clap clap. Capone actually applauded and praised from the bottom of his heart, amazing. However, Orlando, if you had taken out a portion of the bonds to buy people's hearts earlier, you wouldn't have ended up like this. Orlando pursed his lips and didn't say anything. Capone smiled and continued, "Of course, if you give me all those bonds now, I can still let you live." Orlando still didn't say anything. The smile on Capone's face gradually disappeared, and his tone became cold. "Humph, since you don't know what's good for you, then don't blame me for being impolite." Before he finished speaking, Capone was like a strong rhinoceros, charging towards Orlando with an unstoppable momentum. Orlando's face immediately turned pale, and he instinctively rolled forward. Boom, the stone ground exploded with a loud bang, and a large amount of gravel sputtered out like bullets. Many of them hit Orlando's body, smashing bruises. Orlando didn't dare to think too much. He got up from the ground in a sorry state and ran away. As a rank 5 warrior, Capone's personal strength was at the top of the pyramid in Alfalfa City. How could Orlando dare to confront him head-on? However, Capone laughed sinisterly, and a look of ridicule appeared in his eyes. He once again chased after him. Hearing the wind behind him, Orlando didn't have time to think about it. He stabbed with the long sword in his hand. Clang! The long sword was casually slapped by Capone, and the entire blade cracked, shooting out a large amount of fragments. Orlando himself was also sent flying by the huge force transmitted from the longsword, and he crashed into the wall on the side. Orlando spat out a mouthful of blood, and sat paralyzed on the ground, despair appearing in his eyes. Calm and unruffled, Capone slowly approached Orlando and mocked, "Orlando, you still have one last chance. Hand over the bonds, and I'll give you a way out." Orlando gasped a few times, but suddenly laughed. Capone narrowed his eyes in confusion. Just as he was about to ask if the other party was crazy, he suddenly felt a cold gaze coming from behind him. He quickly turned his head and saw a man covered in white armor. He didn't know when he had appeared behind him. "Who are you?" Capone asked in a deep voice with a solemn expression. "I am here to kill you." The armored man's way of speaking was a bit strange, as if he hadn't spoken for a long time. It was difficult and slow. But the killing intent contained in his words was so substantial that it couldn't be ignored. Capone felt as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Although the other party hadn't made a move yet and he couldn't figure out his background, Capone knew that the armored man's strength wasn't below his own, just from the fact that he could appear behind him without a sound. When did such a master appear in Alfalfa City? "How did I offend your excellency to make you want to kill me?" Capone asked tentatively. At the same time, he saw Orlando, who had fallen into despair, with a gloating smile on his face. This smile made Capone's heart thump. He realized that he had been fooled. Orlando was the bait. The armored man didn't answer Capone's question, perhaps because he was too lazy to explain. He slowly pulled out the long sword at his waist, and the sonorous sound of unsheathing broke the last trace of hope in Capone's heart. Chi, the long sword swung out. In an instant, countless images poured into Capone's mind. He seemed to see magma flowing, volcanoes erupting, and cliffs breaking and falling. Huge rocks crashed to the ground, and flames and meteors burst out in all directions. "Ah!" Capone roared and suddenly broke free from the illusion. When he opened his eyes again, he was shocked to find that the tip of the armored man's sword was about to touch his forehead. Boom! At the critical moment, Capone only had time to raise his sword and swing it up. A huge explosion shook the ground, and the broadsword in Capone's hand shattered inch by inch like glass. Countless fragments fell to the ground, making a sizzling sound. There was also a wisp of smoke, as if it had just been thrown into a hot furnace to forge. The terrifying impact knocked Capone away, and he knelt on the ground. The armored man slowly approached, his cold eyes filled with a bone-chilling murderous intent. "It's over," Orlando said gloatingly, a trace of relief flashing in his eyes. But at this moment, Capone's lowered head suddenly raised. His arms were crossed in front of him in an instant, and he roared, "I want you to die." Clang! Clang! As Capone waved his hands, streaks of cold black light streaked across his body like scissors. The two figures crossed each other and retreated once again. The armored man didn't seem to realize that Capone's attack had suddenly become so strange. Two deep cracks immediately appeared on his chest armor. Capone stood in front of the armored man, bent his knees and bent his waist. Two daggers glowing with a faint blue light appeared in his hands. A sinister and crazy smile appeared on his face. He roared in a strange tone, "Don't worry, brat, I'm going to rip open your chest, cut open your skull, peel off your skin, and bring all your organs back for my collection." The armored man stared at Capone and spoke again in a stiff tone, "You are also grade 6. Capone smiled smugly and said, "That's right. I've been hiding my strength for many years. I didn't expect that it was actually forced out by you, kid. Who the hell are you?" As a sixth-order warrior, it's impossible for him to be nameless. Indeed, although a sixth-order warrior wasn't as rare as a sanctuary-level, grade 7, warrior, he was definitely a big shot. In the entire Radiance Empire, there were only a handful of them. The armored man still didn't reveal his identity. He just looked at Capone with indifferent eyes, as if the other party's hidden strength didn't worry him too much. It was just that this indifference was seen by Capone as a disregard for himself, which also deeply hurt his proud heart. "Hiding your head but showing your tail, go to hell." Capone didn't hesitate to activate his strongest state. A faint blue light suddenly burst out from his hands, spreading upward like flowing water, and condensing into a strange symbol in the middle of his chest. In an instant, his speed suddenly increased by a large margin. His whole body suddenly turned into a blue shadow and rushed toward the armored man. The armored man didn't dodge, and his posture was still indifferent. He just held his sword with both hands and raised it high. Whoosh, the long sword suddenly twisted, drawing a semicircular arc in the air. In the blink of an eye, countless thin lines condensed from fighting energy fell from the sky like dense arrows, madly shooting toward Capone's position. Capone's eyes narrowed, but he didn't dodge at all. His eyes lit up with a dazzling blue light, and in an instant, it was as if everything in the world had stopped at the same time. Boom, the two men collided without any fancy moves, and a circle of invisible ripples suddenly burst out, like ripples spreading in all directions. Orlando looked at the two men in the battle with a horrified expression, completely dispelling the original idea of going up to help. He could only keep retreating, for fear of being affected by the aftermath of the battle. Clang! Clang, the two men were evenly matched, and in an instant they exchanged countless blows. After separating again, Capone suddenly laughed and said, "Lucian of the northern frontier, so it's you." Obviously, after this exchange, Capone recognized the armored man's true identity. However, the armored man didn't have any reaction to this, neither admitting nor denying it. On the side, Orlando's heart trembled slightly. Of course, he had heard of Lucian's name. He knew that this level 6 warrior of the northern frontier had married Countess Schultz, and that countless warriors were envious of him. However, a month ago, he was suddenly exposed for plotting to kill Bishop John of Swan City. Since then, his reputation had been tarnished, and even Countess Schultz had drawn a clear line with him. He didn't expect that he would actually appear in Alfalfa City, and, just as Orlando's imagination was running wild, Lucian and Capone were once again entangled in battle. Perhaps it was because his identity had been exposed, Lucian's attacks became fiercer and fiercer. He even had a crazy momentum of fighting with his life. Poochie, Capone grabbed the long sword that pierced his right shoulder, and with a grim smile, he stabbed a dagger into Lucian's left chest. At the same time, he licked his lips, his eyes cold and manic as he growled, "You want to fight with your life on the line? Ha ha ha. I've experienced countless battles in my life, and the last thing I'm afraid of is fighting with my life on the line." Lucien didn't say a word, nor did he take half a step back. His right hand sank, and the long sword slashed down along Capone's shoulder, crack, crack, crack. The sound of bones breaking could be heard. Capone didn't budge an inch, and the madness on his face became more intense. The dagger in his hand twisted rapidly, stirring up Lucien's chest like an electric drill. The two peak warriors were no different from desperate beasts that had met on a narrow path. All skills, strategies, and glory were thrown to the back of their minds. There was only one last thought left, to kill each other. The gurgling blood kept dripping, blooming into a demonic flower of blood on the devastated ground. A tragic aura circulated in the air, as if the Grim Reaper had quietly arrived, quietly waiting for the moment to wave his scythe. Capone stared at the armored man's eyes, trying to find a trace of hesitation and retreat in them. A warrior like him, who had climbed up step by step from the bottom, had long been accustomed to this feeling of wandering on the edge of life and death. He also knew very well that in this process of constantly falling into the bottomless abyss, whoever retreated first would lose. Capone had gambled with his opponent countless times, and every time, he was the winner. Therefore, this time, he still firmly believed that he would win. Gradually, Capone's body began to shake, and the excessive blood loss made his brain start to lack oxygen. In a trance, he seemed to smell the breath of death. But Capone still didn't retreat. He knew that as long as he could hold on for a while, his opponent would definitely collapse. It had always been like this in the past. This time, it would be no exception. However, as time went by, Capone's confidence was rapidly fading. This was because he was shocked to find that the armored man opposite him was even more determined than him. Moreover, the armored man's strength didn't weaken in the slightest, and his body didn't tremble at all. It was as if what he had stabbed into the armored man's chest wasn't a fatal dagger, but a negligible needle. However, at this moment, even if Capone wanted to retreat, it was impossible. There was no turning back in the process of falling into the cliff of death. The Grim Reaper waiting at the bottom of the valley must harvest a soul. You. Why? Aren't you afraid? Capone asked weakly. The armored man opposite him didn't answer, but the ridicule in his eyes was so strong that it was about to overflow. Bang! Finally, Capone was completely exhausted and knelt in front of the armored man. "Honorable Master Lucien, thank you for your help." Orlando carefully stepped forward and respectfully saluted the armored man. Although his heart was also filled with doubts, such as how did Lucien become Count Angeli's subordinate? And why did this person still have a calm and indifferent look on his face even though there was a big bloody hole in his chest? However, one thing was very clear, his life was saved by the person in front of him. Moreover, Orlando, who had been forced to a dead end, had once again seen the hope of survival. Perhaps it could even go one step further. Colin looked at Orlando through the eyes of the blood slave Lucien, and his heart was filled with emotions. The chaos in Alfalfa City this time was indeed planned by Colin, but the development of the matter was beyond his expectations. It had to be said that the subjective initiative of a person was a wonderful thing. Every individual in the midst of chaos was struggling for their own interests, their own hatred, and their own fate. Harry, Blue, Ron, Capone, Orlando, in Colin's eyes, these people were originally small characters, chess pieces, but they might not be willing to follow the path that Colin had planned for them. These were the variables. This was also the reason why the more complicated the conspiracy, the harder it was to succeed. A simple and crude method would rarely lead to unplanned situations. However, to be simple and crude, one must have the strength to break through the situation. This, at least in Alfalfa City, was something that Colin could not do at the moment. Therefore, he had planned all of this. Although there were many accidents, fortunately, the final result was still satisfactory. Moreover, Colin had also received a pleasant surprise: Orlando. This thief leader of Alfalfa City might be of low birth, or perhaps he had an unbearable past, or perhaps even his character was questionable, but this time, he really made Colin have a whole new level of respect for him. Calmness in the face of a desperate situation, the wisdom to see through the puzzle, the courage to survive in the face of death, the courage to use himself as bait. If they were in each other's shoes, Colin knew that he might not be able to do better than him. This was a talent. If used properly, it might be able to help Colin secretly control Alfalfa City and even cause great trouble for the eastern region. It was a pity that Orlando was not a knight. Otherwise, Colin would have turned him into a blood descendant. It would be too much of a waste to turn them into blood thralls, Sir Lucian. Orlando looked at the silent armored man and could not help but feel a little uneasy. He reminded him, "Your injury, it's just a minor injury. It's fine." Under Colin's control, Lucian waved his hands casually and touched the broken armor to cover the unsightly wound. Orlando's lips twitched, but he did not dare to say anything. He changed the topic and said, "Master Lucian, may I pay a visit to Count Angeli and express my gratitude in person?" "The Count can't see you yet." Colin flatly refused. Seeing the disappointment on Orlando's face, he continued, "However, the Earl knows about you and is very satisfied with you." Orlando regained his hope and hurriedly said, "Thank you for your recognition, Count. Please tell the Earl that I am willing to swear allegiance to him. No matter what the Earl orders, I will do my best to accomplish it. I will convey your sincerity to the Earl, but under the current circumstances, you cannot be exposed." Orlando rolled his eyes and seemed to understand something. He immediately nodded and said, "Yes. What does the Earl have in mind for me?" The armored man's deep eyes showed no joy or anger, and his tone was very stiff. "The Earl said that since you can guess his plan and break free from this puzzle, it means that you are a smart person. Therefore, the Earl is willing to give you a chance to prove yourself. Without Capone, the Alfalfa Brotherhood will need a new leader, and you have great hope for that position right now. In a while, you will go to 87, Farron Street, where the Earl has left you a gift. At the same time, this is the greatest help the Earl can give you. As for whether you can control the underground forces of Alfalfa City, it will depend on your own ability. Thank you for your trust, Count. I will not let him down," Orlando said loudly. He had already vaguely guessed what the gift Count Angeli had left for him was. Moreover, he also knew that it could be a gift, but it could also be a rope that would take his life. However, Orlando did not hesitate to accept this gift. This near-death experience made him understand a lot of things. A small character like him, who had no influence or strength, might have a smart brain, but it was impossible to survive in such a chaotic world with just this. He had to have someone to rely on. Moreover, Orlando was also very clear that he did not have the right to refuse. Count Angeli had sent people to save him, but he could also send people to destroy him. Therefore, Orlando had to follow the script that Count Angeli had set for him and give the drama of Alfalfa City a perfect ending. Orlando raised his head and asked again, "Lord Lucian, I wonder if the Count has a detailed plan?" The armored man shook his head and said, "No, the rest is up to you." "Yes." Orlando was a little worried, but more than that, he was eager to give it a try. The armored man saw the ambition of this small person, but he did not say anything more. Instead, he turned around and carried Capone, who had fainted on the ground and was on the verge of death, and disappeared into the dark night in a few flashes. Orlando stared at the place where the armored man had disappeared for a long time, then turned around and went downstairs. A group of loyal subordinates had already gathered downstairs, and after seeing Orlando, they immediately surrounded him. They had received orders before that no matter what happened upstairs, they were not allowed to come up, so after hearing the sounds of fighting, they were burning with anxiety. It was not until now that they saw Orlando appear again safe and sound that they finally felt relieved. "Boss, we found out that it was Musos who leaked your whereabouts to Capone." Orlando nodded, as if he was not surprised by this news, and did not give any orders, as if this guy who leaked the secret was not worth his attention. The subordinates looked at each other as they watched Orlando walk out without saying a word, and they had no choice but to quickly follow him. Under the cover of the night, Orlando successfully arrived at the address that the armored man had told him, and then found the gift that Earl Angeli had left for him in the abandoned warehouse. Yes, it was the priceless bond. Looking at this thing that had turned Alfalfa City upside down, Orlando could not help but sigh. But soon, he put away these meaningless emotions, hid the bond close to his body, and walked out. Outside the warehouse, the subordinates kept reporting that the leaders of the major forces in Alfalfa City wanted to see Orlando. But Orlando snorted coldly and did not agree. Instead, he asked, "Did you find out the details of the messenger of the eastern region that I asked you to investigate?" "Yes, the one who came to see Capone this time is Viscount Fine of the eastern region." "Where is he now?" "In the cathedral in the eastern city district." Orlando nodded, took a deep breath, touched the place where the bond was hidden at his waist, and said, "Well, let's go see this Viscounts of the eastern region." Sunday. If it were in other cities, this would be the day of worship. However, in Alfalfa City, a city without faith, the Church of Holy Light located in the Eastern District was particularly deserted. This dilapidated cathedral had been through hundreds of years of wind and rain, and had been abandoned several times. The priests did not get the respect they deserved in this city, and they would even be treated as fat sheep to be slaughtered by the villains here. Over time, they were unwilling to come. However, recently, a young bishop from the eastern region had come here, trying to bring the grace of the God of Light to this city, which was known as the most depraved city in the entire continent. Of course, this bishop did not really have the courage to sacrifice himself to feed the tiger, but because the city had gradually been controlled by the Alfalfa Brotherhood, it was also controlled by the eastern region in disguise. If he came here to preach, he would not be threatened. However, it seemed that it would still take a certain amount of time to make all the villains in this city become devout believers of the God of Light. In the empty prayer hall, only a single-digit number of people were worshipping. The young man in gorgeous clothes was the Viscount Fine, who had been sent by the eastern region to Alfalfa City to secretly hand over the bonds with the Northern Wind Chamber of Commerce. This person was handsome and had an extraordinary temperament. There was an unconcealable arrogance between his eyebrows. This was also a common characteristic of every young person who was in a high position. After the service, the Viscount Fine chatted with the bishop for a while, and then left the prayer hall. Passing through the corridor alone, the Viscount Fine came to the garden behind the church. "I'm sorry, Mr. Arnold. I've kept you waiting." "Lord Viscounts, you're too polite. I came at a bad time and disturbed your service." The president of the Northern Wind Chamber of Commerce respectfully welcomed the Viscount Fine into the pavilion and personally poured him a cup of coffee. The Viscount Fine sat down at the table, took a sip of coffee, and then said straightforwardly, "Mr. Arnold, I'm very disappointed in this matter." Arnold suddenly said with a bitter face, "Lord Viscounts, you really can't blame me for this. Wasn't it stolen by the Alfalfa Brotherhood?" When the Earl of Avon chose Alfalfa City as the trading location, he promised that my caravan would never encounter any danger here, but... "Mr. Arnold, you clearly arrived earlier than the agreed time. We aren't ready yet." Viscount Fines interrupted with an awkward look on his face. "Lord Viscounts, I was worried that something might happen along the way, so I deliberately set off early." Who would have thought that something like this would happen in Alfalfa City? Viscount Fines opened his mouth, but he could not say anything more. He knew that strictly speaking, this matter was indeed the Eastern region's problem, but the members of the Alfalfa Brotherhood were simply too difficult to control. "Mr. Arnold, you shouldn't have let two little thieves steal such an important item, right? Are the guards of your caravan just for show?" Viscount Fines questioned again. He was still unwilling to bear the responsibility for the theft of the bonds alone. Arnold shook his head and said, "Lord Viscounts, you may not know this, but there were more than two thieves who visited our caravan that night." "Oh? Who else?" Arnold's eyes flashed, and he said seriously, "I don't know the true identity of the other party, but there was indeed a group of powerful experts who sneaked into our caravan that night. At that time, the caravan's guards were all dealing with these people, so the two thieves took advantage of the loophole." Viscount Fines frowned. Obviously, he did not expect there to be such a hidden story. Seeing this, Arnold suggested again, "Lord Viscounts, you can ask Lord Capone. After all, he has a deeper control of the underground forces of Alfalfa City. Perhaps he knows what happened that night." Capone. Viscount Fines frowned even more because there had been no news of Capone since he left alone last night. He did not know where the other party was or what he was doing. At this moment, a thought suddenly appeared in Viscount Fines' mind. Could it be that Capone had sent people on the night of the bond theft? Could it be that he had been fooled? Arnold saw that Viscount Fines was silent and his expression kept changing. He knew that his hint had successfully affected the other party, so he did not say anything else. A lie did not have to be complete and detailed. Sometimes, it was easier to let the other party's imagination fill in the truth. After a long time, Viscount Vines said, "Mr. Arnold, you don't have to worry about the bond. I'll help you get it back. You can go back and wait for the news." Yes. After Arnold left, Viscount Vines felt that there was something wrong with Capone, so he found an attendant to ask for news of Capone. However, to his disappointment, there was still no news of Capone. At this time, Viscount Vines could not help but let his imagination run wild. Could it be that Capone had run away with the money? Not long after, the attendant came to report again, "Sir, Mr. Orlando is outside asking for an audience." "Orlando?" Viscount Vines frowned, then nodded and said, "Bring him to see me." Soon, Orlando walked into the church alone under the lead of the attendant and saw Viscount Vines. As soon as he saw Orlando, Viscount Vines snorted coldly and said angrily, "Orlando, you actually dare to come to see me?" Orlando bowed unhurriedly and then said, "Viscounts, I know that you may have some misunderstandings about me, but there are some important things that I have to hand over to you personally." Viscount Vines raised his eyebrows and asked, "What important things?" Orlando immediately took a few steps forward and took out the bonds hidden in his clothes, placing them in front of Viscount Vines. Viscount Vines' expression changed, and he hurriedly went forward to check. After confirming the authenticity and number of the bonds, he asked in a deep voice, "Orlando, since these bonds are really in your hands, why didn't you take the initiative to hand them over?" "Viscounts, because I know the importance of these things, I don't want them to fall into the hands of people with evil intentions." "What do you mean?" Orlando took a deep breath and said with a pained expression, "Sir, don't you understand? All of this is a show directed and acted by Capone. He just wants to take all of these bonds for himself." "What?" Viscount Vines cried out in shock. Arnold's report just now had already made Viscount Vines begin to suspect Capone, and now Orlando was added. Viscount Vines' mind raced, but he still asked in a deep voice, "Do you have any evidence for what you said?" Orlando nodded and said confidently, "Sir, in the beginning, my subordinates didn't know about the existence of these bonds at all. Not only them, but even I didn't know about it. Back then, my subordinates went to the caravan to make a small fortune. Who knew that they would bump into a group of people fighting with the caravan guards? In the chaos, they accidentally stole the bonds. However, the two of them didn't have much knowledge and didn't know what it was, so they handed it to me. I knew that this matter was of great importance, so I didn't explain it to them. Therefore, when Capone interrogated them with torture, they didn't know that what they had taken was what Capone wanted. It wasn't until Blue couldn't bear the punishment and randomly accused me that Capone suspected that the bonds were in my hands. Of course, I wouldn't give the bonds to Capone." Viscount Vines didn't know much about the specific situation of the interrogation, so he didn't doubt Orlando's story. It wasn't until he heard the end that he asked, "Why didn't you give the bonds to Capone?" "Because I suspected that the group of people who sneaked into the caravan were Capone's subordinates. Before you came, Capone restrained the people of the Alfalfa Brotherhood and warned us not to attack the passing caravan. That's why we didn't dare to attack the North Wind Chamber of Commerce. Harry and Blue only dared to steal. And other than himself, who else would dare to ignore Capone's warning at this time?" Viscount Vines' eyes flashed slightly, but he didn't say anything. Seeing this, Orlando continued to explain, "Sir, last night, Capone came to me again and said that as long as I handed over the bonds, he could share them with me. Are you sure?" Viscount Vines' eyes widened as he asked. "Of course." Orlando straightened his chest and said without fear, "If you don't believe me, you can find Capone. I dare to confront him face to face." Viscount Vines narrowed his eyes and carefully sized up Orlando. The other party looked back without fear, his gaze honest. Such a posture greatly reduced Viscount Vines' suspicion of Orlando. He was silent for a moment before he asked again, "What happened last night?" "When I heard Capone say that, I immediately confirmed my previous suspicions, so I wouldn't hand over the bonds to him. I pretended to say that I was going to get the bonds, but in fact, I took the opportunity to escape. After daybreak, I took the initiative to look for you. I hope that you can uphold justice for me." Viscount Vines pondered for a long time before he said to Orlando, "All right, I will verify what you said. However, since you took the initiative to hand over these bonds, I will definitely report this credit to the Earl of Avon." "Thank you, Lord Viscounts." Orlando bowed and said. He wasn't afraid that Viscount's finds would verify it because Capone had already disappeared. This was enough to prove that the other party was guilty. And after Capone disappeared, there would definitely be someone to fill his vacancy. As for this candidate, Orlando lowered his head respectfully and revealed a smug smile. Silvermoon City. In the basement of Half-Elven Palace, Colin looked at Capone kneeling in front of him, his eyes flashing with satisfaction. As a result, his blood shadow guards now had a second 6th-rank blood slave, which was something worth celebrating. To be honest, he did have the idea of fighting Capone back then, otherwise he wouldn't have sent blood slave Lucien out of Alfalfa City to get a 5th-rank blood slave. But he didn't expect that Capone was actually hiding his strength. Unfortunately, due to his overconfidence, Capone had stepped into the trap that Orlando had set for him alone. Furthermore, he had chosen the stupidest way to deal with Lucien. Otherwise, Lucien would not have been able to defeat Capone alone, but he was not confident that he would be able to defeat Capone. Colin stared at Capone for a long time and suddenly felt that this person might be an important chess piece that the Eastern region had placed in Alfalfa City. After all, a 6th-rank warrior wasn't a cabbage. Even the Duke of St. Prospero couldn't underestimate such a person. After all, the Eastern region didn't have any sanctuary experts. 6th rank was the peak. It seemed that Alfalfa City really played an extremely important role in the Eastern region's plan. Otherwise, Capone wouldn't have hidden his strength and wronged himself in such a place. Thinking of this, Colin suddenly felt that Orlando might not be able to easily deceive the Eastern region and replace Capone as the leader of Alfalfa City's underground forces. However, he didn't care about this now. Alfalfa City wasn't a strategic point in Colin's plan. Even if the Eastern region regained control, it wouldn't have a big impact. He was actually able to get a 6th-rank blood slave this time, which was already a big gain. As for Orlando, it would depend on his own luck. If he could smoothly pass, it would naturally be a surprise for Colin. If not, then he could only blame himself for his bad luck. In such a hierarchical world, it was extremely difficult for a commoner to become a fish that leaped over the dragon's gate. Colin wouldn't easily change his strategy or waste his resources for such a thief leader. In short, Orlando could only rely on himself. Colin hoped that he would be able to see another surprise in the near future. While he was thinking, Capone had already put on a full set of armor under Colin's instructions, covering himself tightly. Bang bang. Colin reached out and patted Capone's helmet twice as he revealed a smug smile. Now that he had 2 blood thralls of the 6th step, Colin felt that he could officially consider hunting a knight of the 6th step. Of course, before that, Colin had to stabilize the half-elf kingdom. After settling Capone down, Colin left the basement. The basement led directly to the Queen's study. However, considering that Aisha was about to give birth, Colin did not allow her to work anymore and sent her to rest. Only Colin's half-elf maid, Kathy Savoy, was in the study. On this trip to Silvermoon City, Colin had brought Kathy along. It was an opportunity for her to go home and take a look. However, this half-elf maid did not return to the Savoy family's manor even once after arriving at Silvermoon City, as if she had completely cut off all ties with them. Seeing Colin walk up from the basement, Kathy hurriedly poured him a cup of coffee and reported at the same time, "Master, Duke Modwin came to look for you just now. Seeing that you were not around, he left behind a handwritten letter." Colin nodded, indicating that he understood. Although Queen Aisha had already returned to Silvermoon City, she was about to give birth. Many of the affairs of the half-elf kingdom were still handled by Duke Modwin. However, Duke Modwin would report to Colin every day. Obviously, he was very clear about who held the authority of the half-elf kingdom. Colin sat down in front of the desk, drinking coffee as he flipped through the handwritten letter that Duke Modwin had left behind. It listed the affairs of the kingdom that had been handled by Duke Modwin. At the same time, he reminded Colin once again that there was a large group of rebels gathered in Silvermoon City, and they were plotting something. Seeing this, Colin could not help but smile mysteriously. Duke Modwin had reminded him many times about this rebel force. He had even suggested that they should be arrested before they took action, so as to not disturb the Queen's delivery. However, Colin had never agreed to it. Instead, he had asked him to be patient and wait patiently. This time, Colin had indulged these rebel forces so that all the half-elves who were dissatisfied with Queen Aisha would take the initiative to jump out. This way, Colin would be able to capture them all in one fell swoop, so as to prevent any more trouble in the future. Moreover, with the blood cavalry in the city, Colin was not worried that the situation would be out of his control. Even if the Silvermoon Guard were to rebel, Colin was confident that he could forcefully suppress them. What he was worried about now was whether there would be anyone who had designs on the queen and the child that was about to be born. For this reason, Colin had already replaced all the guards in Queen Aisha's chamber with the Blood Shadow Guards. With the current combat power of the Blood Shadow Guards, unless a powerhouse of the Sanctuary realm appeared or an army of tens of thousands charged into the half-elven palace, no one would be able to get close to Queen Aisha. The only thing he had to be wary of were the doctors and maids who were attending to Queen Aisha's delivery. However, these doctors and maids were personally selected by Aisha, so there should be no problem in terms of loyalty. At the thought of this, Colin put down the letter, and was about to leave the study when he saw Kathy still standing there with her hands behind her back. She looked like she wanted to say something, but was hesitating. "Kathy, is there anything else?" "Master, there's something I need to report to you." "Speak." Kathy carefully lifted her head to look at Colin, and said softly, "Master, Baron Savoy sent someone to contact me yesterday." Colin knew that the Baron Kathy was talking about should be her cousin. Back when Kathy had helped Colin lure the Skyhorse army to attack Silvermoon City, Colin had promised to give the Savoy family the title of Baron after the deed was done. However, Kathy herself would rather be Colin's maid than become a Baron of the Half-Elven Kingdom. Hence, the title of Baron fell to her cousin. "Why did he look for you?" Colin asked with a smile, as if he had realized something. Kathy hesitated for a moment, but still said honestly, "He was asking me about the doctor who attended to Her Majesty's delivery." Colin's eyes narrowed. Seeing this, Kathy hurriedly explained, "Master, don't worry. I didn't tell him anything." Colin nodded with satisfaction, "You did well. However, I suggest that you make a trip back to the Savoy family. If Baron Savoy asks again, tell him the identity of the doctor who attended to the delivery." But. Kathy was dumbfounded, and stuttered, not knowing what to do. Colin smiled as he walked to Kathy, patted her shoulder, and said gently, "Just do what you need to do. Don't worry, just do it. I've already arranged everything. Actually, I'm also very curious. What kind of tricks are those people up to?" "Yes, Master." Kathy nodded, but her eyes couldn't help but reveal a tinge of sadness. Colin understood that Kathy was worried about her family, so he comforted her, "You've been with me for so long, you should know that I'm not a bloodthirsty person. Hence, the Savoy family won't be cut off. On the contrary, after getting rid of the rotten branches, your family will be able to develop even better." "Master, I understand." Kathy was relieved. She nodded and left. Colin looked at her retreating figure and smiled as he muttered to himself, "I've given you a chance. I've given you a chance, but don't let me down." A carriage with simple decorations slowly drove into Silvermoon City's business district, stopping in front of a luxurious house. The door of the car opened, and a tall young man walked out. He was wearing a wide triangular hat, and his head was lowered. His face couldn't be seen clearly, but from the small details of his posture, one could tell that he was a noble with an extraordinary background. "I'm sorry, sir. May I have a look at your invitation?" The attendant politely stopped the young man. But before the young man could show his invitation, a short, fat, and slightly bald middle-aged man in a floral robe rushed out with vigorous steps. He pushed the attendant aside, and welcomed the young man in with a fawning expression. The attendant who had been pushed aside stared at the scene with his mouth agape, unable to come back to his senses for a long time. Of course, he didn't dare get angry, because the middle-aged man who had rushed out was the legendary half-elf merchant of Silvermoon City, Javier, so, the attendant was just a little surprised. Who was the young man that Javier had to welcome him personally, and with such a humble attitude? After entering the house, the young man took off his hat, revealing a resolute, handsome, yet somewhat cold face. If Colin were here, he would definitely recognize the young man as his old acquaintance, Marquis Vincent. The eldest son of the Duke of the Eastern region had returned to Silvermoon City after more than half a year. Marquis Vincent's brows were tightly furrowed, perhaps because he'd recalled some unpleasant memories from the last time he'd been here. Javier smiled along the way, saying some witty words, but Marquis Vincent's expression didn't turn for the better, which made him even more anxious. As the central building of Silvermoon City's business district, the decorations here could be said to be extremely luxurious. At a glance, all one could see was magnificent gold paint. Even the cracks in the white glaze on the ground were covered with melted gold. Unfortunately, this style of nouveau riche obviously couldn't enter Marquis Vincent's eyes. Not only was he unable to look at it, he couldn't smell it either. The moment Marquis Vincent entered, he couldn't help but cover his nose. The fragrance here was too strong, so strong that it choked his nose. Of course, Marquis Vincent could understand why. Half-elf female slaves in light gauze dresses were displaying their beautiful naked bodies in front of the guests. If the guests were interested, they could discuss with them the pleasure that wasn't for the sake of reproduction. Although Marquis Vincent didn't like these lowly female slaves, not everyone was so reserved. The smell of perfume in the room couldn't completely cover the stench of pheromones. Javier was smart enough to notice Marquis Vincent's discomfort. He quickly asked the maid to open all the windows for some fresh air. "Lord Marquis, this time I have gathered the leaders of the 17 most influential half-elf merchant guilds in Silvermoon City to listen to your teachings." Marquis Vincent finally showed a satisfied expression. He nodded and followed Javier into the conference hall. The hall was very spacious. The round table made of gold-plated oak was very eye-catching. The conference chairs made of white striped tiger hide were also very exquisite, but the overall style was less serious. Seeing Marquis Vincent walk in, the merchants sitting around the table stood up and bowed to greet him. Marquis Vincent raised his hand and gestured for everyone to sit down. Javier brought Marquis Vincent to the main seat and said in a clear voice, "Everyone, today we have the honor of inviting the first successor of the House of Saint Prospero, Marquis Vincent. I'm sure everyone knows why this conference is being held. We, the Half-Elf Merchant Guild, cannot be trampled on by others, we must fight for our own interests. Fortunately, we are not fighting alone. Marquis Vincent has brought the support of the Duke of the Eastern Region to our Half-Elf Merchant Guild. Please believe that as long as we work together, we will definitely be able to make our voices heard." Javier was very good at livening up the atmosphere. He also understood that although the merchants were rich, they lacked status. They wanted to be respected more than anyone else. "Next, let's invite the Honorable Marquis Vincent to speak for us." After he finished speaking, Javier sat down on the first seat on the left. The meeting room was immediately filled with warm applause and praises. Vincent smiled reservedly. As the Honorable Marquis of the Eastern Region, he actually looked down on these lowly, vulgar, and mercenary merchants from the bottom of his heart. If it weren't for his own plan, he wouldn't sit at the same table with these people. Marquis Vincent looked around and said, "I don't want to waste time talking nonsense, so I'll get straight to the point." After a short pause, Marquis Vincent picked up the silver teacup and took a sip. The fragrance of the tea lingered in his mouth and calmed him down a bit. He continued, "The reason why you are gathered here is that you don't want the food you worked so hard to accumulate to be bought by Count Angeli in the northern frontier at a low price. However, facing the power of the northern frontier and the favoritism of Queen Xianxia, you don't dare to openly resist. However, you don't have to worry. The Half-Elf Kingdom isn't a territory of the northern frontier. It's also not a garden that Queen Xianxia can play with as she pleases." Hearing this, the half-elf merchants sitting around the table became spirited and looked at Marquis Vincent with expectant eyes. "I can tell you clearly that Silverymoon City is about to experience a huge change. From now on, this place is no longer a place where Queen Xianxia or Count Angeli can do whatever they want. In that case, everyone, I wonder if you're willing to contribute to this." After hearing this, the half-elf merchants all expressed their willingness to cooperate with Marquis Vincent. They already knew that Queen Xianxia was a puppet supported by Count Angeli. Even the child in her belly was most likely Count Angeli's. A queen like this would never be able to protect the interests of the half-elf kingdom, and it would be impossible for her to gain the support of these half-elf merchants. Marquis Vincent nodded with satisfaction and said, "Good. Since everyone is so enthusiastic, I'm relieved. I've already arranged for people to do the scheming and fighting. As for everyone, I only hope that you can do one thing within the scope of your abilities." Lord Marquis, if you need us to do anything, please tell us directly. Havel immediately stood up and spoke on behalf of the half-elf merchants. Marquis Vincent also stood up from his seat. His gloomy eyes slowly swept over the half-elf merchants, then he said in a serious tone, I want you to burn all the grain stores. What? After hearing this, the half-elf merchants' faces all changed. They never thought that the Marquis of the Eastern region would actually want them to do such a thing. What? You don't want to do it? Marquis Vincent coldly asked. Facing this kind of question, the half-elf merchants all lowered their heads and didn't dare to speak. But after a moment of silence, a half-elf merchant finally stood up and said, Lord Marquis, what you're doing is even more excessive than Count Angeli, although his price is low, at least we won't suffer a loss. But what you're doing will cause us to suffer a huge loss, rather than that, we might as well cooperate with Count Angeli. Marquis Vincent chuckled and said, you know what? This is the first objection I've received since coming to Silvermoon City. The half-elf merchant straightened his neck and said firmly, Lord Marquis, if you still don't care about the interests of your allies, you'll only receive more objections in the future. Are you lecturing me? I wouldn't dare. I'm just advising you. Advising? Marquis Vincent stood up calmly and slowly walked behind the half-elf merchant. He put his hands on his shoulders and said with a smile, but you know what? Only my father, the Duke of the Eastern region, has the qualifications to talk to me in such a tone. The half-elf merchant wanted to continue arguing, but he saw the shock and disbelief in the eyes of others. Before he could figure out what was going on, Marquis Vincent, who was behind him, picked up the table knife that was used to eat desserts on the table with a sinister smile, grabbed his hair, and viciously stabbed it into his eyes. The table knife, which wasn't considered sharp, was pushed by the huge force and stabbed into the half-elf merchant's eyeball without any resistance. It went deep into his brain. Blood and brain matter splattered on the white tablecloth, like blooming flowers. The blood-curdling screams that sounded like pigs being slaughtered echoed, but they became weaker and weaker. Finally, it returned to a deathly silence. Marquis Vincent acted like he had done something insignificant. He calmly took out a white silk handkerchief, wiped the blood on his hands, and casually covered the corpse in front of him. After doing all this, a satisfied smile appeared on his face, as if the violence that had accumulated since entering Silvermoon City had finally been vented. Now, who else objects? The air in the conference hall seemed to have frozen. No one dared to make a sound, and they even tried their best to control their breathing. The thick smell of blood gradually filled the air, and the half-elf merchants finally realized one thing: nobles would kill, no matter how gentle and kind they were. From the beginning to the end, the nobles' rule was built on violence. No matter how rich the merchants were, they were just lambs waiting to be slaughtered in front of the nobles. Marquis Vincent used a bloody corpse to make the half-elf merchants realize the cruel reality. Some of them had ashen faces, but they didn't dare to say anything. Some were terrified and avoided eye contact. Some were dejected and had completely accepted their fate. Javier was sweating profusely, and his heart was filled with regret. He thought that he had invited a strong ally, but he didn't expect that this wasn't a strong ally, but a wolf. If that was the case, he felt that he should have just followed Count Angeli. Just as everyone was sitting on pins and needles, a half-elf merchant hesitantly raised his hand and stuttered, Lord Marquis. I drank too much water. I need to go to the toilet. Marquis Vincent glanced at that person and coldly said, hold it in. That person's face turned pale, and he laughed dryly as he nodded. He seemed to be talking to himself. All right, I can still hold it in. The conference room was filled with an oppressive atmosphere, and it was almost suffocating. Finally, Marquis Vincent spoke again. Let's continue the topic. I know that you are worried about your food, but if you want to change Silvermoon City, how can you not pay a price? Hee. Do you really think that you don't have to do anything and can just sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor? Marquis Vincent's gaze swept around, and he found that no one dared to look him in the eye. No one dared to refute him, so his tone became gentler. Of course, after this matter is completed, you will also get a share of the profits. Perhaps it will be able to make up for your losses. Hearing this, everyone's faces lit up with joy, and they all began to praise the kindness and generosity of the House of Saint Prospero. Marquis Vincent sneered inwardly as he watched these mercenary merchants change their faces, but he didn't show it on his face. At this point, the two sides finally reached an agreement. According to Marquis Vincent's request, the half-elf merchants would ignite their own granaries at the designated time to cause chaos. After overthrowing the rule of Queen Xianxia and driving away the army of the north, they would receive part of the compensation from the east. However, Marquis Vincent didn't mention how much and how he would compensate them. If it was in the past, the half-elf merchants would definitely scoff at such empty promises. But now, facing the powerful Marquis Vincent and that bloody corpse, they didn't dare to ask any questions. At this time, they could only comfort themselves. The House of Saint Prospero's reputation should still be trustworthy. Seeing that he had achieved his goal, Marquis Vincent ignored the merchant's passionate pleas for him to stay and walked out. Outside the door, the low-key carriage was still parked in the same place, but there were more guards around it. Marquis Vincent impatiently dismissed Javier and the rest, and walked to the front of the carriage alone. He asked the knight beside him, "Have you invited Duke Modwin?" The knight's face stiffened, and he shook his head. "Sir, Duke Modwin isn't willing to come." Marquis Vincent frowned and was about to scold him, but he heard the knight say, "However, we have invited Duke Modwin's son, Charlie Modwin." Marquis Vincent's face softened, and he asked, "How many sons does Duke Modwin have?" "Just this one." "Good." Marquis Vincent nodded and stepped into the carriage. The interior of the carriage was spacious, and the decorations were more luxurious than the exterior. "Respected Marquis Vincent, welcome to Silvery Moon City." Looking at the young boy in front of him, Marquis Vincent smiled and said, "Charlie, how old are you?" "I'm 12 years old this year, respected Marquis." Marquis Vincent nodded and gestured for Charlie to sit down. He then sat down himself, and lamented, "Your father doesn't dare to come and see me. Is he afraid that I'll blame him for lying to me last time?" "Father lied to you?" Charlie asked blankly. Marquis Vincent suddenly realized that this little guy in front of him didn't know anything at all, and the reason he appeared in his carriage was probably the result of the House of Media being dissatisfied with Queen Aisha's rule. Therefore, Marquis Vincent lost the desire to chat with this little kid, and he smiled, "That's some old story, so I won't go into it." "Charlie, do you know why you came to see me?" "Yes." "Oh? Why?" "To overthrow Queen Aisha's rule," Charlie said in a young voice, and his expression was very serious. Marquis Vincent looked at the little boy in front of him with interest, and continued to ask, "Then tell me, how do you plan to overthrow Queen Aisha's rule?" "Queen Aisha is about to give birth, and I'll take this opportunity to lead the Silvermoon Guard into the palace and force her to return the throne to the House of Media." "So you're saying that you have the confidence to make the Silvermoon Guard listen to your orders?" "Yes. But the commander of the Silvermoon Guard is clearly your father, right? Will he agree to your actions?" "Father is a coward," Charlie said disdainfully, "but I've already met the uncles of the Silvermoon Guard, and they all support me." "That's impressive," Marquis Vincent praised, but he was sneering in his heart. The half-elf nobles really have guts to actually let a little kid take the lead, but of course, Marquis Vincent would not remind Charlie that his uncles were only afraid of taking responsibility, and pushed him to take the lead. Marquis Vincent's praise made Charlie raise his head proudly, as if he could already see the annoying Queen Aisha begging for forgiveness in front of him. "Charlie, why do you want to overthrow Queen Aisha's rule?" "Because the half-elf throne originally belonged to the House of Media, and grandfather also told me that Aisha is a bad woman." Marquis Vincent was stunned for a moment before he realized that the grandfather Charlie was referring to was the old half-elf king, who was also Queen Aisha's husband. Thinking of this, a satisfied smile appeared on his face, and he nodded, "Good. As expected of a young hero from the House of Media. Don't worry, the East doesn't like Queen Aisha, and when the time is right, I'll stand up and support the House of Media." "Thank you for your support. The friendship between the House of Saint Prospero and the House of Media will last forever." Seeing that his empty words had made Charlie so grateful, Marquis Vincent couldn't help but laugh coldly in his heart, and at the same time, lament, the House of Media was really getting worse with each generation. The old king was a strong opponent that even the Duke of the East had to take seriously. As for Prince William, who was now Duke Modwin, even though he wasn't very smart, he could at least see the situation clearly. As for Charlie, of course, Marquis Vincent definitely didn't care about the future of the House of Media, and he didn't have any psychological burden to send a teenager to the battlefield. Marquis Vincent only sent Charlie off after a few more words of encouragement. Sitting alone in the carriage, Marquis Vincent fell into deep thought. He was very clear that if he wanted to rely on the half-elf merchants and the Silvermoon Guard led by a brat to overturn Silvermoon City, it would still be a fool's dream. Fortunately, his plan didn't stop there. Thinking of this, Marquis Vincent reached out and knocked on the side of the carriage, instructing, "To the Temple of Destiny." In the half-elven palace. Colin walked through the dark corridor and came to a secret basement. The air was filled with the faint smell of blood and the lingering smell of death. What? Failed again? Hearing the voice behind them, the 3 half-elven female doctors in the basement came back to their senses and quickly greeted Colin. Colin waved his hand casually, indicating that they did not need to be so polite. Then, he walked to an operation table in the middle of the basement and found that the 2 monkeys on the table, one big and one small, had become corpses. One of the female doctors said with a sad face, "I'm sorry, my lord. We have tried many times, but we still can't successfully complete the cesarean section operation you mentioned." "Because you can't control the blood loss?" Colin looked at the blood flowing everywhere and asked. "Yes, my lord." "Then you should be able to use this method to take the fetus out of the mother's body, right?" The female doctor hesitated for a moment and nodded, "Yes, but, my lord, if you use this method, the fetus may have a chance to survive, but the mother will definitely die." The 3 female doctors had of course guessed why Colin wanted them to test this cesarean section operation. When they thought that they might have to use this method to cut open Her Majesty's belly, they could not help but tremble. If anything happened to Her Majesty or the fetus in her belly, they would definitely not be able to escape the blame. Therefore, the 3 doctors only hoped that Colin could recognize the reality and give up this completely impossible method. "I know." Colin nodded, "You can go and rest. This experiment ends here." The 3 female doctors looked at each other and wanted to ask if Colin had completely given up this so-called cesarean section operation. However, looking at Colin's cold and expressionless face, no one dared to speak first. They could only anxiously bow and leave. Colin looked at the mess on the operation table and did not feel anything in his heart. The failure of the female doctors did not surprise him. With the underdeveloped surgical skills in this world, it would be a miracle if they could successfully perform a cesarean section. However, Colin still let the female doctors experiment a few times on the monkeys. It was not that he expected them to succeed, but to let them familiarize themselves with the position of the fetus in the mother's belly and how to remove the fetus through surgery. In this way, if Xianxia really had a difficult birth, there would be an emergency plan. As for the failure of these experiments, Colin did not care. After all, blood loss or infection and other factors that could cause a cesarean section operation to fail were not a problem for vampires. Of course, this kind of cesarean section was just a precaution. Colin definitely hoped that this set of measures would not come in handy. Leaving the basement, Colin wanted to talk to Xianxia, but when he reached the door of the palace, he found Duke Muller was waiting outside. "Earl, are you here to visit Her Majesty?" Duke Muller greeted with a flattering smile. Duke Muller was Xianxia's brother. After the death of the previous Duke Muller, he inherited the title of the Miller family. "Yes." Colin nodded and asked in confusion, "Why don't you go in?" Duke Muller rubbed his hands and said awkwardly, "Mother is whispering to Her Majesty inside." Colin immediately understood. It was Duke Muller's mother, Madame Sharon, who was also Queen Xianxia's mother. The mother and daughter were probably talking about things to take note of during childbirth. No wonder Duke Muller wanted to hide outside. Colin rubbed his nose. He knew that it wasn't a good time for him to go in, so he stood beside Duke Muller and thought about what to say to ease the awkward atmosphere. Fortunately, Duke Muller spoke first. "Earl, I heard that Silvermoon City hasn't been very peaceful recently." Colin glanced at him and asked with a smile, "What's not peaceful?" Seeing that Colin was asking the obvious, Duke Muller was a little anxious and didn't try to hide it anymore. "Earl, I don't believe that you haven't heard the news. Many nobles in Silvermoon City are secretly colluding with each other, preparing to rebel while Her Majesty is in labor and weak." "Oh?" Colin immediately pretended to be shocked and asked, "You should report such an important matter to Her Majesty." "I already told Her Majesty." But I don't know what Her Majesty is thinking. She just won't listen to me. Duke Muller said bitterly. Earl, I know that Her Majesty has always been very respectful of you, so you should also advise Her Majesty. Colin stroked his chin and seemed to be moved. He asked, then, Duke Muller, according to what you said, what should Her Majesty do? First, she has to stabilize the Silvermoon Guard. Duke Muller blurted out. Her Majesty shouldn't hand over the command of the Silvermoon Guard to Duke Modouin at this critical juncture. You think that Duke Modouin will rebel? That's a possibility. After all, the House of Medea used to be the half-elven royal family. William Modouin didn't inherit the throne, so it's inevitable that he would resent Her Majesty. Colin nodded thoughtfully but didn't say anything. Duke Muller saw this and continued to agitate. Furthermore, Her Majesty actually let Duke Modouin take over the kingdom's political affairs. This military and political power is concentrated in one person's hands. Wouldn't that make Duke Modouin the de facto king of the half-elves? You have to know that the key to power is balance. Hearing Duke Muller ramble on about the balance of power, Colin secretly rolled his eyes. Of course, he knew what Aisha's brother was thinking. He was just jealous of Duke Modouin. However, to be honest, Colin could understand Duke Muller. After all, he was the Queen's brother and yet he was not favored by an outsider. It was natural for him to feel unbalanced. But this also showed that Duke Muller didn't see through Colin and Aisha's plan to lure the snake out of its hole. Otherwise, he wouldn't be envious of Duke Modouin's current position. It was a fire pit. Similarly, this also showed that Queen Aisha didn't reveal her plan to Duke Muller. Thinking of this, Colin couldn't help but narrow his eyes. It seemed that Aisha didn't trust her brother too much. Duke Muller was still patiently showing off his political views. Colin was annoyed and was about to change the topic. But at this moment, there was a sudden rush of footsteps behind him. Turning his head, Colin saw Queen Aisha's mother, Madame Sharon, running out in panic. Mother, what's wrong? Duke Muller hurriedly asked. Madame Sharon was half anxious and half excited as she shouted. Her Majesty is about to give birth. As soon as Colin gave the order, a group of bloody cavalry surrounded the Queen's bedroom so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. At the same time, there were also blood shadow guards guarding the place in the dark to ensure that Aisha's labor would not be disturbed by the outside world. 3 female doctors who were on standby were called over, and a group of trained maids immediately got to work. Some boiled water, some ironed cloth. Everything was carried out in an orderly manner. However, Colin and Duke Muller could not help in this busy situation. They could only stand outside the delivery room. Duke Muller walked around anxiously, looking at Colin's expression from time to time. He wanted to say something, but when he saw Colin's expressionless face, he swallowed his words. Time passed slowly. Duke Muller looked at the maids coming in and out to deliver all kinds of things. He heard the faint cries of pain coming from the delivery room. He could not help but ask, why hasn't she come out yet? Colin put his hands behind his back and looked at the setting sun with deep eyes. He said calmly, it's not that fast to give birth to a child. You're right, you're right. Duke Muller looked embarrassed. When he was about to say something, he suddenly stared at the sky in the north of the palace and exclaimed, smoke. Smoke. Why is there smoke? Colin also saw the direction Duke Muller was pointing at, but he did not look surprised. It was as if this was all within his expectations. In the blink of an eye, a few more plumes of thick smoke rose from Silvermoon City. And this seemed to be a signal. Suddenly, noisy noises could be heard everywhere in the city. Even Colin, who was far away in the palace, could vaguely hear it. What's going on? Duke Muller's forehead could not help but break out in a cold sweat. His eyes were filled with infinite fear. Obviously, he had realized that something was wrong. Colin could no longer keep silent. He shouted loudly, Roger. Knight Roger strode towards Colin and knelt down on one knee. Sir, what can I do for you? The corners of Colin's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a bloodthirsty smile. This is the first battle after Bloody Cavalry changed its name. Don't let me down. Bang! Knight Roger slammed his left hand heavily on his chest armor and loudly said, yes. With that, he turned around and strode away. Duke Muller stared blankly at the scene before him. Your lordship, did you foresee this from the start? Colin turned around and smiled. Duke, I'm not an idiot, how could I be unprepared? Now, it was up to the rebels to see what tricks they could play. Hee, I hope it won't disappoint me too much. Duke Muller looked at Colin, who had a calm expression but was emitting a bloodthirsty aura. He couldn't help but shudder. At the same time, he sighed. Was Silvermoon City about to experience another night of bloodshed? Who was mobilizing the Silvermoon Guard? Why didn't I know? Duke Modwin roared angrily. Other than anger in his eyes, there was also a touch of unconcealable fear. In fact, he had long known about the undercurrents in Silvermoon City. He had reminded Queen Xianxia to be careful many times, but unfortunately, the Queen had not paid attention to it. However, the Queen could ignore it, but as the commander of the Silvermoon Guard, Duke Modwin could not ignore some signs of rebellion in the army. So, he had been paying attention to the situation of the Silvermoon Guard. He had been chatting with the officers of the Guard, explaining the pros and cons to them, and warning them not to be fooled by some conspirators. Even so, when things came to a head, Duke Modwin realized in despair that a portion of the Silvermoon Guard was out of his control. Your lordship, the Silvermoon Guard went to put out the fire, *T. Duke Modwin interrupted rudely. I asked who mobilized the Silvermoon Guard, not why. The subordinate immediately shrunk his head and did not dare to make a sound. Moreover, no matter what the reason is, shouldn't they have gotten my permission before mobilizing the Silvermoon Guard? Duke Modwin roared angrily. He knew very well that putting out the fire was *T. No matter how big the fire was, there was no need to mobilize the Silvermoon Guard to save it. Those people mobilizing the Silvermoon Guard only had one goal, Queen Xianxia. Thinking of this, Duke Modwin could no longer keep his cool. He kicked the subordinate in front of him to the ground and then strode out. But just as he stepped out, Duke Modwin was stopped. Uncle Kamais? Duke Modwin looked at the old man in front of him and had a bad feeling. Kamais Modwin stood with his hands behind his back and asked expressionlessly, William, what are you going to do in such a hurry? Duke Modwin took a deep breath and said honestly, Uncle, someone mobilized the Silvermoon Guard without my permission. They have bad intentions. I have to stop them immediately. No need. What? Kamais stared at Duke Modwin with his cloudy eyes and said calmly, because the person who mobilized the Silvermoon Guard is your son, Charlie. Duke Modwin was stunned as if he was struck by lightning. He was speechless for a long time. Seeing this, Kamais continued, don't even think about stopping them. Charlie is probably almost at the north gate of the palace and is ready to attack. Hearing this, the light in Duke Modwin's eyes disappeared. He asked painfully, why? Do you want the House of Medea to be destroyed? Destroyed? Hee. Kamais laughed coldly and said disdainfully, William, have you forgotten how the House of Medea lost the half-elf throne? It was all because of your cowardice. Back then, as the first successor to the throne, you actually gave in to Colin and Xianxia, that adulterous pair, and gave up the throne for nothing. This is a great humiliation. Do you know why Xianxia dared to hand the Silvermoon Guard to you? Why did she dare to let you preside over the kingdom when she was about to give birth? Because she saw through you. She knew that you didn't dare to resist. The hatred, glory, and faith of the family have long been thrown aside. You only think about how to curry favor with Xianxia. If we let you go on like this, the House of Medea will really fall into the abyss of destruction. Duke Modwin stared at his uncle as if he was getting to know him all over again. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a mocking smile, and said, Uncle, I admit that I'm not smart. Father has always been dissatisfied with me because of this. But do you know why he didn't change his successor when he was alive? Kamais was stunned, and asked, why? Because, although I'm stupid, but... The mockery on Duke Modwin's face became more obvious, but you are even more stupid. Kamais' face flushed red, but he suppressed his anger and coldly snorted, William, don't talk nonsense anymore. Do you have a choice now? Your only son, Charlie, is attacking the palace. Do you really think you can stay out of it? No, soon the nobles of Silvermoon City will think that you are the mastermind of this rebellion. Even if you do nothing now and watch Charlie get killed by the Blood Cavalry, do you really think you can continue to gain the trust of the Queen in the future? Duke Modwin's face showed that he was struggling, but he still did not give in. Kamei continued to persuade, Charlie is your only son. Do you really have the heart to do that? We can't win against Count Angeli. Duke Modwin shouted in a low voice. Humph. William, your cowardice disappoints me. Kamei said coldly, but, I can tell you that the participants of this rebellion are far more than you can imagine. Do you not even have the courage to take a gamble now? Duke Modwin lowered his head, and his fingernails were already digging into his palms. Kamei waited for a while, but did not receive any response from Duke Modwin. He was disappointed. But just as he was about to turn around and leave, ignoring the cowardly patriarch, Duke Modwin suddenly raised his head. His eyes were filled with a cold madness as he growled in a low voice. All right. Then let's take another gamble. Boom, the huge battering ram hit the thick north gate of the half-elven palace, shaking the whole palace wall and causing fine dust to fall down. One more time. One more time and we can definitely break it open. Charlie waved his long sword and shouted loudly. His young face was full of excitement. Behind him, thousands of Silvermoon Guard officers and soldiers also raised their swords and cheered, waiting for the moment when the palace gate would be broken open. This scene seemed to be somewhat dark and humorous. Because the half-elven palace had always been guarded by the Silvermoon Guard. But at this moment, they became the party that was trying to break in. Since Colin entered the Silvermoon City, he immediately let the Blood Cavalry take over the defense of the palace, which led to this scene. Boom, the palace gate made of fine iron shook again, but it still stood stubbornly. However, the rebel army outside the palace gate suddenly became even more noisy because they could clearly see that spiderweb-like cracks had appeared on the walls around the palace gate. A strange sense of excitement was boiling in the rebel army's chest. Half-elven palace, the place they had sworn to guard with their lives, there were a lot of gold and silver treasures, young maids, and the beautiful half-elf queen. These seemed to be waving to them, luring them to rush into the place that used to be extremely majestic and sacred, to find everything they dreamed of and take it for themselves. But at this moment, a rebel army officer suddenly felt something strange. He turned around and looked in the direction behind him. Then, his eyes were quickly filled with fear. Cavalry, cavalry. It's the Blood Cavalry. Charlie was still immersed in the excitement of the palace gate being broken. When he heard the shouting of the officer next to him, he immediately said with dissatisfaction, "Why are you panicking? Don't we have a reserve team behind us?" However, just as they were talking, the Black Cavalry had appeared at the end of the road. The bright red flag was particularly dazzling. The wide main road outside the palace gave the cavalry room to perform. Before they saw the palace gate, the bloody cavalry lined up in 7 rows and galloped on the street without any scruples. Anyone who blocked their way and couldn't escape was knocked down to the ground and trampled into meat paste. At this time, no one could slow down their speed in front of them. The so-called innocent people were not in the consideration of these bloody cavalry soldiers. There was only one thing on their minds: when they reached the rebel army, they had to charge forward as fast as they could. Then, he would use the terrifying impact brought about by this speed to tear apart the enemy formation. It didn't take long for the sound of galloping horses to turn from vague to clear. When Charlie was still questioning why the reserve team behind him did not block this batch of cavalry, the vanguard of the bloody cavalry had been clearly seen. They all wore blood-red armor and held long sabers in their hands. They lined up in a neat and typical charging formation, filling up the entire long street. Even in the city, the soldiers of the bloody cavalry still carried out a full-speed charge with their superb horsemanship and courage. This kind of incomparably terrifying and incomparably crazy aura was something that no one who had not faced directly would ever be able to imagine. "Shield up! Shield up!" The rebel officer roared, but the desperation in his voice could not be concealed at all. Although they had been mentally prepared to confront the bloody cavalry, at this moment, facing the bloody cavalry that swept over like a gust of wind, the rebels could not help but begin to regret. Compared with the terrible threat in front of them, the various temptations in the palace seemed so pale and powerless. Boom, with countless screams, the first batch of heavy cavalry of the bloody cavalry crashed into the rebel army formation like steel monsters. Dozens of figures were immediately knocked out by the galloping horses. Blood sprayed like rain in the air, and the sound of bones breaking was heard. Even after the reorganization and expansion, the combat effectiveness of the bloody cavalry was still as unstoppable as before. They were like a sharp knife cutting into butter. Their speed was almost not reduced, and they tore a crack in the rebel army formation. With only one charge, the rebels who were full of killing desire immediately became chaotic. They desperately moved to both sides, and even squeezed in the direction of the palace gate that had not been knocked open, in order to avoid the terrible bloody cavalry behind them. Panic spread quickly like a plague. Charlie was still stupefied in the same place, as if he could not believe everything in front of him. Fortunately, the rebel officer beside him held him up by the waist, and decisively rushed to the alley in the east with a group of guards. The leader ran away, and the rebel army completely collapsed. In the open area in front of the palace gate, there were chaotic crowds everywhere. There were still some quick-witted rebels who quickly put down their weapons and shouted that they wanted to surrender. Unfortunately, they collapsed too fast, and the bloody cavalry general did not have time to change the order. So, those bloody cavalry soldiers, like hungry wolves rushing into a flock of sheep, skillfully bent down, waved their swords, and cut the rebels on the side of the horses to the ground row by row with the help of the horses. Countless blood sprayed into the air and sprinkled to the ground. Thousands of cavalrymen galloped through the street in front of the palace gate, leaving corpses and flowing blood on the ground. Crack. The crumbling palace gate slowly opened, and Knight Roger slowly walked out. His indifferent eyes swept over the messy battlefield, but he did not give the order to withdraw his swords. After listening to the cavalry general's report on the situation in the city, Knight Roger thought for a moment and ordered, "Don't care about those warehouses that are on fire, concentrate our forces to suppress the rebel Silvermoon Guard, and find out the mastermind of this rebellion." An officer carefully reminded, "Sir, those places that are on fire are all granaries. I suspect that someone wants to destroy the food in Silvermoon City. If we don't do anything, then the purpose of this trip." Knight Roger firmly shook his head and said, "No, those granaries are a trap to disperse our forces, don't be fooled. Our priority is to suppress the rebellion. The food problem is not something you should worry about." "Yes, Charlie." Duke Modwin looked at his son who was kneeling in front of him in a trance. The anger in his heart dissipated instantly, and the words of reproach could not come out of his mouth. Even if he knew that he was dragged into the water by his son, Duke Modwin also understood at this time that he had no way out. Under his order, almost all the Silvermoon Guard had been mobilized, and they were constantly gathering at the palace, ready to fight to the death with the blood cavalry. This time, the House of Media had put all their assets on the line, and whether they could regain the half-elf throne or not, success or failure depended on this. "William, the blood cavalry is already prepared, and their combat power is really terrifying. We have to avoid them." Camés looked at Charlie's sorry appearance and reminded him with lingering fear. "Uncle, do you have any good suggestions? We can't attack the palace now. The blood cavalry must have deployed a lot of troops there, and the streets outside the palace are too wide, the cavalry can rush up. So, we should split up and deploy the troops in the dense areas of the city, so that we can limit the cavalry." Duke Modwin thought for a while and asked, "But what if the blood cavalry is entrenched in the palace, and they don't come out to fight with us?" Camés sneered and said, "They won't. Don't forget that the half-elf merchants are burning the granaries now. That is the important purpose of Earl Angeli's trip. The northern frontier needs this batch of food, otherwise, there will be a famine this year. So, the blood cavalry can't just sit there and watch the city burn, they will definitely come out." Duke Modwin nodded and said, "Well, let's do as you said." The night was getting darker. The sound of killing was heard everywhere in Silvermoon City, and the fire was soaring to the sky. The Silvermoon Guard, who used to be the keeper of order, had become the source of chaos at this time. For the granaries that were on fire, not only did they not put out the fire, they even stopped the people who tried to put out the fire, allowing the fire to spread. Such abnormal behavior made the residents of Silvermoon City immediately realize that something was wrong. Then they connected the sound of killing and the corpses and blood that could be seen everywhere on the streets. The word rebellion suddenly came into the minds of many half-elves. So, the panic quickly swept the whole city and intensified the chaos. In the face of all this, the blood cavalry did not act rashly. They first firmly guarded the half-elven palace, then divided the troops to control the 4 city gates and the main roads in Silvermoon City. But they did not go deep into the inconvenient alleys. As for the granaries that were on fire, they ignored them. Under the connivance of both sides, the fire became bigger and gradually spread to the surrounding houses. Cries for help, and screams were endless. This was destined to be a chaotic and bloody night. After losing the most basic order, the suppressed ugliness was gradually exposed. Those who used to be submissive had all picked up their weapons. Those who were well-behaved had now become exceptionally ferocious. Those who had enmity with each other immediately fought each other. Those who called themselves brothers had also turned against each other in the end. Blood flowed wantonly in the night. Life, which was already extremely lowly in this chaotic world, became even cheaper. This was no doubt a sinful carnival. In the face of all this, the blood cavalry finally could not sit still. Knight Roger did not expect that the rebels were more cunning and vicious than he had imagined. Now it seemed that they would rather burn the entire Silvermoon City and let countless half-elves die in this chaos to force the blood cavalry to fight with them in the streets. Of course, Knight Roger was reluctant to let the precious cavalry dismount to fight in the streets. But as time went by, he could not hold on anymore. He couldn't really let the food in Silvermoon City be burned. Otherwise, the winter in the northern frontier would be very difficult to endure this year. So, he finally gave the order to march to the fire. Following this order, batches of bloody cavalry soldiers flowed into the streets of Silvermoon City like trickles. The Silvermoon Guards, who had been waiting for a long time, rushed out one after another. Both sides immediately engaged in a dangerous and tragic melee. At this point, the bloody battle in Silvermoon City had reached its climax. At the same time, Queen Aisha's labor had entered a critical period. In the delivery room, Madame Sharon held her daughter's hand tightly with one hand and kept wiping the sweat on her forehead with the other. "Aisha, come on, come on." On the bed, Queen Aisha's face was pale, and she was sweating profusely. She gritted her teeth and did her best for the birth of her child. However, judging from the expression of the female doctor in charge of the delivery, the progress was not smooth. "How is it?" "Ah?" Madame Sharon turned around and asked anxiously. "Madam, Her Majesty, looking at the doctor's hesitant look, Madame Sharon became more anxious. She quickly took out a tube of medicine from her arms and said to Queen Aisha, "Aisha, this is the energy medicine that I bought at a high price. Drink it quickly." Queen Aisha panted a few times, but shook her head and said, "No need, mother, I still have strength, don't force yourself at this time. Come on, drink it." Queen Aisha firmly pushed Madame Sharon's hand away and said, "The palace also prepared energy medicine, I'll drink that." The female doctor quickly took out a tube of medicine from the medicine box and said, "Yes, madam, we also prepared energy medicine." Madame Sharon frowned and said, "It's okay, it's the same. Come on, Aisha, drink the medicine." As she spoke, she sent the energy medicine that she had prepared to Queen Aisha's mouth. The female doctor reminded her softly, "But madam, Her Majesty can't drink things outside the palace." Madame Sharon was instantly angry. She turned around and scolded, "What do you mean? Are you doubting me?" The female doctor shrank back in fear and quickly shook her head. "No, I don't dare." Seeing this, Queen Aisha panted and said, "Mother, don't blame her. This is the rule of the palace. Everything I eat and drink has to be tried first." Madame Sharon glanced at her daughter and could only nod. "All right, then I won't trouble you. You should drink the medicine prepared by the palace." The female doctor heaved a sigh of relief and quickly went forward to let Queen Aisha drink the energy medicine prepared by the palace. After that, Queen Aisha's face was visibly rosy. It seemed that the medicine was very effective. "Aisha, use more strength, use more strength." Madame Sharon encouraged again. However, as time passed, the situation did not improve. The female doctor who delivered the child became more and more anxious, and she wanted to say something several times but stopped. Seeing this, Madame Sharon could no longer suppress the anxiety in her heart. She immediately got up and personally went to the end of the bed, wanting to check on Queen Aisha's condition. Although she had never delivered a child, Madame Sharon had given birth to 3 children herself, so it was impossible for her to not know anything about this. Therefore, when she lifted the sheet and saw the situation below Aisha, she was stunned. "Aisha, why is there no movement in your cervix, is that so?" Mother. Queen Aisha said indifferently. At the same time, she sat up straight. The painful expression on her face completely disappeared, as if everything that had happened just now was just an illusion. Madame Sharon was stunned, clearly not understanding what was going on. Queen Aisha looked at her mother with bright eyes and said in a deep voice, "Mother, perhaps your energy medicine can help me. Why don't you take it out and let someone try it first before giving it to me to drink?" Madame Sharon opened her mouth and said with a shocked expression, You're not going to give birth at all, are you?" Queen Aisha did not answer her mother's question. She continued to ask stubbornly, "Mother, where's your energy medicine? Take it out. Since you're not going to give birth, of course, there's no need to drink that medicine." "No, Mother, I want to drink it," Queen Aisha said in a tone that left no room for doubt. The doctors and maids in the delivery room were also stunned by the changes in front of them. Her Majesty the Queen was actually pretending to give birth. Although they could not understand why the Queen was doing this, they could clearly feel the strange atmosphere. They all lowered their heads in silence, not daring to make a sound. Under Queen Aisha's stern gaze, Madame Sharon's expression became more and more unsightly. However, she did not dare to take out the energy medicine from before. "Mother, when father wanted to marry me into the royal family, I begged you, but you rejected me directly and even told me, as a child of the Miller family, I have the responsibility to contribute to the prosperity of the family, even if the price is my lifetime of happiness." Queen Aisha stared at her mother, deep disappointment and mockery flashing in her eyes. She continued, "So, Mother, what price are you going to make me pay for the prosperity of the Miller family this time?" Madame Sharon trembled and weakly defended herself. "Aisha. What do you mean by this, medicine?" Queen Aisha said coldly. You haven't given birth yet. Why do you need medicine?" Madame Sharon was still playing dumb. However, this kind of stubborn resistance was destined to be futile. Silently, an armored man whose face could not be seen clearly appeared behind Madame Sharon and reached out to lift her up. What are you doing?" Aisha. You can't do this. I'm your mother. Your biological mother." However, not only did these words not evoke Aisha's sympathy, but it also made her eyes even colder. The armored man took out the medicine from Madame Sharon's arms and handed it to the doctor beside him. Queen Aisha's cold order came at the same time. "Go and check if there's any problem." The doctor trembled as he took the medicine and said, "Yes, Your Majesty." End of chapter 380. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.